At the fringes of the pristine forests of the lesser Xing'an Mountains and the Wan de Shan, a realm seldom trodden by travelers, a convoy of vehicles today surged forth within. Audacious presence, .5 rugged off-road vehicles, exuding an air of unrestrained bravado, included two imposing Hummers bearing SH license plates, a Jeep Wrangler, a Dongfeng Mengshi, and a BJ212A. Model long ceased from production. It was evident that these so-called adventurers, who had ventured to the northeastern borders, were rather privileged. Despite the treacherous terrain, fortune favored them with fair weather, and the caravan ultimately came to rest in a village that would likely remain uncharted on any map. The settlement boasted a modest population of around 60 to 70 households. From the lead vehicle, a robust young man emerged from the Dongfeng Mengshi at first glance. He might be mistaken for a brawn-over-brains type. However, for those perceptive enough to recognize the significance of the Shun K3 prefix on his license plate, it might become apparent that this seemingly superficial individual was not as simple as he appeared. In the passenger seat sat a weary-looking young woman, her face alone enough to render her the object of desire for many a man. Regrettably, her somewhat heavy makeup imparted an air of artifice, casting her in a rather provocative light. From the Hummer and Wrangler disembarked three young men, unmistakably from the south, their physiques well-proportioned and clad in standard off-road attire. The occasional glimpse of their watches or smartphones elicited astonished reactions while these young individuals, traversing the expanse of China in their high-end off-road vehicles, may not all hail from affluent families. They were certainly far from impoverished. A woman descended from a BJ Jeep 212, adorned with a duckbill cap that obscured half of her face. Coupled with a pair of rather weighty black-framed glasses in her hands, she clutched a camera, while her robust camouflage attire inadvertently concealed her figure's curves. Trailing behind her was a man of approximately 30, sporting a clean, sharp crew cut, exuding a masculine vigor, yet remaining silently stoic as he accompanied her to the outskirts of the village, observing her as she captured images of a wall adorned with promotional slogans. "Yang Xiao, who on earth is she?" inquired a curious young man from the southern region, driving a Wrangler. Among the convoy, there were only two women, one of whom was already taken. Accustomed to the nightly company of beautiful women in his territory, he couldn't help but direct his gaze towards the young woman preoccupied with her photography. Were it not for the formidable backgrounds of everyone in their group, he would have succumbed to the impulse of pursuing her outright. To be honest, I'm not entirely certain myself. Her presence here is quite perplexing. She doesn't strike me as the troublemaking sort, so I see no point in probing further. Lingfeng, if you truly have an interest in this girl, I could assist you in uncovering her true identity. In our circle, information can be as expansive or as limited as one desires. The tall young man, squinting slightly and placing his hands on his hips to admire the scenery of the village, smiled without turning to his companion. This smile rendered his otherwise shallow features unexpectedly profound. Moreover, please refrain from calling me young Master Yang or any such titles. They are not customary here. I am unaware of your customs, but at least I find them rather uncomfortable. Besides, as a mere civil servant languishing in a local military unit, I hardly merit such a designation. It sounds as though you are mocking me, so it would be preferable to simply address me by my name. It is more agreeable. Understood, replied the shorter southern youth, mimicking the northeast dialect with a light chuckle. To be candid, he too disliked calling his peer young Master Yang, feeling that it diminished both his height and his dignity. He cast a glance at the young woman in the distance, capturing photographs, and a playful smile crept across his face. Lowering his voice instinctively, he added, "I have no intention of pursuing her. I merely wish to have some fun." "What do you think?" "What's it to think? Women are simply for our amusement," remarked the young man, who had driven a military vehicle from the HLJ Provincial Military District to the border as he patted his companion's shoulder nonchalantly. Exuding an air of extreme machismo, he gazed down at his friend who had traveled from SH, then glanced at the Dongfeng Mengshi, which bore a striking resemblance to a Hummer. Inside, the girl, ostensibly his girlfriend, just happened to stretch languidly. Her curves accentuated, he displayed a grin that was far from virtuous and softly suggested, "If you don't mind the mess, take that girl back to Harbin with you for a few days. After all, she is merely a woman who values money." The two exchanged a knowing smile, seemingly in perfect harmony. The village was diminutive, belonging to that category so small that even the most trivial matters could swiftly traverse the entire community. For the majority of its inhabitants, who had only recently acquired electricity, the tractor represented the pinnacle of their imagination. Today, the arrival of 5 formidable steel beasts at the village entrance was undoubtedly a striking visual spectacle. Not only did the ragged, dirt-streaked children press their faces against fences and earthen walls, wide-eyed with wonder, but nearly all the villagers stood at a distance, there. Expressions a blend of awe and envy dot a couple of bolder children, tiptoeing with curiosity to touch these colossal machines, were swiftly deterred by a glare from a youth driving a Hummer, prompting them to flee to a distant hill, as if that impeccably groomed city dweller was more perilous than a leopard capable of bringing down an old yellow ox to the delicate girl, just disembarking from a Dongfeng warrior, burst into laughter at the comical antics, causing the eyes of a group of village men, who had only witnessed heavenly beauties and rare, traditional paintings, to nearly pop from their sockets. Several young men congregated, seemingly engaged in discussion, while the simple villagers gazed on from afar, their expressions devoid of jealousy, utterly naive. How many generations must struggle and ascend to traverse from this world to another, with a humble duckbill cap, gender-neutral combat boots, and black-rimmed glasses that obscured her gaze? The woman appeared to exist in a realm distinct from young men. Lanterns, fences, the antiquated tractors long vanished from the bustling metropolis, and even a child standing at a distance, grinning innocently at her, have all become visual treasures for this woman. Silently, she absorbs these elements into her sight, capturing them through her camera. Eventually, she traverses a narrow path leading to a village nestled upon the hillside. In terms of architecture, the earthen dwellings here are evidently incomparable to the ancient towns of Jiang, and she has previously visited. As she strolls, pausing intermittently, she arrives at a level clearing, where she unexpectedly discovers a basketball hoop. Although rudimentary in its construction, it nonetheless astonishes her, for this is one of the most remote corners of China. With a gentle smile, she gazes at 2 villagers on the flat ground, who appear to be somewhat unusual, one tall, one short, and their temperaments strikingly different. Perhaps it was due to the village's simplicity bordering on starkness, or perhaps the foolishly naive appearance of the taller man that rendered the slightly shorter villager somewhat peculiar in her eyes. Being well-versed in photography, she understood this disparity keenly, prompting her to steal another glance at the fellow. He appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, standing approximately 175 centimeters tall in unremarkable height among northern folk. Yet, his face bore the pallid features typical of Southerners. Even if she were to lower her notoriously stringent aesthetic standards, he would still fail to enter the ranks of the handsome. In fact, if placed amidst the vast sea of urban dwellers, even her remarkable memory would struggle to conjure a vivid recollection of him. Yet here he stood, in a remote village at the northeastern tip of China, clutching a patched-up basketball, his wide eyes fixed on her without so much as a blink. This peculiar sight finally coaxed a long-lost radiant smile from her, as she captured the moment with a sense of accomplishment. Then, without hesitation, she turned and walked away. For a woman whose travel bag always contained a copy of A Tale of Two Cities and The Will to Power, notions such as love at first sight and fate were merely trifles to be dismissed. Even a toad might yearn for the arrival of a swan unconcerned with appearances, yet little did it know that swans of such stature had long ceased to be interested in any toader. Even other swans. Isn't she beautiful and affluent? The slightly shorter young man finally blinked, and as the woman walked away, he revealed a set of pearly white teeth in a smile. He tilted his head to glance at the towering figure standing not far off, a burly man, easily approaching 2 meters in height. Such a giant would stand out even in the Northeast, yet his perpetually goofy grin utterly undermined the innate authority and intimidation he might have commanded. The towering man remained silent, grinning widely, his own exceptionally white teeth gleaming, the curve of his smile broader, rendering him quite foolish in appearance. "Dorog," the one holding the basketball admonished, his expression turning serious. The giant immediately subdued his smile, adopting a solemn demeanor that still managed to evoke amusement. Tossing the basketball to the giant, the young man, whose complexion starkly contrasted with that of the entire village, smirked mischievously. "Fugue, how about I find you a wife? Like her, The giant, bearing a name steeped in rustic charm, laughed once more, embodying a hopelessly naive spirit. This time, however, the slightly shorter youth refrained from intervening, merely accepting the basketball that was thrown back to him. He attempted a rather clumsy layup, but the ball did not find its mark that a barefoot child, panting and out of breath, rushed into the clearing, casting a scornful glance at the ball. Hands on hips, he spoke with an air of maturity, using a local dialect. Ergo, a lot of those cars you told us about have come to the village. Village Headley is talking to them right now. You should check it out. There's this one girl who's exceptionally beautiful after seeing her, even least walking straight. Bending down to retrieve the basketball, the one called Ergou inquired with a grin, just how beautiful is she? After pondering for a considerable time, the young lad with a flushed face declared it resembles the celestial beings in the painting. He chuckled, how about we make a wager? If that exquisitely beautiful person, akin to a celestial being, speaks to me, you shall secretly pour me 2 cups of that medicinal wine from your home. What do you say? I refuse to gamble. You're cowardly. All right, let's gamble. The young man seemed to already sense the alluring fragrance of the medicinal wine. Setting aside the liquor, he envisioned the pure wild ginseng of the 4th grade, coupled with the finest deer antler, snowflakes, along with some rare mountain yam of unknown origin. Such a medicinal wine was truly a divine brew, a treasure one could only hope to encounter. He closed his eyes, crouched down on the basketball, smiled, and gazed towards the village's entrance, murmuring, what a splendid opportunity, as if fate has smiled upon me from my ancestors' graves. Chapter 002. The difficult people to Chen Ergou. The ancestral grave was merely a small mound of earth, situated 6 miles away, housing the remains of a mad old man. To speak candidly, he held no fondness for the vague memory of that drunken, deranged elder. Despite the necessity of respectfully addressing him as grandfather during the annual grave visits, this ancestral tomb had never yielded any tangible benefits. Throughout his life, Chen Ergou had neither unearthed wild ginseng nor captured any game in the Shaoxing Anling Mountains that could sustain him for months. Even as the sole high school student from Zhangjiazi, he had ultimately succumbed to the expected disappointment of failing the college entrance examination. Regarding the possibility of the ancestral grave actually emitting smoke, he dared not entertain excessive hopes. Amidst the astonishment of a young boy secretly hoarding a bottle of fine medicinal liquor, a group of affluent young travelers arrived at the open space. Led by the village chief, Li. They found Chen Ergou, who was waiting in ambush. This was not a matter of foresight. As the only villager in Zhangjiazi fluent in Mandarin, he could easily surmise that these wealthy individuals would find his skills advantageous. Just as he prepared to offer a brief introduction, Li, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards him, interjected in his awkward Mandarin. His name is Chen Ergou. Seemingly apprehensive about miscommunication, he promptly extended 2 stout, ebony fingers, their nails encrusted with grime, when he mentioned the number 2. Upon uttering the word dog, he whistled sharply to summon his scruffy mutt, a huang, from nearby, eliciting a raucous laughter from the gathered villagers. A few youths from the southern city unabashedly exchanged playful glances, while a woman, engrossed in her camera, furrowed her brow slightly, not sure if it was due to her aversion to the crowd's revelry or the peculiar circumstance of their second encounter. When she observed the subject's nonchalant demeanor, her frown softened, and she resumed her focus on the camera, which the unremarkable Chen Ergou would likely fail to recognize. The tall, leading youth, with an air of indifference, bypassed any reference to Chen Ergou's name and directly inquired, Chen Ergou, does your village have any skilled hunters? In the face of these seemingly affluent scions, who could easily overwhelm him with wealth, Chen Ergou remained undaunted. After a moment's contemplation, he replied in a reasonably articulate accent, are you referring to hunting mountain hares, pheasants, or something else? The tall young man, whose expression was so monotonous that it bordered on being expressionless, revealed a hint of sardonic amusement, yet remained silent, merely shrugging at his companions, as if to suggest that the question at hand was rather juvenile. Beside him, a girl with an ethereal beauty, resembling a celestial being in the eyes of a nearby villager, laughed with such exuberance that it was a feast for the eyes. Chen Ergou's countenance shifted subtly, while the large, somewhat foolish figure behind him, who was carrying his basketball, unconsciously stepped forward. This minor detail paled in comparison to the captivating grace of the girl. However, amidst the commotion, a brooding man with a buzz cut, who had been standing silently in the corner, also took a step forward, seemingly nonchalant as he positioned himself at a 45-degree angle next to the woman wearing a cap. A youth, presumably from Shanghai, spoke with a tone laden with mockery, saying, "If we are to hunt those trifles, there are plenty at the Lushui River and Changbai mountain hunting grounds. Why should we venture to this impoverished and remote place? I've heard tales of wild boars exceeding 600 pounds in this region. That's why we came. Encountering black bears or leopards would be even better." The youth, contemplating a way to approach the woman taking photographs, cast a sidelong glance at Chen Ergou and remarked, "Money is not an issue. Whether it be elk or wild boars, we can handle them, even a Siberian tiger." Chen Ergou inquired, "Isn't there a risk of something going awry?" The subtly displeased youth responded with a cold smirk, "Even if a monumental disaster were to occur, we would cover for you. Spare me the chatter, gather a few locals who know the way, and let us head into the mountains." Chen Ergou swallowed his words, concerned that these delicate city dwellers might be terrified if they encountered a black bear or a 400-pound wild boar. He muttered a curse under his breath in dialect, dismissing the need for explanation, and yanked the large man behind him along like a chick, stating, "To enter the mountains, he suffices." The tall youth, preoccupied with checking his phone signal, glanced up at the grinning giant, who resembled a simpleton, and frowned, asking him. Chen Ergou turned to the grinning giant and said, "No smiling." The giant immediately closed his mouth, adopting a solemn expression that only heightened the absurdity of the situation. A young man driving a Jeep Wrangler, having witnessed this exchange, erupted into uncontrollable laughter, exclaiming, "You two are a perfect match. You should seek out Zhao Benshan as your mentor." Chen Ergou scratched his head and replied with apparent sincerity, "He's not a fool. Even Zhang Dan from our village can see that." Before the man opposite him could express indignation, Chen Ergou directed his attention to a scruffy man squatting by the ground, gnawing on dried meat like a rodent. "Zhang Dan, do you think Fu Gui is a fool?" The disheveled middle-aged man, whose appearance revolted many city folk, shook his head vigorously, then fixated on a girl playing with her fingers, drooling profusely. Perhaps to this genuine simpleton, the meaning of the phrase "a feast for the eyes" would forever elude him. Yet he instinctively sensed that the enchanting maiden would be far more delectable than the putrid jerky in his grasp. Without granting these wealthy individuals the opportunity to become enraged, Chen Ergou meticulously calculated his demands, resembling a shrewd procurer as he elaborated. "For a day in the mountains, it's 1,000 yuan. A rabbit adds 50. A roe deer or fox 100, and a wild boar 300. Should it weigh over 400 pounds, we shall negotiate further. If you happen to encounter a black bear, the fee is no less than 500, and for a Siberian tiger, well, you may hunt as you please. I shall remain oblivious to the transaction." For certain villagers who grasped the essence of his words, they could not help but internally curse Chen Ergou for his avarice. 1,000 yuan held a significance for Zhang Jiazhuang that was beyond the comprehension of any urban youth. To illustrate, it equated to the price of half a bride. Thus, describing Chen Ergou's exorbitant pricing as akin to a lioness demand is not an exaggeration. However, the villagers, in their simplicity and loyalty, would not dare to expose Chen Ergou's unscrupulousness. Despite his notorious reputation for lacking integrity, he had exerted considerable effort in several disputes with neighboring villages. Were it not for the contributions of the Chen brothers, Zhang Jiazhuang would not enjoy its current tranquility. In this manner, the tall young man, exuding the charisma of a leader, decisively settled on the price with Chen Ergou. The expenditure of 1,000 or 2,000 was likely less than a mere fraction of his nocturnal escapades. There was no need for further discussion. He was indifferent to whether that rather unrefined young farmer had truly reaped a significant bargain. In his view, should he encounter a wild boar or a black bear, offering 10,000 would pose no issue at all. Just imagine returning to and boasting of having personally hunted a black bear. What an alluring tale that would be. The enchanting girl with mesmerizing, glistening eyes cast but a fleeting glance at the unrefined Chen Ergou, and thereafter, she bestowed no further attention upon him. Clad in a tattered cotton coat adorned with glaring patches, in her world, such imperfections seemed to belong only in cinematic portrayals. She nestled delicately against her boyfriend, meticulously inspecting her vibrantly painted nails, while the astonished gazes of villagers ranging from 8 to 80 enveloped her in delight. Chen Ergou quietly exhaled in relief and inquired, "When do we venture into the mountains?" The young man, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "Now. We shall retrieve our gear from the car, and head into the mountains immediately. Any objections? Chen Ergou narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. None at all. Witnessing this smile, which appeared somewhat sycophantic yet left an uncomfortable impression, a woman expertly handling a camera captured a close-up shot of a toothless child grinning broadly. In that moment, she fortuitously recorded a rather amusing scene. Chen Ergou intently scrutinized the alluring figure of a siren, who, unbeknownst to her, had subtly captivated nearly all the male members of the convoy with her enchanting demeanor. His eyes, laden with the typical male intrigue, also held a hint of peculiar amusement, prompting her to muse wryly. Indeed, it seems that impoverished mountains and treacherous waters give rise to cunning folk. Chapter 003. Bow hunting. Chen Ergou was equally intrigued by what peculiar equipment this group of affluent individuals would bring into the mountains. He speculated that a shotgun was the most likely choice, pondering the opportunity to witness the grandeur of an upgraded model. His primary understanding of the external world stemmed from the dilapidated high school library, where he had gleaned that hunting was becoming increasingly popular domestically. He had heard that the Lushui River Changbai mountain hunting ground welcomed a considerable number of eager, yet inexperienced hunters each year. With eager anticipation, he tucked his hands into his sleeves and followed the crowd to the village entrance. To his astonishment, he was met with several imposing vehicles, their presence striking him profoundly despite it being his first encounter. Among these, he noticed two cars with unusual license plates, one beginning with Shun K3 and the other with Shun Y7, the latter adorned with red lettering. While the rest were in clean black, the font elegantly curved in a semicircular manner, absurdly reminding him of the red and the black. Though he, a true frog at the bottom of the well, did not fully comprehend that Shun K3 signified an affiliation with the Heilongjiang military district, he could intuit that the owner of the vehicle was no ordinary individual. His gaze instinctively lingered on a woman who refused to lower her camera, seemingly connected to the vehicle marked Shun Y7. Shifting his focus, he then observed the young gentlemen unloading their gear from their respective cars, and he paused momentarily, murmuring, "Bows?" In the realm of hunting, distinctions were made between gun hunting and bow hunting, with an even more primal style known as knife hunting existing as well. To Chen Ergou, gun hunting resembled fishing with a net, while bow hunting was akin to angling with a rod. Both required skill, yet without a doubt, the latter presented a greater challenge. Chen Ergou did not find it particularly pleasant to venture into the mountains with this group of novices. For hunting was not akin to tourism, where one merely admired the scenery. Who could tell when a ravenous beast might emerge unexpectedly? Chen Ergou gazed, somewhat dumbfounded, at these eager city dwellers, who seemed to genuinely believe themselves to be skilled archers merely for their penchant for spending money on thrilling escapades. The bows before him, intricate and replete with metallic allure, stood in stark contrast to the rudimentary design of his own homemade bow. They exuded a chilling aura, and even the sight of the arrows evoked a sense of bloodshed, as if each bow were grinning menacingly at him. These were undeniably novel weapons, at least to Chen Ergou, who had roamed and frolicked in the mountains for nearly 2 decades. Despite his extensive experience, he held little fondness for bows. However, Fu Gui, his companion, had a genuine passion for them, akin to his own fascination with the broader world beyond. Thus, Chen Ergou contemplated that if he were to earn a windfall, he might procure such a weapon to gift to Fu Gui, oblivious to the fact that the money he might earn would scarcely suffice to purchase such exquisite bows. The large man returned home to change his attire, striding towards the village entrance with a formidable bow slung over his shoulder and a cloth bag in hand. He presented Chen Ergou with a hunting knife and a pair of uniquely crafted leather boots. After donning the boots, Chen Ergou placed his former liberation shoes into the cloth bag and called out to the group of affluent individuals, who were busily organizing their tasks. "We can set off now." To Chen Ergou's surprise, the large man seemed rather indifferent to the sophisticated cold weapons, merely casting a cursory glance before turning back to Chen Ergou with a bemused grin. As the city dwellers beheld the towering figure of this nearly 2-meter-tall, robust man, adorned with an imposing horned bow that commanded immediate attention, they could not help but perceive a raw authenticity that surpassed even the most ardent gym instructors. At that moment, they realized that beneath his foolish grin lay a certain rugged masculinity. The sheer size of the bow, almost absurd in its enormity, instilled a subtle sense of diminishment in their own composite or recurved bows, which now seemed akin to mere toys. The group embarked on their journey into the mountains. Led by the hulking figure, with Chen Ergou bringing up the rear, accompanied by an unassuming local dog that lingered affectionately around him. Perhaps due to the large man's swift strides, after roughly an hour of trekking, the girl called out in fatigue. Chen Ergou did not object. As they were about to truly enter the forest, a brief respite seemed harmless. However, as the delicate beauty prepared to rest her posterior upon a tree stump, Chen Ergou swiftly intervened, exclaiming, "Do not sit." Startled, the lovely girl shot a fierce glare at this rustic fellow, and the others turned their attention to Chen Ergou. The instigator frowned slightly and explained, "This is a rule of the mountains." Although the group did not fully grasp the significance of this so-called rule, they did not press Chen Ergou further. The beautiful girl, comforted by her boyfriend, soon regained her composure and resumed her cheerful demeanor. Chen Ergou squatted on the ground, gently caressing the head of a black dog, his gaze warm and affectionate. The dog, resembling a wolf with its sleek, glossy fur, bore numerous scars that marred its otherwise striking appearance. Though its frame was not imposing, it occasionally exuded an air of fierce tenacity. Yet, in the presence of Chen Ergou, this battle-scarred canine was solely focused on wagging its tail. Nearby, a tall, simple-minded man stood, grinning as he observed the tender interaction between the two. Click! A flash illuminated the scene, capturing the intimate moment shared between Chen Ergou and his dog. The woman, still holding her camera, stood before him and inquired nonchalantly, "Is it customary for you to mutter to yourself before entering the mountains?" Chen Ergou nodded, glancing at a tree stump nearby, and explained, "The elders say that as the mountain chief's pillow, one must not sit on it." The woman softly asked, "Do you believe in that?" "Yes," Chen Ergou replied decisively, as if sensing a gaze upon him from behind, adding, "No laughing." This immediately silenced the grinning man. With a swift sound, Chen Ergou commanded the black dog, which then sprang forth with remarkable agility, vanishing into the depths of the forest. He slowly rose and looked at the woman, saying, "I know you, like Fu Gui, do not hold such beliefs. After all, both of you are atheists and materialists. Believing in this is far too superstitious and outdated." The woman placed her camera aside with a light laugh, stating, "In fact, a scientific explanation can clarify your custom. The roots of the stump extend underground, causing certain miasmas to seep and evaporate through the wood's grain. If one sits for too long, the dampness can inevitably seep into the body, leading to illness." Chen Ergou paused for a moment and asked, "Have you studied this?" She shook her head and replied, "I haven't studied it, I just saw it and thought of it." With a hint of emotion, Chen Ergou scratched his head and remarked, "You must be an undergraduate, right?" She smiled gently, as if she had heard a rather amusing joke, and without offering an explanation, simply nodded in acknowledgement. For the second time, she scrutinized this somewhat clever peasant, pondering if, in his world, the definition of intelligence was merely being an undergraduate. She sighed, gazing up at the panoramic view from the top of the birch forest, and muttered to herself, "It is the best of times. It is the worst of times." Even if Chen Ergou had heard her, he would have naturally been unable to comprehend, as that was the purest form of old-fashioned English accent. A person like him, with almost zero spoken English skills, would likely not have failed to enter a third-tier university if not for the burden of the language, although to him, both third-tier and vocational schools held the same significance. His high school English teacher, whose spoken English was abysmal, would probably not have passed the level for exam himself, and the results of his students could be easily imagined. Suddenly, she asked, "May I pose a rather impolite question? Why are you called Ergou?" Chen Ergou self-deprecatingly replied, "My given name is not easy to pronounce, and since there happened to be 2 dogs at home, the villagers gave me this nickname. Initially, I was not accustomed to it, but over time, I grew indifferent to it." The woman looked slightly taken aback, evidently struggling to accept this trivial fact. She suddenly noticed the pair of leather boots on Chen Ergou's feet and inquired, "Are those not traditional shoes?" Chen Ergou never anticipated that this young lady was familiar with the intricacies of the leather shoes known as LL11. She seemed to possess a smattering of knowledge about everything, and such cleverness in a woman could be disconcerting. Suddenly, her gaze dimmed, as if stirred by a distant memory. She inhaled deeply and nodded, saying, "Yes, they are LL11, hand-stitched by my mother. The leather is sourced from the hindquarters and spine of cattle, interwoven with LL grass to provide warmth and moisture resistance, comfortable yet durable. A single large hide yields only 4 pairs, making it a treasured item for us." She smiled, adding, "Indeed, it is precious." Chen Ergou chuckled softly, interpreting her acknowledgement as a mere formality. His smile was tinged with a hint of shyness and restraint, a remnant of his old habits. He always felt uneasy in the presence of girls, especially a beautiful and affluent city lady. Sweat had already begun to bead in his palms. Yet his talent for performance allowed him to mask his anxiety fairly well. Unbeknownst to him, his tightly clenched, trembling fists had already caught the keen attention of this observant woman. With a smile, she inquired, "What about your other dog?" Chen Ergou hesitated for a moment before responding nonchalantly, "It has passed away." She paused briefly, then softly replied, "I'm sorry." Chen Ergou gazed at her, as if he were staring at a massive wild boar weighing 500 to 600 pounds. Yet this boar bore an exquisite beauty that rendered the woman unexpectedly self-conscious, prompting her to instinctively adjust her glasses. Chapter 004. The brave. This hunting party, distinctly divided by wealth and social standing, ventured deeper into the heart of the mountains. Along the way, they encountered a few hapless wild chickens that stumbled into their line of fire. Chen Ergou found it difficult to commend the archery skills of these young lords. Upon spotting their minuscule quarry, their excitement resembled that of someone who had just encountered a sworn enemy, filled with exaggerated astonishment and raucous shouts. Chen Ergou could only chuckle at their antics. With such abysmal proficiency, how could they dare attempt to hunt a 600-pound wild boar? In truth, despite his years of experience in these mountains, Chen Ergou had only ever laid eyes on a wild boar slightly exceeding 500 pounds. To those who had only tasted pork but never witnessed a pig in motion, such a creature was as formidable as a compact bulldozer, capable of charging through anything in its path. A 600-pound boar? Chen Ergou scoffed. Those modern, precision-engineered bows would likely reach their limits, and even if they managed to strike a vital spot, it was doubtful they could fell the beast on the spot. Furthermore, he harbored considerable doubts regarding the arm strength of these young aristocrats. While their marksmanship left much to be desired, their numbers proved advantageous, resulting in a modest haul of spoils, which included 2 bloodied wild chickens riddled with wounds, a rabbit with a perforated skull, and an unfortunate squirrel. This squirrel, in search of food, had evaded capture for quite some time amid the branches, surviving the onslaught of arrows, only to be accidentally struck by an errant shot. Upon learning that each of these arrows cost several tens of dollars, Chen Ergou felt a pang of sympathy for them. As they journeyed onward, Chen Ergou gradually discerned the composition of the group. The tall youth leading them, hailing from Heilongjiang, was named Yang Kais, while his girlfriend was affectionately referred to as Wei Wei. 2 individuals from Shanghai, Zhou Lingfeng and Sun Guitang, presented a striking visual contrast, one stout and the other slender. Additionally, there was a refined and somewhat bookish young man from Hangzhou, seemingly a top student from Zhejiang University, which evoked Chen Ergou's admiration. A woman with a penchant for photography remained somewhat detached from the group, speaking very little, leaving Chen Ergou uncertain of her temperament. The man accompanying her, resembling a silent wooden figure, maintained his reticence throughout the journey. In terms of hunting, Chen Ergou considered himself somewhat knowledgeable and could tell that the robust man with bronze skin was no stranger to the wilderness. The large man did not wield the imposing oxhorn bow, thereby sparing the wealthy youths any embarrassment. Chen Ergou understood that if the affluent were to take action, the others would lack the pride to continue their revelry. This was not a matter of his prompting the wealthy. Rather, they were perceptive enough to handle such trivialities independently. Qibing, have you ever encountered a wild boar weighing over 600 pounds? The woman evidently had not experienced the rigors of outdoor hunting. Though she did not bemoan her plight, like the beautiful girl ahead, her journey was arduous, reflected solely in her pace. While her expression remained as unperturbed as a glass of plain water, now devoid of the leisure to capture photographs, keeping pace with the group was a challenge in itself, prompting her to pose a question to the silent figure at her side. Yes, I have. I believe it was 613 pounds. One person simply cannot carry it. The wooden figure finally spoke, though that was a matter of 8 or 9 years past, in the enchanting realm of Shenangjia, Hubei. Indeed, silence is golden. But once the words are uttered, they often astonish the listener to their core. Chen Ergou, who trailed closely behind, was taken aback by the sheer size of the wild boar king. A mere 4 or 5 ordinary hunting dogs would be utterly inadequate to confront such a formidable creature. The lead dog, should it charge, would likely meet a swift demise at the hands of its lethal tusks. Chen Ergou had witnessed such scenes before. The woman, with a sense of wonder, remarked, "There is a saying, the wild boar ranks first, followed by the bear, and then the tiger." The wild boar is the most formidable. The black bear comes next, and the tiger is last. I recall my grandfather mentioning that the wild boars in the pine forest are the most fearsome, as they often rub against a type of pine tree that secretes a sticky resin. Rolling in the mud, they become as if clad in armor, impervious to bullets. Am I mistaken, Qibing? The wooden figure nodded in affirmation. Chen Ergou stroked his chin, genuinely intrigued by the origins of this astute woman. After a moment of silence, she abruptly inquired, how was such a wild boar king brought down? The man, as stoic as wood, calmly replied with 2 words, by hand. She remained silent, exhibiting a composure that surprised Chen Ergou. Unable to suppress a gulp, he craned his neck to glance at the lead figure, Fugawei, pondering when that simpleton might acquire such extraordinary prowess. Who wouldn't he desire to ascend to greatness, elevating even the lowly alongside oneself? Chen Ergou mused that perhaps only Fugawei, the fool, harbored no such ambition. At times, he believed the criticisms of Fugawei's simplicity were not entirely unfounded. Suddenly, a series of deep and resonant barks echoed from afar, the sound rich and full of vitality. A great catch. Chen Ergou and the oafish giant exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. Without the interference of these bothersome wealthy individuals, he would seize this lucrative opportunity with all his might. Yet, with this crowd present, should an accident occur, perhaps a severed limb, Chen Ergou would find himself unable to compensate, even if he were to exhaust his entire fortune. Wild boars care not whether one is the son of a magnate or a high-ranking official, they would charge forth indiscriminately. Ultimately, even if Chen Ergou were to eradicate every wild piglet in the mountain range, it would avail him nothing. Upon this reflection, Chen Ergou dashed forward, navigating the thicket with agile grace, earning the woman's admiration for a fleeting moment. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, his well-built physique, though imposing, could easily be mistaken for clumsiness. Yet, the oafish giant, despite wielding a massive bow, moved with the stealth of a nimble leopard, darting into action without making a sound, akin to a nocturnal feline prowling the shadows. Together, he and Chen Ergou hastened towards the source of the barking dogs. Within the dense forest, a pig and a dog faced off. The black dog, barely distinguishable from an ordinary mutt, crouched low, its gaze fierce like that of a wolf. Before them stood a wild boar of considerable size, its formidable tusks sharp and menacing, letting out a low growl. While a single dog posed little threat to its life, it would not dismiss such provocation lightly. The large, simple-minded cat stood behind a pine tree, perfectly positioned against the wind, clutching a bow and arrow in its hand. The light filtering through the pine forest was dim, and the ancient, dark yellow horned bow stood out remarkably, a testament to the rarity of such formidable horns. Chen Ergou crouched behind him, marveling, goodness, that must weigh around 450 pounds. I cannot tell whether it is misfortune or fortune to encounter it today. Fugawei, are you confident? There is still a group of embroidered pillows behind us. If you are uncertain, I can have Black Jackal lead this beast away. There's no need to take such a great risk for a mere 500 or 600. The large, simple-minded fellow chuckled and raised 3 fingers. Chen Ergou furrowed his brow and asked, are you sure 3 arrows will suffice? The large man nodded, his smile endearingly naive. Yet his eyes held a wildness that was incomprehensible to ordinary people. If the detail-oriented woman were to see this, she would undoubtedly conclude that such a gaze could not belong to a mere fool. Chen Ergou grit his teeth and said, then I will serve as bait alongside Black Jackal. You just wait for the right moment. The large man shook his head and turned to glance back towards the direction of the wealthy young masters and young ladies. Chen Ergou understood his intent. Fugawei wished to use that group as bait. Sighing, he remarked, Fugawei, their lives are worth more than ours. Since you are confident, let me handle it. Besides, if you happen to falter, I still have a chance to survive, for I have Black Jackal by my side. I won't perish. The large man maintained his smile, yet stubbornly shook his head. As the group of young rascals, seemingly encountering a wild boar for the first time, approached closely, Chen Ergou had no intention of persuading this obstinate beast. Instead, he charged forward, placing his middle finger to his lips to emit a sharp whistle. The black dog, previously entangled with the wild boar, immediately retreated and sprinted towards Chen Ergou, the two of them running in perfect harmony. Almost simultaneously, the hulking figure took action, bending his arm, drawing his bow, and aiming, executing a series of movements with an effortless fluidity. as if he had anticipated Chen Ergou's actions all along. At that moment, everyone outside this brotherly duo could catch a glimpse of the hulking figure's silhouette, observing a robust frame with thick arms stretching a gigantic hornbow, which appeared as full as the moon, exuding an innate wildness. In the hazy light, he stood majestic, resembling a deity of war. In all, one could only ponder the immense strength required to draw such a massive hornbow to such a terrifying extent. The young aristocrats, having spent some time in the archery club, revered the legends of those capable of drawing 80 or 90-pound compound bows. As for drawing over 100 pounds, such feats belonged to the realm of myth for these amateurs. At that level, one could easily challenge a polar bear or a North American grizzly. Witnessing this spectacle, it was not just them. Even the silent man, who had encountered a wild boar weighing over 600 pounds, found his pupils constricting in astonishment. Bang! The first arrow shot forth, its piercing sharpness rendering the group of reckless youths, who had carelessly struck a few trifles, momentarily devoid of jealousy or shame. Instead, they were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of suffocation, struggling to fathom the fate that awaited the quarry pierced by that arrow. A chilling scream echoed through the air. The second exceptionally long arrow was nimbly clasped between two fingers, the immense bow once more drawn into a formidable arc that remained awe-inspiring upon its second unveiling. As the prey fled, the bow and its wielder moved in parallel, and within seconds, the arrow was released with explosive force. This time, the creature's wail was even more harrowing, reverberating throughout the forest, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard it. Before the echoes of that agonizing cry faded, the third long arrow was swiftly loosed, and the onlookers could distinctly hear the sound of the arrow piercing the creature's flesh, its subsequent cry tinged with despair. Setting aside the magnificent hornbow, a figure of considerable stature turned around with a radiant smile, exuding a naive charm devoid of any guile. A group, rendered speechless by the shocking scene, arrived to find a grotesquely plump wild boar sprawled on the ground, 3 arrows embedded in its body, 1 in its leg, another in its neck, and the third having penetrated through its ear and into its brain, a truly fatal wound. The native scion of Heilongjiang, Yang Kai's, gazed apprehensively at the towering figure and muttered, "Gorilla?" A scion of a wealthy family, studying at Zhejiang University, crouched down to observe the spoils of battle. After a prolonged struggle, he found himself unable to extract the third arrow, exclaiming in awe, "What a monster!" A beautiful girl, her face drained of color, concealed herself behind the crowd, stealing a glance at the massive wild boar convulsing in a pool of blood. After much contemplation, she finally uttered with trembling voice, "Freak." Chapter 005. The dog and the woman. The process was thrilling, yet the conclusion proved rather mundane. Chen Ergou, at the behest of a group of privileged youths, removed the tusks from the wild boar as a keepsake for them. Subsequently, the group took turns posing with the creature, which continued to wail for an extended period, refusing to succumb to its fate. Ironically, the protagonist, a towering figure, appeared the most at ease, maintaining his jovial demeanor akin to that of a laughing Buddha. In that moment, however, some onlookers perceived a profound significance, akin to the amusement derived from observing animals in their natural antics. "This boar is yours. I shall additionally grant you 1,000 yuan. What do you say?" Yang Kai's proclaimed generously after taking a photograph with his partner. Although he had not actively participated in the hunt, the mere sight of the prize was sufficient to elate them for quite some time. Their interest did not lie in the flesh of the boar, but rather in the sheer enjoyment of the experience. Having finally removed the tusks, Chen Ergou's hands were drenched in blood. With a nod, he acknowledged the 2,000 yuan now in his possession. It was worth the effort. Yang Kai's gingerly accepted the tusks, requiring an entire pack of napkins to meticulously wrap them. Chen Ergou then made his way to the base of a tree, where he sat down heavily, leaning against the trunk and gazing up at the sky while drawing deep breaths. Indeed, such endeavors were not meant for mere mortals. The thought of being pursued by a beast weighing almost 500 pounds was steeped in dark humor. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the first arrow, which struck the creature's leg and slowed its advance, Chen Ergou would surely have left a part of himself behind today, though whether that would have been a leg or an arm remained uncertain. The simpleton beside him set aside his cowhorn bow and leaned against the tree trunk alongside Chen Ergou, remaining silent. There was no hint of the pride and arrogance one might expect after accomplishing such a feat in his smile. Instead, he gently rubbed his right arm, revealing the lingering effects of drawing the bow thrice. Chen Ergou made no effort to inquire about his well-being. He merely closed his eyes, maintaining a posture of gazing skyward, and began to hum a tune, a piece titled Singing Facial Masks, rich in the essence of Peking opera, sung with clear diction and precision, evoking a certain charm. The simpleton beside him seemed to relish the moment, eyes shut, swaying his head gently, his lips forming a slight smile, appearing as endearingly foolish as ever. A stark contrast to the heroic figure he had just portrayed, wielding the bow like a full moon. The woman, usually fond of capturing moments through her camera, refrained this time. Approaching the tree, she softly remarked, "I used to know that making money was not easy, but I never realized it could be this difficult." 2000. Chen Ergou opened his eyes, gazing longingly at the sky, akin to a frog destined to remain beneath the trees for eternity. His smile bore no self-mockery or sorrow, pure as the pine forest surrounding them, and he quietly mused, "For me, that is quite sufficient." She crouched down and suddenly gestured toward the sky, forming a rectangle with her hands, and smiled. "Chen Ergou, look, you can only see this much of the sky now, which is why you can feel content. But what if one day you step beyond this land and witness more? Would you still be satisfied with 2000? Chen Ergou turned to glance at the rather enigmatic woman. It appeared that wealthy, beautiful, and intelligent women possessed an inherent propensity for melancholy. Without hesitation, he replied, "Of course not. I prefer the candidness of intelligent individuals when the moment calls for it." The woman laughed heartily, her laughter lacking decorum, and perhaps tinged with a hint of neurosis, yet it resonated with a remarkably clear and melodious quality, akin to the gentle trickle of water as the heavy snow began to melt. Chen Ergou found this sound quite delightful. His aesthetic sensibilities were not particularly demanding, merely tolerating an average physique, a passable visage, a modest voice, an acceptable intellect, and an ordinary demeanor. Despite being unable to discern the woman's beauty, he surmised she was likely quite appealing. However, he restrained his imagination, harboring no extravagant hopes for anything further. In Chen Ergou's view, as a penniless individual devoid of self-awareness, he would be no different than a foolish, hapless character. Nearby, a motionless figure observed her laughter with a complex expression, a mixture of surprise, solace, and a hint of acknowledgement towards Chen Ergou, albeit minimal. His interests were primarily directed towards the clumsy giant, who was not among the naive youths with a superficial understanding of archery. The significance of drawing that horned bow was likely understood only by him, the expert. He cast a glance at the giant, who was absorbed in polishing his longbow, and mused to himself that he was indeed a rare gem. Subsequently, this group of affluent heirs turned their attention to some inconsequential small animals. Their initial overwhelming victories soon rendered them disinterested in further pursuits, leading them to propose a return to the village. Chen Ergou naturally had no objections to this plan. He instructed Fugui to remain in the woods and keep watch over the wild boar, as he intended to escort the others back before returning to assist Fugui in subduing the creature and bringing it home. Along the way, the remarkably individualistic woman ceased her conversation with Chen Ergou, instead murmuring to a piece of wood. Due to the presence of the wild boar, the young gentleman regarded Chen Ergou with noticeably softer expressions, allowing for a peaceful return to the village. A throng of children, who had been curiously exploring the off-road vehicles, scattered at once. Yang Kai's tossed Chen Ergou 2,500 yuan bills, remarking that he would return when time permitted. The sight of Chen Ergou meticulously counting the money twice before placing it into his pocket elicited a round of quiet laughter from the group. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, melancholic glow over the village, reminiscent of an aged matron, the off-road vehicles roared to life. This commotion stirred the village, causing the unsophisticated chickens, ducks, cats, and dogs to leap in excitement. Chen Ergou gazed intently at the jeep bearing the license plate Shun Y7 as it slowly departed, his eyes reflecting a pure innocence. Feeling the weight of the 2,500 yuan pressed against his chest, Chen Ergou did not wait for the convoy to vanish from view. He resolutely turned and walked towards the mountains. Lacking extensive education, he understood that merely standing there for a century would not grant him entry into that exclusive circle. As he walked, a tinge of bitterness filled his thoughts. He envisioned a future where, once he acquired wealth, he would buy a car, along with a model, and instead of relying on them, he would generously distribute everything to the beggars by the roadside. Zhou Lingfeng drove his Hummer, bearing the Shanghai license plate. still engulfed in the overwhelming shock brought on by the wild boar. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone interrupted his reverie. It was Yang Kai's. Upon answering, he donned his earphones, and the laughter emanating from the other end was imbued with a playboy's charm. Yang Kai swiftly cut to the chase, saying, "Lingfeng, are you not considering testing the waters with that girl?" Through the rearview mirror, Zhou Lingfeng glanced at the Beijing 212, another military vehicle, and chuckled. "Well, there hasn't been an opportunity." The laughter on the phone erupted. "You rascal, I bet once you arrive in Harbin, you won't dare approach her. By then, won't it be a matter of summoning any woman you desire at will?" Zhou Lingfeng shrugged, replying, "Since we're on the return journey, I won't pursue her any further. Observing her behavior these past few days, I suspect she might be a lesbian or perhaps frigid. Though it's evident she possesses an appealing figure, I haven't sunk so low as to be without beautiful women in my life. Moreover, I've heard that the Beijing 212 is typically used by officers below the regiment level during training. I have a particular aversion to the offspring of such officers. They are like green beans, small in stature, but fraught with complications and repercussions. It's best to steer clear." Yang Kai's lowered his voice and chuckled softly. "Lingfeng, you underestimate the military, particularly our northeastern forces. Do you know what Xin Y7 signifies? You may only be aware that our Xinjiang military region ranks second in the nation, surpassed only by the Beijing military region, or that the Beijing military region is home to the so-called ever-victorious army of the. However, you are likely unaware of our Xinjiang military region's invincible army, the 39th Group Army, which is by no means inferior to. The license plate on that Beijing 212 vehicle belongs to the 39th Army. I sense that the driver possesses considerable skills, indicating that he is likely not an ordinary reconnaissance soldier. This young lady may not be as straightforward as you presume. When I acquire the information, if it turns out her lineage includes generals of the revolutionary era, you might find yourself regretting your decision." Zhou Lingfeng appeared visibly hesitant. Such opportunities are often fleeting, and he was inexplicably unsettled at the thought of that cold, expressionless visage. Yang Kai's fanned the flames, declaring, "Better to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to let one slip away." After sharing a hearty laugh with Yang Kai's, he hung up the phone, revealing a look of disdain on Zhou Lingfeng's face, one that he could not fathom, combined with an intense glimmer of conspiracy in his eyes. This was no expression of camaraderie one would expect from a mere acquaintance. The scion of a certain brigadier from the Heilongjiang military region sneered coldly. "Unless you stir up a considerable mess on my turf, how will you truly appreciate the value of our friendship?" Meanwhile, a beautiful girl, busy adjusting her makeup in front of the mirror, playfully inquired, "Kai's, do you truly intend to push me into his arms?" Yang Kai's did not even glance at her theatrical, sorrowful expression and said, "I am merely offering you an opportunity to earn money. If you ensnare that gentleman from Shanghai, it equates to acquiring an LV and a Chanel. If you truly possess the capability to marry into this prospective affluent family, you shall never again endure the elements. And it conveniently saves me a sum in breakup expenses. Isn't it a mutually beneficial affair that you would not refuse?" The girl planted a kiss on his cheek, her smile blossoming like a flower as she coyly replied, "I would. A heartless man and a mercenary woman. Such a pair often enjoys a honeymoon phase that lasts from beginning to end." Chapter 006. The choice. It was around midnight of the second chapter when Chen Ergou encountered Fu Gui on the road. The burly man was dragging a makeshift stretcher bearing a wild boar, alongside which lay a wild chicken and 2 mountain jumps. The absence of arrow wounds suggested that these were the fruits of Fu Gui's trap set 2 days prior. As the 2 men returned to the village with the wild boar, they attracted the attention of all the villagers, for it was a rare feat for a boar to reach such a size. Upon entering the village, some envious villagers teasingly inquired if they could exchange a dime for a mountain jump. Fu Gui, with his simple-minded grin, nodded in agreement. And soon the wild chicken and mountain jumps were spirited away, leaving Fu Gui with 3 dimes in hand. Chen Ergou wore a taut expression but chose to disregard the commotion. The villagers of Zhangjiazhai often engaged in a trivial game with Fu Gui, offering him a choice between a dime and a yuan. Yet for over a decade, this simpleton had consistently opted for the dime. Upon returning home, if one could call it that, Chen Ergou found himself in a mud brick dwelling at the far end of the village. This house had been constructed by Fu Gui himself. The lighting was dim, and although it was not yet late, it seemed that this was the only house in the village illuminated at this hour. After all, Electricity was a rather extravagant expense for Zhangjiazhai. Nevertheless, whenever the two brothers ventured into the mountains, even the slightest dimming of daylight would prompt the lights to flicker on, allowing the house to be seen from afar. A middle-aged woman stands at the doorway, serene, much like the lamp beside her, dim yet profoundly warm. Her stature is diminutive, and her visage bears the weathered marks reminiscent of rural women, with wrinkles akin to the mottled bark of white birch trees, chronicling the warmth and chill of the seasons. This genuine woman, in her 40s, would likely be mistaken for one in her 50s upon entering the city. Chen Ergou chuckles, "Mother, once I sell this pig, I shall buy you a little calf." The simpleton beams upon seeing his mother, his smile wide yet unspoken, as he deftly retrieves a hunting knife and a large chopping board to tend to the creature that promises substantial additional income for their household. Upon entering the house, Chen Ergou presents the 2,500 yuan to his mother, who accepts it with care, but without the typical glee one might expect from a woman unexpectedly blessed with windfall. She gazes at her son, adjusting the sleeves of his shirt, which have been tousled by branches, and softly says, "Ergou, let me keep this money for you. Whenever you wish to go out, I will give it back." Chen Ergou tidies himself up a bit, washes his face, and replies, "This money is to help Fu Gui find a bride. When I leave, I need to carry cash. Just enough for fare will suffice. I shall not starve. Once I have settled down, I will send money back." Fu Gui's wife must not be chosen carelessly, unlike those from other families in the village. I am determined to find him the most beautiful woman in the entire village. She smiles brightly, and the wrinkles spread from the corners of her eyes across her entire face, an undeniable testament to her joy, one she never seeks to conceal. For a woman who has never used facial oil, let alone cosmetics, she does not stand before the mirror lamenting the merciless passage of time. She gently patted Chen Ergou's head. When she smiled, her eyes would squint slightly, yet they always conveyed a hint of something unique, a quality reminiscent of her son. She remarked, "What use is beauty? It is one's character that truly matters. Wealth is irrelevant." Chen Ergou pouted and replied, "I do care." Seated on the Kong, Chen Ergou and his mother shared a meal, having mostly tidied up after the beastly habit of the large fellow who squatted at the door, devouring his food with reckless abandon, as though he were a starving ghost returned to life. Whenever his mother advised him to eat more slowly, he would turn, his face breaking into a clean, innocent smile, his cheeks stuffed with food. At such moments, Chen Ergou would scowl and admonish him not to laugh, and the big fellow would obediently suppress his grin, returning to the task of tackling the insufficiently greasy rice in his bowl. The middle-aged woman watched her son with a knowing smile. The entire village might label them as one not fitting for society and the other a fool. Yet in her eyes, they were undoubtedly the finest. She deftly placed a generous piece of fatty stewed meat into Chen Ergou's bowl before taking the last, slightly smaller piece and calling out to the squatting figure at the door, "Here, take this." The large fellow hurriedly approached, gratefully accepting the meat and carefully placing it into his bowl, his face lighting up with joy. Chen Ergou shot him a sidelong glance, about to offer some of the fat from his own bowl to the large fellow, when his mother rapped his chopsticks and said, "This is for you. Fu Gui has his own meat." Chen Ergou, feeling utterly helpless, decided to cease his efforts. Fu Gui, on the other hand, laughed heartily, gleefully returning to squat by the entrance, indulging in meat. This towering figure consumed his morsels by leaning down, pouting his lips to press against the fatty meat. Then, with a sudden inhalation, the slippery morsel would glide into his mouth, leaving him with greasy lips. He swiftly devoured rice, taking advantage of the oily feast to finish off nearly half a bowl in one go, before contentedly patting his belly, as if that piece of raw meat, which was half the size of what Chen Ergou had, was the most delectable delicacy in the world. Chen Ergou, unable to tolerate Fu Gui's antics, couldn't help but chuckle and scold him. The woman laughed as well, instinctively covering her mouth with her hand. In truth, even without such a gesture, her teeth were impeccably white, unlike the villagers of Zhangjiazhai whose mouths were stained with a yellowish hue. A closer inspection of this seemingly ordinary and quintessential Northeast peasant woman would reveal that her nails were neatly trimmed, her speech was slow and measured, and her demeanor was calm and gentle, qualities that evoked envy in literati and poets alike. These four words, embodying a serene composure amidst praise or scorn, appeared to have been subtly cultivated within her. Outside, a black dog began to bark, prompting a slight change in expression from Chen Ergou. The black wolfhound would not bark indiscriminately at villagers. After finishing his meal, the towering Fu Gui set down his bowl and stepped outside, soon returning with an unexpected guest in Chen Ergou's line of sight. This individual stood at the doorway, not rushing to enter, but rather surveying the interior decor before politely smiling at the middle-aged woman, greeting her with, "Auntie, hello." "Hello," responded Chen Ergou's mother, her Mandarin not particularly standard, yet markedly superior to that of the other villagers in Zhangjiazhai. However, it was apparent that she felt somewhat anxious upon encountering this unfamiliar individual. After all, she was merely a farmer who had toiled her whole life, not a sage from beyond the world. The peculiar term Annie caught her off guard, leaving her flustered. "You?" Chen Ergou queried, bemused. Although he had removed his cap, the black-framed glasses and camouflage attire made it easy for Chen Ergou to recognize this woman, who had a penchant for photography. Among the hunting party, she was the only one who evoked any fondness in him. Yet he did not consider himself the sort of man who could captivate a woman's attention at first sight. Such fortunate occurrences had never graced him, and his mind was astute enough to dismiss the allure of her delicately chiseled features. With a stern expression, he declared, "You must be interested in that bow belonging to Fu Gui. It is not for sale. No amount of money will persuade me." "Really not for sale?" the young woman inquired with a smile. Chen Ergou shook his head. "I can offer 20,000, she replied softly, maintaining that ever-composed demeanor that made one feel she was looking down from a great height. "I shall consider it. I need to consult Fu Gui," Chen Ergou responded, his ability to adapt to the changing winds of negotiation astonishingly swift, as his previously sour expression transformed into one of delight. The young woman was accompanied by a bumbling oaf who was absorbed in laughter, for the household decisions were predominantly made by Ergou. He never intervened in matters. And moreover, his brother was notorious in the village for his cunning nature. Every time he was taken advantage of, he would invariably reclaim his losses with interest. For instance, the tale of Zhang Niu Shang, who would never find a wife, would likely cost him a couple of doses of medicinal liquor. Should any scandal arise in the village, such as someone pilfering another's wife in the cornfield, it was almost certain that it was the scheming Ergou who had spread the rumors. Chen Ergou's mother discreetly pinched him and lowered her voice, saying, "This bow cannot be sold. I do not possess such funds, and in truth, I am not here to purchase a bow." The woman chuckled, entering the room where a shaven-headed wooden man stood guard at the door. She turned to Chen Ergou's mother, not concealing her intentions, and directly inquired, "Auntie, I have come to ask whether your son Fu Gui has any intentions of enlisting in the military. If he harbors such aspirations, regardless of the obstacles, I can assist him. One person enlists, the whole family is honored." This was an old slogan painted on a wall at the village's entrance. Regrettably, only Chen Ergou understood its significance, as this man, cursed by all the villagers, had explained that it represented unity and the importance of procreation. Enlisting in the military. The ever-impulsive Chen Ergou fixated on the fair visage before him, sensing that this was no jest. After all, who would venture into the depths of a mountain hollow in the dead of night merely to engage in frivolous banter? Such a notion could only arise from a mind struck senseless by a kick from a mule or crushed by a door. Yet, Fu Gui was not one to be easily swayed by a mere stack of cash tossed his way, as if it were an effortless exchange. The simpleton appeared blissfully content, while his mother awaited his decision, her gaze fixed upon him with anticipation. Chen Ergou instinctively touched his unshaven chin, contemplating, as he seemed momentarily at a loss for words. The young woman, however, displayed no urgency. She exuded a remarkable composure, always calm and collected, concealing her true thoughts beneath a serene exterior. She unobtrusively surveyed the interior, adorned with the rustic charm of a northeastern countryside home. Simple, unpretentious, and somewhat shabby, yet devoid of disorder. The signs of poverty were evident, yet the place was impeccably clean. Ultimately, her attention was drawn to a weathered photograph, yellowed with age, carefully housed within a frame and prominently displayed at the center of a wooden table in the corner. "I will not go," the simpleton declared, seemingly intent on sparing Chen Ergou from any quandary. The young woman shifted her gaze from the photograph to the towering figure. This being the first instance she had heard him speak, she had initially assumed him mute. "This matter is for me to decide," Chen Ergou replied, frowning as he addressed the young woman. "Let us speak outside." He retrieved an aged clay tobacco pipe from the wall, filling it with coarse tobacco before stepping out the door. Perched upon a mound of earth, he puffed on the pipe, adopting the demeanor of a worldly elder. The young woman gazed at his retreating figure, experiencing a somewhat absurd illusion. It was indeed quite challenging to reconcile the image of a man with a high school education with that of an aging smoker. The two remained silent for an extended period, while the taciturn man, whom young Kai's recognized as an extraordinary reconnaissance soldier, uttered not a single word. Standing behind this pair, whose backgrounds and knowledge were worlds apart, he may not have possessed a wealthy stature. Yet even an outsider like Chen Ergou understood that this individual was not to be trifled with. Why? Because the dogs that bite never bark. Chapter 007. Brother the black dog squatted beside Chen Ergou, gentle as a kitten. This creature had chased wild boars, pursued leopards, and even bitten black bears. Its bite was fiercer than that of a wolf. Yet, upon seeing Chen Ergou, it exhibited no trace of ferocity. The villagers whispered that it was a descendant of the mountain guardian dog that mated with a she-wolf 30 years prior. Chen Ergou puffed on his dry tobacco, exhaling clouds of smoke that enveloped a small earth mound, rendering it reminiscent of a perilous location where demons would surely emerge, as depicted in Journey to the West. Go. Chen Ergou inhaled deeply and then exhaled forcefully, speaking in a low voice. The young woman let out a sigh of relief and said, "If you are concerned that his enlistment may impose an economic burden on the family, there is no need for such worry. There are substantial allowances. Since I have the audacity to request his presence, I assure you he will not be assigned to a mundane local regiment. That would be a gross misuse of talent. What is your name? What is your background? Which military district will Guiguang be sent to? What is your contact information? How can I reach you promptly should anything arise?" Chen Ergou spoke in a single breath, negotiating with the meticulousness of a housewife haggling in a marketplace. The young woman appeared somewhat taken aback by this mode of communication. It was too abrupt, too forward, and for her, it was an entirely novel experience. She scrutinized Chen Ergou with an intensity akin to that of a predator observing a nearly 500-pound wild boar. However, the driver beside her furrowed his brow tightly. He was a soldier who did not appreciate the mannerisms exhibited by this person named Chen Ergou. The hesitance and lack of directness were unbecoming, especially since this matter was, in fact, wholly beneficial to the impoverished family, yet it felt as though they were humbling themselves in a plea for assistance. "I understand your perspective. It is indeed not easy," as if she had pinpointed the crux of the issue. She cast a long gaze at Chen Ergou's retreating figure, one that could hardly be described as profound or robust, but rather bore the subtle manifestations of a small person's struggle. She vowed, "I am not the high-ranking official's offspring you might imagine. My father is merely a mid-level officer, and my mother is currently unemployed. Nevertheless, I shall bring prosperity to the Xinjiang military region, specifically the 116th Motorized Infantry Division of the 39th Group Army, ensuring he receives the finest training. Ultimately, I am a military descendant, delighted to witness the emergence of an exceptional soldier, so this is not an act of charity, nor do I expect your gratitude. This favor I will repay," Chen Ergou replied, rising to his feet. His voice was soft as he gazed at the woman before him, whose name he did not yet know. There was no trace of cunning in her eyes, which struck him as peculiar. He recalled a village chief's son from high school, whose every word and deed exuded a certain insincerity, which he had interpreted as guile. She sighed, observing his resolute countenance, and said, "I shall stay in the village today, but tomorrow I will take my leave with my companions." With that, she departed alongside the taciturn man. Chen Ergou continued to crouch, smoking his dry tobacco. This slender cigarette was the only remnant of any worth left by his grandfather. He recalled his mother mentioning that the old man possessed a few bound volumes of antiquated books, but upon his passing, in accordance with his wishes, they were reduced to ashes. Chen Ergou had never met his grandmother, nor had his father. His mother rarely spoke of these matters. He gleaned fragments of their history from the ramblings of the village elders. His father was an ineffectual son-in-law, accompanied by a cantankerous old man, who, after fathering him, simply departed, much like certain characters depicted in television dramas about rural life. Such a sordid existence seemed unworthy of scrutiny. To claim that Chen Ergou felt no hatred would be mere self-deception. He once shattered a picture frame in his youth, and that incident marked the first and only occasion his resilient mother shed tears before him. With his eyes slightly reddened, Chen Ergou tilted his head and spat towards the heavens, cursing, "God damn it, you wretched heavens." His mother would be displeased. She often advised against cursing the heavens. As his grandfather had once said, "The simpleton whose arrival was unbeknownst to Chen Ergou, squatted beside him, grinning foolishly, unchanged after more than 20 years. I'll curse if I want to, what of it? If you have the power, strike me with lightning. Chen Ergou retorted defiantly. The simpleton sighed, falling surprisingly silent. It's settled then. You are leaving tomorrow. Chen Ergou finally broke the silence. The simpleton shook his head. Chen Ergou abruptly stood, a surge of bitter anger rising within him, and shouted, You foolish dolt, why won't you leave? What will you do if you linger here forever? Regarded as a fool? Will you merely laugh at those true imbeciles? Every day, gazing at the diminutive village. Chen Ergou's anger intensified as he observed the silent, yet unyielding presence of Fugui. You possess a sharper intellect, excel in hunting, exhibit greater ferocity in combat, and boast superior health. In every aspect, you surpass me. Why must you relinquish all the good things to me? You are afforded the privilege of education, the finest garments. And while we wear shoes crafted from the same cowhide, why is it that yours, made from the base of the tail, is fit for you while I am left with the spine? Even in dining, I am relegated to the larger morsels. My mother displays her favoritism. As her son, I cannot voice my grievances, nor dare to. Can't you at least express your discomfort? Now, when I urge you to leave, you stubbornly refuse. What are you truly contemplating? The simpleton managed to muster a smile and gently replied, Mother's health is frail. If I step outside, you will be unable to leave. Chen Ergou's face darkened with frustration as he cast aside his smoking pipe and exclaimed, Can't you ever think of your own needs? Must I be indebted to you for a lifetime? Fugui, the towering figure, hurriedly retrieved the pipe, cradled it in his arms, and resumed his crouch, avoiding the sight of Chen Ergou's nearly ferocious countenance. After a prolonged silence, he spoke softly, You do not owe me. Anyone can owe me, except for you. Ergou, since grandfather has departed, if I do not protect you and mother, who will? Fulfilling this duty brings me peace at night and makes even the simplest of meals enjoyable. Chen Ergou squatted down, biting his lip in contemplation. Ergouzi, who claims you lack the intellect of this wooden block? Your grandfather had long foretold that you would undoubtedly surpass me in success, while everyone believed him to be perpetually intoxicated during his lifetime. I am aware that he possessed a clarity of mind surpassing that of any other. At that time, you were still young and unable to perceive certain truths. So do not harbor resentment towards him. He genuinely cared for you. The simpleton, Fuqian, spoke softly, a smile gracing his lips, though this smile is one that the villagers are destined never to witness. He has engaged in his trivial game of 1 cent and $1 for over a decade. And while many consider him foolish, they fail to realize that this so-called fool has been amusing himself by leading them in a rather simplistic game year after year. Generally, people perceive Chen Ergou, who cannot abide any slight against the Chen family from outsiders, as a tough character. Yet this silent fool seems to possess an even greater ferocity. In Chen Ergou's memory, the grandfather he ought to have called his own was an old man fond of drinking while humming Peking opera. He used to find it incomprehensible, and by the time he could grasp it, the opportunity to listen had vanished. The towering figure gazed at the smoking pipe in his hand and murmured, Grandfather forbade me from speaking of this, as did my mother, but I feel it is imperative for you to know. During his final year, grandfather languished in bed, passing away on the first day of the new year. You were too young to comprehend the extent of his suffering. He had nearly wasted away, and even the slightest movement would elicit cold sweats. Do you know why he endured until the new year? Grandfather believed that if he succumbed at the age of 81, his next life would be favorable, but it would bring misfortune to his descendants. Thus, he persevered until the first day of the new year, leaving this world at the age of 82. The site of his burial was chosen by him, and I accompanied him through the mountains until we finally selected that particular hillside. Ergouzi, do you understand? The feng shui there is such that it propels the deceased toward misfortune in the afterlife. Yet, paradoxically, it bestows blessings upon you. This was all meticulously calculated by grandfather during his lifetime. I recall him standing there, taking a sip of wine, and saying to me, Fugui, do you think that this child, Fuxing, will resent me for choosing a distant burial site? He is a child who detests trouble and is frail. Traversing long distances during the chilly Qingming season would not be easy for him. Chen Ergou and Chen Fuxing are clearly two extremes. The villagers cannot fathom the significance that the elder Chen placed upon the name Fuxing. They merely find the name Ergou pleasant to the ear. This troublesome Ergou, whom many in the village despised to the point of gnashing their teeth, squatted down, burying his head in his knees, obscuring his expression from view. In fact, the seemingly foolish Fuguai, who was smarter than he appeared, gently set the smoking pipe beside Chen Ergou, stood up, and, noticing a young woman standing a short distance away, flashed a smile before stepping into the house. She gazed at the trembling silhouette atop the mound, her eyes filled with a distant haze. Then, she heard a voice that would forever echo in her memory, a melody of Peking opera she had never encountered before. Imbued with choking emotion and tremors, emanating from the lips of a man, Tiananmen, the Forbidden City, the Yongle Bell, resounding through the ages. The Ming Tomb's front gate, the red leaves of fragrant hills, the maple groves. Sad yet unbroken, the moonlight spills upon Kunlun. She was well-versed in Peking opera and recognized this as the aria of a Huadan, aware that she had witnessed men masterfully emulate female voices. Yet none could truly be deemed a supreme rendition. Rising with her smoking pipe in hand, she turned, and it seemed that the man, originally known as Chen Fuxing but now referred to as Chen Ergou, was oblivious to her presence as they brushed past each other. She remained silent, merely following this man whose demeanor was solemn to the point of rigidity. She understood his destination. From childhood, she had been regarded as exceedingly clever. Yet, she could not fathom why she trailed behind him. She reassured herself that her sole intention was to ascertain the distance to the old man's grave. The fool leaves behind wealth, while Chen Ergou steps forth. This appeared to be the fate of these two brothers. Chen Ergou carried a bag filled with provisions prepared by his mother, including cured meat, a warm cotton coat, freshly sewn cloth shoes, and a sum of 2,500 yuan, the purpose of which he was yet unaware. Upon arriving at the village entrance, his mother spoke little, simply holding on to his hand with unwavering grip. A tall, simple-minded man stood beside them, clad in a tattered cotton coat, chuckling foolishly. Chen Ergou cast a glance at the tractor. Today, he intended to ride it to a small town 40 miles away, then transfer to a bus bound for a small city, followed by an arduous 4-hour journey to Harbin. There awaited him a distant relative, an unremarkable connection, who planned to accompany him to Shanghai for work, merely seeking an expendable laborer. Such relatives could just as easily sell Chen Ergou into a life of servitude. A young woman adjusted her cap and left a note for Chen Ergou, inscribed with a number, urging him to call her if needed. The Beijing Jeep 212 kicked up dust as it departed, and Chen Ergou settled onto the tractor, closing his eyes for a moment of respite. As the tractor rumbled along the rugged path, he eventually opened his eyes to find Fu Guo and his black dog trailing them from a distance. With a sudden burst of energy, he stood, gazing at the familiar figures, particularly Fu Guo's rugged face, adorned with a smile so radiant it could mislead the world into thinking him a fool. "Do not laugh," Chen Ergou shouted with a booming voice. Indeed, the simple-minded Fu Guo ceased his laughter, finally halting his pursuit. After nearly 20 minutes of running, he bent over, gasping for breath, while the black dog, equally wide-eyed, gazed longingly at its master. Chen Ergou, who had been calling for wealth and prosperity since childhood, sat down again, wiped his eyes, and softly said, "Brother." Chapter 008. In distress, Chen Ergou had never encountered the world beyond his modest hometown, where the largest expanse he had known was the small town he attended high school in, with a mere population of 20 to 30,000. At that time, he merely perceived Zhangjiazi as diminutive. It was only upon arriving in Harbin that he grasped the insignificance of his hometown. As he searched the train station for familiar faces among the indifferent locals, he reluctantly extracted money to purchase a ticket to Shanghai. Once aboard the train, he gazed out the window, watching the ceaseless flow of travelers gradually fade from his sight. It was then that Chen Ergou realized Harbin was already receding into the distance, leaving him no time to savor the essence of the city. For him, Shanghai existed merely as a collection of pale descriptions from books, economic, prosperous, fashionable, terms that felt utterly abstract, akin to the countless times he had studied the monotonous image of a sunflower in his history book. Upon reaching the metropolis, he was reminded not to spit indiscriminately, lest he be fined. A local casually offered this advice before succumbing to a deep slumber, tightly clutching a cheap nylon bag purchased from a street vendor. Opposite him sat a slender man, clutching a crumpled, colorful copy of the Sanjiang Evening News, initially obscuring most of his face. One furtive eye surveyed the surrounding travelers, and only upon confirming the absence of anything amiss did he retreat the aging visage behind the newspaper. Chen Ergou, observing the article detailing the fortunate tale of a 2 yuan ticket yielding a 5 million jackpot, felt a surge of stubbornness. After enduring more than 2 decades of hardship, he had never contemplated altering his fate through lottery winnings, partly due to his disbelief in possessing such luck, partly due to a reluctance to part with that modest 2 yuan. Ultimately, perhaps it was the remnants of a quaint and outdated scholarly ideal that held him back. He mimicked his countrymen, tightly clutching the cloth bag containing all his possessions, aimlessly fixating on the hands that gripped the newspaper. He recalled how his grandfather used to hold his hand, uttering words he could not comprehend even as a child, arcane and esoteric. He wondered if his current beliefs in the supernatural were shaped by those moments. Gazing out the window, his right hand instinctively caressed a red string tied around his left wrist, reminiscent of his high school entrance examination days. That time, the outcome had predictably sent him back to Zhangjiashan in disgrace. He pondered whether he might be destined to repeat that pattern. In that thought, he absent-mindedly inscribed the phrase "repeat the old path" in the air. Fortunately, he had not forgotten. He questioned if his scant knowledge could indeed qualify him as a modest scholar. Within the carriage, a throng of laborers, all resembling his compatriots, filled the space. As it was not peak hours, securing a seat was relatively effortless. The sky darkened, and the expanse above the metropolis seemed particularly elevated, so high that the stars eluded sight. The night in Zhangjiazi appeared to beckon with a dazzling celestial display within reach. Chen Ergou rubbed his slightly fatigued face, exhaled onto the glass window, and mused aloud. In such a vast city with so many people, how daunting it must be to ascend higher than others. Surely, it is far more challenging than the listening comprehension section of the college entrance examination. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby. A man proclaimed he had secured a Coca-Cola prize pull tab worth 30,000 yuan, but needed cash urgently, wishing to exchange it for 5,000. Those surrounding him erupted in cheers, their gazes fixed on the tab with a fervor akin to devotion. Chen Ergou observed the spectacle with amusement. Incredulity etched on his features. He harbored skepticism, convinced that extraordinary claims often concealed deceit. During his time in Zhangjiazi, he had diligently honed his skills in body language, particularly facial expressions. Thus his years could be likened to a chronicle of the intellectual skirmishes between the villagers and the cunning Chen Ergou. Before venturing out, he had cautioned himself to exercise utmost caution when confronted with unexpected fortune. His mother, despite never having stepped beyond the confines of Zhangjiazi, had imbued him with wisdom drawn from her bitter experiences, aware of the treachery lurking in human hearts, particularly concerned for her youngest son's well-being in the outside world. Such tricks of deception held little allure among the 10 vehicles, for were engaged in similar ruses. The awakened villager, irked by the disturbance, turned over to continue his slumber, muttering a series of unflattering expletives. "Is it a ruse?" Chen Ergou inquired softly, captivated by the harmonious interplay among the group, akin to watching a television drama. At that moment, Chen Ergou felt that regardless of whether this outing would yield financial gain, merely witnessing the kaleidoscopic and bizarre spectacle of the world was indeed worthwhile. This charade might deceive a naive bookworm like you on your first venture out, scoffed a distant relative who had barely completed elementary school. What good is all that education if you still have to follow me to work? Once we reach Shanghai, keep your eyes peeled and learn, for nowadays, even university graduates are hardly valued, let alone someone with just a high school diploma. Ironically, this relative had been duped twice during his own initial foray into the workforce. Yet after a few years of mingling on the streets, he still sought to present himself as a sage in front of Chen Ergou. Although Chen Ergou did not possess the peculiar temperament of the affluent that often looked down upon others, nor had he reached the extraordinary level of social finesse exhibited by that brother, he refrained from allowing the sour grapes of disdainful gazes to provoke his ire. As a newcomer, he indeed needed to rely on the relative who had enjoyed considerable success outside their village. Exercising restraint proved beneficial as he continued to observe the demeanor and actions of the swindlers. However, he suddenly caught sight of a diminutive man, who had been engrossed in reading the newspaper for nearly half an hour, now fixated upon him. Chen Ergou felt compelled to scrutinize this shifty-eyed individual, wary of any ulterior motives. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, he awaited the man's next move. Employing the invaluable wisdom he had garnered from years of grappling with the cunning denizens of Zhangjiazhuang, adapting to the ever-changing circumstances, the man, whose appearance was startlingly beyond his years, fixated intently on Chen Ergou. Eventually, he discarded the newspaper that served as a mere facade. his gaze unabashedly akin to that of a man who had stumbled upon a wild ginseng. Soon, even Chen Ergou's fellow townsmen sensed the peculiar glint in the stranger's eyes. He glanced at Chen Ergou, who wore an expression of feigned ignorance that was all too familiar, and then at this individual who bore no resemblance to a respectable farmer, resembling instead a three-legged donkey. The sight of these two together filled him with discomfort and an unsettling feeling of insecurity. Chen Ergou remained silent, resolutely refusing to speak. The stalemate lasted for 15 or 16 minutes, until the onlooker, succumbing to boredom, dozed off again. Finally, the man across from Chen Ergou could no longer contain himself and uttered with a sense of wonder, "Brother, you are quite remarkable." "What do you mean?" Chen Ergou feigned surprise, his acting rivaling that of the most skilled performers in a comedic duet. He was acutely aware of the gleeful yet anxious expression that his face betrayed, reflecting the naive delight of a rural man suddenly confronted with wealth. He dared not showcase this talent in front of the woman who claimed to be no child of privilege, yet he was more than capable of dealing with a swindler. The Diamond Sutra states, "The appearance is born from the heart." I happen to possess some understanding of physiognomy. Meeting someone upon stepping outside is a matter of fate. And thus I shall share with you, brother. If you trust me, I will speak. If not, I shall remain silent. His earnest face, marked by age, was adorned with sincerity. "Trust," Chen Ergou nodded, inquiring, "The Diamond Sutra?" Having heard the title of the book, Chen Ergou, whose literary cultivation is rather meager, is completely oblivious to its contents. He harbors a modicum of reverence for the myriad of schools and factions within the realm, albeit with a superficial understanding. Yet, within every profession, there are invariably one or two individuals worthy of respect. Chen Ergou, however, is not inclined to place his faith in the person before him, despite his belief in the principles of geomancy and physiognomy. In essence, traditional physiognomy revolves around the examination of the 3 stops, 5 features, and 12 palaces. While this may sound straightforward, those who venture into this domain soon discover the intricacies that lie beneath. I consider myself fortunate, having studied for several years under an elder from my village, though he passed away before I could fully grasp the teachings. Consequently, I only mastered the interpretations of the inspecting officer, upper stop, and brother palace, along with the servant palace. Thus, my strengths lie in discerning the gaze and the eyebrows. The individual spoke with great eloquence, animatedly gesturing and spitting words with fervor. "Then show me," Chen Ergou laughed, feeling somewhat bemused by the torrent of terminology. Although he held a belief in these matters, he refrained from engaging with them, a stark contrast to the wealthy and prosperous, who, while not daring to claim expertise in geomancy, inherited a plethora of peculiar viewpoints from their ancestors. For instance, if one observes a person with a sharp, monkey-like visage, they might hastily conclude that such a person possesses a petty disposition. Conversely, spotting someone with large, fleshy ears might lead to pronouncements of exceptional fortune and blessings. These individuals are undoubtedly novices, having never truly entered the realm, akin to standing outside a door and claiming to see what lies within. Would you not agree, brother? He observed Chen Ergou's nod and continued with a sense of satisfaction. "Brother, to speak candidly, those outsiders who catch a glimpse of your visage will inevitably utter predictions of your lifelong poverty or remark upon your elongated brows and narrow heart, asserting that you shall not enjoy longevity, then deceive you into spending money to avert calamities. Rest assured, I am not one of those individuals." Chen Ergou stifled his amusement, maintaining a solemn demeanor as a devoted listener. The man suddenly lowered his voice, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "The reason I assert that you are extraordinary lies in the remarkable configuration of your eyebrows. When examined individually, they may not seem exceptional. Yet when considered together, they are truly remarkable. According to the teachings of my master, this is unmistakably a sign of Ziwei. Of course, within this realm of Ziwei astrology, there are numerous categories, and it would be inappropriate for me to specify which one you belong to. Revealing such details could shorten my lifespan." He paused and inquired, "By the way, do you know what Ziwei signifies?" Chen Ergou shook his head, genuinely perplexed. The man continued earnestly, "You are aware of Cao Cao, correct? His brows are quite similar to yours. My master's chart contains detailed records, and I recall it vividly. He also mentioned that in modern times, there was another individual with a similar fate." "Who?" Chen Ergou asked. He struggled to suppress his laughter, finding it increasingly difficult. and had no choice but to turn away and cough a few times to divert the overwhelming surge of emotion threatening to escape. In truth, had this individual ventured into other topics, it would have been acceptable. However, he inadvertently mentioned Chen Ergou's eyebrows in relation to wealth, labeling them as flaws, certainly not some nonsensical reference to ZY, nor could they be linked in any way to Chow Chow. Perhaps he was embarrassed by the fabrications he had spun, for the man's complexion flushed slightly. Were it not for his dark skin, his entire face would have been crimson, resembling the legendary Guan Yu. Chen Ergou, keenly attuned to the situation, rummaged through his bag with the intention of expressing gratitude to this patron with money. Not forgetting to mention, my mother told me that I would surely encounter a benefactor this time, and I believe that must be you. I do not carry much cash, just over 1,000. I hope you do not find it lacking. At this, the man's eyes brightened, and the muscles in his face twitched with excitement. Ultimately, after much rummaging, Chen Ergou produced merely a 50-cent note, presenting it with utmost respect to the astonished individual, stating, "This is all I have in change. I sincerely apologize." Thus, in a rather cold jest, the wolf and the wretched met. Chapter 009. The rogue Chen Ergou was not foolish. Had it not been for the burden of English during his college entrance examination, he might have managed to secure a place in a less prestigious university. However, he felt that he was leagues away from the realm of wealth and nobility. During his high school years, he secretly indulged in several martial arts novels by Jin Yong and Gu Long, resonating with the profound wisdom encapsulated in the phrase "a heavy sword without a sharp edge, great wisdom appearing as foolishness." These 8 characters embodied the pinnacle of his aspirations, yet he perceived them as infinitely distant. Wealth, on the other hand, seemed within reach, and he initially believed that people outside his circle had experienced the grandeur of the world. However, he was soon confronted by an extraordinary character before him. As Chen Ergou observed the man before him, whose face contorted with spasms, he ultimately extended his hand to accept the 50 cents. This individual was fundamentally akin to those who orchestrated the capricious schemes surrounding pull-tab rewards, relying on trivial wits for sustenance. One must ponder, if he possessed true wisdom, would he resort to such antics? He spent his days hunting eagles, only to be blinded by one in return. The fellow muttered while clutching the 50 cents. His small stature and sparse hair styled in an awkward middle part reminiscent of a trader. He donned clothing slightly less rustic than Chen Ergou's. Yet he exuded an air of clumsiness, desperately attempting to shed his peasant identity, but failing miserably, eliciting a sense of discomfort in those who beheld him. Even mosquito meat is still meat, Chen Ergou mused nonchalantly, observing the man's demeanor. The expression on his face was anything but the cunning characteristic of a simple farmer as depicted in textbooks. It became evident that the adage about women coming from impoverished and treacherous lands was not unfounded in Chen Ergou's case. "Brother, where do you hail from?" The frail man, having suffered an embarrassing setback, naturally brushed aside the incident and sought to establish a rapport with Chen Ergou. Chen Ergou casually mentioned a small village nestled at the foot of a mountain. Regardless of the character of this individual, throughout their ensuing conversation, Chen Ergou was struck by his extensive knowledge. For instance, he noted that the Hummer, a vehicle favored by American soldiers, has now become a plaything for affluent city dwellers who indulge in archery with recurve or compound bows. Moreover, he shared that a wild boar weighing around 500 pounds could fetch approximately 4,000 yuan in the hunting market. These revelations left Chen Ergou astonished. This fellow was not merely spouting esoteric tales of feng shui and tomb raiding, but exhibited a commendable understanding of hunting practices as well. Aware of the necessity to avoid shooting black bears when the wind was unfavorable, this certainly earned Chen Ergou's respect. The man claimed to hail from a village called Wang Husheng by the banks of the Heilong River. Upon hearing the word tiger and observing his robust physique, Chen Ergou couldn't help but chuckle. Throughout their journey, the conversation flowed freely, akin to the scattering of flowers by celestial maidens, with Chen Ergou primarily listening, occasionally interjecting an agreement to bolster the man's sense of accomplishment as he passionately shared his thoughts. From Harbin to Shanghai, Wang Husheng emptied the contents of his mind to Chen Ergou. Upon arriving in Shanghai and setting foot on this land, Chen Ergou gazed at the throngs in the station, devoid of any ambition to stand at the pinnacle of the city. Instead, he silently vowed to live well, strive to earn a fortune, marry a prosperous wife, and bring his mother to reside in this most affluent city in China. Wang Hu, with a tenacity akin to that of a stubborn beggar, secured an address from his fellow villager Chen Ergou before vanishing into the vast sea of humanity. In a colossal city of nearly 30 million, he was but a speck of dust, unnoticed in life and inconsequential in death. Chen Ergou gazed pensively at the frail figure, emaciated from malnutrition, and let out a sigh. Upon exiting the station, he was met with the hustle of the bus, where the seasoned villager adeptly maneuvered himself into the crowded vehicle. Observing Chen Ergou, who hesitated at the threshold with his cloth bag, the villager, using a robust northeastern dialect, scolded him. "You foolish lad. Have your studies muddled your brain? In such a vast place as Shanghai, if you lose your way, you might as well beg your way back home." With a determined grit, Chen Ergou plunged into the throng, ultimately managing to board the vehicle. After paying the fare, he stood on tiptoe, clutching a cloth bag amidst the crowd. It didn't take long for him to notice the surrounding passengers glaring at him with disdain or hostility. Having completed 12 years of education, he was the foremost intellectual of Zhangjiazhuang, and he understood that his appearance would not elicit any favorable reactions. He attempted to feign nonchalance by gazing out at the scenery beyond the window, only to realize that being wedged in the aisle prevented him from witnessing the splendor of bustling Shanghai. Reluctantly, he withdrew his gaze and discreetly scrutinized the other passengers. Aside from a few fellow villagers, most were migrant workers resembling Chen Ergou. However, curiously, a few individuals nearby dressed akin to urbanites. Previously, Wang Husheng had remarked that, in the eyes of Shanghai residents, all outsiders were merely rural folk. Initially, Chen Ergou, who had spent 3 years in a dilapidated high school in the countryside, struggled to grasp the meaning of those words. Yet, confronted with the condescending glances and mutterings from these passengers, anger welled within him. He was, after all, a man of modest standing. When faced with women exuding equality, like those in a Beijing Jeep 212, Chen Ergou would exhibit restraint, tinged with the shyness typical of a virgin and a hint of peasant inferiority. However, when encountering individuals who flaunted their superiority, his innate rebellious spirit would inevitably surface. Thus, he directed his ire towards those childhood bullies who had derided him, towards the entire Zhangjiazhuang community that sought to exploit his family, and towards the classmates from his high school days who had rolled their eyes and made his life difficult. Chen Ergou was indifferent to the possibility of injury. At this very moment, Chen Ergou extricated a substantial piece of smoked meat from his cloth bag, gnawing at it with reckless abandon, devoid of any semblance of gentlemanly decorum. He resembled a wild man emerging from the Shenanjia region. Not only would city dwellers be taken aback, but even a native northeasterner would be astonished at his audacity to treat a public space as if it were his own home. Chen Ergou made a deliberate effort to twist his body, seemingly attempting to carve out a comfortable space for himself, inevitably causing physical contact with the passengers around him. Behind him sat a rather attractive girl. Her attire was far from fashionable, yet among the eclectic mix of passengers, her delicately featured face, though not particularly remarkable in the trendy metropolis of Shanghai, stood out due to her enchanting figure. Since her entrance, even the driver could not help but steal glances at her. However, oblivious to his surroundings, Chen Ergou continued to sway joyfully, as if performing a folk dance, determined to irritate the city folks surrounding him. Once he finally finished his hearty meal and ceased his incessant squirming, he sensed an unusual atmosphere, with numerous gazes directed towards him. Turning his head with difficulty, he beheld a face flushed with embarrassment, a mixture of shame and disbelief etched upon her features, as if she could scarcely fathom that someone could behave so brazenly in a bus. This was no mere instance of an inappropriate touch. It transcended such crudeness. She gazed intently at the face so near to her, pale to the point of appearing somewhat sickly, with an ordinary outline, and her features, when combined, could only be described as clean. Her attire clashed with the casualness of his own, and she seemed on the verge of speaking yet held back, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, embodying a picture of vulnerability. "Ahua, at which stop shall we disembark?" Chen Ergou wore an expression of righteous indignation, utterly devoid of any awareness that he should admit his faults amidst the public scorn. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings and, with a resounding voice, exclaimed, "Have you never seen a man being intimate with his wife?" As he spoke, Chen Ergou turned, seemingly compelled by the sudden ferocity emanating from him, instinctively taking a step back. Coupled with his deliberate arching away to maintain a distance, an unusual space formed around the girl. despite the spectators lamenting the mismatch of such beauty associated with someone like Chen Ergou. Several males, who had initially harbored intentions of taking advantage of her, discreetly withdrew their hands. Nevertheless, when the vehicle reached its destination, the girl hastily exited, and Chen Ergou was certain this was not her intended stop. He called out to her retreating figure, "Ahua, when you get to your parents, tell them I'll pick up some cigarettes and alcohol before I come over." A fellow villager from Zhangjiazhuang stared in astonishment. Having fallen victim to Chen Ergou's schemes for years, he was both envious and in awe, reflecting that this lad from Zhangjiazhuang was indeed a cut above those from other villages. Chen Ergou, feeling a sense of satisfaction, touched his backside, closed his eyes, and allowed a wicked smile to curve his lips, reveling in the moment. After changing vehicles midway and enduring the crowd, he finally boarded the last bus. A fellow villager informed him that they would arrive at their destination in just over half an hour. Chen Ergou, wiping the sweat from his brow, remained silent, feeling little excitement from the journey ahead. Once he settled into a seat in the back row, eager to admire the nightscape of this proud republic, he instinctively took out a piece of paper inscribed with a number, folded it into a paper airplane, and cradled it in his palm. As he gazed out the window, lifting his eyes to the towering skyscrapers he was witnessing for the first time, he murmured to himself, "Must I gaze up and awe for a lifetime?" Chapter 010. Ambition in a tranquil corner. As one types away, someone looms behind with a whip, compelling an urgent rhythm upon the keyboard. Shanghai resembles a nostalgic popsicle from yesteryears, melting away before Chen Ergou can savor its essence. Just as he settles into a poised state, ready to behold the resplendent nightlife of this grand metropolis, the clamor of fellow townsfolk interrupts, urging him to alight. Abruptly, he realizes that this stretch of road bears a striking resemblance to the outskirts of Harbin. Uniform low houses, tangled power lines, and an abundance of small eateries resembling roadside stalls. Occasionally, one might encounter a few women, adorned like ethereal beings, lingering in pink-tinged corridors. In this moment, the unsophisticated Chen Ergou awakens to the realization that within this towering city, certain places are not as distant as they seem. By straining to glance around, he finds glimpses of familiarity. As the most accomplished and worldly exemplar from Zhangjiazhuang, Chen Ergou finds himself engaged in menial tasks at a northeastern restaurant. His role, inherently one of drudgery, entails the most arduous and soiled responsibilities. Yet, for Chen Ergou, having a place to rest and the assurance of daily sustenance is a blessing for which he feels an unexpected gratitude towards this fellow townsman, whom he finds utterly irksome. Residing on the second floor of a dilapidated shared accommodation with a fellow villager, Chen Ergou finds himself in the smallest room, a mere 12 square meters, where a single bed occupies nearly all available space. Dining consists of leftover dishes from a modest eatery, occasionally, in a rare display of generosity. The miserly owner may treat Chen Ergou and his companion to a meal that includes a hint of meat. As for labor, Chen Ergou frequents the vegetable market, assists the chef in the kitchen, serves food and tea to patrons, and cleans the restaurant. He is, in essence, a jack of all trades. To complicate matters, the corpulent proprietress often flirts with him, burdening the young server with errands involving her precious son and even academic responsibilities concerning her daughter, who is in her third year of junior high. She insinuates that her daughter's upcoming graduation scores would directly affect Chen Ergou's meager monthly earnings. When patrons attempt to dine and dash, it falls upon the slender Chen Ergou to restore order. After a month of such toil, even his fellow villager feels a pang of sympathy. Yet, contemplating the arduous labor of his past, which left him feeling like a dead dog, he quickly dismisses his sorrows, especially knowing he can now indulge himself with a visit to a nearby arcade. The Oriental Pearl Tower and the Huangpu River were once the destinations Chen Ergou yearned to visit before arriving in Shanghai. However, after a month of relentless work and frugality, he finally receives his first paycheck, a meager 7 bills. He deposits 5 into a bank account that requires a minimum of 25 and hands the remaining 2 to his fellow villager as rent. With empty hands, Chen Ergou resolves to visit the tower and the river next month. After 2 months of diligent labor, Chen Ergou received 8 crisp bills, one of which was generously slipped to him by the proprietress who noticed how well he tended to her son. However, this 100 yuan quickly dwindled after Chen Ergou used it to purchase a haircut and some daily necessities. Coupled with the inexpensive fruits he bought for a kindly neighbor who had looked after him, Chen Ergou found himself once again devoid of funds. He had no choice but to promise himself that he would visit the tower and the river the following month. In truth, Chen Ergou was ignorant of the fact that many migrant workers and fortune seekers in this city never had the opportunity to behold the tower and the river. In reality, for the ensuing 6 months, Chen Ergou remained ensconced in that cramped circle of existence, and this pesky fly seemed to gradually forget about such aspirations. After all, he had calculated that the round-trip bus fare from the urban-rural fringe to the Huangpu River amounted to 17 yuan, which felt too extravagant. As winter wanes and the weather gradually warms, Chen Ergou finds himself navigating his first winter devoid of snowfall. Having somewhat acclimated to the rhythm of city life, he seizes a moment to engage in a game of chess with the elderly Mr. Sun, his neighbor. Perhaps due to a childhood spent grappling with mathematics, Mr. Sun remarks on Chen Ergou's perceptiveness. However, Chen Ergou has never triumphed over this seasoned player. Today, he glimpses a flicker of victory on the horizon, yet still finds himself outmaneuvered by the elder's calm and calculated play. Observing Chen Ergou's exasperated expression, Mr. Sun's weathered visage, marked by the passage of time, breaks into a gentle smile, a smile akin to the setting sun, never blinding. He softly advises, "Ergou, you must be more vigilant. We agreed that the day you win, you'll find a wife. If you take your time, you may find yourself in a precarious situation." Chen Ergou arranges the chess pieces with a grin, replying, "There's no rush, opportunities abound." Mr. Sun relaxes in his wicker chair, gently rocking back and forth, squinting as he continues, "You may take your time, but I fear that this old soul may one day falter, and should that happen, your potential bride might slip away." Chen Ergou finds himself at a loss for words. He is genuinely curious about how the elder confronts the profound reality of death, yet he senses that few possess the same openness as Mr. Sunday. Longtime residents of the street often speak of Mr. Sun's past splendor, though the specifics remain shrouded in ambiguity. Yet, when the old man feels inclined to converse, he often shares tales that seem distant from both this street and his current circle. It is now mealtime, and there are no fellow chess enthusiasts to observe the match. Only a small child clutching a bowl of rice, stout and robust, engrossed in devouring his food. He quietly watches Chen Ergou set up the chess pieces for a fierce battle, inevitably leading to his defeat. Chen Ergou, indifferent to the antics of this mischievous little rascal, pays no mind to him. This child, named Li Sheng, is the apple of the restaurant owner's eye. It is a mystery how the owner, with only a primary school education, managed to extract such an obscure character from the Xinhua dictionary. Despite being in the 3rd grade, the child exhibits an impressive demeanor, often embroiling Chen Ergou in troublesome escapades. Whether he is teasing pretty classmates at school or brawling with older bullies demanding protection money in the streets, he leads Chen Ergou into a series of vexing situations. Over the course of 6 months, the animosity between the two has intensified. Yet the child has picked up the bad habit of running amok with his bowl in hand, following Chen Ergou's example. After finishing his meal, the little rascal casts a scornful glance at Chen Ergou and mutters under his breath, "That scoundrel will never find a decent wife." Before Chen Ergou can respond, the child has already dashed away, turning back to give a cheeky wiggle of his behind. On the street, a young girl awaited Li Sheng. Her visage was delicate, not reaching the heights of breathtaking beauty, yet she stood gracefully. And any man with a discerning eye could discern that this young lady would possess a notably alluring figure once matured. Though she was not of the caliber of a campus belle, she was certainly enough to overshadow the gaudy women who loitered by the roadside. Her name was Li Wei, Li Sheng's elder sister. It was difficult to fathom that such a charming girl was the offspring of a wiry father and a portly mother. The locals often jested that she was most likely an adopted daughter of a wealthy family. Each time the proprietress heard this jest, she would sway her astonishingly voluptuous hips and thump her chest, proclaiming that she had once been just as enchanting in her youth. Chen Ergou harbored affections for Li Wei, a fact he never shied away from admitting. Li Wei was gentle and demure, thoughtful and caring. Although her academic performance was average, lacking the revered intellectual prowess of some of Chen Ergou's female classmates in high school, he believed that a girl need not possess extraordinary intelligence. If a woman were to outsmart a man by a considerable margin, both would find themselves weary. At the very least, Chen Ergou would not set his sights on a woman of exceptional intellect. Yet, it seemed that even if he were to entertain such a notion, those celestial beauties would scarcely notice this leaping little frog. This elderly man, whose routine and demeanor were almost rigid, did not seem to withhold his smiles in the presence of this young farmer from the northeast. he remarked with a smile. That girl is quite lovely, but she is not suited for you. Chen Ergou pondered a more unconventional approach to his situation and replied, Grandpa's son, suitability is secondary. The crux of the matter is that she simply does not regard me at all. It is all in vain. Grandfather's son pinched a piece, the general, between his thumb and index finger, quietly awaiting Chen Ergou's opening move. Why the haste? Matters are determined by human effort, he remarked. Chen Ergou remained silent. As a farmer raised in Zhangjiazhuang, he had learned a fundamental truth. One should not indulge in fanciful dreams. He recalled how the affluent often recounted words of wisdom from their elders, words he had pretended not to hear in the past. However, upon reflection, they now appeared increasingly cryptic to him. One phrase lingered in his memory. Beneath the soil lie buried bones, along with unfulfilled ambitions. Ambition? The desire that now lay deeply embedded within Chen Ergou's heart was to strip away the garments of Li Wei, the city girl. Grandfather's son cast a seemingly indifferent glance at the young man, who preferred to work diligently rather than engage in boastful chatter. His eyes, having witnessed over 70 years of life's vicissitudes, sparkled with amusement, as if he were gazing at a younger version of himself. Chapter 011. A Duel. The reason why Mission Impossible 3 could not be released simultaneously in China at the time was due to its unflattering portrayal of Shanghai. This so-called distortion merely involved capturing scenes of the city that were incongruous with its esteemed identity, a notion conveyed to Chen Ergou by Li Wei. Currently, Chen Ergou finds himself amidst such an environment, and if it weren't for the occasional luxurious cars gliding by with an air of arrogance, he might very well mistake this place for a town in his native Heilongjiang in northeast China. Leaning against the second-floor window, Chen Ergou stole a glance at Li Wei, who was engrossed in her studies. A pang of concern struck him. He feared that one day Li Wei might also find herself seated in one of those four-wheeled luxury vehicles, accompanied by a portly, ostentatious magnate. Shaking his head, he dismissed this disheartening thought and boldly scrutinized the daughter of the proprietor before him. Perhaps due to her northern heritage, Li Wei's figure was not as delicate as that of typical southern girls. She was tall, yet possessed the slightly slender and curvaceous form that many women yearn for. In 2 or 3 years, she would undoubtedly blossom into a captivating beauty. Chen Ergou's literary skills were rather lackluster. He had never achieved high marks in countless examination essays. He fancied that all his literary sensibility had been siphoned away into thoughts of women. As he gazed at Li Wei, contemplating the allure she would embody in the years to come, he felt an urge to compose poetry or recite something, even though he knew that the result would likely send shivers down his spine. Suddenly, he realized that the young lady was meeting his gaze. Chen Ergou smiled awkwardly, feeling a bit flustered, and quickly sought to mask his embarrassment by asking, "Is there something you don't understand?" Li Wei chuckled softly, shaking her head as she continued to immerse herself in her book, absent-mindedly twirling the ballpoint pen in her hand, creating arc after arc. In truth, with Chen Ergou's level of proficiency, he was still able to assist Li Wei adequately, if we set aside English. Perhaps this notorious nuisance from Zhangjiazhi could even gain admission to a respectable key school in Shanghai. Chen Ergou predicted that with Li Wei's determination and a stroke of good fortune, she might only hover around the threshold of a key school. Consequently, she often sought his guidance in mathematics and natural sciences, receiving satisfactory answers. At her age, she remained relatively innocent, showing a preference for academically inclined boys, thus allowing Chen Ergou to seize an opportunity. Moreover, his appearance was far less unkempt than that of his fellow villagers, ensuring that Li Wei harbored no negative impressions of this lowly laborer hired cheaply by her family. The toad aspires to court the swan, while the young pup yearns to win over sister Li Wei. This little rascal, Li Sheng, bounced about at the entrance. This phrase had become his catchphrase. Though he showed little ambition in his studies, he was quite shrewd, much like his mother, capable of dissecting matters down to the minutest detail. And he quickly discerned Chen Ergou's ulterior motives. Chen Ergou, feeling utterly helpless, could only secretly cast a murderous glance at the boy. Yet, when facing Li Wei, he donned a visage of sincere earnestness. This ruse, though not particularly sophisticated, was executed with such finesse that it went unnoticed by Li Wei, whose limited experience in the world left her oblivious to the deception. She merely glared at her brother, threatening to strike him for his reckless words. After scaring away Li Chong, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. For a naive young girl, the notion of early romance was akin to a ferocious beast cloaked in a garish disguise, terrifying yet irresistibly alluring. Lowering her gaze, she discovered that the mathematical formulas in her mind curiously coalesced into a name, Chen Ergou. Unable to suppress a smile, she looked up at this impeccably refined young man, whom even her parents could find no fault with, and inquired, "Who bestowed this name upon you?" "Others, like Zhang Xingli," Chen Ergou replied, reluctant to delve deeper into the matter. This compatriot seemed to invoke his name at every opportunity, as if he longed for the entirety of Shanghai to be acquainted with the name Chen Ergou. Chen Ergou, weary of the triviality, resolved to devise more cunning methods to deal with this countryman in the future. "Are you not angry?" Li Wei asked, resting her chin on her pen, her large, glistening eyes fixed on Chen Ergou, seemingly feeling a sense of injustice on his behalf. In the naive girl's mind, Chen Ergou undoubtedly held far greater significance than the uncouth and unrefined Zhang Xingli. If it were Chen Ergou gazing at her, she might shyly ponder adopting a more endearing pose. However, should it be someone like Zhang Xingli, she would certainly not be inclined to offer a pleasant countenance. "Angry? Of course I'm angry." Chen Ergou chuckled. "I am not one of those individuals with lofty ideals. Naturally, when insulted, I want to retort. When struck, I long to retaliate. However, there was an occasion when I found myself bested in a fight and lay bedridden for over a month. During that time, I contemplated the saying, 'A gentleman's revenge is a matter of patience,' and as a mere commoner, I thought that even if I could not wait a decade, surely I could endure a year or so." Li Wei smiled but remained silent. She was merely a good child, molded by the simplistic teachings of her school. Though Chen Ergou's words were straightforward, they remained somewhat elusive to her understanding. He made no attempt to illuminate the absurdity of his life as perceived in his city, where the men from 2 villages wielded clubs and knives, entangled in violent brawls. After spending some time here, he found the situation undeniably ludicrous. A wife purchased for over 2,000 yuan, imprisoned in a damp, dark room, would likely leave anyone stunned. In truth, that very earthen dwelling was not far from Chen Ergou's own home, and he had witnessed the gradual madness of that woman. He did not rescue her, for that family was the only one willing to help carry his grandfather's coffin during the burial, and besides, he lacked the ability to save her. In a village so small, any disturbance would rouse the attention of all. "Ergo, would you like to hear my thoughts on this?" Li Wei tilted her head, often clad in a conventional school uniform that concealed any revealing traits. This was a significant reason why the proprietress dared to let this peculiar individual from the northeastern corner of the country enter her boudoir. Moreover, it was likely that she believed Chen Ergou to be a cowardly sort, harboring intentions but lacking the audacity to act upon them. Chen Ergou flashed a perplexing grin. Before arriving in Shanghai, he had never used toothpaste or a toothbrush, yet his teeth gleamed white enough to serve as a model in advertisements. "Don't want to hear it? Then I shan't speak," Li Wei pouted, a hint of displeasure crossing her face as she thought how this fellow truly lacked insight. Chen Ergou stubbornly maintained his silly grin, increasingly resembling a bumbling, wealthy oaf. Ultimately, Li Wei conceded, restoring her smile as she gently remarked, "Ergou, I believe that if you were to spruce yourself up a bit, you wouldn't pale in comparison to others." Clad in inexpensive attire procured from a night market and wearing a pair of Kappa shoes, Chen Ergou picked up a mathematics exercise book and replied, "I'm not a woman, so why should I bother to dress up? In fact, you should consider dressing up. Your love letters would fill the drawer." "I simply discard all my love letters," Li Wei replied shyly. Chen Ergou maintained a poised silence, for he was aware of a love letter that had not been discarded. It was not out of a voyeuristic desire, but rather because that rascal Li Sheng delighted in such antics. Every suitor attempting to approach his sister was subjected to scrutiny, and tokens of affection such as love letters and gifts rarely evaded his discerning gaze. That particular love letter had been unearthed after much searching, and Li Sheng had insisted that Chen Ergou read it aloud, claiming it was to learn how to woo a young lady. Unfortunately, the writing was woefully poor, eliciting disdain even from Li Sheng, a third grader. This mischievous lad took pleasure in having those who pursued his sister endure his wrath. In a fit of anger, he covertly arranged for a typical delinquent who secretly admired Li Wei to give a sound thrashing to the author of the love letter. The unfortunate recipient, a well-performing student who could easily make young girls swoon, suffered an undeserved misfortune. As for the potential outcome between Li Wei and himself, Chen Ergou did not dwell on it, considering himself merely a migrant worker with nothing to his name. "Ergou, come down and lend a hand," came the resounding roar of the landlady from downstairs, audible to half the street. Sometimes, Chen Ergou would wickedly imagine whether the frail boss and the rotund landlady made creaking sounds during their intimate moments, and if her involuntary vocalizations might startle the neighbors. Alas, this was a matter difficult to verify. With a mischievous grin, Chen Ergou descended the stairs, only to be met with a tense and confrontational scene. The audacious diners, led by Chen Ergou, had encountered this restaurant 2 or 3 times, with only one instance escalating to physical confrontation. The feeble proprietor consistently cowered behind the counter, akin to a turtle retreating into its shell, revealing that not every man from the Northeast possesses the same bravado. As for the proprietress, whose voice often rivaled that of national leaders when addressing Chen Ergou and Zhang Shengli, her role was limited to merely cheering on, leaving the physical altercations to Chen Ergou alone. Today's incident was evidently more uncontrollable. 2 tables comprising 7 or 8 individuals unleashed a torrent of invective in their Jiangxi-accented Mandarin, banging plates and shattering bowls in their wrath. They varied in height and girth, yet all exuded an air of ferocity. In terms of brawling, Chen Ergou was no stranger to the battlefield. He could discern the difference between mere petty thugs and this formidable group. He was certain that many among them had shed blood, whether by inflicting wounds on others or suffering injuries themselves. Such ruffians were far more troublesome than typical low-level hoodlums. Moreover, having garnered some understanding of the local dynamics, he recognized that the migrant workers from northeast China and Jiangxi formed 2 of the most cohesive factions. Though their organization was not particularly stringent, they could surely rally at a moment's notice. Their modus operandi dictated that if one of their own was assaulted, they would indiscriminately retaliate with weapons in hand. As for reason, the victor of the scuffle would dictate the narrative. Chen Ergou approached the proprietress, casting a glance at the owner who had stealthily retreated to the kitchen, leaving only his head visible. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon the owner for marrying a woman from Shanghai, who was, moreover, a strict matriarch. Lacking the boldness characteristic of Northeasterners, he had long been regarded as a disgrace by the local men of the Northeast. Consequently, when trouble arose, no one was willing to intervene, leaving Chen Ergou to face a daunting confrontation alone against 7 or 8 adversaries. Chapter 012. The Brawl. What does it mean for the student to surpass the master? It is the sight of a gaunt, bamboo-like boss, burdened by conscience, casting a few glances of guilt towards the self-sacrificing Chen Ergou, while his son has long been perched on the staircase, bowl in hand, watching the spectacle, nearly setting up a stool and bringing along some seeds to invite his sister to witness Chen Ergou's heroic demise. According to the words of Zhang Jiazai, this fierce lad should have perished long ago. Having survived past the age of 18, death now eludes him. The mad old man, his father, once chuckled, declaring him a calamity that would linger for a millennium. Zhang Shengli, nestled in the corner, had also partaken in several large-scale brawls before mingling with Zhang Jiazai. Purely in terms of fighting prowess, there was no one within 100 miles who could claim the title of the second-best fool, for the first was undoubtedly Chen Ergou, who, despite his frail appearance, bore no resemblance to a rural man. Chen Ergou directed his gaze towards the lean man, who resembled a leader, and spoke. Big brother, in our modest business, we are all just trying to earn a living. We understand that making money is no easy feat. After a brief pause, he scrutinized the imposing figure adorned with a fierce black tiger tattoo on his arm, and added with a smile, "This meal is on me, as a gesture of friendship. I hope you will look after us in the future." Li Sheng, who yearned for chaos, curled his lip in disdain, his expression one of utter disregard. The proprietress, momentarily taken aback, seemed momentarily lost in thought. She was a woman who meticulously counted every penny, focused solely on collecting money and never on spending it. In her recollection, Chen Ergou was a frugal young man, not the type to casually treat others to a meal. She stealthily retreated to the kitchen doorway, conveying her concerns to her partner. The owner of the small restaurant whispered, "If a fight truly breaks out, Ergou might end up spending several hundred on medical expenses afterward. It's far better to treat this customer, which would only cost around 100, and gain a favor in return. Otherwise, even if you are willing to cover the medical fees, he could be bedridden for 10 days to half a month, and his wages would still be deducted, leaving him in pain. Is it worth it?" The owner's wife nodded in agreement, thinking that this lad from Heilongjiang possessed a certain wit. He combined the courage typical of Northeasterners with a cleverness that was not to be underestimated. Moreover, he appeared quite pleasant, leading her to contemplate whether to increase his salary. However, the situation was evidently not progressing towards a harmonious resolution. The group from Jiangxi showed no signs of acquiescence. The rough-looking leader, with a tattooed arm resting on a stool, sneered ominously. "What are you, to dare to speak of friendship with me?" Chen Ergou chuckled foolishly, scratching his head, a demeanor that made Zhang Shengli from afar feel as though he were possessed by the spirit of a foolish giant. The young boy, Li Sheng, shouted, "Coward." The arrogant local thug took a few steps closer, laughing boisterously at Chen Ergou. "You call yourself Ergou? Do you have a brother named Degu? And is your father's name Gongo?" The utterance of your mother among this group of individuals from Jiangxi merely served as a prelude to their typical verbal sparring. There exists a multitude of far more vulgar and crude expressions. Yet, before the final word could escape his lips, all present were stunned by the reality before them. Just moments ago, a gaunt man, who had been grinning foolishly, suddenly lunged forward with a swift movement, seizing an empty bowl from the table and striking the leader squarely in the mouth, forcibly dislodging several teeth and causing blood to pour forth. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was swiftly brought down by a low growl from a seemingly silent but fierce dog, who delivered a brutal kick. As the surrounding lackeys prepared to rush in and retaliate against this audacious scoundrel, they beheld the previously unassuming figure shatter a plate in two. While its edges may not have been as sharp as a dagger, they were sufficiently capable of piercing flesh. With a single kick, he struck the face of the unfortunate leader, who was attempting to rise, and the already shocking bloodshed splattered further, evoking horror among the onlookers. In the midst of this rapid sequence of events, a minor character, whose demeanor had been ominous, surprisingly revealed a sinister smile. Holding two halves of the broken plate, he declared, "If you have the guts, kill me today. Otherwise, I may only take down 3 or 4 of you, but after that, I shall entertain each of you one by one." Li Sheng, with his mouth agape, momentarily forgot the piece of ham he had been gnawing on, murmuring, "Insane." Hearing the commotion, Li Wei rushed to her brother's side, her clear and beautiful eyes widening in astonishment as she covered her mouth. Few children raised on this street had never witnessed a brawl. The only difference lay in the scale of the altercation. However, it was indeed a rarity to see someone like Chen Ergou, who dared to challenge a group while exuding such an air of bravado. As Li Wei gazed upon the gruesome scene, the ground stained with blood, she felt a surge of fear. Her eyes then fell on Chen Ergou's increasingly manic smile, and for the first time, she truly looked up to this northern man who was constantly oppressed by his parents. In the world of conflict, being intimidated by a mere word from the opponent when one's own side had the advantage could be a source of shame. Thus, although the group from Jiangxi was momentarily shaken by Chen Ergou's fierce demeanor, they hesitated only briefly before charging forward. They had never witnessed a single individual take down 6 opponents with such ferocity. On the surface, Chen Ergou appeared valiant, yet deep within, he was engulfed by profound bitterness. He had indeed apprehended the king before capturing the thieves. However, he was not endowed with the robust and formidable physique typical of the affluent. Had he possessed such stature, he might have truly quelled the raucous gang from Jiangxi. To speak candidly, he had always held a deep admiration for the camaraderie among the Jiangxi folk. For such unity afforded them protection from local bullies when venturing into unfamiliar territories. Yet, when faced with this frenzied pack of bloodthirsty individuals, Chen Ergou found himself loathing this very solidarity. Subconsciously glancing at the desolate space to his left, he steeled himself. After all, toppling one would guarantee his safety, and defeating 2 would yield a significant advantage. In that moment, the fierce spirit he had cultivated from years of brawling alongside the affluent surged forth, and his gaze transformed, akin to that of a descendant of a mountain guard dog, chilling and resolute. He plunged into the throng. Although untrained, Chen Ergou was astute in combat, adept at maximizing gains while minimizing losses. After a flurry of exchanges, his face bore the bruises of battle, yet he remained upright, while one unfortunate adversary lay crumpled on the ground, wailing in despair. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he cracked a grin and declared, "Continue." Li Sheng, instinctively chewing on the dwindling morsels of ham, chuckled carelessly. "This is far more exhilarating than the brawls we witnessed among the upperclassmen at our school." Li Wei's conscience evidently outweighed that of her brother by a considerable margin. With palms clammy from anxiety, she gazed longingly at Chen Ergou, who was stained with blood. The violent scuffles she had previously encountered were merely scenes from cinematic works, characterized by chaotic punches and kicks or tangled grappling. None resembled the gory reality unfolding before her eyes. Observing Chen Ergou's valiant struggle, Li Wei realized that her world was indeed distanced from his. Although she recognized his fierce bravery, she was merely an ordinary girl with a touch of vanity, enamored by romanticism. Thus, she could never be the type to dash downstairs to protect him. Her brother, Li Sheng, with a mischievous glint, suggested, "Sister, why not let Ergou become my brother-in-law? That way, I would be the most prominent figure at school. Anyone I disliked could be sent to him for a bite." Li Wei responded with a playful slap to the back of his head. Zhang Xingli, driven by a lingering sense of loyalty, impulsively slipped out of the northeastern eatery and greeted a local mechanic nearby. Without hesitation, four burly men seized their tools and followed him to the small restaurant, while one remained behind to summon more assistance. Upon their arrival, they found Chen Ergou struggling to rise, bloodied and battered, with three others lying unconscious beside him. Despite the grim sight, there was an unyielding strength evident in the young man who had emerged from the mountains. It seemed feasible to take down another adversary. Although Zhang Xingli privately harbored reservations about this least favored youth of the Zhang family, witnessing this scene compelled him to acknowledge that Chen Ergou was indeed a formidable man, forged by the waters of the Ergou River. Soon, a group of individuals from the northeast surged into the restaurant. The previously indifferent group from Jiangxi had no choice but to relent in light of this situation. However, these newcomers appeared to be formidable, rather than backing down. They made phone calls for reinforcements. Within 10 minutes, 6 or 7 vans arrived outside, and more than 20 men, exuding an air of aggression, stormed into the restaurant. The two factions stood face to face, on the brink of confrontation. As more supporters arrived, the restaurant became overcrowded, and soon the street outside was congested. Several well-known ruffians from both the Northeast and Jiangxi regions, who had established their reputations in this territory, also made their entrance. The atmosphere was charged with hostility as chairs were thrown, plates smashed, and insults hurled. Amidst the chaos, the instigator, Chen Ergou, was largely overlooked. Clearly, he had not anticipated the situation spiraling out of control. He took the towel from Zhang Xingli to wipe away the still-warm bloodstains, hesitated for a moment, and quietly ascended the stairs to find Li Wei. He handed her a crumpled note, attempting to muster a kind smile as he softly requested, "Please make this call for me and state the facts." Li Wei hesitated, seemingly uncertain about accepting the inconspicuous note. Perhaps it was merely a simple instinct to avoid trouble. Yet this small gesture elicited a hint of sorrow on Chen Ergou's face, which had previously been unclouded by despair. Just as Li Wei prepared to speak, Li Sheng had already taken the note and promptly said, "Ergou, I'll make the call for you. Remember, you owe me a favor." Chen Ergou nodded and turned to descend the stairs. Watching his retreating figure, Li Wei felt a sudden tightening in her chest, as if something precious had slipped from her grasp, never to be reclaimed. Chapter 013. The background. Chen Ergou, who had been filled with medicinal herbs by his deranged grandfather since childhood, had managed to absorb a decade's worth of knowledge. He understood that to be a man, one must embody a certain flamboyance and boldness. Thus, when he departed from Zhangjiazhuang on a tractor, he contemplated tossing away the paper with the number scrawled upon it with a casual wave. Even during his train journey to Shanghai, he considered folding it into an airplane and casting it out the window. Yet, in the end, he carefully concealed it as if it were a cherished treasure. Ultimately, Chen Ergou was merely an uneducated, destitute farmer without any support. The cunning that had served him well in Zhangjiazhuang might very well be shattered upon his arrival in Shanghai. Subsequent events would prove that retaining that number was indeed a wise decision. Such unruly gatherings soon attracted the focused attention of the police. A few ruffians scurried away, while some nimble henchmen, in their retreat, did not hesitate to kick their opponents. Only Chen Ergou and a handful of unfortunate souls who had been knocked down remained at the scene. Chen Ergou was not unable to flee. Rather, he was unable to abandon this job. In a place so unfamiliar, he could scarcely hope to find another opportunity that would rival his chances of being admitted to Fudan University in Shanghai. As Chen Ergou was forcibly thrust into the police car alongside a group of ruffians, he listened to the shrill wail of the sirens, stealing a glance at the fierce, scowling officers and the dejected, disheartened delinquents. Surprisingly, for someone who had never worn handcuffs before, Chen Ergou felt no trace of anxiety. He harbored no regrets for his actions that day. He acknowledged that violently confronting the tattooed man, who bore the likeness of a black tiger from Jiangxi, was an impulsive misstep. However, for someone like Chen Ergou, who was prone to stubbornness, admitting fault was not an option. Most crucially, the tattooed brute, who now lay on a stretcher en route to the hospital, had unwittingly trespassed the boundaries of Chen Ergou's greatest taboo. Insults could be hurled at anyone, but not towards his brother or mother. Sitting expressionless in the police vehicle, Chen Ergou's mind was preoccupied with the nearly 6,000 yuan savings book. Images of the boss, seated at the entrance with a look of perplexity and trepidation, flooded his mind, alongside the heart-wrenching sobs of the boss's wife as she dealt with the aftermath, and the bewildered, glistening eyes of the young girl Li Wei. Chen Ergou instinctively touched the slender red string tied around his wrist, disregarding the police officer across from him who regarded him as if he were deranged, murmuring to himself in dialect. After concluding a phone call at the street-side booth, Li Sheng returned to the stairwell on the second floor, picking up his bowl to continue devouring his meal, as if the calamity that had befallen their family was not but a farce. Sitting on the stairs, he took a couple of hearty bites and, noticing his sister's gaze upon him, mimicked the signature gesture of the boss's wife, raising an eyebrow and declaring, "She's a woman, and more beautiful than you." "How can you know someone you've never seen is beautiful?" Li Wei retorted, frowning. "I am well aware," Li Sheng replied, somewhat irked. In his view, this little brat fancied himself 100 times more adept at matters of romance than Chen Ergou. Although he had always disapproved of this northeastern fellow's interest in his sister, in comparison, Li Sheng found that among the numerous nuisances, it was indeed this lad from Heilongjiang that he favored the most. Li Wei sat beside her brother, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. "Sister, you lack loyalty," Li Sheng mumbled, preoccupied with his meal. Li Wei did not counter his remark. She was merely an ordinary girl who consistently received accolades for her exemplary performance. The notion of loyalty felt foreign to her. She did not believe she had erred, yet sensed something was amiss, nothing more. She envisioned the appearance of the owner of that number. Was he handsome? Could Chen Ergou truly recognize a beautiful woman? As Chen Ergou, mentally preparing himself for a potential stint in the police station, stepped out of the vehicle, he immediately sensed that something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, a brawl that hadn't resulted in fatalities or serious injuries wouldn't warrant such a grand reception from the police hierarchy. The station chief and an officer of guidance stood anxiously at the entrance, their expressions tense, making it seem as if they were on the verge of unraveling a significant drug trafficking case. Not only was Chen Ergou puzzled, but several officers were equally bewildered. Among them, a middle-aged man in a crisp uniform, radiating authority, scanned the crowd before finally turning to Chen Ergou and tentatively inquired, "Are you, by any chance, Chen Ergou?" Chen Ergou considered himself a quintessential law-abiding citizen. In the past, he would feel a wave of trepidation upon encountering high-ranking officials such as the principal or the township head. Upon arriving in Shanghai and meeting his first official, a righteous police officer, how could he not be anxious? As soon as the esteemed figure spoke, Chen Ergou immediately responded with utmost respect, exclaiming, "It is I. It is I." Initially, the police chief, who had approached the situation with a degree of seriousness, found Chen Ergou's demeanor as a mere commoner perplexing. Though he concealed his astonishment, he took a few steps forward, grasped Chen Ergou's hand, and said with a smile, "Comrade Chen Ergou, we have already investigated the matter thoroughly. You may return and simply provide us with an accident report when you have the opportunity." Dazed and confused, Chen Ergou hesitantly inquired, "I can go back?" The chief, with his epaulets gleaming, replied with a smile, "Of course. If you are in a hurry, we can arrange for a vehicle to take you." In a rather undignified manner, Chen Ergou fled the scene, resembling a rustic individual who had never encountered the world or a petty thief overwhelmed by guilt. The chief paid no heed to the bewildered officers or the small-time ruffians apprehended alongside Chen Ergou. As he observed Chen Ergou's retreating figure, he lit a cigarette, a pack of Hong Shuangxi, affectionately dubbed Little Zhonghua by the locals, and turned to the officer beside him, questioning, "What is going on?" The chief sighed in resignation, "I am as puzzled as you are. I just received 2 phone calls. Can you guess who was on the other end?" The instructor was not unfamiliar with such matters. After all, it was not uncommon for connections to be sought in hopes of leniency. Incidents of this nature occurred with regularity. Yet this particular police station was modest and rarely had the opportunity to apprehend significant figures. Thus, the calls that came through were typically from minor officials, causing the instructor to chuckle in exasperation. "Is it someone from your mother-in-law's family?" The chief, exhaling a puff of smoke, retorted with a laugh, "You know my temperament. If it were my own people, I would have dragged them in and given them a good thrashing." The instructor furrowed his brow and whispered, "Is there a substantial background?" The chief sighed, crouched down, and took a deep drag of his cigarette before responding. Indeed, it is quite significant. To be frank, even if Chen Ergou injured a few petty criminals, I would have to release him. Even if he were to kill someone, I would still be compelled to let him go. The instructor gasped in astonishment, falling into a contemplative silence. The chief lowered his voice and continued. 2 calls were made. One from the Shanghai garrison, the other from the Shanghai Armed Police Corps, one affiliated with the Nanjing military region, and the other with the Armed Police Headquarters. Both are military-level forces, and regardless of the rank of the callers, do you think I have the audacity to refuse their request for release? Chen Ergou was oblivious to the Shanghai Armed Police Corps and had never heard of the Shanghai garrison. The most accomplished individual in Zhangjiazi was still toiling away at a small northeastern eatery. Yet, this seemingly insignificant character from a remote valley had managed to attract the attention of members from 2 military-level organizations simultaneously. The intricate connections and energies involved were beyond Chen Ergou's comprehension, but he was not foolish. He recognized that it must be the influence of that woman. For the first time in his life, he hailed a taxi, uncertain whether it was an extreme sense of inferiority that triggered this unusual surge of distorted pride. Sitting in the cab, this small ant laboring in the bustling city of Shanghai silently admonished himself. Chen Ergou, at the very least, when that wealthy, powerful, and beautiful woman visits Shanghai next time, you should have a little money in your pocket to treat her to a nice meal, shouldn't you? Chapter 014. The taxi came to a halt before a modest eatery in the northeast, and the gazes directed towards Chen Ergou resembled those reserved for a national leader. This frugal fellow from the northeast, hailing from humble beginnings, seemed to create a sensation akin to a commoner alighting from a Rolls-Royce. One by one, the patrons graciously escorted this recently liberated individual back into the establishment, speculating on when he might next be dragged away for another bout of retribution. In the eyes of these ordinary citizens, Chen Ergou, lacking status or connections, and without even a temporary residence permit, was likely just a fugitive who had stolen away with his belongings. The proprietor, who had been languishing at the entrance, appeared as though he had seen a ghost upon spotting Chen Ergou. After a moment of stunned silence, he rushed to the cash register, withdrew a substantial sum, and thrust it into Chen Ergou's hands, expressing his remorse. "Ergou, I truly owe you this. Take this money and flee quickly. Don't hurry back to Zhangjiazhuang. Wait until the storm has passed before returning." Chen Ergou felt a flicker of gratitude, appreciating that the owner chose to intervene rather than remain a passive observer in this trying moment. Rich, his benefactor, had long advised him not to act rashly when faced with adversity in the big city, nor to engage in any underhanded schemes. Instead, he should focus on doing acts of kindness that merely enhance the situation. Chen Ergou had always held this counsel in high regard, never overestimating his own abilities to fund the education of underprivileged children. At most, he would purchase some modest fruits for his neighbor, Grandpa Sunday, throughout his life. Chen Ergou had come to realize that Rich's judgments had never faltered, and this was one of the many reasons he felt he could never measure up to him. Gazing upon the middle-aged visage of his employer, marred by guilt and concern, Chen Ergou returned the money with a smile, saying, "Boss, you should keep this money. I am not a fugitive. The police have confirmed that I am not involved." "Really?" the boss inquired, his expression rife with skepticism. "Otherwise, could I stand here and converse with you so calmly?" Chen Ergou replied, half amused, half exasperated. This employer, who regularly bestowed upon him several substantial notes each month, was indeed not typical of a northeastern man, cautious, timid, and averse to trouble, but he possessed a kind heart, looking after both Chen and his fellow townsmen. Thus, Chen Ergou was willing to toil tirelessly under his command. Zhang Shengli had initially feared that this incident might jeopardize his livelihood, but upon witnessing Chen Ergou returning triumphantly from what he imagined to be a perilous ordeal, he felt as though he had married a woman from the city. Brimming with excitement, he fussed over Chen Ergou, serving tea and attending to his needs, treating this once humble villager, now a local hero, with the reverence of a distinguished guest. The boss had intended to inquire about the happenings at the police station, but was ultimately restrained by his wife. In the ensuing days, this event became the most talked-about topic among the locals, revolving around either Chen Ergou's valiant confrontation with a group of men from Jiangxi or the mysterious circumstances that allowed him to return unscathed from the police station. It seemed that overnight, the image of this humble waiter from a modest northeastern eatery had been elevated to one of great stature and might. Occasionally, there are some young women from northeast China, working in Shanghai, who, under the pretense of enjoying a late-night snack, cast furtive glances at Chen Ergou. Although most women are disappointed to discover that this young man, who dares to challenge the formidable, lacks both physical robustness and striking handsomeness, there remain one or two who, with modest self-awareness, subtly express their admiration for him. The proprietress, in a relentless pursuit to augment the restaurant's revenue, employs every means to extol Chen Ergou's remarkable prowess and striking demeanor, leading outsiders, who have yet to meet him, to perceive him as a paragon of strength, charm, and gentleness. Furthermore, there is Zhang Xingli, a rather vain individual who incessantly stirs the pot, fearing that others might not be aware that Chen Ergou, by lineage, ought to be addressed as uncle. Chen Ergou expended an entire bottle of medicinal oil on his myriad of scars. Though none of these injuries were grievous, the effort to ensure their complete healing was indeed a laborious endeavor. This small-minded man lay on the floor, grimacing. Yet he pondered why that woman referred to him as Chen Ergou instead of Chen Fuxing when establishing connections. Did that remarkable woman already surmise that even in Shanghai, he was known as Ergou? In Chen Ergou's mind, a girl like Li Wei, with her city-bred allure, was clearly beyond his reach. Yet when it came to that particular woman, he could only harbor a sense of reverence. Dressing himself, Chen Ergou set out to find Grandpa's son for a game of chess. At this moment, Old Man's son had just finished his meal and was seated in his bamboo chair beneath the sycamore tree outside his door. Today was no exception. Upon seeing Chen Ergou, he instructed him to fetch the chess set from his room, along with his reading glasses. The old man quietly observed the young man darting in and out, his expression serene. Once Chen Ergou had arranged the pieces, the elder did not hasten to begin the game. Instead, he spoke slowly. "Ergou, I have watched you learn chess. Most novices tend to play without purpose, indulging in aimless moves and lacking efficiency. They often become overly eager and sacrifice pieces heedlessly, falling prey to greed. Yet, I see none of these flaws in you, which is commendable. However, do you recognize your fatal shortcomings?" Chen Ergou listened attentively, refraining from interjecting. The elder picked up a pawn and gazed at the chessboard, saying, "In the skirmish on this small battlefield, you may manage to avoid losing even a single piece, or perhaps even gain an advantage. Even if I emerge victorious, you might allow me to inflict 1,000 losses upon you while you suffer only 800 in return. Yet, in the grand scheme, you might find yourself brushing past opportunities for victory. This aspect may not be as evident in chess, but in Go, you would understand that local gains unsupported by a broader perspective could lead to devastating defeats. Regrettably, I am not well versed in Go and do not wish to mislead you. You must seek a worthy mentor to guide you through the intricacies of the game. Ergo, you are like a young calf unafraid of the tiger, often venturing into perilous situations without awareness. While fighting with one's back against the wall can be heroic, luck does not favor one indefinitely. Life can be such that a single defeat may lead to a complete downfall. After spending half a year together, Chen Ergou recognized that Grandpa's son was not one to engage in idle chatter, nor did he indulge in grand philosophical discussions. Today marked the first occasion he had seen the nearly 80-year-old man gazing up at the aged sycamore tree. Chen Ergou was reminded of his childhood when his eccentric grandfather finally ceased his drinking habits. He vaguely recalled how his grandfather also enjoyed watching the sunset. The reason Chen Ergou occasionally brought fruits for Grandpa's son or assisted him in tidying up his room was, in part, due to a lingering sense of guilt towards his own grandfather. As he listened to Grandpa's son's heartfelt musings, Chen Ergou silently etched the words into his memory. Li Wei appeared beneath the sycamore, gently saying, "Ergou, my dad asked me to call you for dinner. He specially prepared sweet and sour pork and green beans stewed with ribs today." With a face full of anticipation, Chen Ergou eagerly inquired, "Is there sauerkraut pork with vermicelli?" Li Wei chuckled, "Yes, and there's also chicken stewed with mushrooms." Chen Ergou wiped his mouth, displaying his rustic, agrarian demeanor. Grandpa's son waved his hand, signaling Chen Ergou to go ahead and eat. As he watched the young man walk away with a slightly stooped posture, he noted how the lad had yet to shake the habit of slipping his hands into his sleeves. Judging solely by his silhouette, even Grandpa's son, who prided himself on not being superficial, would not spend an hour or two daily playing chess with Chen Ergou. The old man squinted as he leaned back in his wicker chair, holding two exceptionally smooth walnuts, polished from long handling. He cast a glance at Li Wei, the little girl he had watched grow up, and softly remarked, "Some cow dung may not even be willing to support the growth of fresh flowers." Upon entering the humble eatery, Chen Ergou was greeted by the sight of the proprietress, who fancied herself as the reincarnation of Yang Guofei, gazing at him with an unwavering, almost unnerving intensity. Today, she had donned an apron and personally prepared a platter of northeast dumplings, which she placed on the table. Zhang Shengli sat nearby, drooling alongside the young Li Sheng, while Li Wei chose to sit beside Chen Ergou. Instead of eagerly devouring the sumptuous feast before him, Chen Ergou hesitated, sensing a palpable tension akin to a banquet of treachery. Observing the proprietor's sly grin and the proprietress's suggestive glances, he inquired, "Boss, have you conspired against me in some way, seeking to atone with this meal?" The proprietress, with her robust hand propping up her chin, struck a pose reminiscent of a film star reveling in her allure and replied, "Ergou, this meal hardly holds any value for you. Even if we wish to sell you, we would need a buyer, wouldn't we? Fear not, sit and dine." Chen Ergou chuckled, "I shall not sit." In an instant, the proprietress's enchanting demeanor transformed into one of fierce intimidation as she roared, "Not sit?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ergou succumbed to her commanding presence and took a seat. Li Wei stifled a laugh, while the proprietor, chuckling, retreated to the kitchen for scallions and condiments. The proprietress resumed her predatory gaze, significantly diminishing Chen Ergou's appetite. Upon spotting Chen Ergou seated, Li Sheng and Zhang Shengli commenced their culinary assault with fervor, a whirlwind of appetite and enthusiasm. Initially, Chen Ergou had contemplated maintaining a semblance of decorum, yet sensing the impending chaos, he abandoned all pretenses. Thus, the three famished souls engaged in a veritable feast, a battle of sorts at the dining table. The proprietor, who had harbored concerns about preparing an excess of dishes, soon realized that such worries were unfounded, given the remarkable vigor displayed by these three. As Chen Ergou and Li Sheng were deeply engrossed in their spirited contest over a plate of chicken stewed with mushrooms, the proprietress cleared her throat and cheerfully announced, "I now represent the esteemed leadership of Ame Restaurant to declare that, in recognition of Comrade Chen Ergou's diligent contributions over the past 6 months, especially his courageous stand against malevolent forces last week, which showcased the high caliber of Ame Restaurant staff to the residents of Nanhui Street, we have unanimously decided to grant Comrade Chen Ergou a monthly salary increase of 100 yuan. Let us applaud." With their mouths and hands full of culinary spoils, Chen Ergou, Li Sheng, and Zhang Shengli had little time to clap, while the proprietor reveled in the moment. Only Li Wei offered a gentle applause, leaning towards Chen Ergou to whisper, "I wrote that." Chen Ergou, struggling to swallow a hefty mouthful of noodles and pork, managed a smile and remarked, "Such eloquence. Please share a few words." In response, the proprietress delivered a hearty pat on Chen Ergou's shoulder, her strength almost overwhelming him. He nearly choked on the morsel, wiping his greasy lips before standing with earnestness, proclaiming, "I express my gratitude to all the elders and fellow townsfolk of Nanhui Street for their support, to the leadership of Ame Restaurant for their nurturing guidance, and last but not least, to the proprietor for this splendid meal." The atmosphere during the meal was vibrant and reminiscent of a family gathering. Every city possesses its own share of impoverished districts, and Shanghai is no exception. Many aspiring fortune seekers and hopeful dreamers, yearning to rise above their circumstances, often find themselves empty-handed. Yet, it is the warmth of moments like this gathering, along with the occasional emergence of a fortunate few, that fuels their relentless pursuit. Li Wei observed Chen Ergou's unpretentious and candid manner of eating, and he quietly exhaled in relief. Due to his injury, Chen Ergou could take a break during the slow business hours. After finishing his meal, he exited the Ame Restaurant and entered a small shop dedicated to providing phone services. The wooden partitions created narrow spaces, frequented predominantly by workers like Chen Ergou. Hesitating at the entrance for a moment, he eventually stepped inside and took a seat, retrieving the slip of paper to dial the number. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to express his gratitude for the substantial assistance he had received. It was a matter of basic courtesy. Being a farmer did not diminish his sense of decency, it merely indicated a different path in life. With his heart racing, Chen Ergou waited anxiously, only to discover that no one answered the call. He hung up, took a deep breath, and felt his nervousness surpass that of facing the alluring charm of the boss lady. He carefully placed the paper aside, his palms slick with perspiration. Not far from where he had just stepped out, the proprietor called out over the phone, "Hello, someone is trying to reach you." Chen Ergou was taken aback and hurried back to his seat. He answered the phone, greeted by a somewhat unfamiliar, clear voice. He was certain it belonged to that woman, yet the call sounded slightly distorted. As it was his first time making a call, he fumbled with the receiver for a while, struggling to find the right words. The other party patiently waited before chuckling. "Are you grateful to me?" Chen Ergou nodded, finally managing to utter his first word, "Mem." He had anticipated that she would graciously decline his thanks with polite remarks, but to his surprise, she caught him off guard once more. "I don't have the habit of owing favors to others, nor do I appreciate being indebted. I'm currently in Nanjing and will be heading to Shanghai in a couple of days. You can be responsible for hosting me then." Chen Ergou fell into a prolonged silence. On the other end, she inquired, "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" His face flushed as he replied, "I have no money." The silence was so profound that Chen Ergou wished he could dig a hole and hide away. At last, a burst of laughter erupted. Like a heavenly melody, devoid of mockery, only pure delight. Her laughter enveloped Chen Ergou in a haze, as he listened to the most melodious sound of his life, which effortlessly dissipated his initial anxiety. Whenever he thought of her, he envisioned her prominence, intelligence, and beauty. The chasm between their worlds felt insurmountable. He believed that hosting a woman of her caliber was beyond his means, and thus he earnestly stated, "I truly have no money." The laughter softened, and she asked, "When you arrive in Shanghai, will you treat me to some northeastern dumplings?" Chen Ergou nodded, "That I can do." She smiled and said, "That's settled then. I am not your wife, so there is no need for you to arrange accommodation for me. Just take care of the meals. I will eat whatever you eat." Chen Ergou, feeling a twinge of guilt, responded softly, "I won't hold back, as I truly cannot afford to be polite." She uttered 2 words before hanging up the phone, "Shrewd citizen." Chapter 15. The allure Li Sheng, that mischievous lad, attends an elementary school not too distant from a Mei's restaurant, a mere 15 or 16 minutes walk. Presently, Chen Ergou has developed a habit of purchasing the least expensive newspaper each morning and evening, perusing its contents without discarding it. Whenever she encounters intriguing snippets of information, she meticulously clips them out and affixes them into a notebook. In light of her impending arrival in Shanghai, Chen Ergou has also begun to gather relevant information about the city. Mei, the proprietress, is a genuine resident of Shanghai's lower corner, and when discussing the city, her disdain extends not only to outsiders, but also to the local residents of Shanghai's lower corner. Chen Ergou is uncertain of the basis for this haughtiness. In contrast, Grandpa Sun speaks of Shanghai with a far more objective and fair perspective. From the elderly man's lips, Chen Ergou often hears elevated, abstract terms and evaluations that hit the mark with precision. She recognizes this as a form of profound insight that cannot simply be acquired from reading 2 small newspapers daily. The old man even retrieves books such as Basic Shanghai Chronicles from a wooden box to lend to Chen Ergou, assuring her that there is no need to return them. Through wind and rain, Chen Ergou has been dutifully escorting Li Sheng for over half a year, inadvertently becoming quite a notable figure in this elementary school. Amidst a crowd of aunties and elderly individuals, it is no easy feat to stand out. Moreover, Li Sheng often tasked Chen Ergou with menial chores, leaving him to clean up after various escapades. Even the beautiful homeroom teacher, who is anything but strikingly handsome and lacks any influence, has thoroughly discerned the true nature of Chen Ergou. It is noteworthy that this homeroom teacher, renowned as the school's acknowledged beauty, has been brought to tears on several occasions by Li Sheng. Alas, her fiancé is the son of the deputy director of the Municipal Education Committee, and even the elderly principal must wear a smiling face in her presence. Naturally, Chen Ergou, an outsider, has no inclination to covet such swans. Chen Ergou perused the newspaper several times, yet Li Sheng had yet to arrive. He surmised that the fellow was likely engaged in a confrontation with a senior student in a secluded part of the school, addressing various issues. These could range from vying for the affections of a charming girl to settling a dispute purely out of disdain. Navigating the playground with familiarity, Chen Ergou made his way to the secluded grove behind the teaching building, and there he indeed discovered the frail, almost minuscule figure of Li Sheng. Li Sheng exudes a vibrant, boisterous energy, yet his physique is rather frail, placing him at a disadvantage among his peers. He has undeniably inherited the unreasonable assertiveness of his mother rather than the subdued timidity of his father, embodying an innate sense of superiority akin to a descendant of the upper echelons of society. This audacious youth, blissfully unaware of the world's limits, is a provocateur, instigating conflict wherever he goes. Thus, his week is divided into 2 days of brawling, 2 days of writing reflections, 2 days of penning love letters, and 1 day spent enduring lectures from his father. His academic performance perpetually languishes at the bottom of the class, while his mother indulges him like a little emperor. The father's words lacking authority, and the beautiful homeroom teacher has been brought to tears on several occasions, leaving everyone at a loss. Ultimately, it seems that only Chen Ergou, an outsider, commands a modicum of respect in this chaotic milieu. Chen Ergou refrained from intervening, choosing instead to lean against a tree and observe the unfolding drama. Li Sheng found himself encircled by a group of older boys, jostled and shoved, standing a full head shorter than his adversaries. Yet, his face bore a stubborn defiance. In the realm of adults, such oblivious obstinacy could be fatal. Here, however, it would merely result in a thorough beating. Watching Li Sheng's brazen insults and taunts as he retaliated with cunning kicks amidst the chaos, Chen Ergou squatted under the tree, relishing the spectacle, muttering to himself, "He resembles his father like a northeastern farmer." In the past, when Chen Ergou was engaged in a mutual bloodletting with that group of ruffians, Li Sheng could be seen merely squatting and watching the spectacle unfold. Indeed, it is true that adversaries are often drawn together. As Chen Ergou observed Li Sheng fleeing through the woods while launching covert strikes, memories of the exhilarating battles fought alongside Fu Gui flooded his mind, evoking a spontaneous grin. Noticing the furious young lad boldly confronting a towering student, Chen Ergou scoffed and muttered, "Li Sheng, you foolish child, with your lanky frame, what do you think you're accomplishing in a direct confrontation? If you truly wish to engage, at least take a lesson from me. Start with a brick to take one down, and see who dares to challenge you next." Upon finally spotting Chen Ergou's lecherous figure, Li Sheng shouted in exasperation, "You scoundrel, why aren't you lending a hand?" Chen Ergou, showing little loyalty, retorted, "Nonsense. Go cool off elsewhere. I am indisposed." As Li Sheng continued to flee while hurling insults, he exclaimed, "Curse your ancestors. Once I deal with this bunch of scoundrels, you will witness how I make my mother deal with you. And don't even think about wooing my sister. I'll tell her you have an STD." Chen Ergou spat dismissively, "Speak as you wish. I'm only here to collect the fallen." The upperclassmen, panting and out of breath, were infuriated to see Li Sheng still had the energy to exchange insults, their anger mounting to the point where they wished to bury this reckless little rascal alive. Chen Ergou abruptly turned his head and beheld a woman standing not far away, her expression one of astonishment. In her mid-20s, she possessed a delicate demeanor reminiscent of a tender cabbage nourished by water. Clad in professional attire, a tailored suit, a crisp white shirt, and elegant high heels, she exuded an air of refinement. A pair of exquisite glasses perched upon her elegantly shaped nose, radiating an intellectual grace. Standing tall for the southern region, her well-proportioned figure complemented a face that Chen Ergou deemed flawless. In his world, only the enchanting beauty from the archery team could rival her allure. To attain wealth, one must marry such a woman, was the thought that immediately crossed his mind. He began to mentally tally the costs. Could a beauty like her be persuaded to venture to the desolate Zhang family village for a mere 20,000? Chen Ergou's primary ambition upon leaving Zhang family village was to earn money to secure a wife for Fu Gui, with a secondary desire to broaden his horizons. Before even contemplating marriage, he realized that sustaining such a woman would require a substantial financial commitment. Lost in contemplation, Chen Ergou felt a pang of realization that working as a kitchen helper was not a viable long-term solution. Meanwhile, the astonished beauty found the scene increasingly bizarre. She had never encountered an adult interacting with children in such a manner. The phrase "I only handle the corpses" nearly sent her into shock. "Teacher Guan is here. We must retreat." A group of students inadvertently caught sight of a beautiful woman, and they immediately scattered like startled birds. Li Sheng, who had been preoccupied with wielding a branch like a warrior, finally recognized the one person he dreaded encountering. He discarded the branch and attempted to flee, only to be called back by her. "Li Sheng, stop right there." However, Li Sheng had no intention of halting. He fled with remarkable agility, akin to the elusive hero from Water Margin, vanishing from Chen Ergou and her sight in the blink of an eye, leaving behind an awkward pair. "Is she the homeroom teacher?" Chen Ergou ventured tentatively. The young woman nodded, perhaps lacking confidence due to her failure to establish authority in front of Chen Ergou. Moreover, Chen Ergou's erratic demeanor perplexed her, igniting a curiosity that bordered on trepidation. Thus, the seemingly unassuming Chen Ergou inspired a sense of caution in the attractive teacher. Yet, she felt a twinge of anxiety in the secluded, dimly lit grove, a solitary male and female amidst the shadows. Faced with a man whose reputation and demeanor were far from conventional, She felt a disquieting discomfort, as if every smile or frown from him carried profound implications. Oblivious to the predicament of the city-bred beauty who found herself ensnared in an inescapable conundrum, Chen Ergou suddenly rose. Startled, she instinctively took a step back, only to stumble and fall, perhaps having collided with an unseen obstacle. Chen Ergou remained unmoved, standing in place. Enraged and humiliated, she bit her lip and glared fiercely at this peculiar man, devoid of any semblance of gentlemanly decorum. Fortunately, the soft grass beneath her cushioned the fall, sparing her from injury. Chen Ergou, with a hint of apology, replied calmly, "If I were to rush over and embrace you, you might perceive it as premeditated. And without a moment's hesitation, you would likely slap me across the face and flee. I would be left with no opportunity to explain myself. In such a scenario, you would feel insulted, while I would be unjustly wronged, leaving both of us in an awkward predicament. Consequently, your perception of Li Sheng might inevitably be tainted." She hesitated, contemplating a rebuttal, only to realize that there was indeed a possibility of such an outcome. Chen Ergou smiled. But this smile was not born from successfully persuading the beautiful homeroom teacher still seated on the ground. Rather, it stemmed from the surprising revelation that he no longer felt intimidated by beautiful women. This transformation could likely be attributed to the woman he had conversed with, a figure so formidable that he had previously dared not even meet her gaze. To this day, his impression of her remained a blurry yet proud visage. It could be said that she had conquered him without the need for beauty, for at that time, he was merely a toad who had only glimpsed a palm-sized sky. Now, however, Chen Ergou might soon find himself fortunate enough to leap out of his well, for after all, SH is a city that has given birth to figures like Huang Jinrong and Zhou Jingyi, where heaven and hell are but a hair's breadth apart. "You are Chen Ergou, aren't you?" she inquired, eager to dispel the awkwardness. Maintaining the utmost elegance and grace in front of every man was the paramount objective for women of her ilk. She endeavored to steady her breath, adopting the calmest and most composed tone possible. Chen Ergou nodded slightly, maintaining a respectful distance as he stepped out of the woods. This detail earned him a rare point of admiration. The beauty emerging from the forest appeared significantly more composed, her confidence blossoming gradually as she engaged with an ordinary male. She introduced herself. "I am Guan Shijing, the Chinese language teacher and homeroom teacher of Li Sheng. It's a pleasure to meet you." Still reveling in the delight of no longer feeling apprehensive around the enchanting woman, Chen Ergou naturally began to admire this lovely teacher. Her features were exquisite. Indeed, southern women often possess a more delicate contour. She resembled a character from a classical portrait of a lady, gentle and captivating. Yet her allure did not offend the eyes of her admirers. However, Chen Ergou's gaze was somewhat unrestrained, causing Guan Shijing's hard-won favorable impression of him to plummet once more. Suddenly, Chen Ergou extended his hand, adopting a serious demeanor. "Teacher Guan, it is an honor to meet you." Taken aback, Guan Shijing instinctively reached out, engaging in a light, courteous handshake. Observing his solemn expression reminiscent of two national leaders in a meeting, she found herself both amused and bewildered. Yet, after their brief exchange of pleasantries, as she watched Chen Ergou's departing figure, her smile faded. This seemingly paradoxical man, who oscillated between being both refined and lascivious, had not gone far when he raised the hand that had briefly clasped hers to his nose and inhaled deeply, uttering two words that rendered Guan Shijing's face a deep crimson, so fragrant. Chapter 016. Death. It is a well-known adage in the mountains that while a herd of pigs can be easily dealt with, a solitary pig poses a formidable challenge. When one pig flees, the entire group follows suit, darting in a singular direction. Thus, during autumn, wild boars wreak havoc upon the crops, presenting a safer target. However, one must remember, never attack a bear from behind, nor confront a pig head-on. What does this imply? It suggests that engaging in brawls is simpler when one focuses on the leader. By capturing the ringleader, the rest of the group often succumbs to panic. This means that when you find yourself surrounded, you must act swiftly, denying them the opportunity to retaliate. Moreover, refrain from hastily engaging in a one-on-one struggle, for a cornered dog may leap over walls. Even the most unassuming coward can summon unexpected ferocity in a moment of desperation. Such plans do not reflect the actions of a hero. Very well, you choose your battleground. Should you be beaten to death, I shall bury you promptly and erect a gravestone proclaiming it to be the resting place of a valiant hero. But, Alas, I cannot simply comply with your wishes. It is difficult to fathom that this profound philosophy is being imparted by a man of 25 or 26 years to a child in the third grade. This peculiar exchange has transpired for half a year, with Li Xing absorbing his mentor's lessons almost daily. Although his academic performance remains dismal, he has established a formidable reputation at school, embodying the rugged demeanor of a northeastern man, all thanks to the cunning Chen Ergou. Li Xing, with an empty backpack slung over his shoulder, walked alongside Chen Ergou, tilting his head to gaze at this adult, who is even more devious than he, and inquired, "Ergou, please clarify, are you referring to my sister or teacher Guan? You cannot straddle two boats." As Chen Ergou engaged in financial discussions, a slight grin emerged on Li Xing's youthful face. He shook his lightweight backpack, which contained only a few comic books, and remarked, "My sister prefers intelligent and cultured types. You, however, are nothing but a country bumpkin. Besides, with your demeanor akin to a dog and a toad, how could you ever catch teacher Guan's eye? I have seen her fiancé, tall and handsome, while you would appear like a mere butcher in his presence, utterly incomparable." Chen Ergou scoffed. "Do you really think your limited skills could belittle me? Perhaps you should spend another decade or so at your mother's to refine your abilities." Li Xing pouted, feeling a twinge of frustration, yet he recognized the futility of his situation. Most of what he could boast about was imparted by this rascal. Moreover, this madman was renowned for his audacity, having once challenged 7 formidable figures. Though Li Xing did not voice it, he held a deep-seated admiration for him. Curiously, he had often wondered why Chen Ergou never lectured him on the virtues of diligent study. He asked, "Ergou, do you dislike studying as much as I do?" Chen Ergou, engrossed in a tattered newspaper, replied, "Even if I told you, you wouldn't comprehend." Li Xing placed his hands behind his head, gazing at the sky. Perhaps having absorbed too much of the cunning nature of the proprietress, this child possessed an unusual depth and wisdom beyond his years. Upon returning to the Ame restaurant, Chen Ergou first attended to the arrangement of tables and chairs, assisting the kitchen staff for half an hour. He then seized the opportunity to tutor Li Wei in mathematics. The proprietress had long proclaimed that if Li Wei were to gain admission to a prestigious high school, she would reward Chen Ergou with 5 months' salary. In truth, Chen Ergou privately harbored the belief that this proprietress, even if placed in a leading position at a major corporation, would thrive effortlessly. Recently, Chen Ergou had developed a penchant for scavenging at a paper recycling station, where he would acquire old magazines and books by the pound for his rented accommodation. Referencing an economics textbook, he discerned that the proprietress possessed all the admirable qualities of an exceptional entrepreneur. This revelation was akin to discovering a new continent, prompting Chen Ergou to clandestinely study her business acumen. Upon returning to his residence, he diligently took notes to refine and elevate his understanding, striving to reach a theoretical pinnacle. Then came the news of Grandpa Sun's passing. It was sudden and utterly unexpected. The old man's demise could be regarded as a natural conclusion to a life well lived. The individual overseeing the arrangements was a taciturn middle-aged man, dark-skinned and robust. His stoicism easily reminded Chen Ergou of the piece of wood that had once felled the wild boar king. Such men seldom play the role of protagonists in life. Rather, they quietly stand in the shadows, speaking little but accomplishing much. Chen Ergou listened to several elderly neighbors discussing a man rumored to be Sun Laotu's adopted son. The tale spoke of Sun Laotu's origins in northeast China and how his children did not survive the Great Famine and the turmoil that ensued. Yet, the specifics of their ordeal remained elusive to these long-time residents. Some spoke earnestly of witnessing Sun Laotu adorned with numerous medals, having earned first-class honors in the Korean War and the Vietnam conflict. Others claimed he had once served as a personal bodyguard to Marshal Peng Dehuai, achieving the rank of general, only to later fall victim to political entanglements. Chen Ergou felt little connection to these accounts. His memory of the elderly man who taught him chess was that of a stern yet wise figure. Deng Xiaoping experienced 3 rises and falls. I could scarcely claim to have endured 2. Naturally, compared to Deng's accomplishments, my modest accolades over a lifetime pale in significance. Living for 80 years has imparted a singular truth. Even the small man must lead a life of dignity. A man devoid of wealth, companionship, or power might face trivial matters, yet without dignity, even stray dogs would refuse to acknowledge him. Ergou, in his youth, was advised to embrace mistakes, for with age comes regret. The more regrets one carries, the more one yearns for life, relishing the opportunity to savor more meals and indulge in more drinks. witnessing adversaries fall one by one. This, indeed, is life's greatest pleasure. This was the last occasion when Chen Ergou played chess with elder son, during which the old man, moved by emotion, shared a fleeting glimpse of his past with the young, unsophisticated Chen. However, before Chen could ponder further, the elder, having won a game, announced his intention to visit the market for some vegetables and a modest amount of pork to prepare a dish to accompany his drink. In that instant, the image of a wise recluse that Chen had so painstakingly constructed in his mind was utterly shattered. Over the course of more than 6 months, Chen Ergou had never managed to win a single game against elder son, a fact that left him somewhat apprehensive about his future bride. It was only later, upon seeing the name Sun Yaomian inscribed on the wreath, that he learned the elder's name. He had intended to offer assistance, but upon gazing at the man's cold, stern visage, Chen ultimately abandoned the thought, realizing that he had no familial ties to elder son and that it would indeed be inappropriate to interfere. Before the middle-aged man, who had overseen the elder's funeral arrangements, departed, he approached Chen Ergou, handing him the chess set and a pair of walnuts, stating that it was the old man's wish. "You prepared both the rice wine and the snake wine?" the man inquired before his departure. Chen Ergou nodded. When he came to SH, he brought along a 4th-grade ginseng, which he had been reluctant to take out. Later, noticing that Grandpa's son's health was not particularly robust and that he had a fondness for alcohol, he decided to infuse a bottle of ginseng wine with BJ Erguo for the elderly man. As for the silver-ringed snake in the snake wine, he had heard tales of a large snake, as thick as a bowl, spotted at a construction site. He searched for quite some time, but could not catch the big snake. Instead, he managed to capture the silver-ringed snake, which he also steeped in wine as a gift for Grandpa Sunday. These 2 bottles of wine required considerable effort from Chen Ergou, as he sourced nearly 17 types of Chinese medicinal herbs and followed traditional recipes for the infusion. Although the ginseng wine and snake wine might not fetch a high price, they were undoubtedly nourishing. In undertaking this, Chen Ergou sought no reward. Subconsciously, he regarded this elderly man as a wine-loving, eccentric grandfather, and any small compensation felt meaningful. The flavor was authentic, and the ginseng was genuine wild ginseng from the Changbai Mountains. "Are you from Northeast China?" The man standing at the door of Chen Ergou's room casually glanced at the scattered old newspapers and magazines on the floor, his expression as calm as a still pond. Indeed, his demeanor resembled that of Grandpa's son, as if they were cast from the same mold. "Yes, I am from HLJ, a small village by the Aguna River. Though it's quite small, so you might not have heard of it." Chen Ergou replied with a smile, not as naive as a simpleton, yet exuding sincerity. "No wonder. You could consider me half a fellow townsman." The middle-aged man, clad in attire reminiscent of a security uniform, finally revealed a gentler expression that was far from his previous stern demeanor. He softly reflected, "My godfather never accepted favors from others, even with a severely injured leg. He would refuse assistance while walking. That has always been his nature, unchanging throughout his life." Chen Ergou found himself perplexed by the unfamiliar man's musings. Not inclined to ponder deeply, he merely felt a poignant sadness while gazing at the chess set before him. The middle-aged man concluded with an offhand remark. "If anything happens in the future, just come to NMG and say you know Sun Mangong." Chen Ergou perceived that this seemingly simple-minded son of Sun seemed to exude an unexplainable air of authority while uttering those words, reminiscent of the heart-stopping moment when he witnessed the wealthy figure drawing a massive horned bow in the mountains, an experience that starkly contrasted expectations. Yet, deep down, Chen Ergou thought to himself, "What trouble could I possibly get into? Spare me your curses." As he watched the man's retreating figure, he lowered his gaze to the pair of walnuts, worn smooth by the elderly man's daily handling over the years, and sighed, "Is he gone? What monumental heights must a man achieve in life to evade an unremarkable death?" Chen Ergou, in his current state, could not comprehend this, though perhaps that retreating figure possessed the understanding he lacked. Chapter 16. The Great Bodhisattva During His High School Years. Chen Ergou had a classmate who was the son of a nouveau riche, having amassed wealth through the nefarious trade of human trafficking. This boy, with his crooked features resembling an oddly shaped winter jujube, had an affinity for slicking his hair back, reminiscent of Chow Yun-fat in the classic film A Better Tomorrow. He frequently lamented in front of Chen Ergou and his impoverished peers about the torment of being pursued by women, which made Chen Ergou wish to deliver a few resounding slaps to this insufferable brat who spoke without understanding true hardship. However, upon reflection, There was an element of truth to his claims. For instance, as Chen Ergou busied himself serving tea and water at Ame restaurant, the thought of a woman whose weight rivaled that of the proprietress caused him much distress. She occupied a corner table, having ordered a dish of braised pork with vermicelli. Unlike the other women who fixated on Chen Ergou, she remained content in her corner, not attempting to flirt. Yet, the unabashed glances she cast in his direction, combined with her gluttonous mouthfuls of vermicelli and pork, left a lasting impression. Each time she devoured her meal, she seemed to torment the poor Chen Ergou further. In these moments, Li Sheng would wickedly conjure images of Chen Ergou, frail and overpowered by this rotund woman, rolling helplessly on the bed. This mischievous little villain often took it upon himself to instill erroneous beliefs in her, misleading her into thinking that Chen Ergou was already smitten by her beauty. To sow further chaos, the impish Li Sheng quietly informed the renowned beauty, whose fame extended across several streets, that Chen Ergou had turned down his sister, Li Wei, for her sake. Seizing the moment when Chen Ergou entered the kitchen to fetch tea, Li Sheng approached a woman of equal stature to his mother and whispered conspiratorially, "My dear, it won't do for you to remain seated all the time. I've told you before, Ergou favors women who take initiative. He is shy, and if you remain shy as well, when will you become celestial partners?" She turned her head, forming a delicate gesture with her fingers, and shyly replied, "Just watching Ergou is enough for me." Li Sheng stifled the urge to curse, enduring the tremendous impact of her action, and with a stiff smile, he said, "Your satisfaction does not imply his. Imagine a man gazing at a stunning beauty like you, yet feeling unable to approach. Wouldn't that be disheartening? Allow me to illustrate. When you're famished and a bowl of braised pork with vermicelli is placed before you without chopsticks, wouldn't you feel a sense of urgency?" From this exchange, it was evident that if this mischievous lad, Li Sheng, channeled his thoughts into studying, he might not only escape the last place, but perhaps even claim the top spot. She shyly replied, "I eat with my hands." Li Sheng turned away, gritting his teeth, then spun back with a beaming smile, continuing to guide her. "My enchanting Wang Yuyan, why not take the most straightforward and effective approach? Invite Ergo to a less crowded place, like a park or a small cinema, just the two of you in a private booth, and boldly make your move. He'll be yours." Wang Yuyan, the name of this woman before Li Sheng, resonated with an ethereal allure, truly living up to her reputation as a beauty renowned throughout the land. Suddenly, Li Sheng felt a sharp pain in his ear. Turning around, he was met with the grinning face of Chen Ergou, whose underlying malice only he could truly perceive. Having previously experienced Chen Ergou's insidious tactics, Li Sheng's eyes darted about in desperation, devising an escape plan. Before he could formulate one, Chen Ergou's fingers twisted, inflicting a surge of pain. In a moment of panic, Li Sheng exclaimed, "Mom, I wish to read a book." The proprietress immediately retorted, "Get upstairs, and do not disturb your sister." "Bah, you little rascal. If you were willing to read, I would embark on a diet tomorrow." Feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, Li Sheng seized the metaphorical sword of authority and swaggered upstairs, not forgetting to turn and make a face at Chen Ergou. Chen Ergou held no prejudice against the plump woman. After all, the proprietress's daily display of her substantial figure, weighing around 170 to 80 pounds, had not overwhelmed him, showcasing his formidable endurance. However, he found it utterly impossible to conflate this woman with Wang Yuan from demigods and semi-devils, as the mere thought of doing so made him feel profoundly uncomfortable. Chen Ergou handed a stack of napkins to the greasy Wang Yuan and swiftly retreated, genuinely apprehensive that she might harbor ill intentions and attempt to subdue him. Lacking the confidence to resist, he was no match for a woman of her sizable stature. The hefty girl gazed longingly at Chen Ergou's retreating figure, filled with an inexplicable affection. She did not dare to use the napkins to wipe the grease from her lips, but instead carefully placed them into a large red wallet adorned with cartoon characters. The proprietor, Ame, harbors the grand aspiration that her modest eatery's entrance would be graced by an array of luxurious automobiles. Regrettably, her husband, a man devoid of ambition and dreams, fails to comprehend this desire. His only contribution is to endeavor to gather a selection of purported imperial recipes. Yet as an ordinary citizen, he is incapable of acquiring the authentic culinary secrets that emanate from the vast halls of the Forbidden City. Consequently, the only vehicles that frequent the entrance of Ame's restaurant are bicycles, with the occasional electric scooter adding a touch of variety. As the owner, Ame spends her time either counting money or gazing longingly at the entrance. yearning for a four-wheeled vehicle to make an appearance, an event that would undoubtedly provide her with a profound sense of accomplishment and validation. She waits and waits. Even as Li Sheng, aware of the antics of schoolyard flirtation, fails to attract any notable patrons, leaving her despondent, more so than her indifference towards Chen Ergou's advances. Hope, in its capricious nature, behaves like an alluring temptress. When one resolves to ignore it, it provokes one's interest anew, ensnaring the very soul that sought to remain unperturbed. In this moment, Ame finds herself engulfed in a fervent state, for she has witnessed two opulent cars, the brands of which elude her, come to a halt at her establishment. Two dashing young men, adorned in attire reminiscent of television's leading male protagonists, emerge from the vehicles. In this instant, a peculiar thought crosses her mind. Gazing at their strikingly handsome faces, she suddenly feels that perhaps it would be more gratifying to entice Ergou, even if just for amusement. Upon encountering such affluent individuals, the proprietor felt an unsettling anxiety, overwhelmed by the inferiority complex of the impoverished and the awe of the lesser folk. While he did not tremble at the knees, he certainly lacked the courage to meet the gaze of these distinguished guests when inquiring about their orders. This timid demeanor provoked the owner's wife, who was leisurely perched at the counter enjoying the scenery, to mutter a reproachful remark. Although Chen Ergou had previously lost his assertive demeanor in the presence of beautiful women, he remained unfazed by the masculine presence before him. In his peculiar line of reasoning, he thought to himself that he, Chen Dage, had encountered wild boars weighing 500 pounds. How could he possibly be intimidated by a mere young gentleman who weighed less than 200 pounds? He observed these two young men, whose demeanor resembled that of a group of bow-hunting enthusiasts, and instinctively understood that they were either rich or of considerable standing. As for the extent of their wealth and influence, it was beyond the comprehension of Chen Ergou, who had only ever held a few thousand yuan in his hands. The affluent gentlemen did not create any dramatic scenes at Ame restaurant. They simply ordered 2 servings of the most basic northeastern dumplings. This lack of excitement left the owner's wife feeling rather bored, as she had hoped for some tension to unfold. Although the previous commotion involving Chen Ergou had resulted in the destruction of several pots and pans, it had nonetheless attracted a fair number of new customers. Had there been a spectacle today, perhaps involving Chen Ergou smashing a luxury car and then swaggering back from the police station, Ame restaurant would likely have been well on its way to prosperity. The owner's wife languidly remarked, "Ergou, why don't you go help Xiaowei with her studies? If she fails to get into a key school, I shall have your skin for it." Chen Ergou could only yield to oppression, for he was at the mercy of her whims. The proprietress insisted he sacrifice his dignity and offer himself, a proposition he could not acquiesce to. Yet he found himself with little room to oppose her demands. The proprietress added with a hint of promise, "Should you succeed in your studies, I might consider you as a prospective suitor for Xiaowei in 3 years." Chen Ergou felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. In a corner, 2 affluent gentlemen cast a glance at him almost in unison. One of them shook his head in disappointment, signaling his companion to depart. As they exited the restaurant, one young master furrowed his brow and remarked, "Kuan-zi, this is the kind of person you are involved with? Is it truly worth having your uncle from the special police force intervene? Now you owe that good-for-nothing Qian Rong a favor, and that scoundrel never lets go of his debts. No one in our circle wishes to be associated with him, and that little pauper is utterly unreliable." The other young man, taking his time before entering the vehicle, leaned against the front, lit a cigarette, and exhaled a smoke ring with a calm demeanor. Owing a favor is hardly a matter of consequence. In the future, for certain unsavory tasks, we may need the services of such unreliable individuals. Whatever he desires, I shall provide. Women, I am not in want. Money, I have an abundance. If he intends to take advantage of me, we shall see in the end who truly holds the upper hand. His companion chuckled. "It is certainly you who will come out on top." The young man, smoking, gazed up at the sign of the Ame restaurant and remarked, "This task has been entrusted to me by young Master Fong with utmost urgency, emphasizing that there must be no room for error. I cannot afford to be careless. If I fail, I will surely face repercussions. Young Master SH may not be particularly formidable, but his stature is far superior to mine, and I have no choice but to comply." His companion nodded in agreement, visibly apprehensive at the mere mention of young Master Fong. Tossing aside his half-finished cigarette, the young man rubbed his temples and continued, "Were it not for my willingness to stand in for this inexplicably formidable newcomer, that group of JX fellows would have descended upon us several times by now. Truly, it is a case of spending money to avert disaster. Regardless, young Master Fong is a shrewd individual. He will not forget my assistance in this matter, and we shall await the arrival of good fortune." The two exchanged knowing smiles. At that moment, a woman wearing a cap and carrying a travel bag entered the Ame restaurant. Her slender figure caught the attention of the two seasoned young gentlemen, who found themselves glancing her way more than once. However, these two affluent young men, well established in SH, were not in the mood for frivolities. The youth known as Kunzi diverted his gaze and murmured, "If young Master Fong has personally come forth, she must be of great significance. Yet, I remain unaware of her true nature." Chapter 018. I am not tired in terms of presence. The woman wearing a cap and black-framed glasses undoubtedly pales in comparison to the two affluent heirs who had just arrived in their luxurious vehicles. However, as she casually entered the room, the proprietress, who prided herself on her acute understanding of physiognomy and fortune-telling, widened her eyes with a fervent desire to discern this young lady's past and present. Ultimately, she exclaimed, "With this figure in my face, I would truly resemble a beauty that could sink fish and shy away the moon." The woman ordered a modest portion of Northeast-style cold noodles, the translucent vermicelli accompanied by crisp, delicate strands of cucumber, a delightful sight indeed. However, she seemed to harbor some aversion towards garlic sauce. The proprietress observed this woman, savoring her meal with great interest, akin to admiring a picturesque landscape. For a full 15 minutes, the proprietress watched intently, bemused by the woman's patient approach to dining, treating it as if it were a battle of sorts, methodical and unhurried, evoking the image of fishing. Typically, patrons of Ame restaurant were either office workers or laborers, devouring their meals in a ravenous haste. The proprietress wondered if this woman would meticulously place each grain of rice into her mouth one by one. Lost in thought, her mind wandered to more salacious ideas, and she wiped her mouth, contemplating how enticing the woman's lips appeared, naturally luscious and refined without the adornment of lipstick. She mused about which fortunate soul might one day enjoy the pleasures of those lips. Having her own experiences, the proprietress knew that her impressive skills were not merely confined to daylight hours. The numerous pink-hued salons lining the street had never tempted her husband to stray, thanks in no small part to her own nighttime prowess. Having finally observed the dining habits of this woman, whose features remained obscured, the proprietress, a seasoned veteran of the evening soap opera scene, had encountered the refined manners of both ladies and aristocrats. Yet, as she pondered, it struck her that this patron's manner of eating resembled a profound and intricate study. The proprietor, who harbored a secret admiration for beautiful clientele but lacked the audacity to act upon it, stood at a distance, casting furtive glances. Surprisingly, Li Sheng, who typically addressed attractive patrons as sister or aunt, refrained from his usual advances and instead adopted a posture akin to Chen Ergou, squatting at the staircase with wide eyes. Even when the kitchen chef emerged for a breath of fresh air, he sensed the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. The woman, under the gaze of many, delicately took a napkin to wipe her mouth, then turned to the proprietress and remarked, "Just deduct the meal cost from Chen Ergou's wages." The proprietress was momentarily taken aback, contemplating how this rather extraordinary young lady seemed utterly unrelated to the rustic Chen Ergou. Could she be a relative? Unlikely, for Zhang Shengli often boasted of being the most successful man from Zhangjiazi, and the proprietress could easily envision the backwardness of that small corner. A romantic interest of Ergou? That was even less plausible. Had that been the case, the proprietress would have been compelled to weigh herself down with a stone and leap into the Huangpu River. While she did not underestimate Ergou, she firmly believed that today, he lacked the charm and means to attract such a distinctive young woman. Opting not to expend further mental energy, the proprietress simply called out, "Ergou, come out." This time, she omitted the usual admonition, allowing Chen Ergou to save face. Upon seeing this woman, Chen Ergou was inexplicably overcome with a complex mix of nostalgia and emotion. He hurried down the stairs, standing beside her with a smile, and asked, "Have you arrived?" She lifted her gaze towards Chen Ergou, whose appearance remained unchanged, though his attire had taken on a slightly urban flair. With a smile, she remarked, "Though it may seem a tad impolite to say, I must express that your inquiry is rather superfluous." Chen Ergou scratched his head and replied, "Nervous." She gestured for him to take a seat across from her and, lowering her voice with a smile, added, "It's quite unbecoming to be so anxious in front of a woman and to voice it as well. I feel embarrassed for you." Yet, I wonder about that commanding presence you displayed before those young lords in Zhangjiazhuang. After sitting down, Chen Ergou grinned and said, that was my territory. No matter how beautiful a woman may be, in my presence, she would ultimately find herself as my consort. She leaned back in her chair and remarked, you've made progress. You're even daring to jest with me. This city has not been in vain. Chen Ergou gazed at the woman whose features he could never quite recall. He distinctly remembered her maintaining a meticulous distance from the archery circle, as if her approach to life was one of detached observation. Thus, he had always perceived her as ethereal and elusive. Even seated across from him, she exuded an air of inaccessibility, rendering the trivial scheming of a few young heirs from high school pale and juvenile in comparison. Lost in thought, Chen Ergou stared at her, audacious yet devoid of frivolous distractions, before finally snapping back to reality and asking, have you arranged your accommodations? Living in Shanghai can be exorbitantly costly. The price per square meter could buy several new houses in Zhangjiazhuang. She shook her head, stating, not yet. I'm currently troubled by the search for a place. Do you have any suggestions? Chen Ergou chuckled. What opinions could I possibly have? Since my arrival in Shanghai, I have scarcely ventured beyond these few streets, not even laying eyes upon the illustrious Oriental Pearl Tower. To inquire of me is akin to asking a stone for wisdom. The proprietress, who had been fixated on the tableau of beauty and beasts, suddenly interjected, Old Master Sun's house has become available. The bathroom, kitchen, and lavatory are all fully equipped, and the price is quite reasonable. Chen Ergou was taken aback, casting a surprised glare at the proprietress before turning to the woman across from him to explain. Old Master Sun has just passed away. She responded with a light laugh. I am an atheist. Chen Ergou found himself in a quandary. It was evident that this woman was far from the type suited to reside in a dwelling that barely surpassed slum conditions. A frog may reside comfortably in a pond, yet one cannot expect a swan to dwell amongst the filth, for such a swan would hardly resemble its noble kin. Aware that he could never attain this swan, Chen Ergou selfishly wished to maintain a distance, preserving her exalted image in his mind. She had become a new benchmark for him, another reason to strive in this city. Regrettably, she did not fulfill his expectations, offering a rather astonishing rationale. I do not possess much money. I must be frugal. Chen Ergou pondered, bewildered. He thought to himself, surely, a girl who drives a military jeep to engage in archery at Zhangjiazi would not need to stoop to living in a tenement. His thoughts began to wander, leading him to wonder if perhaps she had recognized some hidden potential within him, seeking to capitalize on the opportunity. The more he speculated, the more elated he became, his face beaming with a joy as radiant as a blooming dogtail flower. A woman, possessing an intellect sharp enough to discern the subtle, petty thoughts of Chen Ergou, doused his aspirations with a splash of cold reality. I do not dismiss your hypothetical musings, she remarked, and I would not oppose you should you delve deeper into your imaginings. However, the truth remains that I must indeed economize. Before entering each province, I set a strict budget. For instance, my limit for Heilongjiang was 4,000, while for Shanghai it is 5,000. Exceeding even a single penny would signify a dual miscalculation in both strategy and tactics. Observing Chen Erdog's stunned expression, she smiled gently and inquired, are you taken aback? This is merely a trivial game. Perhaps I employed some vocabulary that you found unfamiliar. To put it simply, this is akin to a rectangular target equation. Oh, I concede. I have inadvertently introduced another term that may leave you bewildered. My apologies, it was purely instinctive. Feeling an inexplicable surge of masculine assertiveness, Chen Ergou commanded, stay. This declaration startled both her and the proprietress. The proprietress, with a flirtatious demeanor, cryptically remarked, for the next few days, Ergou, you shall take a leave, and your salary will remain unaffected. During the arduous process of negotiating rental prices, rummaging through pots and pans, and organizing toiletries amidst a plethora of miscellaneous items, it was Chen Ergou who lent his assistance. The day would pass without a moment's respite. Apart from his audacious demeanor, Chen Ergou harbored a penchant for meticulously controlling every detail within his reach, a hallmark of the Chen family's tradition in Zhangjiazhuang. This trait was particularly pronounced in him. Though he lacked the physical prowess of Fu Gui, his schemes were equally cunning. His meticulousness in laying traps and deceiving others was unparalleled. Otherwise, the community would not regard him as their primary source of concern. A woman gazed contentedly from the window at the burgeoning structure, regarding Chen Ergou as a madman capable of executing tactics to perfection in small-scale skirmishes. Observant individuals might note that in his more than 6 months of assisting at a May's restaurant, Chen Ergou had never faltered. It is difficult for outsiders to fathom that Chen Ergou, with merely a high school diploma, had learned to read and write at a young age. Thanks to his grandfather, a man with an insatiable thirst for alcohol. The elder had once tasked Chen Ergou and Chen Gui with transcribing a weathered tome filled with traditional characters. That night, under the moonlight, their tender hands toiled for hours, copying a total of 8,609 characters. While the prodigious Fu Gui made 2 mistakes, Chen Ergou transcribed flawlessly. The woman pondered, resting her chin on her hand. We simply need 2 more bookshelves. Chen Ergou, his towel draped over his shoulder, wiped his brow and chuckled. What do we need bookshelves for? We don't reside here regularly. She retorted. How do you know? Chen Ergou pondered. Although 5,000 yuan is a considerable amount, it is impractical to reside in Shanghai for an extended period without employment. You do not strike me as someone who can survive on merely scallions, vegetables, and tofu for every meal. I suspect 10 days to half a month would be your utmost limit. She removed her duckbill cap and ran her fingers through her long, lustrous hair, which could incite jealousy in any woman who devoted excessive time to her appearance. With a playful smile, she remarked, I enjoy doing things that catch people off guard. This was the first time Chen Ergou began to glimpse her true essence. Her face was so captivating that it overshadowed conventional beauty. It was paradoxical, yet utterly enchanting, devoid of the cold aloofness that might make an ordinary man feel inferior. Chen Ergou was certain she was not the most beautiful woman, yet he was equally convinced that the alluring aura she exuded would be etched in his memory for eternity. He hastily wiped his mouth with a towel, unsure whether he was wiping sweat or saliva. She extended her hand, smiling as she introduced herself. I am Chao Jianjia, Chao from Chao Chao, the one mentioned in the poem Jianjia from the Book of Songs. Chen Ergou took her hand, nodding in acknowledgement. Time stretched on. An eternity passed. Finally, Chao Jianjia broke the silence, smiling as she said, Chen Ergou, you have been holding my hand for 6 or 7 minutes now. To which Chen Ergou replied earnestly, let us hold on a little longer. Rest assured, I am not weary. Chapter 019. Worth it. If we could garner 17,000 recommendations by 9 o'clock tonight, we might have a chance to make the 4th chapter go viral. Having settled everything, Chen Ergou directly inquired, Chao Jianjia, are you the offspring of high-ranking officials? Chao Jianjia, preparing to wash her face, removed her glasses and turned her back to Chen Ergou, obscuring her expression. With a slightly teasing tone, she replied, high-ranking officials? There are quite a few in China today. Within the military, there are those at the division level, regionally and at the central government. Positions above the bureau level are also deemed as such. Moreover, if we consider those eligible for senior official benefits, the situation becomes even more complex. Many technical and knowledgeable officials wield no power, and even if they hold titles above level 13, they are not in a position to command. In their workplaces, administrative personnel often regard them as inconsequential, and at home, they must still heed the wishes of their wives and children. Such is the plight of these high-ranking officials. Conversely, some do possess real authority, their words carrying significant weight. However, such individuals are scarce in Beijing and more prevalent in localities. For instance, a district chief in Shanghai would be considered a minor official in Beijing, yet here, they can thrive. I can offer you a rough standard. Those whose deaths would be reported on the evening news at the provincial or ministerial level can be begrudgingly recognized as high-ranking officials. While she conveyed a wealth of information, she inadvertently diverted Chen Ergou's inquiry. He was not the type to relentlessly pursue answers, so he merely marveled. So many intricacies. Chao Jianjia gently splashed water on her face before the mirror, smiling as she remarked, in any profession, there exists a myriad of unwritten rules and hidden protocols. To hold an official position is to navigate a labyrinth of regulations. Seniority, credentials, connections, and even seating arrangements must be meticulously observed. Disarray in these matters necessitates a complete reshuffling, which invariably incurs substantial opportunity costs. Thus, every word, action, and gesture must be executed with utmost caution. I shall refrain from citing examples, for merely listing names may leave you feeling quite dizzy. Chen Ergou squatted at the restroom door, reflecting, I have gained new insights. From his vantage point, he had an unobstructed view of Chao Jianjia's exquisite silhouette, clad in loose-fitting jeans. This marked the first occasion Chen Ergou had the privilege of appreciating a woman's figure from such close proximity. Moreover, this enchanting beauty possessed an alluringly aloof demeanor that rendered her seemingly unattainable, igniting a fervor within him as he finally comprehended the essence of delight to the eyes. Astute as she was, Chao Jianjia had long discerned the temperament of the notorious troublemaker from Zhang Jiazhuang behind her, yet she remained unperturbed. With a casual demeanor, she inquired, "Have you had your fill of gazing? If so, kindly assist me in procuring 2 bicycles, preferably the more economical variety, as long as they are functional." Chen Ergou, momentarily taken aback, questioned, "Bicycles?" Chao Jianjia adjusted her glasses and turned to look down at the squatting Chen Ergou, responding, "Are you suggesting I spend 5,000 yuan on a car?" Chen Ergou chuckled, "I thought I might be fortunate enough to catch a few rides in a taxi." Chao Jianjia could not help but smile, a few damp strands of her hair gently adhering to her exquisite visage, softening the innate pride she exuded and infusing her demeanor with a warm, neighborly charm. This transformation evoked an oddly nostalgic sensation in Chen Ergou, reminiscent of childhood companions. Aware of Chen Ergou's gaze, Chao Jianjia chuckled, "I know you are clever, but I advise you not to entertain the idea of gaining even the slightest advantage over me. I am a petty person, meticulously calculating and vengeful. Confucius once said that it is difficult to nurture both a petty person and a woman. I embody both traits. So do not equate me with the simple folk of Zhang Jiazhuang." Chen Ergou smirked in disagreement. "If those rascals from Zhang Jiazhuang were truly simple, I would leap from the Oriental Pearl Tower tomorrow, or even dive into the Huangpu River." Chao Jianjia chose not to respond. She exited the restroom and reclined on a rattan chair made of purple bamboo, swaying gently. This chair had also been left for Chen Ergou by the middle-aged man, Sun Mangong, following the elder's instructions. Observing the sparse furnishings in the house, and given that his tiny shared room could scarcely accommodate much, Chen Ergou decided to gift the aged chair to Chao Jianjia. She closed her eyes, caressing the armrests, which were smooth and delicate, reminiscent of mutton-fat jade. Then, she raised 2 slender fingers to lightly tap, embodying a leisurely posture that suggested she had stolen a moment of tranquility from the bustling world. This time, Chen Ergou harbored no inappropriate thoughts, for Sun Laotu also relished reclining in such a manner, humming unfamiliar Huang Mei tunes. Chao Jianjia closed her eyes to gather her thoughts and softly inquired, "Ergou, what kind of person is grandfather's son? I perceive that you hold a certain affection for him. It is quite extraordinary for someone as carefree as you to harbor such respect." Chen Ergou rolled his eyes and, with a hint of nostalgia, remarked, "I learned chess from the elder. I originally intended to win at least 1 game against him, but he never afforded me that opportunity. To be honest, I harbor quite a bit of resentment towards him for that. How could someone like him simply pass away?" Chao Jianjia asked, "What do you mean by someone like him?" Chen Ergou shook his head and said, "I cannot articulate it well. Grandfather's son is not someone I am qualified to assess. Perhaps when I reach his age, I might dare to express a few thoughts." Chao Jianjia murmured, a definitive conclusion. Chen Ergou managed to acquire 2 second-hand bicycles, likely the spoils of some thief. Lacking any sense of public morality or an overflowing sense of justice, he felt that these bicycles, being nearly new and reasonably priced, were worth bringing home. Naturally, he intended to seek reimbursement from Chao Jianjia. After all, that woman, no matter how stern and unyielding, had long since understood Chen Ergou's true nature. Thus, he had no intention of putting on airs. If, hypothetically, she were his wife, he would willingly sell his blood to ensure her comfort. Chao Jianjia did not inquire about the origins of the 2 vehicles from Chen Ergou. With her intellect, she could undoubtedly surmise their provenance. Chen Ergou felt fortunate that this woman was not a rigidly obstinate wealthy individual. Encountering one such person was sufficient, and he had no desire to encounter a second. She purchased a map of Shanghai and then urged Chen Ergou, her bag-laden companion, toward their destination, the Oriental Pearl Tower. Throughout the journey, she spoke little, pausing only to capture photographs of intriguing sights and moments. Chen Ergou followed her aimlessly, uncertain whether they would become lost, ultimately finding themselves in darkness without glimpsing the tower, which seemed to recede ever further. Being somewhat directionally challenged, he placed his hopes entirely upon Chao Jianjia. However, observing her calm demeanor alleviated his anxieties. Moreover, trailing behind her allowed him to admire her long, gracefully swaying legs, which became increasingly captivating. As a woman of experience, The proprietress understood the allure of a woman's lips. Although Chen Ergou lacked such discernment, he found her presence quite appealing. It was undeniable. He felt as if he were a ravenous tiger poised to pounce. Wealthy often remarked that women, once seen through, resemble slightly smaller skeletons than men, lacking in substance. Yet today, Chen Ergou would confidently assert to Wealthy that a woman like Chao Jianjia was indeed enticing, one who could be gazed upon for several nights without fatigue. Chao Jianjia, with her tranquil demeanor unperturbed by the 8 winds of fate, found herself unable to withstand the brazen gaze of the brute that lingered upon her for over an hour. Reluctantly, she rode alongside him, only to have the lout's attention shift provocatively to her bosom. As he rode, he audaciously wiped his mouth with his hand, revealing a smile that, while seemingly radiant, concealed a mischievous intent reminiscent of a rogue. "Is it pleasing to the eye?" Chao Jianjia inquired with a playful smile. Chen Ergou nodded affirmatively. "Indeed it is." When Chao Jianjia narrowed her eyes, her flawless visage radiated an enchanting allure, reminiscent of the 1,000-year-old fox spirit Daji from Investiture of the Gods, veiling a deadly intent as she retorted, "What is it that you find appealing?" Chen Ergou, having not quite mastered the art of elegance, mimicked the act of feigned ignorance with considerable success, chuckling heartily, "Everything is captivating." Chao Jianjia blinked seductively, her charm utterly disarming, and replied, "Ergo, tell me what you find attractive, and I shall grant you a few more glances at that part." Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Chen Ergou collided with a utility pole beside the alley, the momentum propelling him and his bicycle into a graceful arc through the air before he landed spectacularly. Chapter 020. The women of the Chao family this fall would undoubtedly be a vivid moment that Chen Ergou would remember for a lifetime. Yet, the thought that this might merely be a trivial episode in the splendid life of the proud beauty beside him filled Chen Ergou with a sense of melancholy. She, undoubtedly of high status, seemed never to regard him, a mere commoner, with disdain. However, he could not fathom why, in the past. The entire Zhang family village had scorned him as a hopeless wastrel. During his high school years, many openly and covertly derided him as an ignorant toad amidst cow dung. Yet, at that time, Chen Ergou stubbornly clung to his dignity, albeit without much foundation. Before Chao Jianjia, however, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, akin to the first time he faced a foraging black bear alone in the mountains. Observing every smile, frown, and raised brow of this woman, Chen Ergou felt disoriented. When they finally arrived by the banks of the Huangpu River, watching Chao Jianjia gaze towards the heart of the river, Chen Ergou understood the source of his feelings, disparity. Whether nestled in a dilapidated high school or a small Zhang family village, no matter how arrogant the students or towering the villagers, Chen Ergou could always perceive their heights with a slight upward glance. But her, leaning against the railing, he rubbed his face vigorously and let out a loud shout. Chao Jianjia, supporting her bicycle, glanced at Chen Ergou and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Chen Ergou sighed and replied, "I miss home." Chao Jianjia withdrew her gaze, disregarding the speculations of the incessant passers-by regarding their relationship, and remarked while looking at the cruise ships on the Huangpu River, "I never think of home when I go out." Chen Ergou chuckled, remarking that he indeed did not seem like the type prone to sentimentality. "You and Fu Gui do not revel in the melancholy of spring's passing or autumn's arrival," he observed. "Such musings are the pastime of those who are either excessively indulgent or discontented with their lot in life." Initially, these words may have sounded harsh, yet upon reflection, they contained a significant kernel of truth. Both he and Fu Gui were far from ordinary. Their realms of thought were profoundly intricate. Chao Jianjia laughed and retorted, "And you consider yourself a paragon of normality? Did you not just bellow loudly enough to make passers-by think I was a lunatic?" Chen Ergou chose not to counter her jest, fully aware that if he were to disdain himself in her presence, he would truly be beyond redemption. Chao Jianjia gestured towards the distant Pearl Tower and softly remarked, "It is said that in this city of Shanghai, everyone aspires to ascend to the highest vantage point to behold the scenery. Merchants, politicians, and even those engaged in less reputable trades share this ambition. This is markedly different from Beijing, where the tenacity of Shanghai is not comprehended, and Shanghai, in turn, fails to grasp the depths of Beijing's aristocratic allure. I came across an economic report that likened Matai to an imperial mindset and Wulianye to that of feudal lords. A comparison that holds true when applied to the dynamics between Beijing and Shanghai." A shadow of unspoken sorrow crossed Chen Ergou's face as he contemplated the brands Matai and Wulianye. Damn it, he thought. One day I shall transport these bottles back to Zhangjiazi, stacking them before the grave of that man, my grandfather, whom I never had the chance to call out to in my youth, allowing him to indulge in them to his heart's content. It turns out that ascending the Oriental Pearl Tower incurs a substantial fee, and quite an exorbitant one at that. Upon hearing that a ticket to the 265-meter observation deck costs 100 yuan, and reaching the top would set one back 150 yuan, Chen Ergou hesitated. He was reluctant to let Chao Jianjia spend such money, and moreover, he did not possess sufficient funds himself. However, Chao Jianjia exhibited no signs of reluctance. She promptly produced 3 100 yuan banknotes. Chen Ergou took one back and returned it to her, requesting 2 tickets to the 265-meter viewing platform from the ticket clerk. Chao Jianjia smiled and remarked, "Are you trying to save me money?" Chen Ergou gazed upward at the tower, remaining silent, his lips tightly pressed together. That face, once imbued with a rustic charm, still bore traces of rural stubbornness after more than half a year in the city. Chao Jianjia, observing his visage, faintly recalled the resolute silhouette of this man from that night in Zhangjiazi, stubborn yet childlike, yet undeniably steadfast enough to deter any interruptions. Yet, Chen Ergou offered Chao Jianjia no room for even the slightest sentiment. Upon entering the elevator and catching sight of the attractive attendant, he immediately revealed his true nature. His gaze, always a touch more lascivious than mere admiration for beauty, was unmistakably inappropriate, resembling an old party member perusing the Communist Manifesto. Chao Jianjia, watching from the side, found the scene amusing, while the elevator attendant appeared somewhat uncomfortable. The confined space made it challenging for a man of his stature to stare unabashedly, while not entirely repulsive. It was nonetheless disconcerting. Upon reaching the 265-meter level, as Chen Ergou and his companions exited the elevator, the tall attendant, who had encountered numerous affluent individuals and dignitaries, let out a quiet sigh of relief. Chao Jianjia softly admonished, "It's not polite to stare at people like that." Chen Ergou expressed his confusion, stating, "Isn't this how I perceive you?" Chao Jianjia shook her head and replied, "It is different. I am aware of your character and have already formed a definitive impression of you. Therefore, as long as you do not engage in actions that exceed my tolerance, I can generally endure your behavior. However, when interacting with others, particularly unfamiliar women, they do not know you. If there is a chance for future encounters, the initial impression you create will significantly influence the outcome of your interactions." Chen Ergou's smile appeared somewhat forced as he remarked, "I do not expect them to become my wives. I am not concerned about making a good impression." Chao Jianjia refrained from further explanation, as she always believed that when a matter necessitates debate or argument to compel the other party to concede, it does not signify the other's irrationality, but rather one's own inadequacy. Thus, she never attempted to persuade anyone or deliberately clarify anything. Approaching the glass window, Chao Jianjia gazed into the distance and said, "Ergou, look at the skyscrapers along the Huangpu River, the Jinmao Tower, the World Financial Center. Behind each of these structures lies a web of corporate intrigue and governmental maneuvering. Our small locale resembles Zhangjiazi and HLJ. When you have the chance, step outside and observe more. A man's height is determined by the distance he can see. Your intellect is no less than that of others. Why should you not aspire to occupy a higher position, without resorting to grandiose claims of standing above thousands? Do you not possess the ambition to journey from HLJ to SH and become someone with a car and a home? Since modern times, the prominent figures in the great splendor of Shanghai have not been its local inhabitants. This has become an ingrained psychological principle and geographical norm within the city's collective subconscious. A shrewd businessman unable to grasp this vital pulse finds engaging in real estate in Shanghai akin to playing with fire. Ergo, should you hasten to accumulate your initial capital, I might be able to share with you some insights, whether it be stock trading or mutual funds. Even participating in ventures like the Jinxiao Zhangjiang International Community could allow you to distinguish yourself. Ultimately, connections and influential backing yield information derived from asymmetries, insider knowledge, or strategic planning that, when bestowed upon the discerning, amounts to a monetary gift. However, this necessitates a certain level of capital. The art of achieving success without investment flourished in the early reform era, but has become increasingly unreliable. I lack the means to involve you in illicit activities, yet there are still opportunities to exploit. Standing by the glass window and gazing down at the commercial district, Chao Jianjia reflected, perhaps due to an extended period without engaging in conversation, she unexpectedly articulated a lengthy discourse that even she felt was somewhat tangential. Regrettably, her musings received no response whatsoever. Suddenly, turning her head, Chao Jinjia noticed that Chen Ergou's complexion appeared unusually pale, and beads of sweat adorned his forehead. Upon closer inspection, she realized he was drenched in perspiration. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, "Are you afraid of heights?" Chen Ergou awkwardly nodded, admitting, "I only realized it after stepping onto the elevator." Chao Jinjia hesitated momentarily before asking, "Did you absorb anything from what I just said?" Chen Ergou offered a wry smile and replied, "Not really." Chao Jinjia blinked, seemingly attempting to ascertain whether this acrophobic man was speaking the truth. "Let us return," she declared with conviction. Chen Ergou, taken aback, protested, "I just spent 200 yuan to come here, and now we're leaving without even taking a look? This seems an egregious waste of money." He hurried to explain, "It's fine. You go ahead. I'll just follow behind you." Without a moment's hesitation, Chao Jinjia turned and walked away. Though Chen Ergou longed to reach out and stop her, he refrained, burdened instead with feelings of guilt and gratitude as he trailed her towards the elevator. In the same elevator stood a striking young lady, who, upon noticing Chen Ergou's swift return, couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. Many men, rich and poor from all corners of the land, had fallen for her at first sight, yet expressing such sentiments in such a clumsy manner was far from impressive. Wearing a professionally polite smile, she was internally rife with disdain for Chen Ergou. Chao Jinjia teased gently, "It seems you're not merely trying to save me money, but rather you're afraid you won't be able to stand firm at the top of this tower, aren't you?" "Oh, Chen Ergou, you are something else." Chen Ergou's already pale visage grew even more ashen, his forehead glistening with perspiration. Clenching his fists, he mustered a rather unconvincing smile and replied, "No, I truly didn't realize I had acrophobia at first." He cast another glance at the elevator attendant, whose uniform accentuated her figure, but this time, the impact of his gaze was markedly diminished. Chao Jinjia's mind, dense and impenetrable, felt as though it had been unexpectedly stirred. She finally understood why this man gazed at the elevator attendant with the fervor of a beast that had never encountered a woman. He merely sought to transfer his fear of heights onto her. With a slight bow of her head, she observed Chen Ergou's tightly clenched hands and sighed, contemplating how they must be slick with perspiration. In truth, she could easily surmise the genuine reason behind Chen Ergou's choice to ascend to 265 meters. This man from the northeast, who seldom flaunted his pride, intended to invite her to the top floor as a form of compensation. Suddenly, a memory surfaced of her grandfather, whom she had harbored resentment towards for 2 decades. During one of his fits of rage, he had once told her mother, "The women of the Chao family may look down upon the sons of generals and the grandsons of governors, but even a beggar, as long as he stands rather than kneels, if you are willing to marry him, I would not hesitate to consent." Ergou. Chao Jinjia regarded the bewildered and perspiring man, breaking into an innocent smile that could make the sun rise in the west. She whispered softly, "Do not look at her. She is not as pretty as I am. Look at me." Chapter 021. The initiative. Do you wish to pursue me? Only a fool would not desire it. Is it merely a game, or have you truly resolved to take me as your bride? The choice is yours. Do you know who I am? My grandfather holds a position of authority. My maternal grandfather was also a man of power. My father continues to serve in official capacity, and my mother receives her livelihood from the state. My numerous aunts and uncles are similarly connected to the realm of governance, and my siblings tirelessly navigate the treacherous ascent of the power hierarchy. Does this intimidate you? Not in the least. All I know is that you are Chao Jinjia. And as for myself, I am but a humble villager from the northeast, unfamiliar with the corridors of power, unflinching even in the face of a 500-pound wild boar. Why should I fear a mere 100-pound person? This exchange reflects the banter between a woman and a financially constrained, unrefined individual upon their return to Nanhui Street. It is humorous, yet possesses an air of authenticity intertwined with artifice. However, the lengthy bike ride, nearly 5 hours, left them little energy for fanciful musings. After enjoying a complimentary dinner graciously provided by the proprietor of a May restaurant, they parted ways to return to their rooms. During the meal, Zhang Xingli could not help but cast glances at Chen Ergou. He found himself increasingly impressed by this cousin, whom he had previously dismissed. In just 6 months since arriving in Shanghai, he had not only captured the attention of the youthful and vibrant Li Wei, but had also managed to outmaneuver the formidable figure known as Black Tiger. Now, he found himself entwined with a woman of extraordinary beauty, eliciting within him a mix of jealousy, admiration, and an unacknowledged trepidation. Chen Ergou lay on the floor, gazing at the ceiling, surrounded by a plethora of discarded newspapers and magazines. Among them was a neatly organized stack of military-themed publications, a collection of literary magazines akin to Reader and Youth Digest, and an assortment of miscellaneous books such as Introduction to Photography and Western Political Science. There was even a hefty English edition of macroeconomics, encompassing nearly every domain a young person might encounter. Each book bore numerous creases, annotations, and blank spaces filled with reflections. As reading and perusing are two distinctly different realms, Chen Ergou was merely a high school graduate. Having had little opportunity to engage with extracurricular literature during his student years, and his awareness of their scarcity made him all the more appreciative. A knock echoed through the room. It could either be Li Wei or Chao Jianjia, for Li Sheng and Zhang Shengli were never known to knock. It was the suspicious Li Wei who peeked her head around the door and, after stealthily entering, inquired, "Ergou, I heard you visited the Oriental Pearl Tower today. Was it enjoyable?" Chen Ergou propped himself against the wall and replied, "I have acrophobia, so you tell me if it was fun." Li Wei stuck out her tongue, bent down, and casually picked up a somewhat worn copy of Communication Between Eastern and Western Cultures, flipping through it absent-mindedly. Chen Ergou smiled and asked, "Is there something you need?" "No," Li Wei responded nonchalantly, her gaze instinctively darting to the door. Chen Ergou did not pursue the matter further, for he deemed himself unworthy to interfere with Li Wei, this innocent child, until he had mastered his own skills. He understood the profound implications of a bittersweet first love. It could wreak havoc on anyone, but not on this budding young girl, barely 16. Besides, if he were to act, it would have to wait for a while. Leaning against the wall, he gazed at the yellow bamboo smoking pipe hanging on the opposite wall. The tobacco brought from Zhangjiazhai had been consumed quickly, and since then, he had seldom touched it, only occasionally wiping away the dust. Whenever he caught sight of it, Chen Ergou would be reminded of that unassuming little mound of earth that served as a grave and the raspy, weathered voice of the old man lying within it, reminiscent of the sound of snowflakes falling. He found it peculiar that he could not recall the old man's visage. Yet the timbre of his voice remained etched in his memory. He would then think of his mother, who had a habit of standing at the door under the night sky, waiting for her sons. This woman bore the weight of the entire household almost single-handedly. And even now, Chen Ergou struggled to comprehend what conviction sustained her frail shoulders in shouldering such burdens alone. When their grandfather passed away, she had pulled him and Fu Gui to kneel before the grave. He had refused to bow, yet she had firmly pressed his head down. In that moment, her gaze was resolute, unyielding, and from then on, Chen Ergou understood that no matter how much his mother loved him, certain duties must be fulfilled. Thinking of Fu Gui brought a subtle smile to the corner of Chen Ergou's mouth, a delicate arc, scarcely noticeable. This absurdly comical fool. Only the wealthy could manipulate the entire village of Zhangjiazhuang into a frenzy, with everyone believing they had secured a great advantage from him, oblivious to the fact that these were trifles that the wealthy could discard in a heartbeat. Chen Ergou once inquired why he chose to feign ignorance, to which the wealthy replied that he delighted in watching a troupe of fools naively engage with a clever individual in play. Since there was no other clever person in Zhangjiazhuang and the others were unwilling to participate, he assumed the role himself, as if observing a performance. Pretending to be foolish for a few days is trivial, but maintaining such an act for over 20 years transforms the amusement into something terrifying. In terms of cunning and depth of character, Chen Ergou had not encountered many individuals of high status to make sweeping judgments. Yet he could confidently assert that none exhibited the same level of restraint as the wealthy. He resembled a leopard lying in wait in the shadows. By the time the prey sensed danger, it would already be met with a fatal strike. As he gazed at the cigarette holder, Chen Ergou's mind conjured the image of the wealthy's goofy, silly smile, prompting him to instinctively exclaim, "Do not laugh." Li Wei shifted his gaze from the book, crouching down with an inexplicably endearing demeanor. At that moment, Chao Jianjia reclined on a bamboo chair, tapping her fingers lightly on the armrest, swaying her head and humming "I Advise the King to Drink" while listening to the Yu song. Suddenly, she recalled Chen Ergou in his green attire, laughing aloud. With her eyes now open, Chao Jianjia looked at the potted hanging orchid on the windowsill, a flicker of vexation crossing her features. She recalled the absurd conversation about marriage, her cheeks flushing slightly, finding it indeed quite ridiculous. It wasn't merely a matter of compatibility. After all, it was only their second encounter. yet they had swiftly delved into serious matters. This thought reminded her of the saying lightning strikes when thunder rumbles, prompting Chao Jianjia to burst into hearty laughter. Unabashed and unrestrained, resembling a mischievous sprite. Once her laughter subsided, this woman, whose identity and background were entirely unknown to Chen Ergou, narrowed her eyes like crescent moons and remarked, "Ergou, just as the monk Tang Sung faced 81 trials in his quest for sacred scriptures. Consuming my flesh alone cannot grant you immortality. Yet, you must at least present the demeanor of one who traverses mountains and overcomes obstacles. Anything too easily obtained is rarely cherished, for both you and I are no exceptions." Ultimately, did Chao Jianjia spiritually conquer Chen Ergou? Or did Chen Ergou subdue this enchanting creature, who appeared as a benevolent goddess yet possessed the essence of a cunning spirit? Heaven knows. However, it seemed that regardless of the outcome, Chao Jianjia had willingly entangled herself in the web of fate, losing the initial advantage. Yet, should defeat come, it would not be so dire for Chen Ergou. After all, this crafty fellow might yet conjure a brilliant stroke of genius to capture her heart in one fell swoop. Chapter 022. The game. Chao Jianjia entered with a gentle knock, pausing at the threshold without stepping further. Upon encountering Li Wei, who appeared as if facing a formidable adversary, she offered a slight nod of courtesy, her lips curving into a fleeting smile that softened the sharp contours of her icy visage. Yet, that brief expression swiftly vanished as she turned her gaze towards Chen Ergou and inquired, "Shall we play a few rounds of chess? The shade beneath the parasol tree is quite pleasant. I shall fetch the lounge chair while you carry the chess pieces." Upon hearing the mention of chess, Chen Ergou's interest was piqued. Uncertain of Chao Jianjia's skill level, he recalled how grandfather's son had not allowed him a single victory in their matches. And with a determination to reclaim his pride, he resolved to win back both his losses and more from Chao Jianjia. "I will fetch the chess pieces," Li Wei remarked, discreetly taking the chess set from Chen Ergou's hands. The trio made their way to the shade of the parasol tree, where Chen Ergou settled onto a small bench, skillfully arranging the pieces. Leaning against the purple bamboo lounge chair, Chao Jianjia took the black pieces, relishing the act of lifting the king from the board, delicately toying with it between her fingers. As Swan Laotu remarked, Chen Ergou is a chess player with a propensity for aggression, unperturbed by the prospect of mutual destruction. With an audacious spirit, he relentlessly presses forward, never retreating in the midst of skirmishes. Chao Jianjia, seemingly somewhat ill at ease with Chen Ergou's style, furrowed her brow. Unlike Li Wei, who enjoys observing the game while squatting with a bowl in hand, Li Sheng exhibits little interest in chess, possessing only a superficial understanding. However, as she watched Chao Jianjia deftly capture piece after piece on the board, her smile grew ever more radiant, akin to a prematurely blossomed, resplendent peony. Chao Jianjia, while toying with her general, cast a sidelong glance at the blissful young woman whose joy resembled that of a flower in bloom, before returning her gaze to Chen Ergou, who was intently focused on the board. She gently rocked in her comfortable purple bamboo chair, quietly awaiting Chen Ergou's next decisive move. Truly, he was a fierce contender, accustomed to challenging wild boars and black bears in the mountains. This young man, who grew up by the Ergou River and, at the age of 7, had the audacity to venture into the woods with a wealthier companion 2 years his senior, ultimately returning with a cobra slung over his shoulder, now sat solemnly in cloth shoes. Each move he made became increasingly deliberate, the intervals of contemplation lengthening with each passing moment. Chao Jianjia's style diverged from the steady approach of Grandpa's son. Hers was imbued with an underlying softness that concealed a steely resolve. Her moves, though seemingly unassuming, were anything but trivial. They transformed peril into safety. Despite appearing to concede ground, she never allowed Chen Ergou to gain an advantage. After a protracted battle lasting a full 30 minutes, Chen Ergou found himself tragically defeated, reduced to a solitary general. He cast a glance at Li Wei, who stood nearby, sharing in his sense of melancholy. In the second round, Chao Jianjia unexpectedly abandoned her conservative style, engaging in a fierce and bloody struggle with Chen Ergou on the intricate battlefield of the chessboard. Her series of knight maneuvers remained sharp, methodically advancing with vigor and flair. Within a mere 15 to 16 minutes, the outcome was determined. Chen Ergou, battling until the last pawn, faced defeat once more. The third round continued to be exhilarating. Unfamiliar with the notion of surrender, Chen Ergou could no longer suppress a sigh as he meticulously reset the pieces for the third time. Leaning comfortably against a purple bamboo chair, Chao Jinjia leisurely toyed with a piece between her fingers, her expression neither exuding arrogance nor feigning humility. Li Wei watched with bated breath. Grandpa Sun's chess prowess was renowned across several nearby streets, and she had never witnessed such a commanding display against Chen Ergou, even during her occasional spectating. As an outsider, she could not discern the almost miraculous skill possessed by Grandpa Sun, which no longer required the ruthless tactics on the board to manifest. Yet, Chao Jinjia's chess abilities surpassed Li Wei's imagination. Initially, she had hoped Chen Ergou would quell the audacity of this unfamiliar woman. Even the most immature girl possesses an intuition that can defy expectations, regardless of how Chen Ergou was positioned in her mind. The sudden emergence of this formidable figure instilled in her an unexplainable sense of crisis. This unexpected guest, in Li Wei's eyes, was undoubtedly a danger far beyond the combined threat of 100 Wang Yuyan. Li Xing, that rascal, has already been squatting by the side, silently observing a game and a half. Although he usually chatters incessantly, at this moment he manages to remain quiet, only offering sardonic remarks after the conclusion of a game. Curiously, today he seems unusually detached from the mass slaughter of Chen Ergou, instead shifting his gaze between Li Wei and Chao Jinjia, lost in thought. "Shall we continue?" Chao Jinjia inquired. Chen Ergou nodded and arranged the pieces for both sides. "No more today, just 3 games daily, neither more nor less. Otherwise, if I become distracted and lose my invincible streak, it would cease to be entertaining. I aim to uphold the esteemed tradition of Grandmaster Sun and maintain a flawless record," he declared. Chao Jinjia blinked her enchanting eyes, a hint of mischief evident within. Chen Ergou, not wanting to press further, lazily stretched and gazed blankly at the chessboard, his heart heavy with the bitter taste of defeat. He never imagined that even with a woman by his side, he would find no opportunity for redemption. Though he anticipated that this astute woman, whose brilliance had left him in awe, would possess formidable chess skills, he could not have predicted her to be a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. "I have been learning chess for over a decade, guided by a master who is an amateur 7th Dan expert. Losing a few games to me would not be an injustice. Otherwise, he would surely hold me accountable. If you can achieve a complete victory over me within half a year, I shall directly recommend you to become a professional chess player," Chao Jinjia teased, half in jest. Li Wei departed with a displeased expression. What young girl in her formative years does not yearn for an audacious and remarkable figure to adore or to be adored by? It is unrealistic to expect a girl next door to possess lofty ideals. Li Wei was not genuinely angered. Rather, she felt a twinge of annoyance at Chao Jinjia's self-assured demeanor, a quintessential reflection of a young girl's peculiar perception of women. Chao Jinjia merely spoke softly, having not exchanged a single word with Li Wei throughout. "You were once like this too?" Chen Ergou remarked with a chuckle. "Not quite the same," Chao Jinjia replied, shaking her head. "It's vastly different." At this moment, Chen Ergou had mentally liberated himself from any burdens regarding her. He neither revered her with awe nor harbored any illicit desires. His mindset had shifted dramatically, as if the cosmos had been reversed overnight. Gazing at Chao Jinjia, he jested, "She is unlike me, you are unlike her, and I am even more unlike you." Indeed, there was a profound difference. Chao Jinjia shot him a glare, while Chen Ergou found her every expression and gesture enchanting, evoking no significant reaction from him. In contrast, Li Xing suddenly shouted and ran off, as if he had encountered a creature that had meditated for a millennium. "Do I appear so abstract?" Chao Jinjia mused self-deprecatingly. Her cap turned backward. Chen Ergou, however, was preoccupied, seemingly lost in contemplation of his recent defeats in chess. Not wishing to disturb the vanquished, Chao Jinjia hummed a tune from Beijing opera to herself. At last, the exquisitely perceptive Chao Jinjia sensed that although Chen Ergou had his head bowed, his gaze was surreptitiously fixated on her long, elegant legs. From his vantage point, it certainly appeared to be a rare opportunity. Despite Chao Jinjia's usual avoidance of overly alluring attire, even the most enchanting of respectable women could hardly escape the scrutiny of such a close examination. Infuriated and embarrassed, she struggled to suppress the impulse to deliver a judo throw that would render this incorrigible rogue unconscious for a lifetime. Taking a gentle, deep breath, she suddenly adopted a classic, seductive pose reminiscent of a heroine from a primal narrative. Her allure reached its zenith. Caught unprepared, Chen Ergou found himself beset by a relentless flow of blood from his nose, an uncontrollable deluge. Chapter 023. Falconry. If Chao Jinjia were placed in ancient times, she might resemble the enigmatic Bao Si. She deliberately chose to ignore Chen Ergou's embarrassment, steering the conversation towards a different topic. Do you know how to handle falcons? After regaining his composure from the shock, Chen Ergou maintained a respectful distance from this woman, unwilling to treat her with any familiarity. Over the years, I have nurtured 6 or 7 hawks. Fu Gui has a penchant for these birds. Currently, he is training a small pine martin. Though diminutive, it can catch 70 or 80 sparrows in a day under Fu Gui's guidance. He also has a rabbit hawk. Its name suggests its purpose, capturing rabbits with a fierce grip. Fu Gui's bird is particularly wild. Not a single rabbit it catches returns with its innards intact. During her visit to Zhangjia village for archery in the mountains, Chao Jinjia had not encountered any hawks. A couple of acquaintances in her circle shared this interest, albeit with less finesse. In her mind, she envisioned the rabbit hawk perched majestically on the robust arm of the towering Chen Fu Gui. Deep down, she harbored a dislike for this man, whose hidden machinations matched his imposing physique. Perhaps it was a sense of aversion, an instinctive rejection of those who shared a similar nature. Chen Ergou sat on a small stool, eloquently expressing his thoughts. Unlike Fu Gui, I have harbored a fondness for falcons since childhood, captivated by their majestic soaring and swift dives. You are aware that in the mountainous forests, one employs eagles for hunting, while in the plains, the peregrine falcon reigns supreme with its remarkable speed. I do not boast. My grayback falcon is incredibly astute, and alongside my female hunting falcon, known as the rabbit hawk, which weighs nearly 3 gene and is of exceptional quality, we have seldom failed to catch rabbits together. Even the most seasoned wild hares yield to their prowess. Chao Jinjia did not need to scrutinize closely to perceive the vibrant expression on Chen Ergou's face. His countenance, once frail and sickly by nature, now radiated a brilliance that captivated onlookers. Chao Jinjia admired this moment of Chen Ergou, the 2 brothers, one an eagle, the other a falcon. Was it not a testament to their destined bond? Chao Jinjia casually inquired, Ergou, have you ever encountered the sea eagle, also known as the spear falcon? Chen Ergou shook his head and replied, the eldest villagers have recounted tales of our ancestors from Zhangjiazhai, who would perch a sea eagle upon their left arms. Today, however, it has almost vanished from sight. Fu Gui once claimed to have seen one, but I cannot attest to its veracity. Regardless, Fu Gui's greatest desire is to raise a sea eagle himself, though I cannot fathom why he would wish to pursue it, given his aversion to falcons. Chao Jinjia leaned against the rattan chair, laughing. Even the Kangxi emperor remarked, among the feathered creatures, there are 360. The most divine is the heidongking. Who would not desire such a mythical bird? The most exquisite of Liaodong's creations is known as the heidongking. Just listen to the grandeur of that name. Such a rare treasure, who wouldn't covet it? In Beijing, both the youth and the elder generation of falconers, who have learned numerous techniques from the Forbidden City, all yearn to catch a glimpse of this heidongking. If you were to procure one, I dare say a multitude of eager buyers would come forth with generous offers. Chen Ergou tentatively inquired, what if I venture back to Changbai Mountain and try my luck? I am quite adept at capturing eagles and falcons. Perhaps fortune will smile upon me. Chao Jinjia closed her eyes, her hands crossed over her chest, exuding an air of leisure. The heidongking is a nationally protected species. Be cautious, lest you find yourself imprisoned. Do not expect me to engage in any unlawful activities on your behalf. At most, I might visit you once every year or so. Chen Ergou lifted his head and softly asked, do you wish for a heidongking? Chao Jinjia, her body gently swaying against the rattan chair, paused discreetly for a moment before nonchalantly responding, if you truly manage to catch one, I would indeed desire it. Chen Ergou grinned foolishly and asked, are there benefits in it for me? Chao Jinjia smiled playfully, as long as it does not involve any compromising arrangements. Generally speaking, whatever you can conceive, I can fulfill. Chen Ergou silently resumed stacking pieces on the chessboard, lost in thought. Chao Jinjia organized his thoughts, speaking at a leisurely pace as if delivering a speech. My grandfather used to say that the late Ming Dynasty was the peak of falconry. The nobility and aristocratic youths exerted great effort to procure exceptional breeds of falcons and hawks. By the time of the Republic, the eunuchs in the Forbidden City had been dispatched to the common folk, and the royal methods of falconry trickled down to the masses. However, today, the few elderly who still indulge in this pastime lack both the means and the vitality to pursue it. Those who can afford it often do not possess the skill. I suspect that your approach, Ergou, is rather unconventional, much like the wealthy. If you truly have an interest, I could introduce you to someone, a former acquaintance of my grandfather's, nearing 90 years of age, yet still sprightly, akin to Master's son, a recluse among the common people. Over 40 years ago, he specialized in capturing falcons for a certain prominent figure, and he possesses quite a temper, often insisting he would take his craft to the grave. Chen Ergou, engrossed in arranging the chess pieces, dismissed the notion. As an anonymous individual, what reason do I have to expect the elder's favor? Chao Jinjia chuckled and chided. Ah, Chen Ergou, even if you genuinely wish to meet him, he may not even grant you an audience. You are truly unreliable. Continuing to focus on the scattered pieces, Chen Ergou pursed his lips and shifted the subject. If you have the time, I could assist you in capturing a yin song. This creature boasts a purple breast, red eyes, and a gray back, with a beautifully shaped swallowtail, though it is notoriously difficult to catch. In the past, there were individuals in the village who played with the hawk, using white silk to drape beneath it, revealing its striking vermilion eyes. With a purple chest adorned by a scissor-like tail, truly a sight to behold, as captivating as a charming maiden. The art of training hawks was indeed attainable, far more reliable than that of the sea eagle, which was genuinely elusive. Chao Jinjia hesitated for a moment and remarked, I understand that there are many intricacies in the art of falconry, and I do find the presence of a hawk or falcon quite delightful. However, the thought of tending to one myself might be overwhelming. Chen Ergou, with great care, focused on the precariously wobbling stack of chess pieces on the board and replied, Indeed, it is no simple task. Just the process of training a hawk requires constant vigilance, 24 hours a day. In Zhangjiazhuang, I typically committed 12 hours during the day while Fugui covered the night shift, attending to it, as if it were an ancestral spirit. I am uncertain how city dwellers engage in falconry, but I believe that a hawk or falcon must possess both spirit and wildness, necessitating its release in the deep mountains or vast plains. You must then chase after it, a physically demanding endeavor. And I wonder how a woman could master such a challenge. Chao Jinjia glared at him fiercely, only to discover that this fellow was entirely engrossed in arranging the chess pieces, oblivious to her piercing gaze. Just as she was about to regain her composure, Chen Ergou looked up with a grin and said, I do not mean to belittle women. It is simply that in terms of physical endurance, you cannot compete with me. My intellect may not match yours, but I must retain at least a shred of dignity. Otherwise, I would be unable to hold my head high, bringing great shame upon us men from the northeast. Chao Jinjia squinted her eyes, a demeanor that instinctively heightened vigilance, a classic case of a smile concealing a dagger, and said, Really? Chen Ergou cunningly maintained his silence, subtly implying that a good man does not engage in conflict with a woman. You rise to your feet. Chao Jinjia, having stood from her wicker chair, looked down at Chen Ergou with a sly, fox-like smile, presenting an odd request. Chen Ergou gazed up, feigning ignorance, remaining motionless for an extended period. With no other choice, Chao Jinjia playfully scolded him. What are you afraid of? Can a mere woman like me, who works with physical labor, truly intimidate you? Are you still a man? At this point, Chen Ergou had no option but to rise, filled with apprehension, pondering what this woman was truly up to. Come a bit closer, Chao Jinjia said with a smile, positioning herself beside Chen Ergou. Her alluring demeanor was such that it could tempt even the most ascetic of monks. Furthermore, standing closer would allow him to scrutinize her exquisite curves. Nevertheless, Chen Ergou cautiously inched forward, maintaining a careful demeanor until the very last moment, a testament to his status as the foremost trickster shaped by years of struggle in Zhangjiazhuang. Come a little closer, Chao Jinjia continued to tease, pushing Chen Ergou to the brink of his final fragile boundary. Realizing that fate had finally smiled upon him, Chen Ergou modestly replied, Let us move indoors. There are too many people here, and I am shy. Suddenly, Chao Jinjia pivoted, bending her knees slightly. Her back pressed against Chen Ergou. Grasping one of his arms, she effortlessly lifted and flung him, resulting in a dramatically exaggerated spin through the air. With a swift and decisive shoulder throw, he landed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Fortunately, Chao Jinjia had moderated her strength. Otherwise, given the force of the move, Chen Ergou would have been left sprawled on the ground for a week. Some laborious tasks, I must admit. You truly cannot surpass me. Chao Jinjia clapped her hands and chuckled lightly. Rest assured, I shall not divulge this matter, and you need not fear that your reputation at Ame's restaurant will be utterly ruined. By the way, I do not expect you to assist me in raising a yin song. a hawk or a pigeon would suffice. However, if you possess the skill to capture a yin song, I can procure for you a rare pair of goldfish eyes from the Qiao family of Tianjin. With that, she stretched languidly and walked away from the parasol tree. Meanwhile, a certain individual lay on the ground, gazing skyward, on the verge of tears yet utterly bereft of them. Chapter 024. The difficult sutra. Chen Ergou had cultivated his Tao for over 2 decades in Zhangjiazhuang, yet he found himself unable to subdue the enigmatic monster, Chao Jinjia. It was even more improbable to expect a naive child like Li Wei to confront her. In the ensuing days, their encounters unfolded as mere happenstance, yet Chao Jinjia, seemingly indifferent, would merely smile and dismiss the tension. Beneath the surface, however, currents of intrigue swirled, leaving the seasoned Li Sheng, who appeared wise beyond his years. In quiet astonishment, he gleaned much from these exchanges, regarding Chao Jinjia with an increasing sense of reverence. Perhaps it was the very innocence of youth, unencumbered by experience, that allowed him to perceive the depths of a schemer's malevolence. Li Sheng instinctively chose to circumvent any direct interaction with Chao Jinjia, as if she were a formidable force of nature. One could only speculate how much greater his trepidation would become should he witness her swift and decisive shoulder throw. Throughout the week, Chao Jinjia leisurely rode her bicycle through Shanghai, occasionally summoning Chen Ergou, yet predominantly embarking on her solitary journeys from dawn till dusk. Her only respite came from indulging in a late-night meal at a restaurant. The proprietress, who had previously been unabashedly flirtatious with Chen Ergou, had noticeably tempered her advances, casting increasingly ambiguous glances at Chao Jinjia, reminiscent of a mother-in-law scrutinizing her daughter-in-law. As for the likes of the boss and Zhang Shengli, who harbored nefarious intentions yet lacked the audacity to act upon them, any lingering desires had thoroughly dissipated. The woman, perpetually adorned with a duckbill cap and black-rimmed glasses, exuded an unsettling aura. Even her smile sent shivers down the spine of common folk like Zhang Shengli. During this interlude, Chen Ergou voraciously consumed nearly half of Li Zhongwu's The Art of Thick Blackness, diligently studying by lamplight for several nights, filling an entire notebook with excerpts and musings. When fatigue set in, he ventured outside, hoping to seize an opportunity to capture a falcon. However, in a metropolis as vast and civilized as Shanghai, known for its steel forests, even spotting a pigeon proved a challenge, let alone a hawk. "Are you keen on hunting?" Chao Jinjia inquired one day, returning to Ame restaurant. "Seeking companionship for dinner with Chen Ergou. There's nowhere to go, and I possess no tools. You can't expect me to use a slingshot to shoot someone's pet pigeons, can you? That's something only that rascal Li Sheng would do." Chen Ergou replied with a wry smile. "You little rascal, you crafted the slingshot for me. Don't throw dirt on my name. It was you who taught me how to hunt birds." Li Sheng protested from his perch on the staircase, devouring his meal. "Certainly, it would not be within the urban confines of SH. The garrison area is equipped with firearms and vehicles. All you need to bring is yourself," Chao Jinjia stated calmly. "The garrison area?" Chen Ergou immediately felt a surge of caution. "The SH garrison area. My brother has a friend within its ranks, someone with a modicum of influence. I shared tales of your and Fugue's valiant deeds, but some were skeptical. Moreover, having lingered here for over 6 months, it is high time you breathed some fresh air." Chao Jinjia jested. "What exactly is the SH garrison area? Is it larger than the police station that apprehended me last time?" Chen Ergou posed a series of rather rustic inquiries. "It is somewhat larger than the police station," Chao Jinjia responded with a smile, her expressive eyes concealing a hint of mischief. "Spare me the theatrics. Tell me, just how large is it? Do not attempt to ensnare me. You have yet to witness my cunning in the mountains. Even Fugue would concede defeat, so do not presume to outsmart me, having learned from past experiences." Chen Ergou remained ever vigilant after being thrown by this woman. In his struggles against the villagers of Zhangjiazhuang, he would still offer a slap in exchange for a red date. Yet this woman, to his dismay, would not even grant him that small favor. Recently, he had been delving into the profound intricacies of thick black theory, which immersed him in a world of conspiracies. Furthermore, he harbored a persistent belief that Chao Jinjia was rather enigmatic, far removed from the archetype of a virtuous woman or a refined lady. Chao Jinjia assumed a contemplative demeanor. Chen Ergou muttered, "I truly do not know where the heights of heaven and depths of earth have vanished to, ultimately becoming a spectacle for the wealthy and the powerful. It leaves me feeling quite constrained." Chao Jinjia furrowed her brows, for the first time revealing genuine irritation towards Chen Ergou, a departure from her usual serene demeanor. Chen Fuxing, do you believe I am toying with you like a monkey? Chen Ergou abruptly looked up, taken aback by the rare utterance of his name. A designation so unfamiliar and solitary. A jolt of realization coursed through him as he beheld her displeased yet ethereal visage. Even in anger, she possessed an undeniable charm. In that moment, he expected to feel panic, yet surprisingly, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. He shook his head gently and replied, "No matter how much time you have, it cannot be wasted on me. As a humble villager from the remote HLJ countryside, I hardly warrant your elaborate schemes. I possess enough self-awareness to recognize my own insignificance." Chao Jianjia's frown deepened as she fixed her gaze upon Chen Ergou, her expression oscillating between various moods. "Are you truly angry?" Chen Ergou inquired with a smile. Chao Jianjia remained silent. After finishing her meal, she departed from Ame restaurant and returned to her room. There, she reclined on a rattan chair for half an hour. When she finally rose and approached the window, she beheld a youth beneath the parasol tree, engrossed in stacking chess pieces on a board. He was still clad in those hand-stitched cotton shoes and sported an awkward flat-top haircut that clearly had cost no more than 10 yuan. No matter how one looked at him, he was unable to escape the rustic banality of his appearance. Initially irked, Chao Jianjia found herself inexplicably chuckling at the sight of this fellow. Leaning against the window, she quietly observed him as he fumbled with the chess pieces. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden rays cascaded onto his shoulders. Supporting her chin with her hand, she suddenly caught a glimpse of Chen Ergou flashing an unanticipated, endearing grin in her direction, causing her to instinctively retract her head and recline back in the rattan chair. Akin to a thief caught in the act, Chao Jianjia continued her cycling journey, while Chen Ergou, too embarrassed to remain idle in his small room, resumed his life of servitude to the proprietress. He tutored Li Wei, shuttled Li Sheng, and endured the mental torment inflicted by the stunning beauty Wang Yuyan. Whenever he had a spare moment, he would visit the scrap paper collection station, where he invariably returned with a stack of obscure and esoteric books. However, occasionally, one or two magazines of a more risque nature, akin to tea after meals, would be discreetly nestled among them. Chen Ergou believed he had executed his scheme flawlessly. But one fateful day, as he stealthily returned to the corridor, he unexpectedly encountered Chao Jianjia, who was dragging her bicycle back with a weary expression. With eyes sharper than a hawk's, she immediately discerned the hidden secrets and swiftly extracted the eye-catching edition of Tea After Meals from his collection. One by one, she confiscated all the inappropriate magazines, tossing them into the trash bin outside the building. Just as Chen Ergou contemplated the idea of secretly retrieving them later, she remarked, "If you truly wish to see, I can take you to the Art Academy to observe live nude models. All exquisite beauties with captivating curves. Interested?" Chen Ergou resolutely replied, "I would rather die than look." Satisfied, Chao Jianjia floated away, leaving Chen Ergou in a state of despair, lamenting his misfortune. Ultimately, he enlisted Zhang Shengli to stealthily reclaim those magazines aimed at liberating the sexual thoughts of the Chinese populace. That very night, Zhang Shengli hurriedly dashed to a pink salon several streets away, where, after a brief and unfulfilling encounter with a rather sagging salon worker, he spent 80 yuan and exited in defeat after a mere 5 or 6 minutes. The young man, with a spring in his step, returned to the small room, holding up his trousers. Upon seeing Chen Ergou, who was calmly engrossed in a thick book, he couldn't help but ask, "Ergou, aren't you feeling any anger?" Leaning against the wall while reading lectures on the history of philosophy, Chen Ergou replied, "Not really." Zhang Shengli lay back on the thin metal bed, reminiscing about the tumultuous events at the salon, and remarked, "Once you have experienced a woman, you won't be able to sit still like you do now. It's akin to drug addiction. One cannot afford to have a first time. By the way, what are you reading?" Chen Ergou casually responded, "Hegel's lectures on the history of philosophy." Zhang Shengli groaned, "Hegel? What on earth is that?" Chen Ergou chuckled, "Rest assured, it is not the little bird in your trousers." Zhang Shengli, lying on the bed and gazing at the ceiling, sighed and muttered to himself, "Ergou, to be honest, I truly admire you. When you didn't get into university, the people of Zhangjiazi regarded you as a pariah, almost wishing to trample you underfoot and spit on you. I confess it was envy. That's the nature of small-town folks, unable to bear the success of others. Whenever someone stumbles, they all gather to revel in the misfortune. I, too, was once dismissive of you. You were overly protective of the Chen family, often behaving like a rabid dog. who hasn't he been bitten by you? You would fiercely defend trivial matters, evoking both fear and resentment in us. Yet, deep down, we actually respect you, even if we refuse to admit it aloud. You have been in Shanghai for over half a year now. I have witnessed your diligent savings. I pride myself on being frugal, eschewing cigarettes and alcohol, yet I find myself occasionally succumbing to the temptation of seeking solace in the company of a woman at a roadside barbershop. Your frugality surpasses mine. You forego new shoes and clothes, even squeezing just a tiny bit of toothpaste each time. By virtue of our kinship, you ought to address me as your third uncle. Today, I shall indulge in the role of a benevolent elder and speak of you, my nephew. You hold your mother and brother in your thoughts, and while I have no qualms regarding that, you must not neglect your own well-being. I believe your sister-in-law would not wish to see you suffer in such a manner, spending the night under streetlights to read until dawn, or clutching a book even when answering nature's call. You are not preparing for college entrance examinations. There is no need for such urgency in your studies. I understand you are different from us unlettered, uncultured folk, but I also grasp the fundamental truth. Rome wasn't built in a day. Your health has never been robust. And in this unfamiliar city, who will you turn to when your body falters? I, your third uncle, am but a humble worker in a small shop, insignificant in Shanghai. Even if I wish to assist you, what capacity do I possess to do so? Chen Ergou set down his book, surprised that this fellow villager, who often seeks trifling advantages, possesses such thoughtfulness. A gentle smile graced his lips, devoid of the sharp sarcasm that once colored his words. For the first time, he addressed me as third uncle, saying, "My constitution is not as fragile as you may presume. I have weathered storms and gales without yielding. Now that I am in Shanghai, I fear even less." Upon hearing his uncle's voice, Zhang Shengli felt a surge of joy mingled with a tinge of melancholy. He turned to Chen Ergou and remarked, "The Zhang family village has watched you grow up. In your youth, your health was quite frail. You spent your days clutching medicine jars. Many claimed you would not see your 18th year, while only the simpleton Fugue predicted you would live to 88. Yet, here you are, having defied those odds. When I reflect on it, I must admit, you possess remarkable resilience. Your first venture into the mountains resulted in you bringing back an enormous cobra, and at the tender age of 13, you were already hauling wild boar home alongside Fugue. Your sister-in-law has also struggled with her health. Had it not been for your and Fugue's filial piety, the Chen family would have faced even harsher circumstances. Alas, compounded by the early passing of your father, your family has endured much hardship. Truly, the heavens are blind." Leaning against the wall, Chen Ergou gazed up at the brass-tipped smoking pipe, releasing a gentle breath. His demeanor suggested that, despite his impoverished rural origins, he bore little inner turmoil. What family does not face its own tribulations? Dwelling on one's misfortunes serves no purpose. One must keep their gaze fixed on the future. This sentiment echoed Fugue's words, as he often climbed to the pinnacle of the tallest tree in the mountains to shout into the void. Chen Ergou, having never ascended such heights, only recently realized his fear of heights. He pondered if Fugue, unburdened by such fears, might be better suited for survival in the bustling city of Sh. Chapter 024. The wife at 6 in the evening, an unexpected encounter occurred for Chen Ergou, a man from Jiangxi, adorned with a tattoo of a black tiger on his arm and accompanied by a group of ruffians, arrived at Ame's restaurant. Rather than causing a disturbance, he expressed a desire to form a brotherhood with Chen Ergou. However, Chen Ergou held little regard for such pseudo-gangster figures. Those who dared not seize women in daylight nor engage in violence at night were hardly formidable. If he were to encounter a genuine figure of the underworld, one whose word held weight in both shadow and light, he might entertain the notion of becoming a humble protege to gain some wisdom. Yet, the current assembly sparked no interest in him. He feared that any potential benefit might lead him to unwarranted trouble, possibly dragging him into a police station for reflection. Silently, Chen Ergou continued his meal, leaving the group lingering at the dining table, watching him devour his food. At that moment, Chao Jinjiao was also present. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, this seemingly unassuming woman took the initiative to mediate. Addressing a cluster of individuals who were anything but harmonious with society, she spoke gently yet assertively on behalf of Chen Ergou. She emphasized that having more friends while out in the world opens many paths. However, all parties involved were genuine individuals, seeking neither extravagant revelry nor the hollow bonds of blood oaths. Ultimately, should anyone find themselves in a precarious situation, they would lend a helping hand, thereby widening their avenues. Such friendships were undoubtedly valuable. Chen Ergou, being sincere and somewhat inarticulate, relied on her to convey his sentiments. Upon hearing her mention Chen Ergou's sincerity, both the boss and Zhang Shengli nearly spat out their meals in disbelief. They were genuinely impressed by her ability to speak so earnestly, maintaining a steady tone amidst a group of men prone to violence, devoid of any tremor in her voice. Her words effectively shielded Chen Ergou from criticism while preserving the dignity of the men around them. The Black Tiger, recently discharged from the hospital after a brawl instigated by Chen Ergou, bore a face increasingly menacing, marked by intersecting scars that amplified his fierce aura, a testament to Chen Ergou's ruthless nature. This formidable figure, a respected leader among the Jiangxi locals, fixed his gaze intently on the woman seated opposite Chen Ergou. Her hat and glasses rendered her visage shrouded in an ethereal mist, reminiscent of an ancient temple hidden deep within the mountains, exuding an effect akin to an ink-wash painting. Yet, her figure alone was enough to incite desire. The leader found her presence pleasing to the ear and eye, dispelling any lingering ire within him. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the futility of confronting Chen Ergou directly at that moment. He pulled out a chair and ordered a bowl of noodles from the visibly apprehensive proprietress. As for me? Oh, I am his wife, Xiao Jinjia declared, uttering a statement that left everyone utterly astonished. Although she had yet to step through the door, Chen Ergou nearly choked, and Xiao Jinjia quickly handed him a cup of water, her smile enchanting like a tipsy Yang Guifei. The goddess, who appeared aloof and unapproachable, transformed into an irresistible temptress capable of disarming any staunch moralist. Such a rapid shift between two starkly contrasting personas is difficult to fathom within a single individual. The group of men, who had only sampled the affections of salon women, swallowed hard in awe. For these men, who had boasted about their conquests of girls from mediocre universities for months, a woman possessing both allure and sophistication was utterly maddening. They endured a bittersweet torment in this dichotomy of experience. Brother dog, I have a venue that needs assistance. If you're willing, come lend a hand. The rough-tattooed Black Tiger deliberately lowered his tone. This is typical of people from Jiangxi. They fight fiercely but know when to concede, showing respect to true men, which fosters their solidarity. Of course, this big shot's willingness to humble himself before a mere diner has deeper implications. A friend well acquainted with the local police had warned Black Tiger about Chen Ergou, a formidable figure with a solid backing. If it came to a showdown, it would be a lost cause for Black Tiger. He is not the type to be naive. Had he been foolish, he wouldn't have reached his current stature. Maintaining a crew of 40 or 50 underlings is no small feat. His claim of needing help was, in truth, a means of offering Chen Ergou a share of the venue's profits, a subtle approach to building camaraderie. The Black Tiger man, upon witnessing Chen Ergou's unabashed and gluttonous demeanor, felt a sense of trepidation. He was not only intimidated by the previous altercation, but could also sense that such an imposing presence was far beyond that of an ordinary petty thug. What if this individual turned out to be a formidable figure from the north, one who is not easily trifled with? Li Sheng, reclining with his chin in hand, observed the unfolding drama with a sense of disappointment. It was evident that a confrontation was unlikely to materialize, despite the array of snacks and fruits he had prepared, which now seemed futile. Is the venue clean? Xiao Jinjia casually remarked, her words dripping with insinuation. The Black Tiger man paused, realizing that her gaze held a depth beyond mere admiration for a beautiful woman. Those penetrating eyes made him uneasy, prompting him to instinctively shift closer to Chen Ergou, distancing himself from her. He understood all too well what clean implied in this context. Which profitable establishment could truly claim to be pristine? The Black Tiger man was perplexed by this formidable woman's intentions regarding cleanliness. A woman of such beauty who was also knowledgeable about the unspoken rules of the trade? Regardless of her allure, he had no desire to engage with someone whose gaze resembled a blade. He recalled tales of a powerful figure in Shanghai who had met his demise at the hands of a woman, reputed to be as enchanting as she was treacherous, a veritable black widow, preying on men of all ages, leaving none with a favorable fate. Our Ergou is not motivated by mere money, Xiao Jinjia stated matter-of-factly, her enigmatic demeanor rendering her intentions inscrutable. Chen Ergou, unable to comprehend the situation and disinclined to dwell on it, felt at ease with the affectionate moniker bestowed upon him. With the presence of Xiao Jinjia, he harbored no fear of losing out. As he basked in the comfort of the endearing nickname, he instinctively repositioned himself closer to her, transforming the atmosphere into one akin to a dying workshop. One hand deftly wielded chopsticks to consume his meal, while the other, with an air of nonchalance, sought to rest upon her shoulder. However, before his hand could make contact, Chao Jianjia had already retaliated with a swift motion, her foot landing upon his. The sudden jolt caused Chen Ergou's facial muscles to twitch involuntarily, prompting him to lower his head and hastily shove rice into his mouth. His hand hovered just a mere centimeter above her shoulder, suspended in a state of uncertainty. Chao Jianjia was not a morsel easily swallowed without formidable prowess. Observing her assertiveness, the man known as Black Tiger swiftly grasped the underlying implications of her words. He became increasingly convinced that this seemingly ordinary couple was anything but simple. It was likely that their presence in this unassuming corner of Shanghai, where varied powers intertwined, concealed ulterior motives of considerable magnitude. Determined to maintain a respectful distance, Black Tiger resolved to treat them like revered statues, ensuring the environment remained unblemished by any unsavory elements. Prior to entering Mei's restaurant, he had been somewhat defiant. But upon engaging in conversation with the subtly suggestive Chao Jianjia, his defiance dissipated entirely. The Black Tiger man hastily devoured the bowl of noodles, wiped his lips, and turned to introduce a young man with a flamboyant yellow afro. "Dog brother, this is Kai Huangmao. Whenever you have the time, he will take you to see that establishment, SD Bar, which is not far from here, merely a 10-minute drive. Most of the clientele are students. The ambience is decent, or else I wouldn't vouch for it. I assure you it's clean. Huangmao, today, make it known that if anyone is caught selling illicit goods at SD, I shall sever a hand." The proprietress and the owner were left trembling, while Zhang Shengli hid in the kitchen, too frightened to emerge. Chen Ergou had witnessed the black bear rip a Zhangjiazi hunter apart with his own eyes. And there had been countless occasions when the Zhangjiazi and neighboring villages engaged in brawls that ended in bloodshed. He was no longer the timid lad who fainted at the sight of blood. Now, he wielded a hunting knife with a skill that rivaled the affluent. Meanwhile, Chao Jianjia remained unmoved, resembling someone who had navigated the tumultuous world with composure. Women are often underestimated by men, but if a woman rises to prominence in a male-dominated domain, she commands respect. In this realm, any woman who has achieved a certain status is either a bamboo leaf green or a black widow. The Black Tiger, deep in thought, departed from the Mei restaurant with his subordinates, intending to thoroughly investigate the backing of Chen Ergou. If this individual turned out to be someone of great significance, he would not hesitate to humble himself and act as a subordinate. However, if he misjudged the situation, he would not regret having set up a venue. For as the woman had said, making friends in this world would open up more avenues. The path would broaden with mutual support. This sentiment held truth. Unlike the hollow words of the local gang leaders from Shanghai, whose utterances were pleasing yet devoid of substance. Accompanying Chao Jianjia back, Chen Ergou inquired with curiosity, "What does it mean to manage a venue?" Chao Jianjia replied nonchalantly, "In most chaotic areas, establishing an entertainment venue requires someone to oversee it. When disturbances arise, one must eject the troublemakers and collect a form of protection fee. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Those fellows from Jiangxi are trying to curry favor with you, and to do so, they must demonstrate sincerity, hence the offering of a share, which is the SD bar." Chen Ergou suddenly understood, then felt a sense of relief, followed by confusion as he remarked, "It makes no sense. They have no reason to bow and scrape to me." Chao Jianjia smiled without responding. As they approached a phoenix tree, Chen Ergou chuckled, having grasped the intricacies of the situation. Glancing at the woman beside him, he said, "You mentioned the Shanghai garrison before. The turmoil caused by that brawl was resolved with the assistance of your friends, wasn't it? Those crafty bastards are perceptive, having quickly caught wind of the connections I have through you." Chao Jianjia softly remarked, "In this line of work, one must possess a nose more acute than a dog's, ears attuned to all corners, and eyes vigilant both ahead and behind, for one can never predict when a knife may be thrust from behind. Ergo, I have outlined the conditions for you. It must be a clean environment. Yet, that small patch of land inevitably attracts a motley crew of characters, and one can never tell when trouble may arise. So tread carefully." Chen Ergou, with a sly grin, replied, "Then let us not go, shall we?" Chao Jianjia raised an eyebrow and said, "Well, if that's the case, it's merely 5,000 to 6,000 a month. After all, one's life is far more valuable. Leisurely living, what is this small sum worth?" Chen Ergou exclaimed. What? 5 to 6,000. Chao Jinjia paid no heed to the na-vet of this country bumpkin. Chen Ergou's eyes gleamed with excitement. So even if someone brandishes a knife, threatening my blood, I would still crawl my way there. Chao Jinjia, with exasperation, replied, I am not sending you there to be a target. Rather, I wish for you to seize the opportunity to engage with various individuals who navigate the complexities of society. Earning that 5 to 6,000 is secondary. Building connections will inevitably lead to future profits. However, let me caution you, once you arrive, do not be swayed by misplaced loyalties or act impulsively, and above all, refrain from entangling yourself with drugs or gambling. The first two may be salvaged, but if you fall into the last, I shan't even spare you a glance. Chen Ergou nodded, his demeanor now serious. Chao Jinjia rubbed her temples, contemplating the words she would like to direct at that troublesome individual. My dear, you are truly good to me. I shall ensure you enjoy the finer things in life henceforth. Chapter 026. Brother Dog. The proprietress offered little commentary on Chen Ergou's assistance in managing the establishment. In her pragmatic view, had she possessed the audacity to rob a bank, she would have done so long ago. Her sole focus was on earning money. However, throughout her life, she always felt incapable of striking it rich. Hence she remained steadfastly conventional. The boss and Zhang Shengli, two cowards paralyzed by fear of the malevolent forces, increasingly regarded Chen Ergou as anything but a law-abiding citizen. Li Sheng, having watched too many crime dramas, eagerly anticipated the day Chen Ergou would ascend to become the undisputed kingpin of the district. The notion of him engaging in banditry was, to this young rascal, far more thrilling than contributing to the modernization of socialism. Upon learning of this, Li Wei consistently snubbed Chen Ergou, casting him disdainful glances, nearly relegating him to the ranks of class enemies. Chen Ergou, however, remained impervious to the opinions of outsiders. As Fu Gui wisely stated, a heart as steadfast as granite and extreme self-reliance serve as the best forms of self-protection. Were it not for this disposition, he might not have survived the vitriolic criticisms and curses hurled at him by the masses. Some small-time ruffians dining at Ame's restaurant greeted Chen Ergou with unexpected deference, referring to him as Brother Dog. Most of these individuals belonged to the Jiangxi gang, while those from the Northeast faction had long accepted Chen Ergou as one of their own. Several influential figures openly declared that anyone who crossed Chen Ergou would be at odds with the Northeast men. Thus, Chen Ergou inadvertently became a celebrated figure among both factions. One person ascends to greatness, and the fortunes of Ame's restaurant flourish immensely. A group of ruffians, having committed violent acts or wreaked havoc, delight in indulging in hearty meals at Ame's. Initially, the proprietor and Zhang Shengli served these boisterous miscreants with trepidation, fearful that a moment's lapse could result in the loss of an arm or a leg. However, as time passed, they adapted to the situation, finding courage to linger in the corners and listen to the tales of their exploits. Occasionally, the lewd anecdotes would leave them utterly captivated. Men are drawn to the allure of martial heroes, enamored with the essence of conflict. The thought of drawing a sword in a fit of rage, followed by the embrace of ethereal beauties, is intoxicating. With the proprietor, Zhang Shengli, and the young lad Li Sheng as their loyal audience, the thugs reveled in their stories, exuding a sense of bravado, as if they could conquer the Huangpu River by day and seduce the enchanting women by night. Upon learning of the renowned beauty, Zhuaiqing, in Shanghai, Li Sheng swiftly transferred his affections from a charming classmate to this enigmatic femme fatale. On the 14th day of Chao Jinjia's arrival in Shanghai, Chen Ergou, under the guidance of Cai Huangmao, ventured into his domain for the first time, the SD Bar. The vicinity was dotted with several dubious universities, where one could merely spend a few years and a small sum to acquire a diploma. Cai Huangmao seemed to thrive in this milieu, boasting a heavy motorcycle that whisked Chen Ergou towards the bar, trailed by 4 or 5 other bikes, leaving Chen Ergou in a daze. Is this what they call the aura of a big brother? Cai Huangmao, a young rogue with a hint of swagger, informed him that the students in these schools could hardly recognize a few characters, yet their wallets were quite substantial. They were predominantly a group of extravagant second-generation heirs or pampered young ladies, willing to spend lavishly at SD. Overall, one could consider SD a place for students. The environment was not chaotic, yet there was no shortage of indulgence. A heavy motorcycle roared to a halt outside a dazzlingly illuminated building, followed closely by a line of uniformed riders. Chen Ergou, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, slightly hunched his body, squinting up at the neon sign of the SD bar. The dazzling lights illuminated his gaunt, pale visage, accentuated by his tattered shoes and inexpensive attire, alongside his peculiar stance, giving this na-ve country bumpkin, who was experiencing a nightlife venue for the first time, an inexplicably alluring aura. Chen Ergou stood there, staring blankly at the sign. Not far away, a few heavily made-up girls at the bar entrance, acting as living advertisements, cast puzzled glances his way. Even some young patrons seeking merriment at the bar regarded this man, dressed in a fashion that was alarmingly avant-garde, as somewhat eccentric. "Is this it?" Chen Ergou finally spoke. Although he appeared to exude an air of profound contemplation, internally he was merely expressing his relief at finally having the opportunity to experience this. Since he had come to the venue, he mused, surely he need not pay for drinks or a smoke. As for the prospect of being accompanied by charming beauties, the still innocent Chen Ergou had yet to entertain such thoughts. "Brother Dog, this is the place." The ground floor houses a bar reminiscent of a disco, accompanied by a KTV, while the upper floor features a billiard room. There are plenty of venues for amusement. To be frank, prior to your arrival, the KTV engaged in a minor trade, but since Brother Who has spoken, we no longer dare to pursue such activities. We have already communicated with the proprietor here. However, certain operations in the bar and billiard room cannot be swiftly dismantled. If we were to withdraw, it would lead to significant losses. If you find this unsatisfactory, you may discuss it with the owner. Kai Huang Mao cautiously observed Chen Ergou, fearful of inciting the wrath of this revered figure. "I am here to provide protection, not to disrupt," Chen Ergou quipped. "I refrain from engaging in any illicit activities. Everything can be negotiated. My wife remarked that if you are capable of trading arms, that is indeed your own talent." Chen Ergou had spent considerable time gleaning insights about the intricacies of this district from Zhang Shengli, who possessed only a superficial understanding. As they approached the bar, the scene outside revealed 4 or 5 striking young women, tall and elegant, demure yet alluring, each representing a distinct type of beauty. Even Chen Ergou could not deny that the presence of these enchanting girls at the entrance was undeniably effective in attracting business. Upon hearing the term wife, Kai Huang Mao's mind instantly conjured the image of Chao Jianjia, a face that embodies a captivating blend of icy serenity and enigmatic allure. Though Kai Huang Mao had only mingled in the world for a few years, his ascent to this position was not solely attributed to his allegiance with a formidable leader. It was also due to the intellect that had enabled him to gain admission to Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. The Black Tiger harbored a primal wariness towards Chao Jianjia, while Kai Huang Mao felt a sense of trepidation upon observing her unusually composed demeanor. The name Zweiking easily evoked thoughts of a forbidden association, prompting an internal lament of disaster incarnate. Retracting his thoughts, Kai Huang Mao addressed the group of girls at the entrance. Heavily adorned with smoky makeup, "This is Brother Dog. Tiger has cleared the venue for him." "Brother Dog." The eyes of 4 or 5 girls flickered with varying expressions as they turned their gaze towards Chen Ergou, their voices sweetly chiming in unison, evoking a sense of warmth throughout. "Is it cold?" Chen Ergou inquired, his smile reminiscent of Maitreya Buddha. This affable countenance starkly contrasted with the misperception of simplicity often projected by the wealthy. The future patron of the SD bar subtly scrutinized the girl's scant attire, a look of sympathetic concern crossing his face, akin to a weasel wishing a chicken well, yet his gaze remained appropriately restrained, avoiding any lewd implications. "It's not cold." The girls giggled, relishing the attention from a man of stature. Particularly in the presence of such a prominent figure, the admiration was a delightful experience. Unbeknownst to them, just days prior, Chen Ergou had been merely a server in a modest restaurant, yet he had now transformed into an individual of elevated status in the eyes of others. Life consistently outstrips reality in its absurdity, a sentiment voiced by his wife, Chao Jianjia, during her strategic pursuits. "Xiaoyao, you are responsible for entertaining Brother Dog. Be mindful not to neglect him, lest the boss dismiss you." Kai Huang Mao instructed a girl with an angelic visage reminiscent of a young maiden, yet possessing a figure that was undeniably alluring. She stood at the back of the crowd, seemingly embodying a touch of bashfulness typical of someone new to such surroundings. With a timid glance towards Chen Ergou, she responded softly and quickly cast her gaze downward. Standing at a petite height of 1.60 meters, her face was exquisitely delicate, akin to fine porcelain, yet her bosom was strikingly prominent. Among the group, she wore the least makeup, and her eyes conveyed the most subtlety. Chen Ergou could not help but silently commend Kai Huang Mao for his astuteness. As the group entered the bar, it was only 8:30, and there were merely a few tables occupied. In stark contrast, the KTV entrance on another corridor was already bustling with patrons. The scene was reminiscent of the first encounter with the Grand View Garden, akin to Lu Laolau's experience. However, Chen Ergou restrained his impulse to gawk and leisurely sought a vantage point on the second floor of the bar. At a neighboring table sat a group of Kai Huang Mao's companions, while Kai Huang Mao and the girl named Xiao Yao accompanied Chen Ergou. The waitress had already placed a platter of fruits and drinks before them. Chen Ergou feigned profundity as he surveyed the dance floor below. Xiao Yao adeptly opened a bottle of red wine, hesitating briefly before opting not to mix it with tea. Kai Huang Mao elucidated, "Brother Go, today is Monday. The place isn't lively. On weekends, after just an hour, there's hardly a seat left. From 9 until 3 in the morning, it's a cacophony. And those who relish the raucous atmosphere thrive in such chaotic revelry." "How much is this wine?" Chen Ergou inquired. "Over 500, came the reply. Xiao Yao softly spoke as she carefully poured a glass for Chen Ergou. Leaning towards him, her petite and delicate figure accentuated her alluring curves, making her presence undeniably captivating. Although Chen Ergou was inexperienced in such environments, he could readily discern that this young lady was distinctly different from others. She was exquisite. He curled his lip, internally astonished, maintaining an air of indifference as he accepted the glass and took a sip, remarking, "It's not that great." Xiao Yao looked helplessly towards Kai Huang Mao, seemingly at a loss on how to handle the eccentric character before her. Throughout their journey, she had stolen several glances at Chen Ergou, a young man capable of managing a significant operation, clad in an outfit rarely seen in Shanghai. He spoke little, yet his gaze was relatively sincere. However, an innate fear gripped Xiao Yao. Subconsciously, she had begun to perceive Chen Ergou as a madman. She feared that if such a madman lacked compassion, her own charm would only lead to a tragic fate. Kai Huang Mao, indifferent to Xiao Yao's pleading glance, could not be blamed for his coldness. If he could indeed cultivate a connection with Chen Ergou, a mere stranger like Xiao Yao could easily be disregarded. Finding someone as exquisite and innocent as her was rare, but no matter how pitifully enchanting she appeared, it paled in comparison to his ambitions. Moreover, Kai Huang Mao held a high regard for Chen Ergou, believing him to be no mere brute driven by base desires. If trouble were to arise, he thought, he would be the one to handle it. Chen Ergou rose and departed, embodying the essence of a dignified figure who, with a mere flourish of his sleeve, carried away not even a trace of triviality, leaving behind a notably imposing silhouette. The once timid Xiao Yao, who had anxiously served the empress like a nervous eunuch, finally exhaled in relief. In that fleeting moment, she found herself momentarily entranced by the peculiarity of this young man clad in cloth shoes. An ardent lover of Go, she was suddenly reminded of an absurd term, one that dazzled the Go community with its breathtaking allure, the enchanted blade. Chapter 27. The graduates in the eyes of the stunning campus beauty, Xiao Yao, Chen Ergou fortuitously achieved a remarkable reputation, benefiting from the opportune alignment of time, place, and social harmony. Yet, this individual, despite his newfound stature, refrained from indulging in a taxi ride, opting instead to stroll back to a restaurant with an air of unpretentiousness. Chen Ergou's frugality did not equate to stinginess. The Chen family, hailing from Zhangjiazhuang, was known for its formidable lineage, and none were narrow-minded or petty. They were astute in both character and dealings, a sentiment often echoed by the affluent Gui. As Chen Ergou ambled along, he savored the vibrant nightlife that surrounded him, musing whether his first stroke of fortune should be used to purchase a new bow for Gui or to save for his future bride. Upon arriving at the restaurant and settling at a table, Chao Jinjia returned on her bicycle. The couple, in perfect harmony, sat across from each other at a cozy corner table. The proprietress and the chef had grown accustomed to their culinary preferences, ensuring that their meals arrived promptly, generous in portion and rich in flavor, leaving no room for dissatisfaction. Chao Jinjia maintained her unwaveringly calm demeanor during meals, contrasting sharply with Chen Ergou's vigorous appetite. Despite the vast differences in their styles, both ultimately cleared their plates. They shared a dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms, each armed with their own chopsticks, as if their roles had long been established, never overlapping. As Chen Ergou swallowed the last mouthful of rice, he remarked, "The finest mushrooms are those foraged from the mountains, fresh, with caps of a deep purple hue, tender and succulent. Unfortunately, They are becoming increasingly rare. It takes over a dozen pounds to yield just 1 pound of dried mushrooms. If you wish to taste them, I can seize an opportunity to bring some for you. Chao Jinjia set down her chopsticks and remarked, I shall be leaving Shanghai tomorrow. I fear I may not have the chance to savor such delicacies again. Chen Ergou, momentarily lost in thought, nodded in agreement. 5,000 yuan has sustained us for nearly 20 days, allowing us to explore the entirety of Shanghai, which is no small feat. Where shall we venture next? Will we continue southward? Chao Jinjia shook her head and smiled. We are bound for Xi'an. Chen Ergou expressed his yearning, if given the opportunity. I too wish to visit there in my lifetime, though not to Lhasa. I find that places overcrowded with tourists lack allure. I read in the newspaper that most attractions in Lijiang ancient town are swarmed with visitors. The thought is quite daunting. I would prefer a pristine locale like Zhangjiazi, a remote corner where nature remains unspoiled. Chao Jinjia offered no rebuttal, allowing Chen Ergou to settle the bill. After all, it was only fitting for this fortunate fellow who had recently come into a windfall to indulge for their final meal together. Shall we play a few rounds of chess? She proposed. Chen Ergou, fully aware that defeat awaited him, felt a thrill of anticipation. He possessed an inexplicable tenacity, a trait that set him apart from his family, who embodied a patience often incomprehensible to those from a rural background. He was a rare breed, a stubborn soul unafraid to pursue the seemingly impossible. As evening descended, Chen Ergou, with a chess set in hand, made his way to Chao Jinjia's room, carrying a small stool. The two exchanged no superfluous pleasantries. One silently arranged the pieces while the other softly hummed a tune. The warm, diffused light was gentle on the eyes. Chao Jinjia, having removed her hat, rested her chin on her hand, gazing intently at the chessboard. Chess, akin to life itself, is a lesson easily imparted, yet the essence of life, as perceived by her and Chen Ergou, existed on starkly divergent planes. These two individuals from vastly different worlds found themselves together, and Chao Jinjia pondered whether this constituted fate. Whether it was a fortunate or a fateful connection was a matter she was disinclined to dissect. No matter how astute her mind, the truth eluded her grasp. Perhaps these were to be the final 3 games of chess. Chen Ergou was determined to take a bold risk. Yet, despite his proficiency in quick games, he played each move with unusual deliberation. As the game reached its midpoint, the intensity of each step seemed palpable, culminating in a fierce struggle where neither side would yield. Regrettably, it was Chao Jinjia, with her superior strategy, who ultimately captured Chen Ergou's general with a deft maneuver. During the intervals between Chen Ergou's moves, Chao Jinjia leaned against her purple bamboo chair, caressing the general piece, and remarked, My master once said that when a skilled player encounters a slightly superior opponent, they often find themselves constrained. This is what is meant by the higher the path, the greater the demon. Conversely, when 2 players possess equal strength, the match becomes a test of their composure and cultivation. Have you not witnessed a game lasting 2 or 3 hours that ends in a stalemate? Ergou, in such moments, you will truly comprehend the significance of not contending for each piece or seeking fleeting victories and vendettas. However, to be frank, I have yet to reach that level myself. In the second game, Chen Ergou continued to play at an astonishingly slow pace, ultimately facing defeat once more. It was unprecedented for Chao Jinjia to engage in conversation while playing. Given the small size of Zhangjia's Wang, she felt compelled to fight with her back against the wall, which I could comprehend. However, upon arriving in SH, regardless of the insurmountable challenges you may perceive, do not rush to bring about mutual destruction. In such a vast city, patience and retreat will always lead you to sustenance. Now that you have taken over the bar, the inevitable bumps and scrapes are to be expected. I suggest you begin practicing Tai Chi starting tomorrow. In the third game, Chen Ergou moved with the speed of a snail, yet fortunately, Chao Jinjia possessed remarkable composure, allowing him to dawdle. Eventually, he lost. With his head bowed, he did not tidy the remnants of the game. Not a single piece remained on his side. Chao Jinjia continued to toy with the general piece, leaning down to retrieve one of the pieces she had captured, the final king, and remarked, For you. This piece contemporarily symbolized that tattooed JX man, holding the highest position yet possessing the least freedom. Ascending to great heights comes with its drawbacks. One must navigate carefully, presenting a facade of glory while possibly harboring a belly full of grievances. Then, with her delicate and graceful fingers, she picked up a minister piece and stated, This represents the level of Kai Huangmao, endlessly striving with 2 primary objectives, to safeguard the life of the Lord and to protect one's own existence. Exhausting oneself to curry favor with the higher-ups, all for the comfort found beneath a great tree. Yet when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. This time, Chao Jinjia did not hastily set down the piece. Instead, she picked up a pawn and placed it atop a soldier, continuing. Such individuals are highly likely to ascend through talent and fortune, reaching a position of authority beneath a singular leader, embodying the role of Ashur. At that juncture, they may serve as the trusted confidant of the commander, yet simultaneously could become the most formidable adversary, capable of leading the commander to ruin. This mirrors the concept of hidden palace in chess. Ergo, in the intricate web of deception that characterizes a bustling metropolis, it is often those closest to you, friends or lovers, who can inflict the greatest harm. Chen Ergou gazed at the desolate board before him and spoke solemnly. Then what am I? A pawn, Chao Jinjia replied with a smile, relinquishing all 3 pieces in her hand before lifting a single pawn. In Chinese chess, a pawn that has crossed the river can only advance forward. How pitiable, Ergo. Chen Ergou offered a wry smile. Isn't it you who has pushed me forward? Chao Jinjia displayed a glimmer of triumph, subtle yet maddening, and remarked, opportunities like this are fleeting. Once they are gone, they cannot be reclaimed. Besides you, a robust man from northeast China should not feel diminished by serving tea and running errands. If there is a ladder, one ought to climb. Your kind of misfortune lingers for millennia, yet you fear no fall. After all, you are starting from scratch. If you lose, you lose. But as long as you have your life, you can always begin anew. Chen Ergou chuckled lightly. What is wrong with serving tea and running errands? Do you look down upon us migrant workers? I hold no disdain for anyone. The street cleaners and dishwashers in small eateries each possess their own dignity. Chao Jinjia cast a deep glance at Chen Ergou and remarked, it is simply that you must do something distinct. Chen Ergou, seated on a small stool, smiled faintly while tidying up the chess pieces. Chao Jinjia casually inquired, why are you playing chess so slowly today? Chen Ergou feigned ignorance and countered, and why are you so talkative today? Chao Jinjia closed her eyes to gather her thoughts, a slight smile gracing her lips. Chen Ergou gently exited the room with the chess set, and once he had closed the door, Chao Jinjia extended her long fingers, perfectly suited for playing the piano, and studied them for a while before chuckling. Are my hands truly so beautiful that they warrant your prolonged gaze? On the morning of Chao Jinjia's departure, Chen Ergou was assisting at the Ame restaurant. The slothful Zhang Shengli had just hastily brushed his teeth when he spotted Chao Jinjia, who was dressed for a journey. Standing at the entrance, he hesitated to speak. Chao Jinjia paid no heed to this man, who regarded her with trepidation. She never felt the need to force a disingenuous smile for those who could not meet her gaze. It was her first time entering the room and approaching Chen Ergou's bedding. She crouched down, noticing it was filled with old books and newspapers. Picking up the only brand-new book, she observed its title, The Bow, A Beginner's Guide to Archery. Judging by the creases, it was evident that he had just perused the section on compound bow squatting shots, and a cursory glance revealed numerous annotations made with a ballpoint pen. That book was a recent purchase for Ergou. It appeared he had been searching for literature on firearms and hunting, but had found none. That lad, along with the simpleton giant, Fugua, were the masters of archery in Zhangjiazhuang, having never touched a ground gun. Are you familiar with a shotgun? You may have encountered the magnificent bullhorn bow of Fugua, but it would be a great loss if you have not witnessed Ergou wielding his spear. His accuracy is truly remarkable. Over the years, he has struck countless cobras and large fish with a single shot. This pair of brothers dares to confront wild boar herds armed only with their spears, and in our Zhang family village, we can only express our admiration. Zhang Shengli, being a distant relative of Chen Ergou, naturally feels compelled to speak well of his nephew in the presence of outsiders. Really admirable? Chao Jinjia continued to peruse her book, responding with a smile. Zhang Shengli, his face flushed, remained silent for a long while before finally managing to utter 2 words, truly admirable. Chao Jinjia set down her book and stood up, revealing that she was considerably taller than Zhang Shengli, who instinctively recoiled a bit. She produced an envelope and handed it to him, saying, this 2,000 yuan is for Chen Ergou, to be considered as rent. Whenever the funds run low, just return my room. Before leaving, Chao Jinjia hesitated for a moment, then turned and pulled out a coin to give to Zhang Shengli. Whenever Ergou feels troubled, he should take out this coin. As for the reason, let him explore books on psychology. Are you leaving? Zhang Shengli asked nervously, using the formal you instead of you. which underscored Chao Jianjia's esteemed position in his heart. What else can I do if I do not leave? Chao Jianjia replied with a smile. As Zhang Shengli carefully escorted Chao Jianjia to the door, he inquired, "Are you not his wife?" Chao Jianjia squinted her eyes, paused, and countered, "Do I look like one?" Like Zhang Shengli, who seemed on the brink of execution, he gritted his teeth and, with the resolute understanding that he could emerge a hero again in 20 years, summoned all his strength to utter a single word, like. Chapter 028. The dog climbs the mountain when Wang Husheng, burdened with a tattered burlap sack, sporting a quintessential trader's hairstyle, and wearing a pair of severely worn counterfeit Nike shoes, made his appearance at Ame's restaurant. The proprietress nearly mistook him for a beggar and almost ejected him. Judging solely by his appearance, Wang indeed embodied a rather brutish aesthetic, not in the robust sense, but rather with a sharp, simian visage complemented by furtive, rodent-like eyes that rendered him unsettling to anyone who beheld him. The owner, having recently mingled with the ruffians frequenting the establishment, had absorbed a modicum of their brazen demeanor, adopting a self-assured, menacing posture before Wang. However, this man, resembling a beggar's elder, was entirely unfazed by the owner's bravado. Instead, he peered into the depths of the restaurant, spotting Zhang Shengli dozing in a corner. He immediately bellowed, "Brother, do you remember me? The train, the one who helped Ergou read fortunes." Zhang Shengli, rubbing the sleep from his eyes and wiping away the drool at the corner of his mouth, quickly discerned the proprietor's malevolent gaze aimed at him. In a flash, he closed his eyes again and replied, "I do not know you." Wang Husheng, infuriated, erupted in a torrent of curses. "How dare you speak with such a lack of conscience? Do you believe I want to return to your hometown and disturb the graves of your ancestors?" Zhang Shengli shifted into a more comfortable position, squatting to doze off with his back turned to Wang Husheng. He could not be bothered to engage, for as a renowned figure in the infamous verbal battles of Zhangjiazi, he deemed such insults trivial. He retorted, "The feng shui of my ancestral grave is lacking. Feel free to dig it up. Who knows? I might even strike it rich with 5 million. If you unearth any ancient artifacts, just split them with me." Just returning from the market, Chen Ergou spotted this individual who resembled someone emerging from a beggar-esque convention and was impressed that there existed someone in Shanghai even more rustic than himself. He chuckled. "What brings you here?" Wang Husheng scrutinized Chen Ergou's expression and, finding no signs of impatience or disdain, felt satisfied as he approached him. He casually embraced Chen Ergou, who had now become known as Brother Dog, and entered the Ame restaurant. "I've come to introduce you to a job, security. It's not just any community. It's the Tangshan Golf Villa. Are you familiar with golf? With villas? If you treat me with the same disdain as that lowly creature cornered by the wall, I want to bother to discuss this further. Treat me as a friend, and I will reciprocate your trust. Isn't that fair?" Chen Ergou noticed that Wang Husheng's gaze remained fixed on the decorative patterns of the dishes on the wall. He called out for several signature dishes, poured a glass of warm water for this unremarkable compatriot from the Northeast, and inquired security. Wang Husheng drained the last sip of water from his glass and asked the proprietor to bring him a bowl of rice, which he devoured with fervor. With a sigh of satisfaction, he recounted, "I have a relative who works as a security guard at the Thompson Golf Villa. He has recently decided to change careers, and he happens to be quite close with the head of security. When I heard he was leaving, I sensed an opportunity and promptly recommended you for the position. I told him you come from a military background, are quite formidable, and have graduated from a prestigious university. Ergo, it doesn't matter if you lack certification. Just give me 200 or 300 yuan, and I'll arrange everything for you, ensuring it appears entirely legitimate." Upon hearing this, the proprietress's eyes sparkled with a dazzling light. The Thompson Golf Villa represented a realm akin to that of deities for her. Her aspirations were modest, and she would be satisfied with merely spending a day or two in such an opulent residence. However, upon realizing that Wang Husheng intended to poach from her establishment, she bellowed towards the kitchen, "Fei Piao, stop cooking. Dispose of whatever you've prepared into the trash." Wang Husheng stood there, dumbfounded, his stomach grumbling with hunger. Tears of frustration welled in his eyes. After all, he had finally anticipated a delightful meal, only to have it snatched away at the last moment. Such torment was simply unbearable. Like a young lady who has just been cast aside, Wang Husheng assumed a delicate demeanor, casting a pitiful glance at Chen Ergou. Perhaps due to her disheveled hairstyle, she instinctively tossed her head, attempting to reshape her locks into a middle part. The gentle charm of this gesture was astonishing. surpassing even the combined allure of Wang Yuyin and the proprietress, striking with such force that it left the typically unyielding Chen Ergou utterly captivated. It was as if a thunderclap had echoed in the air. The onlookers, the boss and Zhang Shengli, nearly retched at the sight. Ultimately, Wang Husheng indulged in authentic northeastern cuisine, dining from 6 in the evening until 8:30, consuming 5 bowls of rice and 6 dishes, leaving Li Sheng, who was perched on the stairs, feeling inadequate. Chen Ergou splurged a sum of 112 yuan on what was perhaps the most extravagant meal he had ever treated himself to. Ironically, he had yet to lift his chopsticks, maintaining an unflinching composure while paying, despite not being particularly close to Wang Husheng. Nevertheless, he felt the expense was justified. Wang Husheng was quite the orator, a fact Chen Ergou was already familiar with. After finishing their meal, she began to regale them with tales, her exuberance painting a vivid picture of her travels as a member of the Beggars Guild. She seemed to possess a wealth of knowledge, familiar with various walks of life and possessing insights into astronomy, geography, military affairs, and economics. Before long, she seamlessly integrated into the bustling atmosphere of Ame restaurant, with the gossip-loving proprietors unwittingly joining in, leaving Chen Ergou feeling like a superfluous presence in their lively exchange. During this period, Li Wei made an appearance once, leaving Wang Husheng in a state of astonishment. However, that genuine admiration was concealed beneath his cynical and absurd demeanor. Unfortunately, Li Wei did not spare a glance at this man who seemed to embody the essence of a peasant from the early days of China's liberation. While she held no disdain for farmers, she did indeed harbor a certain contempt for individuals like Wang Husheng, who exuded an extreme sense of self-satisfaction in her eyes. All of this was quite entertaining for Chen Ergou. A heavy motorcycle screeched to a halt outside the Ame restaurant, and Kai Huang Mao jumped off, hurriedly approaching Chen Ergou. In a hushed tone, he said, "Brother Go, there has been a bit of trouble inside." Chen Ergou was taken aback by how swiftly trouble had arrived. This juicy piece of meat was indeed difficult to digest. Nodding, he followed Kai Huang Mao out of the restaurant. Just as they reached the entrance, he suddenly turned around, looking at the bewildered Wang Husheng, and said with a grin, "Would you like to join us at the bar? The drinks are on the house." Wang Husheng grinned widely. Revealing teeth stained a dark yellow from excessive smoking, interspersed with bits of green vegetable leaves. His guiding principle in life was that one should seize every opportunity without hesitation. Without a second thought, he hopped onto the motorcycle with Chen Ergou, experiencing the exhilarating rush of speed for the first time. As they dismounted, Wang Husheng whispered to Chen Ergou that he had just felt an ecstatic sensation akin to being with a woman. Chen Ergou, annoyed, kicked him lightly, while the lanky Wang Husheng, resembling a thin monkey, readily complied without flinching. The situation is not overly complicated. Xiao Yao has a suitor who, albeit in name only, can be considered her boyfriend. Having worked at the SD bar for over a month, he has been consistently ordering drinks and spending between 1,000 to 2,000 yuan each day, thus contributing to Xiao Yao's income by an indirect 3,000 to 4,000 yuan over the course of this month. This young man is affluent and generous, which has allowed him to forge numerous connections within certain circles. Unbeknownst to him, rumors have spread about a certain Chen Ergou, a rather reckless individual, who intends to disrupt the peace. Seizing the opportunity during the weekend, he gathered a band of unruly companions and stormed into the bar. Although the establishment employs a security team of 6 or 7 robust individuals, they could only retreat like turtles when confronted by a mob of 10 to 20 people. The bar boasts a spacious interior, and one can estimate that over 100 revelers are dancing in the pulsating crowd of the dance floor. It is Friday night, and the venue is packed to capacity, with patrons adorned in vibrant attire, both men and women indulging in cigarettes and alcohol. This scene embodies a sense of decadence and despair that Wang Husheng has never personally experienced. Observing this crowd, composed of individuals who are undoubtedly wealthier than himself, he feels an overwhelming urge to lash out and deliver a few stinging slaps to them. His hands, seemingly restless and itching for destruction, yearn to wreak havoc upon something. The young dandy, who clamored for a lesson to be taught to Chen Ergou, was not foolish. After calling upon nearly 20 individuals, he quietly occupied a corner table, sipping his drink. Upon sighting Chen Ergou, the head of security at the bar rushed over as if he had encountered a benevolent deity. He swiftly approached Chen Ergou and Kai Huangmao, gesturing towards the direction of the young dandy and explaining, "Brother Go, that scoundrel is Huang Yuqing, a notorious playboy from a nearby university. Recently, He has taken a fancy to Xiao Yao, and upon hearing that you are looking after her, he summoned his men for assistance. Kai Huangmao, accompanied by 5 or 6 others, along with the security personnel, comprised a force of about 10, creating a situation that was not necessarily doomed to failure. Furrowing his brow, Chen Ergou inquired, "What is the background of those individuals?" The security guard hesitated for a moment before responding. "They are somewhat mixed. I only recognize 6 or 7 of them. They are not aligned with Brother Hu. The rest are unfamiliar to me, and they likely do not belong to this area. Brother Go, what do you suggest we do? Damn it, a dozen against a dozen, and they have come knocking at our door. What should we do? Fight." Wang Husheng, who shared a mentality akin to that of the despicable Li Shang, seemed eager to turn the entire bar into a battleground. Perhaps he was invigorated by the very notion, his eyes blazing red, resembling a famished beast under the dim lights. This fierce display, combined with Chen Ergou's commanding presence, made it easy for others to overlook his identity and attire. The security guard, taken aback by the unexpected confrontation, dared not speak. After all, Wang Husheng, following closely behind Brother Go, exuded an air of brazen loyalty. Given the legends surrounding Brother Go's solitary confrontations and his alleged connections to governmental powers, a mere security guard would not dare to act out of line. Kai Huangmao was well aware of Wang Husheng's luggage at Ame restaurant, and he was no different from Chen Ergou. "Give me a weapon." Wang Husheng extended his hand, and when he noticed the security guard's lack of response, he cursed and glanced around. He casually seized an empty beer bottle from a nearby table and declared, "If you're too afraid to confront me, you might as well leave. I'm more than capable of handling this security guard. Taking money without doing the job is no different from a coward who can't rise when lying on a woman." The security guards, gradually converging, felt a surge of defiance upon hearing his words, especially with Chen Ergou and Kai Huangmao present. They feared no repercussions. Wang Husheng, with a flourish, tossed his head, transforming his windblown hair from riding his motorcycle into a neat middle part. His gaze softened, imbued with a tender yet fleeting quality. Yet it did not afford anyone the opportunity for a heart attack. Suddenly, he smashed the beer bottle, wielding the jagged shard with a voice that inexplicably became shrill, reminiscent of a partially castrated eunuch, producing a chilling effect in the bar. "Damn it, let's go stab someone." Kai Huangmao was astonished, but had no choice but to follow the main group. Meanwhile, Chen Ergou, now relegated to the role of a mere spectator, chuckled as he walked, remarking, "This dog has indeed proven to be more formidable than the wolf." Chapter 29. Climax. Chen Ergou was quite renowned in the neighboring villages of Zhangjiazhai. Firstly, he was the sole individual who harbored hopes of attending university, only to ultimately face disqualification. Secondly, his notorious ferocity during village brawls earned him a fearsome reputation. However, it was his 2 dogs that truly made him a well-known figure among the surrounding settlements. One was named Hei Chai, the very one that Chao Jinjia had beheld, entirely black with a remarkable record of victories. The other, even more valiant and formidable, was a massive creature resembling a wolf, cloaked in pure white, affectionately referred to as by Xiong by the Chen brothers. It was rumored that these 2 dogs were descendants of the guardian hounds of Zhangjiazhai and the leader of a wolf pack. Regrettably, the almost mythical Bai Xiong met its demise during a fierce encounter with a giant bear while hunting deep in the mountains. For reasons unknown, whenever Chen Ergou was struck by a sudden surge of ruthless ferocity akin to that of a savage king, he would be reminded of the emaciated and unassuming Bai Xiong from his youth. The fair-skinned Huang Yuqing watched with serene composure as Xiao Yao flitted about him like a butterfly, busy with her activities. During such moments, he would inexplicably feel grateful for the lineage bestowed upon him by his deceased father, as well as the stack of credit cards in his wallet. He believed, in a phrase that might elicit envy, that he had become so impoverished that only money remained. He was enamored with Xiao Yao. Having fallen for her at first sight in the bar, he adored her eyes, as clear and refreshing as autumn waters, which made him feel inadequate in comparison. He appreciated her distinct demeanor, which set her apart from other infatuated admirers. Yet, above all, he cherished her visage and figure. Huang Yuqing understood that haste does not yield fruitful results. Therefore, even in the bar, his gaze towards Xiao Yao remained measured, devoid of excessive fervor. At this moment, he engaged warmly in pleasantries with a group of friends he had summoned, occasionally bestowing a sincere and charming smile upon Xiao Yao, who was busily serving drinks. Tonight, he had spent a considerable sum, no less than 5,000 or 6,000, accounting for several tables filled with an assortment of drinks and food. Yet, the thought of that wretched creature being battered into a grotesque state brought him a delightful satisfaction as he sipped his whiskey. When Xiao Yao turned her back to him, his eyes burned with a fervent intensity. No matter how beautiful a woman was, once she surrendered to him, she lost her allure. What he yearned for most was to extinguish the light in her innocent eyes, transforming her into one of those enchanting women who adored his credit card. Kneeling at his bedside, her gaze filled solely with desire. Huang Yuqing relished such morally dubious endeavors, luring young women into becoming wanton, akin to completing exquisite masterpieces. Are we proceeding like this? Kai Huangmao softly inquired of Chen Ergou, who trailed behind, seemingly incredulous. In truth, conflicts among individuals of their standing rarely escalated to lethal confrontations. It was uncommon for significant brawls to occur without prior negotiations or verbal skirmishes. Those in this line of work understood that fighting over a woman, which could lead to incarceration, was a source of profound frustration. A tarnished record brought neither fame nor fortune. In the unfortunate event of injury, one would bear the financial burden alone. Winning a fight was fortunate, but for the defeated, it was nothing short of self-inflicted torment. Let us not rush. Let us observe first. Chen Ergou had witnessed numerous tales of warfare, where generals from both armies engaged in fierce combat. At that moment, he couldn't help but feel that one of the combatants must have had their wits trampled by a donkey in their youth. Given that Wang Hu, a somewhat enigmatic figure, was willing to act as the vanguard today, Chen Ergou found amusement in cheering from the sidelines, content to observe the clash of titans, prepared to flee if the situation turned dire. After all, as Chao Jianjia had once remarked, as long as the Green Mountains remained, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Chen Ergou harbored no concern for the judgment of the affluent patrons at the bar. Their disdainful glances could not inflict any wounds upon a man who possessed nothing. Huang Yuqing, upon spotting the aggressive bar patrons, remained unperturbed. He rose slowly, and as he did, nearly 20 intimidating ruffians also stood, their presence instilling a palpable tension in the air. This formidable aura soon captivated the attention of the surrounding customers, and it wasn't long before the entire first floor of the bar was drawn into the standoff. Even those on the second floor leaned over the railing to witness the unfolding drama, while couples in the dance floor, who had been lost in a frenzy, ceased their movements. Huang Yuqing relished the effect of this spectacle. Casting a glance at the pale-faced Xiao Yao, he aimed to establish a formidable and gallant image before her, knowing that mere wealth would not sway this proud young woman, who said that a spendthrift could only be a fool, lost in the embraces of courtesans. Huang Yuqing had always considered himself a paragon among the debauched elite, yet he found himself curious about Chen Ergou, realizing with a jolt that his understanding of this presumed rival was woefully inadequate. Led by Wang Hushing, the security personnel surged forward. Yet as the two factions were on the verge of collision, the battle-hardened guards, seasoned in their experiences, judiciously slowed their pace. This seemingly trivial gesture resulted in a striking tableau. Wang Hushing, brimming with bravado and wielding a wine bottle, charged into the throng, creating an atmosphere laden with astonishment and anticipation. However, the comrade, sporting a hairstyle that demanded attention, soon realized the precariousness of his situation. As he raised the bottle in defiance, he turned to discover his companions had vanished. Enraged, he shouted, "You bastards!" In that moment, he was swiftly overpowered by 4 or 5 burly men, who unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks, likely dislodging the meal he had consumed at a May's restaurant. The onlookers, perplexed and disheartened, wondered why such a formidable and imposing figure, who had appeared destined to triumph over a multitude, was instead being bested, leaving only a scattering of defeated foes groaning on the ground. A few girls, initially intrigued by Wang Hushing's feral appearance and abstract attire, scoffed derisively and turned away, hurling a few choice expletives in his direction. Kai Huangmao let out a cold chuckle, casting a glance at Chen Ergou behind him, only to be met with an impassive visage, so composed it unnerved him. It was not the demeanor one would expect from a normal person confronted with a daunting predicament. Huang Yuqing found nothing more absurd than this scene. Originally retreating behind his companion, he seized the opportunity to charge forward with an air of expertise, landing gracefully with an exquisitely poised stance. His strikes were executed with remarkable precision, and his elegant posture, combined with his undeniably handsome visage and tall figure, elicited shrill cheers of encouragement from the bar's enchanting ladies. each one seemingly eager to offer themselves in fervent admiration. This undoubtedly served as a potent aphrodisiac for Huang Yuqing, who rarely had the chance to display such a commanding presence. Unsatisfied, he seized a bottle and hurled it at a hapless fellow rolling on the ground, a man who might almost be deemed a martyr. This blow was undoubtedly the most significant spectacle of the evening, filling the bar with the cacophony of whistles, shouts, and declarations of affection. In that moment, the innocent newcomers, venturing into the bar for the first time, grasped a rather extreme truth, that men must possess a touch of wickedness to capture a woman's heart. As the most captivating femme fatale, Xiao Yao stood in the corner, on the verge of tears, instinctively searching for that familiar figure, ultimately discerning the peculiar trajectory amidst the chaos. After shattering the bottle, Huang Yuqing felt an exhilarating sense of relief, more satisfying than venting his frustrations on alluring women. Suddenly, a sharp voice called out in warning, and as he looked up triumphantly towards the second floor of the bar, an excruciating pain pierced his abdomen. With a resounding thud, a nearly 6-foot-tall figure was struck in the stomach by a swift kick, sending him hurtling backward into a nearby table, causing a commotion that left onlookers gasping and cursing in shock. Those in the know recognize that this strike is both clean and decisive, devoid of flamboyance, yet possessing an impeccable combination of power and precision. Truly, it was a night of dramatic twists. The red-haired youth who had just warned Huang Yuqing suddenly erupted in fury. At the very moment Huang Yuqing was sent flying, the brazen assailant wielded a chair, shattering it against the young man's form. In terms of visual impact, this scene was undeniably more striking than a throng of people mercilessly beating Wang Hu, rivaling the classic moments of a gangster film. The kick and the chair's assault unfolded almost as a singular motion, akin to a woman shedding her garments with a swift grace. Those who were not accustomed to inflicting pain so ruthlessly would never possess such sharp reflexes. The crowd finally took note of this formidable presence, a figure with a shaved head, a pale and gaunt visage, clad in remarkably simple attire, yet slightly hunched. He stood amidst the throng, appearing taller than anyone else. Chapter 30. 2 packs of cigarettes. Chen Ergou was not a fledgling like Huang Yuqing. With a surge of momentum, he swiftly overcame his 2 opponents, devoid of any intention to flaunt his prowess. Seizing the advantage, he cast a glance at Kai Huangmao, standing aloof at the periphery, whose sinister implications could only be grasped by one with ulterior motives. The academically gifted Kai wasted no time, launching into action without a hint of hesitation, embodying the reckless spirit reminiscent of Wang Hushing's initial fervor. "Everyone charge. Let us incapacitate these ruffians who dare disrupt our peace," he bellowed. In the art of confrontation, there exists a delicate balance of fortune. Once the tide turns in one's favor, even the most timid of creatures may find the courage to rise and retaliate. The security guards, lacking in camaraderie, had certainly witnessed such displays of bravado before. Emboldened by a sense of guilt, they found themselves more resolute than ever. The ruffians trailing behind Kai, seasoned in the ways of brawling, wielded whatever they could find as makeshift weapons, displaying an instinctive understanding of force and impact. They were unfazed by the potential for fatal consequences. Despite Wang Hushing's apparent suffering from the blows he received, it was worth noting that he had only sustained minor injuries, save for the one inflicted by Huang Yuqing. A group of approximately 30 men engaged in a tumultuous brawl, with Chen Ergou's physique clearly indicating that he was not of the formidable gorilla-like stature capable of sweeping through legions. He had no intention of establishing a fearsome persona before the onlookers in the bar. The only one to escape the bitter consequences was the frivolous playboy, Huang Yuqing, who was oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Chen Ergou maneuvered like an elusive loach, launching stealthy strikes and utilizing any available objects, bottles, chairs, and fruit trays, as weapons. Though he endured his fair share of blows, he found his situation far less arduous compared to those fighting on the front lines. Kai Huangmao truly proved himself a capable lieutenant under the command of the Black Tiger Gang. Once unleashed, he was akin to a rabid dog. And with his formidable presence combined with Chen Ergou's cunning sneak attacks, their side fought with a certain flair and methodical precision. In this conflict, it was a matter of one group prevailing while the other suffered. Furthermore, the cornerstone of Huang Yuqing's side had already been felled by Chen Ergou, reduced to a pitiful state of tears and snot, a stark contrast to the earlier scene where he had mercilessly pummeled Wang Hu. The saying goes, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, and for him, the tide had turned dramatically. Yet, Amidst this treachery, there were those who, not satisfied with merely witnessing this fierce spectacle, resorted to surreptitiously calling the police. By the time the valiant officers, committed to upholding peace and order, arrived on the scene, the spectacle was drawing to a close. Most of Chen Ergu's faction remained on their feet, while Huang Yuqing's companions, having been decisively vanquished, lay sprawled on the ground, some lamenting like lost souls, wailing for their fathers and mothers, as if mourning a funeral. Chen Ergou exchanged a glance, prompting Kai Huangmao and his henchmen to swiftly retreat through the back door, while the security personnel remained behind. After all, fleeing held no significance for them unless they were willing to forfeit their livelihood, which was indeed quite appealing, with the added chance of a little extra gain. Amidst the chaos, Chen Ergou did not have many standout moments. Yet at this instant, the attention of all present inadvertently gravitated towards this young man, who typically would not warrant a second glance in a crowd. The affluent youths, who had come to the SD bar seeking amusement, had undoubtedly witnessed the extravagant displays of wealthy heirs, the brazen antics of male thieves and female courtesans, and perhaps even the audacious swagger of gangsters making their way through life. However, the appearance of Chen Ergou was undoubtedly a novelty. The ostentatious spending of the wealthy or the cool demeanor of handsome men could hardly captivate one's attention. Yet this expressionless youth exuded a blend of brazen confidence and composure that raised questions about the source of his audacity. Even as a throng of police officers burst into the scene, the focal figure among the crowd remained steadfastly unmoved. What was even more astonishing was that the officers, known for their increasingly severe treatment of local ruffians, hesitated to apprehend Chen Ergou upon sight. A hushed exchange ensued among the leading officers, culminating in the emergence of a rotund young policeman, his face adorned with a bright smile. Despite his youth, the corners of his eyes bore the telltale signs of laughter. Had Kai Huangmao been present, encountering this seemingly unassuming figure, he would undoubtedly have felt a flutter of unease. In truth, numerous small-time delinquents had fallen victim to this genial, yet cunning individual, making him the foremost nemesis in the eyes of the local miscreants. The smiling officer approached Chen Ergou, who reciprocated with a grin strikingly similar to that of the jovial policeman. The two embraced and retreated to a corner, resembling long-lost brothers reunited after years of disappointment, eliciting palpable trepidation among the thugs summoned by Huang Yuqing. Chen Ergou? The smiling officer inquired with a knowing grin. I must apologize for today's incident. I regret causing trouble for the precinct. I assure you that such disturbances will be resolved privately in the future, sparing our public servants any further distress. To the surprise of the smiling officer, Chen Ergou adopted a posture of humility befitting a lowly thug, his ingratiating smile causing his already slightly hunched frame to bend even lower, much to the delight of the smiling officer, who, despite his modest height of 1.68 meters, felt a sense of comfort in this display of submission. Your attitude is commendable. It is only through such demeanor that we can engage in meaningful discussions. Wouldn't you agree? We merely came to take a look. To be honest, I have heard of you. You are quite formidable. And even the director dares not provoke you. Initially, I did intend to seek some misfortune for you, but given your astuteness, I cannot disregard the favor. However, you and your companions must make an appearance at the police station. After all, with more than a dozen individuals sprawled on the ground, it would be remiss of us to turn a blind eye. The higher-ups would not condone it. The smiling tiger spoke some straightforward words. I have a brother lying on the ground who requires attention. The bar can certainly take a few individuals away, but what do you think? Chen Ergou said with a grin, exuding a playful demeanor. The smiling tiger's smile faltered slightly, his mood shifting unpredictably. At some point, Xiaoyao approached, offering Chen Ergou a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and a lighter. Chen Ergou naturally lit a cigarette for the smiling tiger, saying, I am responsible for this venue. Please have some understanding. It is not easy to make a living in this line of work. I have only just begun to show my face. And already I find myself in a police station. It will be difficult to navigate this area in the future. The smiling tiger exhaled a ring of smoke, nodded slightly, reining in his smile, and said in a solemn tone, This shall not happen again. Chen Ergou smiled apologetically, nodding repeatedly, causing Xiaoyao to widen her beautiful eyes in astonishment. Ultimately, the police apprehended over 10 individuals, including Huang Yuqing, while the SD bar merely took a few security guards as a token gesture. Chen Ergou stood unharmed in a corner of the bar, surveying his surroundings like a leopard prowling through the shadows of its domain. For reasons unknown, he discerned that once he engaged with fresh faces and experiences, he developed a certain immunity. For instance, after spending time with a woman like Chao Jinjia, encountering other beautiful women felt rather effortless. His second encounter with the police lacked the initial trepidation and panic. Had Chao Jinjia been present, she would have imparted the correct insight. This was known as adaptability, and its magnitude was indeed formidable. "Dog brother," Xiaoyao timidly called out. The commotion in the bar today stemmed from her presence, and being dismissed was hardly unjust. Having witnessed Chen Ergou's mercurial temperament and cunning, this renowned beauty from several nearby unremarkable universities grew increasingly in awe. Realizing for the first time what it meant to navigate the complexities of those in power, "You passed the cigarette well. Today's losses would have been attributed to you. However, they balance out, and I will clarify the situation to the boss," Chen Ergou remarked with a smile, striving to avert his gaze from this source of trouble. In truth, his sense of accomplishment was overflowing. Yet to maintain this lofty image, he reluctantly directed his attention towards Wang Hu, whose pitiable state was hard to overlook. To his astonishment, he found Wang Hu seated on the ground, savoring a large fruit platter with evident delight. It was difficult for Chen Ergou to fathom the resilience this individual must possess to survive. He approached and crouched down, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Wang Hushing stuffed his mouth with fresh grapes and shook his head. "Is everything truly fine?" Chen Ergou inquired, uncertain. Wang Hushing nodded, momentarily freeing a hand to tidy his signature center-parted hairstyle. At that moment, Chen Ergou was finally convinced that this seemingly indestructible character was indeed unscathed. "Can we still purchase Senhongwa oil?" Chen Ergou asked the nearby Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao nodded and, before Chen Ergou could say anything further, dashed out of the bar. "Let us take a stroll," Chen Ergou suggested, patiently waiting for Wang Hushing to finish a generous serving of fruit. The two settled side by side beneath a street lamp outside the bar. Wang Hushing, with a bruised face, had staggered while walking moments ago, revealing that he was not the concealed master of martial arts he pretended to be. Chen Ergou chuckled. "You thought you could play the hero, didn't you? A whole crowd of women witnessed you being beaten like a rag doll. Regret must be gnawing at you." "It was intentional," Wang Hushing replied, a calm smile adorning his face, which was strikingly incongruous with his usual demeanor. Chen Ergou remained silent. "I only wish to know if you can run," Wang Hushing said, leaning against the street lamp and gazing at the vehicles passing by. "In truth, I came to find you for reasons beyond mere security. My ambitious relative seeks to engage in a disreputable venture, stealing a few antiques from a villa to sell to a friend in that trade. He cannot manage it alone and is looking for a partner. Initially, I intended to persuade you to assist, but it appears that is unnecessary now. You seem to be faring quite well, far surpassing my expectations. Do you dare to confide such matters to an outsider like me?" Chen Ergou chuckled, initially filled with hesitation. "I felt it was acceptable to speak once you, in a foolish manner, followed me into the fray." Wang Hushing inquired, "Do you smoke?" Upon seeing Chen Ergou nod, Wang Hushing retrieved a metal cigarette case containing a dozen elegantly packaged Sun Island cigarettes, commonplace in Heilongjiang, priced at 11 yuan per pack. Only 3.5 remained in the case, the half evidently having been only partially consumed before being extinguished out of reluctance. Wang Hushing tossed a cigarette to Chen Ergou, produced a cheap lighter adorned with the image of a semi-nude blonde woman, and lit it for him. He then took a puff from the half-smoked cigarette, inhaled deeply, and released a smoke ring towards the ceiling. With his eyes closed and a look of bliss on his face, Wang Hushing remarked, "I always keep 2 packs of cigarettes in my pocket, the 6 yuan Sun Island and the 11 yuan variety. I reserve the latter for friends. I am rather small-minded, unremarkable in appearance, without any significant talents, yet I find pleasure in looking down on others. I have wandered aimlessly across much of China, yet I have not encountered anyone pleasing to the eye until you. So, please do not disdain this cigarette." Chapter 31. Like a flower. Wang Hu, with the remaining stub of his cigarette, sat there, his face marked by the signs of age and maturity, cast in a layer of indescribable sorrow beneath the dim yellow light. He took a deep breath and, tilting his head back, exhaled a long, swirling smoke ring. He spoke, "The village where I was born is a place of beggars. The entire community knows little beyond the act of kneeling. Children are born only to flounder for a few years before being subjected to the cruel fate of having their limbs broken and being taken out to beg. Those with even a touch of ruthlessness may go so far as to gouge out a child's eyes. Do not doubt it. The world is rife with merciless souls." Driven to desperation by hunger and poverty, a man may sell his wife, and a father may treat his own flesh and blood as mere livestock. My parents passed away early, leaving me to be raised solely by my grandmother. I broke this leg at the age of 9. My grandmother, advancing in years, could no longer scavenge for scraps and had to resort to begging. I inflicted the injury upon myself, for without it, no one would part with their money. Before my grandmother and I could leave Heilongjiang, she succumbed to her fate, passing away beneath a bridge. That winter was unbearably cold, and I knew she would not endure it. I spent all my savings to purchase her a coffin, after which I wandered alone across the vast expanse of China, from the northeastern provinces to Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei, Hunan, Shaanxi, and Inner Mongolia. After my grandmother's death, I never knelt before anyone again. My injured leg became less conspicuous. I acquired a smattering of dialects from half of China. The people of Beijing often emphasize the sounder, claiming that outsiders cannot pronounce it authentically. In terms of accent, I can rival even the most traditional Beijingers. Having witnessed poverty in Hunan, I encountered those even more unfortunate than myself. In Shaanxi, I traversed the Lus Plateau, and in Inner Mongolia, I lay alone on the vast grasslands, my heart finally liberated. No longer would I engage in the sordid, self-serving machinations of society. In my earlier years, I learned the art of deception from an old fortune teller and dabbled in the most unscrupulous means of making a living, including the exploitation of women. The old man who taught me fortune-telling was blind. He once told me that the wealthy are like carefree cats, content to bask in the sun, but when displeased, they chase after mice for sport. The poor, on the other hand, are like those very mice, compelled to steal and escape in order to survive. In his final moments, this blind man uttered a poignant truth. Throughout his life, he had never encountered a truly good person. At that moment, I contemplated expressing to you the notion that a blind person cannot discern anyone, yet I refrained. In truth, the blind possess a perception that is sharper and more astute than anyone else's. After accompanying him for several years, I still hesitated to seize those ancient tomes. I do not consider myself a virtuous individual. Ultimately, the blind man incinerated all possessions, leaving me with merely a few pages, cautioning me against causing harm to others, and granting me a slender chance at survival. I bore no resentment towards him. Chen Ergou slowly inhaled from the cigarette, priced at 11 yuan per pack, taking several harsh puffs. Accustomed to dry tobacco, this cigarette felt quite foreign to him. As he neared the end, with only the stub remaining, he did not discard it, but remarked, "Hu Sheng, stick with me. As long as I have a morsel of food, you shall not starve. I, too, am not a paragon of morality. Let me be blunt. As I ascend, I do not expect you to exert yourself tirelessly on my behalf. But do not obstruct me either. You may be narrow-minded, yet I am not a magnanimous person." Wang Husheng flicked away the cigarette, but devoid of any tobacco. And with a swift motion of his head, the tufts of hair on either side danced in the air with an elegant arc. "What could I possibly hinder for you? I earnestly hope to see you thrive in the grand city of Shanghai, so I may benefit as well. My greatest asset is my adaptability to humble living. A few bowls of rice a day suffice. If it comes to it, I can forego vegetables." Chen Ergou lowered his gaze and fiddled with his cloth shoes, murmuring, "Do not take my words to heart. Recently, a woman shared a metaphor regarding chess with me. She spoke of the advisor, capable of confining the general within the palace. In my life, I have only ever trusted my mother and a childhood companion named Fugaway. Having never known true friendship, I have only encountered those who look down upon me and wish for my untimely demise. When I first emerged from the mountains, I harbored no grand ambitions. A bow for the wealthy, a wife to cherish, and a comfortable life for my mother were sufficient. However, after spending over half a year in this new environment, my demeanor began to shift. I grew accustomed to the allure of beautiful women with their alluring figures and wealthy individuals indulging in extravagant pleasures. My desires expanded. I began to covet not only what was before me, but also what lay beyond, what resided in the pot, and what was still in the fields. My mother's observation that I had become restless proved to be accurate. Restless men often find success. And the old blind man foretold that I would indeed achieve great things in the future. Wang Hu, though not particularly endearing nor outright cunning, possesses a countenance that is difficult to regard favorably, especially with his discolored teeth adorned with remnants of vegetables, an unappealing combination. It is hard to fathom how such a person could be an experienced traveler, having traversed most northern provinces without a penny to his name. If this continues, My pair of cloth shoes will be utterly ruined, and should they tear today, I will certainly confront those ruffians. Chen Ergou sighed as he gazed at the pair of cloth shoes, feeling a pang of sympathy. He then lifted his eyes to the young patrons at the bar, whose handsome and fashionably extravagant appearances left him utterly bewildered. Their ear studs, necklaces, and bizarre hairstyles made him feel a sense of discomfort. The beautiful girls, adorned with heavy makeup, carried an array of purses that seemed exceedingly odd to him. Occasionally, affluent couples arrived in their own cars, prompting Chen Ergou to reflect with a sigh on the absurdity of it all. He recalled the earlier debacle and self-deprecatingly mused that his impulsive outburst was largely driven by personal motives. Years ago, there had been a girl he considered a childhood sweetheart, who eventually left with a boy strikingly similar to Huang Yuqing, the only distinction being that the latter possessed genuine talent and sharp intellect. In his youth, he had believed that the boy had stolen her away, only to realize later that it was not theft, even if he had not appeared. Another man would have taken his place. Upon closer reflection, the girl he had once sworn he could never forget was now a mere blur in his memory. How foolish he had been. Thus, upon seeing Huang Yuqing today, a surge of anger welled up within him. The moment he kicked out in frustration, it felt invigorating, akin to the satisfaction of smoking a fine tobacco after a meal. The pungent aroma reminiscent of a well-aged liquor, igniting a fiery sensation in his chest. Wang Husheng shook his head and remarked, I find myself indifferent to matters between men and women, lacking any understanding. When I see a woman, I am simply drawn to their ample figures, particularly when they are unclothed, their skin as fair as fresh cabbage. Wang Hu's remaining consciousness turned, and he suddenly beheld the flushed visage of Xiao Yao, a stunning young woman whose bosom was far more alluring than her posterior. Though he was not particularly intrigued, the encounter was undeniably awkward. Even the thickest skin could not withstand the scrutiny of those glistening, expressive eyes. Consequently, Wang Hu withdrew a cigarette from a pack costing 6 yuan and lowered his gaze to smoke. Brother dog, I have brought you the Jinhong oil, Xiao Yao said as she approached Chen Ergou, squatting down to present him with the bottle of Jinhong oil. It had taken her a frantic 10 minutes to procure this item, leaving her breathless. As she settled into a squat, her bosom appeared even more pronounced. It was not the kind of voluptuousness that stirred tempestuous waves, yet in proportion to her figure, it was strikingly captivating, inciting a longing to caress it tenderly. Otherwise, the affluent Huang Yuqing would not have frivolously squandered his resources for over a month out of sheer indulgence. How much? Chen Ergou inquired, accepting the Jinhong oil and tossing it to Wang Hu, who wasted no time in tearing it open, likely knowing that this single bottle would scarcely suffice for his multitude of injuries. Brother dog, I made quite a mess today. I cannot accept your money. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude, Xiao Yao exclaimed in a fluster, as accepting the money seemed an unthinkable notion. You must accept the money. Xiao Yao, when out in the world, one should not be ambiguous about finances with someone not well acquainted. I do not have any cash on me now, but I will give it to you tomorrow. Chen Ergou shook his head, recalling the repeated admonitions of his mother before he left home. He understood the true meaning behind her insistence on never taking advantage of others, for even the slightest gain might lead to a significant loss. His eccentric grandfather often proclaimed that those who are willing to suffer losses are not fools, a sentiment that had become a tradition within the Chen family. Although Chen Ergou often found himself as an exception, Xiao Yao, feeling at a loss, could only crouch by the side, too hesitant to stand. Fearing it might imply a sense of superiority, Chen Ergou sat on the ground, and she felt compelled to remain seated beside him. I will return to Ame's restaurant. You carry on with your tasks. Wang Husheng, not lacking in awareness, suddenly got up and hurried away, displaying none of the characteristics of a recent victim of a beating or someone with a limp. In truth, Chen Ergou seemed to have referred to the opposite direction in which Wang Husheng fled. Please, sit, Chen Ergou said with a smile, naturally brushing off the dust from the ground. Xiao Yao gently sat beside him, reserved and dignified, having yet to step out of her ivory tower and into the world. She had little experience with Chen Ergou's fierce and predatory nature. She had witnessed him silently glide past Kai Huangmao, moving with the grace of a cat or perhaps a leopard, as he stealthily lifted a chair and unexpectedly delivered a kick to Huang Yuqing. All of this unfolded before her eyes, followed by the sight of this dog brother bowing and scraping before the police chief, leaving her in a state of profound shock. She was not the sort of girl who would weep uncontrollably at a Qiangyao drama. After spending over a month in the bar, she had come to understand the challenges of earning a living. Chen Ergou's adept performance, akin to the Sichuan art of face-changing, left her in awe. Are there difficulties at home? Chen Ergou casually inquired. No. A slightly awkward Xiao Yao responded as if facing a stern interviewer. I merely wish to experience life and earn some money. I aspire to visit Denmark after graduating from university. In this world, how many beautiful women, compelled by their parents' illness, resort to selling their bodies or laughter? If by chance one were to encounter such a situation, it is unlikely that Chen Ergou possesses the means to play the hero. Though he appeared to be gazing at a fruit shop across the street, his peripheral vision often wandered towards Xiao Yao's flawless curves, assessing her from head to toe. Engrossed in admiring her beauty, Chen Ergou paid no heed to Xiao Yao's embarrassment and reverence. Eventually, after indulging his gaze, he discreetly wiped away his saliva and earnestly remarked, Xiao Yao, your mother must be extraordinarily beautiful. Xiao Yao was momentarily taken aback. Having lived her life in a manner reminiscent of a campus belle, she had received countless love letters, gifts, and flowers, with suitors aplenty. Although she had often been the recipient of sudden confessions, this was the first time someone had complimented her so directly, which dispelled her fear and anxiety, causing her exquisitely delicate face to blossom into a captivating smile. She laughed unabashedly, realizing for the first time how irresistibly charming a rugged man could be. Chapter 032. The underlying struggle. The gentle image that Chen Ergou had just established was swiftly shattered by his own hand. Kai Huangmao, accompanied by a group of petty thugs who had slipped away from the fray, rushed over. Chen Ergou brushed off the dirt from his cloth shoes, rose without hesitation, and delivered a powerful kick to Kai Huangmao's knee. The small leader, already nursing some injuries from the earlier scuffle, collapsed onto the ground, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The force of the kick was no trifling matter, devoid of any softness. The bewildered Xiao Yao covered her mouth, perplexed by how a comrade, with whom she had just fought side by side, could suddenly turn against him. Indeed, the world of men was astonishingly unpredictable. Chen Ergou crouched down, grasping Kai Huangmao by the hair, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Do not presume I am oblivious to your little tricks. You wish to intimidate me, Kai Huangmao. You have a sharp mind, yet is it not a pity to squander it on the life of a petty thug? You are well aware of the art of betrayal. Do not bother to argue, for I have no desire to listen. In short, if you lack the capability, do not attempt to play tricks in front of me. Kai Huangmao's gang of followers instinctively moved to protect him, although they were wary of the lingering power that Chen Ergou had amassed from their previous confrontations. Their sense of loyalty compelled them to act as if they would rush in to assault this audacious brother who was yet unaware of the depths of the situation. Kai Huangmao raised his hand, shaking his head to signal his men to refrain from rash actions. Suppressing his excruciating pain, he lowered his head and spoke in a subdued tone. Brother Go, this time it was my fault. I hope you will not hold a grudge against me. Chen Ergou released his grip, rose to his feet, and suddenly recalled the pack of Zhonghua cigarettes that Xiao Yao had handed to him. As he extracted it from his pocket, Xiao Yao hurriedly offered to light it for him. After taking a leisurely drag, he spoke with measured calmness. I can consider today's events as if they never occurred. In the future, for minor matters, do not trouble me. Let me be clear. If you harbor resentment and feel your pride has been wounded, seeking to undermine me, then I await your move. If you can extinguish my life with a single blow, it would indeed be a feat. Just do not leave me gasping for breath. Kai Huangmao's expression, whether from pain or indignation, turned a ghastly shade of green as he looked up and declared, Brother Dog, I submit, wholeheartedly. Chen Ergou helped him to his feet, wearing an air of carefree detachment, his smile suggesting that the kick had not been his doing at all. He even took a moment to brush the dust off Kai Huangmao's knees, a cigarette dangling from his lips, one that would surely astonish him once its price was revealed. He coughed lightly a couple of times before continuing. Whether it's genuine respect or mere lip service, I care not. If one shows me a foot of respect, I shall grant them a yard in return. If a dog bites me, I shall retaliate with a brick. This is simply the nature of survival. Now, go and assess the situation. If that scoundrel Huang Yuqing has any tricks left, you know what to do. Kai Huangmao nodded vigorously and, accompanied by a group of subordinates who had been thoroughly impressed by Chen Ergou's words, returned to the SD bar. Chen Ergou squinted, slightly bending his body to observe the retreating figures of the group. In Xiao Yao's eyes, he exuded a demeanor of inscrutable profundity. In truth, Chen Ergou felt a secret pride in being able to articulate such words, despite never having achieved high marks in his language composition. Suddenly, he realized that the cigarette in his hand was far more enjoyable than the one Wang who had left behind. He pulled out the cigarette box to check the brand and murmured, "Goodness, de Zhonghua. Can I count this cigarette expense as part of the bar's tab?" Chen Ergou glanced at Xiao Yao and inquired. "I paid for it," she replied softly, unaware that today's events had spiraled into further complications, seemingly bringing considerable trouble to the enigmatic brother dog before her. Her anxiety intensified, mingled with gratitude to the point where she almost entertained the notion of offering herself in return. Chen Ergou merely nodded, once again gazing up at the neon sign of the SD bar. Perhaps this marked the beginning of his rise to prominence. He felt a sense of contentment. Although the risks were significant, he was already luckier than many gold seekers of similar origins. Having quelled the audacity of that Kai Huangmao, Chen Ergou questioned whether his methods had been too extreme. Yet, so many circumstances now lay beyond his control, a disconcerting feeling for him. In the doghouse filled with newspapers and books, he had grown accustomed to locating every item with his eyes closed. Thus, Chen Ergou instinctively sought to seize more resources. Clutching the cigarette box, he took out the 1 yuan coin that Chao Jianjia had instructed Zhang Shengli to pass to him, placing it on the back of his hand. Lost in thought, brother dog, Xiao Yao, who had been waiting anxiously, finally called out timidly. Chen Ergou snapped back to reality. "May I go to work now?" Xiao Yao quietly inquired, lifting her gaze to blink those exceptionally exquisite eyes. She suddenly felt that her makeup was a tad too heavy today. Her attire was not the most suitable choice, and she was dissatisfied with her footwear. Fortunately, she had not succumbed to the whimsical tendencies of her reckless roommate by painting her nails. Otherwise, standing before this young man, her years of accumulated confidence would surely have been shattered. The man before her, at most a couple of years her senior, was not conventionally handsome. Yet whenever she mustered the courage to glance at his visage, she sensed an almost audacious wildness, tempered with a sense of restraint. Xiao Yao had always trusted her instincts. Gazing intently at Chen Ergou as if attempting to unravel a particularly vexing calculus problem. "Go ahead," Chen Ergou smiled, finding no reason to linger with such a captivating beauty. Patience was key. One must cast a long line to catch a big fish. Although he had recently become more at ease around attractive women and was diligently studying the intricacies of male-female dynamics, he had no intention of making a hasty move. A premature attempt that ended in failure would be utterly humiliating. Initially, Xiao Yao approached the bar with a ladylike demeanor. But perhaps sensing the weight of his gaze upon her back, she quickened her pace and slipped into the establishment. As Chen Ergou pocketed his coins, he strode into the bar, surveying his domain like a northeast tiger. Though modest in size, it was a realm where no foolhardy jester would dare to create a ruckus. Patrons who had witnessed his prowess in brawls instinctively sidestepped him, their eyes reflecting a hint of reverence. After all, it takes a formidable presence to render even the police, led by the smiling tiger, powerless in such a small establishment. The composure and strength he exhibited commanded respect. Indeed, any petty rogue from the lower strata would falter in the presence of an officer adorned with insignia and badge. The defining characteristic of SD Bar lay in its beautiful waitresses and handsome male servers. Those lacking in looks or physique were simply not welcome. While the staff earned their wages based on a combination of base salary and commission, the base pay here was nearly double that of typical bars. This reflects the owner's considerable ambition, for without such allure, he would struggle to retain charming young faces to attract clientele. Upon seeing Chen Ergou, the employees and soon-to-be-released security personnel bowed their heads and greeted him with utmost respect, calling him Brother Dog. "Brother Dog, the boss is looking for you," whispered Kai Huangmao as he approached Chen Ergou. This young man, who consistently earned scholarships at Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, displayed no trace of hostility in his eyes. He promptly shared the information with Chen Ergou. "The boss here is named Lu Qingfu, a portly fellow from Shanghai with a fair complexion. Little is known about his background, though we do know he once mingled in Zhejiang a few years back. Since the establishment of SD Bar, he has amassed considerable wealth. At first glance, he appears amiable. However, he is quite shrewd, and promises are often worth only half their value." Chen Ergou followed Kai Huangmao to the quietest corner on the second floor, where 2 rows of plush sofas were arranged, and the coffee table was piled high with an abundance of food and drinks, a rough estimate suggesting it was worth several thousand. Chen Ergou felt a pang of regret, silently cursing the ostentation. It would have been far better to simply pocket that money. The rotund Lu Qingfu sat firmly in the center of the sofa, flanked by two attractive women, one a stunning barmaid whose beauty nearly rivaled that of Xiao Yao, and the other significantly more mature, exuding a provocative allure that immediately captivated any man who laid eyes upon her. Xiao Yao, who had initially been standing beside the DJ on the first floor, had deliberately wandered upstairs, casting furtive glances in Chen Ergou's direction. Lu Qingfu showed no inclination to rise and greet him, and Chen Ergou had no intention of taking a seat. The two stood and sat in a tense standoff, eliciting a sense of unease among onlookers. "Brother Dog, what an honor!" Lu Qingfu eventually broke the silence, extending a plump, soft hand to gesture for Chen Ergou to sit. "Apologies, Boss Lu, but I suffered a minor injury during the earlier scuffle, so I must remain standing," Chen Ergou replied with a smile. Lu Qingfu furrowed his brow but quickly managed to muster a somewhat forced smile. Catching sight of Xiao Yao, he waved her over, attempting to lighten the mood. "Xiao Yao, it's a rare occasion to have Brother Dog here. Why not take to the stage and sing a song? It's been ages since we've witnessed the excitement you bring to the crowd." Xiao Yao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Her attire today was slightly more revealing, and she was not particularly keen on performing on the elevated platform beside the dance floor. "Forget it, it feels like a performance." Chen Ergou shook his head. Xiao Yao bit her lip, feeling helpless. She could clearly sense the displeasure of her usually jovial boss, caught between the two men. Instinctively, she glanced at Chen Ergou rather than her employer, who paid her monthly wages. Kai Huangmao stood closely beside Chen Ergou, his gaze fixed on Lu Qingfu, who sat like a serene Maitreya Buddha, yet his eyes glinted with malice. The mountain folk, having endured bites and gunfire, were particularly fierce. Kai Huangmao resembled a wolf poised to pounce, acutely aware that a misstep this time could jeopardize his future. Initially, it seemed the portly man was about to stir the pot when he inadvertently caught sight of Kai Huangmao's expression. He shifted his considerable bulk, causing the sofa to creak, and his smile grew warmer. Finally, he rose slowly, uncorked a bottle of red wine, and said, "Brother Dog, if you don't sit, I certainly wouldn't dare to." Hearing you instead of Sir unsettled Chen Ergou, who ominously twirled a coin between his fingers. The portly man's face turned ashen, his mood fluctuating as he grappled with the expensive wine, unsure whether to pour or set the bottle down. Just kidding. Boss Lu, please don't take offense. I have a penchant for jesting, but I assure you, I will adapt." Chen Ergou laughed heartily, showcasing his adeptness at changing expressions, far surpassing that of the rotund Lu Qingfu. Lu Qingfu, the portly figure, sighed in relief and burst into hearty laughter. He poured a glass of wine and first handed it to Chen Ergou, then requested the astonished mature woman beside him to pour a glass for himself. Chen Ergou turned his head towards Xiao Yao and said, "Xiao Yao, it's a rare occasion with the boss here. Sing a song to liven up the atmosphere. Just sing, no need to sell yourself. If I had the money, I would throw cash at you every day to sing. Go ahead." With her previously anxious heart now completely at ease, Xiao Yao felt a surge of joy and bore no dissatisfaction with the notion of singing for money. She nodded and hurried downstairs. "I'll drink to that as a toast. I have another venue to check out tonight, so I want to be able to stay with you, Brother Dog. In a couple of days, I'll find time to treat you to a good meal, lest others accuse me, Lu Fatty, of neglecting you. I cannot bear such a charge." Lu Fatty chuckled as he downed his glass of red wine, casting a meaningful glance at the inscrutable Chen Ergou before embracing the charming mature woman and descending the stairs. Chen Ergou accepted the wine glass and turned to lean against the railing, preparing to openly appreciate Xiao Yao's voice and singing style. As he watched Lu Qingfu's rotund figure vanish into the crowd below, he discreetly returned the sweat-drenched 1 yuan coin to his pocket. Chapter 33. The details. Boss Lu Qingfu, burdened with nearly 200 pounds of excess flesh, descended the stairs. Wrapping an arm around the slender waist of the mature woman beside him, he forged a path through the throngs of people, exiting the bustling bar. A group of charming girls stationed at the entrance, eager to attract clientele, instantly transformed into playful sirens upon spotting this jovial figure, a regular benefactor who dispensed monthly wages. They cooed and flattered him until he promised to take them to Babyface for a night of revelry the following weekend. The girls, lacking any semblance of professionalism, and the amiable portly man, seemingly oblivious to his role as the boss, soon found themselves in a playful exchange. However, once Lu Qingfu settled into his somewhat outdated Mercedes-Benz S300L, The jovial facade of his pudgy face faded, replaced by a somber expression. The alluring woman beside him offered a cigarette, deftly flicking her wrist to ignite it with a Zippo lighter. He exhaled a plume of smoke. His gaze fixated on the bar, his tone darkening as he muttered, "I invite the most beautiful girls and the finest male models to this establishment. I hire top-tier DJs who far exceed the standards of such a venue. I even have a myriad of acquaintances to ensure the place runs smoothly, which incurs substantial expenses. Yet, this brat has the audacity to demand a clean sweep upon his arrival. He may have cleared the place, but my wallet is sure to feel the pinch. Does he truly believe himself to be a formidable force? Yinzi, have we discerned the true nature of this fellow?" Two crimson lips parted gently. And the adage holds true, money can make the world go round. When one's purse is sufficiently filled, there exists nothing unattainable in this society. I have procured the information for you. During the altercation involving the Northeast faction and the Jiangxi individuals, it was 2 phone calls that intervened on behalf of that young man. One call originated from a certain office within the Special Police Brigade of the Garrison District, while the other came from a leader of the Shanghai Armed Police Corps. I have verified the office number, and indeed, it belongs to a colonel. What perplexes me is why a trivial matter, an altercation involving dozens of individuals, which thankfully did not escalate to loss of life, demanded the attention of mid-level officials from 2 separate systems. The corpulent Lu Qingfu, growing impatient, retorted, "I am not well versed in government hierarchies. Spare me the nonsense." A beautiful woman flashed a barely perceptible look of disdain, which disappeared as quickly as it came, replaced by an increasingly alluring demeanor. Her hand rested upon Lu Qingfu's barrel-like thigh, her body leaning towards him, causing a visceral reaction within her. Yet her face remained adorned with a radiant smile. She remarked, "Although the Shanghai Garrison District is nominally under the jurisdiction of the Shanghai Municipal Government, it is, in fact, affiliated with the Nanjing Military Region. The Shanghai Armed Police Corps falls under the command of the Armed Police Headquarters. In essence, a mere squabble hardly warrants the concern of these 2 powers. It is not a matter of government bureaucracy. Speaking of the Garrison District, I can sum it up in 2 words. Lu furrowed his brow and inquired, "What 2 words?" The woman replied with a smile, "The military." The rotund Lu Qingfu, who had risen from the underworld, felt the flesh on his cheeks quiver as he stubbed out his cigarette in anger. "Why didn't you say so earlier? By heaven, are you intent on making a fool of me?" For a ruffian, no matter how formidable he may seem, once he ascends to the status of a regional tyrant, he remains merely a shadowy figure, unfit for the public eye. The assertion that China lacks organized crime is not merely an empty official statement, as uttered by a certain national leader. While places like Hong Kong and Taiwan may navigate the murky waters of both legality and illegality, such a feat is utterly unattainable on the mainland. Although gangs may exist, the prospect of wielding absolute power is fraught with difficulty, should one attract unwanted attention. The consequences could be dire. Challenging the government? Such folly is unimaginable, particularly in coastal regions like Shanghai, where even the most adept rogue must constantly endeavor to cleanse his reputation. Thus, Lu Qingfu, a rather unremarkable individual, feels a sense of trepidation upon hearing mention of the government, and when the military is invoked, he becomes even more submissive, regardless of one's reputed prowess. Provoking the military is akin to hurling oneself into the Huangpu River with a boulder tied around one's neck. The woman known as Yinzi extinguished her lighter and smiled seductively, saying, "Do not be anxious. Chen Ergou is, in essence, unremarkable, a farmer hailing from a small village in northeast China. While it is indeed curious how he became entangled with figures from both sides, I assure you that this young man's connections and backing are far less extravagant than outsiders might presume. He is neither a northern warlord nor a scion from Beijing. The Xinjiang military region has no ties to him whatsoever." Lu Qingfu scoffed, remarking, "Women are often long-haired yet short-sighted. Let me ask you this. How could those uneducated folks from Jiangxi possibly comprehend the intricacies of this matter, having suffered such a significant loss of face? Is it not plausible that no one would seek to retaliate in the days following that upheaval? The outcome is rather tranquil, with no hidden machinations at play. Can this young man, known as Ergou, truly wander into my territory unscathed? Regardless of his prowess, a determined individual from Jiangxi could easily overpower him. The tales of lone individuals challenging numerous burly Northeasterners are largely exaggerated. Having navigated the underworld for nearly 2 decades, I have encountered only a couple of exceptionally formidable figures. and none possessed the stature of Chen Ergou. The woman smiled in silence. Although the rotund man beside her lacked refinement and had not truly experienced the wider world, his quick wit was undeniable. She found herself in agreement with his musings. The portly fellow muttered to himself, "I never anticipated that this young man could stir up connections with the government and military. This brings me some comfort. A cleaner establishment is preferable. Earning a little less one tea cost me dearly. Consider it an investment in averting disaster. Who knows, this enigmatic youth might one day serve as my talisman for survival. Spread the word about what you've learned, but keep it vague. There's an allure in ambiguity, much like a man's gaze on a woman's form. When everything is laid bare, the intrigue diminishes. With him managing my establishment in SD Town, my other ventures will feel considerably safer. I'm curious to see if those scoundrels who have previously looked down upon me will dare to make a move." The woman nodded in agreement, fully understanding. "Yinzi, I intend to invite him to dinner in a couple of days. Please make the arrangements. I wouldn't want to appear stingy. Spending money is my forte." The corpulent man suddenly sighed, expressing a sentiment of inexplicable nostalgia. "I don't know why, but upon seeing this young man, I feel as though I have aged." The woman, almost entirely leaning against him, smiled alluringly and remarked, "This Chen Ergou may not appear remarkable, nor is his attire particularly impressive, yet when he stands before you, there is indeed a certain charm that commands attention. Young girls often overlook such men, but at my age, one must seek out someone dependable." With a playful laugh, her bosom quivered, and she added, "I would willingly indulge in him, though that young lad might not be inclined to reciprocate." In Chen Ergou's memory, Xiao Yao was a timid and delicate young woman, always cautious and reserved in his presence, resembling a little spotted deer foraging in the Changbai Mountains. However, when she ascended the platform beside the dance floor to lead the singing, he was taken aback. Xiao Yao seemed to release the purple ribbon binding her hair, allowing her long locks to cascade freely, her visage as exquisite as porcelain, enveloped in the vibrant glow of multicolored lights, resembling a scene from a Gothic painting, alive within the darkness. As the prelude began, Chen Ergou was jolted. It was far from the gentle, delicate Chinese love ballad he had anticipated. Instead, it was a rock-infused English song, resounding with grandeur. When she opened her mouth to sing amidst the raucous cheers of the crowd, her voice astonished him anew. This petite beauty possessed a soprano akin to operatic florid singing, rich yet pristine. As the deafening DJ accompaniment enveloped him, he felt as though he were transported to a live concert. The bar was indeed teeming with energy at its zenith. Kai Huangmao exclaimed loudly beside Chen Ergou's ear, "Brother Dog, that is the Dutch national treasure band within Temptation's memories. Not every girl with a singing voice can convey such depth. Little Yao rarely takes the stage, and in the past, she always dressed warmly. She is indeed quite different from many girls in this bar. She must be singing today out of respect for you." At that moment, Chen Ergou caught a glimpse of little Yao gazing in his direction, her eyes dreamy and enchanting. In that instant, this little beauty was undoubtedly the most captivating. Her singing, her form, her gaze, all were breathtakingly beautiful, causing his heart to flutter. Chen Ergou was merely a rustic lad, akin to Lu Lao stepping into the Grand View Garden. He was an untouched young man who had never savored the pleasures of a woman. He could not help but admire beautiful women. When he saw Li Wei or Guan Shijing, he would never adopt a holier-than-thou demeanor when the opportunity to engage arose. Even in the presence of the lofty Chao Jianjia, his intentions were not rooted in mere infatuation. He yearned to capture the attention of striking women, perhaps even aspire to conquer their hearts. Leaning against the railing on the second floor, Chen Ergou experienced a sense of superiority for the first time. Previously, the concept of money to him was merely about how many pounds of rice it could purchase, how many trees it equated to, how many years of schooling it could afford, or how many unattractive brides it could buy. As for power, it was represented by a middle school teacher venting frustration on students or witnessing the academically challenged offspring of privileged families ascend to universities through connections after the college entrance examination. Upon arriving in Shanghai, Chen Ergou's worldview expanded dramatically, akin to a polar bear and a black wolf embarking on their first mountain hunt. After Xiao Yao finished her song, she leapt off the stage, disregarding the fervent pleas of the audience for an encore. She hurried to the second floor, standing before Chen Ergou, her cheeks flushed and her hair hastily styled. In her clear eyes, there lingered a hint of beguiling charm. Chen Ergou then posed an unnecessarily probing question. "Xiao Yao, do you have a boyfriend?" No, she replied. What about? Chen Ergou fell into a long silence, while Xiao Yao awaited his response with eager anticipation. Ultimately, he suggested, how about we grab a late-night snack together? Xiao Yao smiled and nodded, her expression a mix of amusement and embarrassment. However, I don't have any money on me, so I guess I'll owe you for that bottle of Jinhong oil as well. She covered her mouth and laughed softly. Kai Huangmao, suppressing the urge to spit blood, rushed downstairs, pondering how this brother, known for his fierceness in fights and schemes, faltered at such a crucial moment. Then it dawned on him, as he observed Chen Ergou with a newfound reverence akin to that reserved for idols, murmuring, could it be he intends for Xiao Yao to cover the expenses for both the late-night snack and the hotel room? I have encountered fierce individuals, yet I have never seen one quite so audacious. Brother Dog, you truly are remarkable. Chapter 034. The Rabbit in the Mountain Leap. The adage that birds of a feather flock together remains an unassailable truth. Beauty often attracts beauty. Originally, Chen Ergou intended to take Xiao Yao for a leisurely stroll to a May restaurant for a late-night snack, intending to repay her some money in the process. As they stepped out of the bar, he was captivated by a sports car that caught his eye, a convertible of an unknown brand, exquisitely streamlined, exuding an air of superiority that bespoke its elite nature. Inside the vehicle sat a charming young couple, engaged in playful banter. Upon noticing Xiao Yao, the attractive girl in the car stood up and called out, Xiao Yao, I'll give you a complimentary ride home, and in return, you must pledge your heart to this noble lady tonight. Xiao Yao blushed and quickly explained to Chen Ergou, Brother Go, that's my roommate. She insists on calling herself Gugu and claims to be a descendant of the royal lineage from the yellow banner of the 8 banners. Speaking of it with such conviction that one would think she were presenting a family tree. She often rambles on about it, so please don't take offense. Upon seeing her friend Xiao Yao's embarrassed expression, the girl in the car assumed that they had encountered yet another shameless individual who might harass Xiao Yao. In a fit of anger, she disregarded her poised demeanor, leaping from the vehicle. Upon observing Chen Ergou's humble appearance, dressed in cloth shoes with his hands stuffed in his sleeves, her fury escalated. She pointed an accusatory finger at him and unleashed a torrent of insults. You wretched toad, get lost. If you can, leave Shanghai and spare us the sight of you. Have you even looked in a mirror? With your shabby demeanor, how dare you pursue Xiao Yao? Do you have the audacity of a bear and the gall of a leopard? Chen Ergou paid no heed to the beautiful little shrew. Her demeanor and presence were far inferior to those seasoned matrons from Zhangjiazhai, and thus did not capture his attention. He merely observed the handsome young man inside the car, whose gaze remained fixed on Xiao Yao. Indeed, he possessed an appealing appearance that could effortlessly attract women, particularly since he was wealthy. Chen Ergou secretly envied such privileged young masters, who started with a higher advantage, complemented by a pretty face reminiscent of a youthful visage, perhaps even boasting a physique sculpted from hours in the gym. It was no wonder that so many single men in China felt aggrieved. The disparity between the rich and the poor was the root of their woes. Upon noticing that Chen Ergou remained unfazed, the young woman's anger intensified, nearly causing her to explode with fury. This is the nature of arguments. One person may hurl insults passionately, while the other remains unperturbed, leaving onlookers feeling awkward for the one who is vociferous. Terrified by the situation, the pale-faced Xiao Yao dared not allow her friend to continue her tirade and quickly pulled her aside. Lowering her voice with a hint of a whimper, She, please stop scolding. If you keep it up, I might truly get angry. Upon seeing Xiao Yao's teary-eyed, pitiful expression, She was momentarily flustered. How could her closest confidant, Xiao Yao, ever be so anxious over a suitor? The young lady often found herself witnessing altercations among the boys at the university, sparked by her mere presence. In her freshman year, she had even seen them arrange hundreds of candles in the shape of a heart beneath her dormitory or hang enormous banners professing their affection from the opposite boys' dorm. Yet, she had always regarded such antics with disdain or a dismissive smile. Today, however, the situation felt peculiar. She found herself observing Chen Ergou once more. This man, only slightly older than her peers, was locking eyes with her boyfriend, but soon shifted his attention to an opulent sports car, his expression betraying an unabashed envy. She dismissed him as a simpleton lacking sophistication, and in doing so, her anger dissipated. There was no need to engage in a verbal spar with someone so inconsequential. Brother Dog, this is my friend Zhang Cici, also known as the long-armed Zhang. With the 11 from the road ahead is long and arduous, Xiao Yao introduced nervously. What a lovely name. Chen Ergou replied with a soft chuckle, his insufferable smile and gaze creating an unsettling dissonance with his words. Zhang Sisi, who had regained her composure, felt her temper flare upon hearing his response. As a young lady accustomed to being the center of attention and the cherished treasure of men, she could hardly tolerate such veiled sarcasm, however subtle it might have been. She bristled at Chen Ergou's nonchalance, indignantly questioning, "So, are you a heartless dog, or merely a scoundrel clinging to life?" Xiao Yao, alarmed by the exchange, felt the need to intervene. Just as she was about to offer a feeble explanation, Chen Ergou interjected with a grin, "I am simply a dog of the world." The hapless Xiao Yao, caught in a whirlwind of emotions stirred by Chen Ergou, found herself both weeping and laughing, her delicate visage resembling a rain-drenched pear blossom, evoking a sense of pity. This sight rendered the young man, who had alighted and approached Zhang Sisi, momentarily spellbound. Neither Chen Ergou nor Zhang Sisi anticipated that the child would genuinely burst into tears, leading them to momentarily set aside their rivalry. Struggling with words, Chen Ergou remained silent, while Zhang Sisi enveloped the little girl in a comforting embrace. Consequently, Chen Ergou was compelled to engage in another close encounter with the dashing gentleman, both sharing a fair complexion, Chen Ergou's pallor resembling that of ailing health, while the latter exhibited a charmingly rosy countenance, with red lips and white teeth. The contrast was stark, worn canvas shoes against impeccably crafted Italian leather, a simple long-sleeve shirt versus a tailored, sophisticated casual suit. Regardless of the perspective, it was evident that Xiao Yao's affections ought to be directed towards this affluent and handsome gentleman. "Why are you crying?" Chen Ergou mused. Xiao Yao immediately stifled her sobs, albeit with lingering hiccups, displaying an obedient demeanor as she gazed up at Chen Ergou with a woeful expression. This scene sent a jolt of anxiety through Zhang Sisi and her boyfriend. Had the world truly changed? Where had this fellow emerged from? Although Zhang Sisi's words are piercing, and she presents herself as a spoiled heiress devoid of manners, her intellect is far from lacking. In her perspective, there are two categories of men worthy of her attention in this world. The first consists of young, handsome, and affluent scions, ideally possessing a modicum of intelligence. Such privileged individuals likely start at a higher point than the culmination of an ordinary person's lifetime of toil. The second category encompasses middle-aged men who have risen to prominence through hard work. They are astute and willing to spend on women, exuding a distinct masculinity. If they maintain their physique without succumbing to middle-aged spread and demonstrate vigor in bed akin to that of a youthful man, they are undoubtedly the epitome of desirability. However, the individual before her is clearly devoid of wealth. If he lacks financial means, what heights can he possibly ascend to at such a young age? How formidable can he truly be? Among Xiao Yao's suitors, there is no shortage of wealthy rakes like Huang Yuqing or scions of high-ranking officials. Zhang Sisi desperately wishes to cast a disdainful expression at this stranger, yet she refrains. For she understands that an individual who openly admits to being a dog will not be affected by such a gesture. Initially, the tense atmosphere transformed into a peculiar standoff, where neither side dared to make a move. Chen Ergou remained silent, allowing Zhang Sisi to extract information from Xiao Yao, only to discover that this character was merely a small-time thug working as security at the SD bar. Regardless, she tempered her disdain for the impoverished, as she held a modicum of admiration for a young man capable of snatching a morsel from Lu Fatty's plate. Upon hearing about a late-night snack, Zhang Sisi suggested a place for her boyfriend to drive them to, and Chen Ergou, indifferent, refrained from voicing any objections. After all, it was evident that neither he nor Xiao Yao would be footing the bill, and who would shy away from a complimentary meal? To refuse such an offer would not be a matter of dignity, but rather of self-deprecation. If he were to decline, Chen Ergou would not embody the audacious wolf cub of the Chen family, notorious for mocking the Zhang family's thick-skinned nature. Once seated in the back of the convertible with Xiao Yao, Chen Ergou lit a cigarette, savoring the experience that was starkly different from riding in a tractor from Zhang family village or a public bus. The driver, eager to showcase his driving skills, occasionally attempted superficial drifts around the empty curves, causing Xiao Yao to jostle into Chen Ergou's embrace multiple times. On one occasion, her abrupt movement knocked the cigarette from his hand, potentially scorching a hole in the genuine leather upholstery. Observing his concern for the cigarette rather than the car's interior, Xiao Yao chuckled, thinking to herself that he was indeed a quintessential villain. Xiao Jinjiao referred to him as a troublesome citizen, while Xiao Yao perceived him as a rogue. This perhaps illustrates the divergence between the two women. Their differing positions engendered distinct perspectives. One either looks down from a height or gazes up from below. The bustling food stall was not far from the place where Xiao Yao resided. Naturally, it was Zhang Cixi's partner who insisted on covering the bill. Chen Ergou, preoccupied with devouring his meal, had no intention of reaching into his pocket, as he possessed merely a few coins. This behavior undoubtedly earned him a slight disdain from Zhang Cixi. After their late-night feast, Zhang Cixi intended to accompany her boyfriend to the vibrant bar district, where the true allure of nightlife would only commence at midnight. The establishments they sought were of a far superior caliber than that of the small bar, as evidenced by the price of the sports car they drove. With a hint of regret, Zhang Cixi's boyfriend drove away, his gaze momentarily lingering on Xiao Yao. He was acutely aware that, should the enchanting girl desire, she could easily join him at the finest bars in Shanghai. He harbored aspirations of embracing both beauties simultaneously, yet he seemed to lack the charm or skill to achieve such a fantasy. Otherwise, it would have been a truly celestial existence. Nevertheless, he did not perceive Chen Ergou as a rival, for he doubted that a mere bar attendant could create any significant disturbance. Through Zhang Cixi, he had gleaned some insight into Xiao Yao's temperament. While it was relatively easy to socialize and forge casual friendships, progressing to a deeper connection was an entirely different challenge. That fellow has ulterior motives, remarked Chen Ergou, as he escorted Xiao Yao back to her nearby residential complex, a toothpick precariously perched between his lips. Xiao Yao's mouth fell agape in disbelief. I am a man as well, and I understand the special significance behind certain gazes. Chen Ergou lit another cigarette, reveling in the post-meal indulgence as if he were a deity. Indeed, this statement held a kernel of truth, especially considering it was a fine smoke. Brother dog, please do not be angry with Cixi. She means no harm. Xiao Yao observed that Chen Ergou seemed to be in good spirits, finally daring to broach the subject. It sounds awkward when you say you, and I imagine it must be exhausting for you. Chen Ergou chuckled. I am not angry. She is only looking out for you, and I can understand that. Just look at me and then at you. How many people have stared at us along the way with incredulous expressions? Even I find it peculiar, like a beautiful flower paired with cow dung. It would be odd if it were not strange. Brother dog, do you truly believe you are cow dung? Xiao Yao inquired, tilting her head. Chen Ergou smiled, but remained silent. Brother dog, if you were indeed cow dung, you would still be the kind that nourishes the growth of flowers, Xiao Yao jested. Chen Ergou exhaled a puff of smoke and remarked, that flattery is quite pleasant. The slightly smug Xiao Yao stuck out her tongue, interlacing her fingers behind her back as she walked, smiling. Brother dog, you must know how to play Go, and I am certain you are a master. Chen Ergou shook his head, saying, I do not. I only grasp the basics of chess. Then your mathematics must be exceptional, Xiao Yao asserted confidently. Why is that? Chen Ergou asked, intrigued. Xiao Yao quietly made a face, seemingly hesitant to speak. I see. You mean to say I am good at calculating? Chen Ergou laughed, narrowing his eyes to relish the satisfaction brought by the smoke. In truth, I merely engage in trivial tricks. Battling against heaven, earth, and people is endlessly enjoyable. Over time, one comes to understand many things that were once unclear. Xiao Yao, this does not indicate that I am more intelligent. It is simply a matter of differing environments. There was a mad old man who once said that the poverty of the poor is not a matter of foolishness, but of fate. I am merely a person who grew up in the countryside and studied for 12 years. I believe in fate more than anyone else. However, believing does not equate to a lack of struggle. We, the people of the mountains, often hunt and set traps, frequently encountering those nimble mountain hares that gnaw through iron wire, hares that city dwellers only know how to confine and feed with leafy greens. But I am not a hare. I am a wild mountain creature. As Chen Ergou walked for a while, he noticed that Xiao Yao had suddenly stopped. Turning around, he found the young girl inexplicably in tears. Did she not realize that her weeping rendered her utterly irresistible to men? With a sigh, Chen Ergou discarded his cigarette butt and approached her, softly saying, Why are you crying again, child? Reflecting on his own childhood, he recalled that he too had a penchant for tears, for the mad old man had claimed that crying signified a person's vitality. Yet, after the old man passed away, he found himself crying less and less. Curiosity piqued, he asked, What troubles your heart? With tear-filled eyes, Xiao Yao hastily wiped away her tears, seemingly striving to see clearly the man who never pretended to be profound and always wore a smile while observing the world. However, the tears continued to flow, and she sobbed, It hurts my heart. Chapter 35. A lamb into the tiger's den. Chen Ergou, without a doubt, is a genuine virgin. He has never held a girl's hand, let alone embraced or kissed one. His hands, however, have engaged in countless encounters with the wild boars and jumping roe deer of Wild Boar Mountain, involved in skinning, sinewing, and gutting. Who would wish to indulge in romantic escapades with him? When Chen Ergou believed that the stars had aligned perfectly, he boldly proposed to Xiao Yao that they ascend to her apartment for a cup of tea. He made this request with an air of righteousness, his face unflushed and his heart steady, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had consumed 6 or 7 bottles of beer at the streetside eatery. Xiao Yao, however, blushed deeply and declined his invitation, suggesting they could meet again in 4 or 5 days. Chen Ergou, feeling the sting of unrequited desire, did not press the issue further and, showing remarkable tact, turned and left. Xiao Yao, her heart in turmoil, hurried into the community park, where she swung on the swings for over an hour before finally making her way back to the apartment. Upon returning to the room, she nestled beneath the covers, remaining still. It was not until morning that Zhang Cici, having returned from the bar, did not allow her boyfriend entry, but rather made her way directly to Xiao Yao's room. She lifted the blanket to find the young girl still sound asleep, her delicate form curled up, with traces of tears upon her face. Noticing that she had not even changed out of her clothes, Zhang Cici breathed a sigh of relief. She had genuinely feared that the shameless man, whose cunning was so profound that it led one to believe he had no ulterior motives, might have taken advantage of Xiao Yao, perhaps resorting to coercion. The mere thought of Chen Ergou's grinning visage ignited her anger. As she gently rearranged the blanket over Xiao Yao, she reflected on the events of the previous night. One must extinguish potential dangers in their infancy, she murmured to herself. I cannot allow this child to be ensnared. That type of man is far beyond Xiao Yao's capacity to handle. Xiao Yao, my dear, when seeking a partner, choose one who can be managed. Only then can one emerge unscathed. Not everyone can endure the perilous allure of a moth drawn to the flame. In the ensuing week, Wang Husheng thrived remarkably at the SD bar. He delved into the backgrounds of the attractive waitresses with slightly fuller figures, unearthing details that spanned generations. Employing a rudimentary understanding of fortune-telling, he presented himself as a mystic. However, these young women, having emerged from lesser-known universities, lacked a solid foundation in classical literature. When they heard Wang Husheng's elaborate fabrications, they found themselves bewildered yet intrigued, beginning to harbor a flicker of belief. Nonetheless, their interests appeared to gravitate more towards Chen Ergou, the bouncer at the bar, who, at least for the moment, was portrayed in an exaggerated and distorted light. In the minds of the patrons, this brother dog was envisioned as a towering figure, his silhouette imposing, his skills exceptional, and even his rather ordinary appearance transformed into something extraordinary. None among them realized that this perception was merely a manifestation of the halo effect. Chen Ergou did not wish to forego the opportunity to unwind at the SD bar, particularly since it boasted enchanting beauties like Xiao Yao. However, he found himself preoccupied with tutoring Li Wei, tending to the whims of the insipid Li Shang, and serving as an all-around waiter at a restaurant. Upon returning to his room, he was also obligated to engage in his regimented reading schedule. The day's endeavors proved to be quite taxing. Moreover, he struggled to find a legitimate reason to visit the bar, while he believed his thick skin would spare him any embarrassment. The delicate and fair-skinned Xiao Yao would undoubtedly feel awkward. Ultimately, it was his impatience and lack of composure that led to his predicament. Even the dim-witted Chen Ergou sensed Xiao Yao's favorable regard for him, and he ought to have taken the time to cultivate a flirtation before proposing an outing to watch a film. To approach her directly was an insurmountable challenge, especially considering that Xiao Yao was still a young maiden. This week, Chen Ergou spent his days enveloped in regret and guilt, channeling his frustrations into an intense study regimen. Managing to devour the entirety of the esteemed master Li Zhongwu's The Study of Thick Black with unerring focus. For someone with a relatively weak foundation in the language, it was akin to engaging in a grueling battle. Fortunately, he had the foresight to purchase an analysis of classical Chinese texts, which aided him in fully immersing himself in the intriguing book Tue Bei Tu, annotated by Jin Xingtan. The complexity of the material left Chen Ergou in a daze. As he continued to delve deeper, he nearly wore out the analysis through incessant reading. Had he not delayed his nightly excursions to read beneath the streetlight, his roommates, Zhang Xingli and Wang Husheng, would have been driven to distraction by the sound of his page turning. The most evident benefit of his efforts was that Li Wei's language skills showed modest improvement under Chen Ergou's influence. Little Yao no longer sang, as she was busy assisting customers with their orders and serving drinks. Huang Yuqing dared not return to the SD bar, perhaps having received some information from the police station. The reason this young master boldly led a group to trouble Chen Ergou was due to Kai Huang Mao wanting to intimidate him. However, he had not disclosed the complete information to Huang Yuqing. It is essential to recognize that this dog brother had previously associated with formidable figures capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the smiling tiger. Thus, Huang Yuqing exercised caution, preferring to target the weak, which was the typical behavior of someone of his social standing. Zhang Sisi, who fancied herself a princess, was also present at the bar, having been protecting little Yao these past few days, fearing that Chen Ergou might try to entice her friend. Her boyfriend, Gu Ju, did not accompany her. He would not indulge in nightlife at such a student-centric bar, having a father who held a deputy position in the Shanghai Development and Reform Commission. He naturally looked down upon Huang Yuqing and his ilk. Seizing a moment when little Yao was free, Zhang Sisi pulled her aside for a drink. Observing her forlorn demeanor and teasingly asked, "Is it truly worth it to wait so eagerly for that fellow to arrive at the bar?" Little Yao glanced toward the frenzied crowd in the dance floor, pouting slightly as she replied, "You wouldn't understand." Zhang Sisi laughed. "How could I not understand? Spring has arrived, and some are simply feeling the stirrings of love. Fortunately, it is not summer. Otherwise, you might be even more uninhibited." Xiao Yao dismissed her best friend's teasing and remarked, "I am aware that you do not fancy him, much like how I have no affinity for Guju. To each their own, as preferences vary. You need not worry about me walking into a perilous situation. I have not succumbed to infatuation, nor do I experience love at first sight. My thoughts of him are merely innocent." Zhang Sisi, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "I understand you are not infatuated, otherwise he would have entered your room that day." Xiao Yao's cheeks flushed as she leaned closer to Zhang Sisi and whispered, "To be honest, I was on my period those days. Otherwise, I would not have turned him away." Zhang Sisi rolled her eyes and said, "You are truly beyond redemption. I shall await the day to help you select the perfect grave for your love. Just remember not to come to me in tears, for my garments are quite costly, and I would be loath to have you compensate me. In the end, if you find yourself in despair, it is I who shall bear the brunt of your tribulations." Xiao Yao playfully threatened, "Do not curse me." Zhang Sisi continued, "Ah, here comes the infamous Wang Hu, looking even more dapper today than yesterday. Clad in his SD bar uniform, his center-parted hair remains unchanged, yet he seems to have taken the time to style his hair with gel, transforming it into a sight to behold, thankfully no longer subjecting us to the reckless tossing of his mane. Zhang Sisi, not you, you uncouth fellow. Do you dare believe I could rally 100 people to turn you into mincemeat and toss you into the Huangpu River as bait?" Zhang Sisi's disdain for this toad far exceeded her aversion to Chen Ergou, which was tinged with caution. "Believe it or not, I do," came the retort. Wang Hushing, unabashed, cast his gaze towards Zhang Sisi's posterior. This fellow harbored an obsessive fascination with women's backsides, and Zhang Sisi, possessing a notably curvaceous figure, sparked in him a sense of discovery akin to finding a new continent. Despite enduring Zhang Sisi's wrathful tirades over the past few days, his thick skin rendered him impervious to her ire. With his narrow, shifty eyes squinting, he grinned and remarked, "Gracious miss, it is I, the esteemed General Wang Hushing, who has come to pay my respects." Xiao Yao, observing the scene, smiled silently, relishing the misfortune. Zhang Sisi, in a fit of indignation, hurled a bottle of green tea at him, which Wang Hushing deftly caught, cradling it against his chest. "Thank you, Mississippi. I shall accept this token of affection and return for more once I have finished," he expressed gratefully. As he mentioned drinking, his furtive eyes instinctively darted towards Zhang Sisi's bosom. His insidious charm lay in his ability to imbue any statement with a lewd implication. Sensing Zhang Sisi's imminent fury, Wang Hushing hastily retreated, while Xiao Yao seized the opportunity to taunt, "General Wang Hushing, do visit often." The title of general elicited a chuckle from Chen Ergou, who had finally found time to escape to the SD bar for a smoke and a drink. It was a grandiose title that seemed fitting, yet it starkly contrasted with the reality of the man himself. When it rains, it pours. Misfortunes often arrive in pairs. Having just driven away Wang Hushing, the troublesome protagonist who had been causing Zhang Sisi considerable distress finally made his entrance. Her previous encounter with Wang Hushing had left her utterly drained. and she was uncertain about how to handle the enigmatic young man before her. Zhang Sisi had secretly dubbed him Black Mountain Old Demon, as she found Chen Ergou to possess an unsettling aura reminiscent of the ghostly figures in a Chinese ghost story, which made her feel quite uncomfortable. Nevertheless, she had to admit that this fellow possessed a modicum of skill. Observing her best friend's blissful expression, Zhang Sisi let out a resigned sigh and abruptly stood, deciding to abandon her efforts. I shall disregard you all, out of sight, out of mind. I'm leaving, and that is final. Chen Ergou, with a sardonic tone, retorted. Just remember to settle the bill before you go. Zhang Sisi, grabbing her bag, shot back with irritation. I don't need your reminders. Look at your miserly demeanor. Even if given $1 million, you wouldn't know how to spend it. Don't you find that rather pitiful? In an unprecedented turn of events, Chen Ergou refrained from retaliating and instead chose to remain peculiarly silent. Zhang Sisi, recognizing the moment to retreat, hastily departed from the bar. After all, a good argument requires one to be in peak condition, and she resolved to regroup and return for a rematch with this fellow at a later date. What are you pondering? Xiao Yao inquired, puzzled. I was contemplating how one might spend $1 million. Chen Ergou replied earnestly. You're genuinely concerned about that, aren't you? Xiao Yao frowned, fearing that he and his close friend Zhang Sisi would be at odds, their interactions fraught with tension. That is indeed a rather intriguing question. Chen Dog chuckled, seated at a distance from Xiao Yao on the sofa. The university's students possess an unparalleled wisdom, effortlessly articulating the vulnerabilities that the women of Zhangjiazhuang had never managed to touch upon throughout their lives. Perceiving the seriousness in his tone, Xiao Yao refrained from further attempts at clever conversation, and thus an awkward silence enveloped them. Upon spotting Chen Ergou, Wang Husheng dashed over from the dance floor, exclaiming excitedly, Ergou, I've noticed that 2 girls have round, ample figures, undoubtedly delightful to the touch. However, after gazing upon the stunning visage of Xiao Yao, I can't help but feel a tinge of regret when I look at them. Alas, at the end of the day, it's still that dirty old woman who appeals to me, with her perky backside and charming looks. Xiao Yao was caught in a predicament, unable to either sit or leave. She turned her head, pretending not to have heard. Chen Ergou, disinterested in engaging in frivolous banter, inquired, Husheng, do you know where in Shanghai I might catch a hawk, preferably a yensong? Wang Husheng furrowed his brow and tossed Chen Ergou a cigarette he had pilfered from somewhere, replying, difficult. It's unlikely to encounter rare creatures like the yensong. However, there might be a chance with pine martens, golden eagles, or kestrels, though it would require a long journey to the outskirts. What is your interest in birds of prey? Chen Ergou nodded. When you have the time, help me catch one. I have a purpose for it. With a grin that reeked of smoke and alcohol, Wang Husheng glanced at Xiao Yao suggestively and said, no problem. I excel at dealing with such peculiar affairs. I'll keep an eye on the venue. You two can take your time. This place is secluded, so we need not worry about being seen. Let us indulge in whatever we desire. Chen Ergou kicked Wang Hu's rear end, and the latter staggered off to the dance floor to enjoy the scenery. Chen Ergou, enveloped in smoke, exuded an air of contentment. Brother dog, shall we go dance? Xiao Yao tilted her head back, downing a glass of undiluted whiskey, seemingly to bolster her courage. A faint blush adorned her cheeks, their rosy hue particularly enticing in the dim light. I can't, Chen Ergou replied, scratching his head awkwardly. I'll teach you, Xiao Yao said, her face flushed and irresistibly charming. Xiao Yao finally grasped the meaning of walking into the tiger's den, believing that Chen Ergou, who claimed he could not dance, would be reserved and shy upon reaching the dance floor. However, as they entered the periphery of the dance area, he bypassed the hand-holding stage entirely, wrapping his arms around her delicate waist, startling her. For the first time, as she danced closely with a male, her heart raced uncontrollably, and she was at a loss as to where to place her hands. Initially, fueled by a sip of alcohol, she had impulsively joined someone who seemed to have a premeditated plan, only to find herself bewildered now. Chapter 36. Tattoos. This encapsulates the most profound thought that Chen Ergou could muster amidst the chaos of his mind. He reminisced about the exhilarating sensation of successfully piercing the head of a wild boar with a spear alongside Fu Gui for the first time. The euphoria akin to a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins, propelling his entire being into a state of euphoria. A mere glance downward allowed him to behold the enchanting visage of Xiao Yao, illuminated by a kaleidoscope of lights, every exquisite contour of her face vividly defined. To him, Women resembled a vividly colored serpent, a realization that perhaps delineated the stark contrast between Chen Ergou and Chen Fugui. He recalled Fu Gui's foolish yet earnest advice before departing from Zhang Jiazhai, cautioning him not to succumb before he had properly nurtured his body. Now, as he embraced Xiao Yao's delicate waist, Chen Ergou was acutely aware that he indeed could not perish. He must indulge in the pleasures of her alluring form a few more times to truly reclaim his worth. A beautiful woman dancing in the nightclub must be prepared for the possibility of being approached and subjected to unwelcome advances. Although Xiao Yao belongs to someone, the crowded dance floor is still filled with numerous individuals who consider themselves 100 times more attractive than Chen Ergou, encroaching upon her space. The sight of a lovely flower being placed atop a heap of dung is indeed disheartening for many a single man. The clientele in bars is ever-changing. Those daring enough to harbor intentions toward Xiao Yao are not regulars. Chen Ergou, too, must suppress his desire to revel in the exquisite curves of Xiao Yao's figure. Firmly encircling her with his arms, squinting at the 4 or 5 men who attempt to encircle them. It is only he who is permitted to indulge in other women. How could he allow anyone else to make advances towards his beloved? This mindset mirrors the notion that only the Chun family is entitled to take advantage of the Zhang family, reflecting a rather parochial mentality. Yet others are left powerless against him. Xiao Yao, well acquainted with the myriad of subtle advances prevalent in bars, understands that regardless of whether a protector is by her side, her beauty will inevitably attract attention. In the past, she accompanied her close friend Zhang Sisi, along with her boyfriend Gu Ju and a group of friends, to establishments like Babyface or Mbox. The experience revealed that even in Shanghai's most elite bars, Xiao Yao, with a little effort in her appearance, would receive as many advances each night as anyone else. On one occasion, Zhang Sisi tallied the inquiries at Muse 2 in Hunglong Plaza, noting 6 older men and 7 younger suitors, even an elderly gentleman, seeking Xiao Yao's phone number. As the largest cash cow for SD, it is certain that many individuals are drawn here by its reputation. However, with Chen Ergou encircling her, she instinctively tightened her embrace around this young man. Indeed, his scent was not peculiar. Rather, it was quite pleasant, devoid of any pretentious cologne or overly sentimental male fragrances. It bore a subtle aroma, and despite her initial apprehension, Xiao Yao even took a moment to turn and make a face at the men who were eyeing her beauty. She had witnessed Chen Ergou's formidable prowess during confrontations, and in her eyes, the man she admired was akin to a heroic savior capable of rescuing the world and humanity. At this moment, it would be unfair to say that Xiao Yao's intelligence had diminished, but her little mind had likely learned the art of idleness. Among the group of 5 or 6 unruly youths, 2 of them appeared rather unassuming, which left Chen Ergou feeling somewhat embarrassed. These restless individuals, akin to riled-up dogs in their youth, were utterly unreasonable. Unlike Huang Yuqing, who would go to great lengths to cultivate a larger-than-life persona in front of Xiao Yao, Chen Ergou simply embraced her and exited the dance floor. Even the most adept hawk trainer could one day fall victim to a hawk's talents. Chen Ergou was not arrogant enough to believe he could act with impunity in his own territory. Xiao Yao, on the other hand, was indifferent. She was well aware that there would be plenty of gossip and envy regarding her association with Dog Brother, though she did not dismiss such rumors. Nestled in Chen Ergou's arms, she found no desire to ponder the sentiments of their fellow bargoers. Zhang Sisi's order remained untouched as the two settled into a dimly lit corner on the first floor. After taking a seat, Chen Ergou lit a cigarette, and in the instant the flame flickered to life, Xiao Yao beheld a strikingly pale visage, thin yet sharply defined, poised delicately between masculinity and femininity. In the eyes of a lover, Chen Ergou appeared extraordinarily handsome at that moment, captivating her completely. He smoked with an urgency that starkly contrasted his former, more languorous enjoyment, taking deliberate puffs as if savoring each moment. This sudden change heightened Xiao Yao's anxiety. She grasped her wine glass and sipped the unfamiliar taste of the wine in small, hesitant gulps. The atmosphere was oddly enchanting, and while Chen Ergou was undeniably inexperienced in the complexities of romantic entanglements, Xiao Yao, having grown up amidst the vibrant chaos of the metropolis, was acutely aware of each step in the dance of intimacy. Yet, when faced with the reality of the situation, she felt as if her mind was a blank slate, akin to that of a child. Xiao Yao is a theorist of emotions, while Chen Ergou is a pragmatic practitioner in the realm of life. The people of Zhangjiashan are reluctant to teach the two brothers the tricks of the trade. It is through his own exploration that he has devised several traps unknown to Zhangjiashan, traps from which no creature can escape. Impaled by sharp wooden stakes that pierce them countless times, the residents of Zhangjiashan scorn him as a ruthless wolf cub, too cruel. They do not understand why they should deliberately complicate the life of this astute male from the Chen family. From boyhood to manhood, through sowing, fishing, and cutting trees to skinning prey, every step has been painstakingly forged by Chen Ergou. Fu Gui, accustomed to a life of ease, merely smiles foolishly from the sidelines, never intervening. Chen Ergou must rely on himself. Zhangjiashan is unreliable, and his mother depends on him for sustenance. Even Fu Gui cannot be overly relied upon, a truth he comprehended while still very young, at an age when other children indulged in childish antics. Theory has succumbed to practice. Chen Ergou extinguished his cigarette, took a sip of red wine, and pulled the anxious Xiao Yao closer. He gazed down at her delicate oval face, a tapestry of fear intertwined with a hint of anticipation, her cheeks as rosy as a peach leaf. As Chen Ergou leaned down to kiss Xiao Yao, she closed her eyes, resigning herself to his reckless advances. Breathless, her lips tingled. Finally, Chen Ergou released her from the absurdity of their first kiss. She opened her eyes wide, still pure enough to make one's heart tremble, yet in her dazed state, a trace of discernible allure emerged, an instinctive charm of her beauty. She glanced down to see Chen Ergou's hands still lingering on her, lost in confusion. Leaning in, he nearly bit her ear and asked, "Xiao Yao, does your family have anyone at home now?" In a state of urgency, Xiao Yao hastily retrieved her phone to call Zhang Cici, her voice trembling as she inquired, "Cici, when will you return home today? I plan to indulge in a shopping spree at Hang Lung Plaza tonight, and then accompany Guju and his rowdy entourage for a night out, likely not returning until around 4 in the morning. Are you yearning for me, my dear?" Xiao Yao quickly replied, "It's nothing. I'll hang up now. Enjoy yourself." At this moment, Chen Ergou's decisive demeanor was aptly displayed as he grasped Xiao Yao's hand and led her out of the bar. Although Xiao Yao had not yet completed her work shift, the bar manager dared not utter a word of protest. Wang Hu, who was lounging by the dance floor and casting flirtatious glances at the enchanting ladies, caught sight of Chen Ergou. He wiped his mouth and remarked with an exaggerated tone, "Wow, that was quick. 2 whole weeks sooner than I expected. You truly are my buddy. Your prowess in the game is impressive. Such a tender beauty, and you've managed to sweep her off her feet." After hailing a taxi, Xiao Yao's heart raced. Her cheeks flushed, and she avoided making eye contact with the driver, fearing he might discern their intentions for the evening. She reassured herself that her brother merely wished to visit her home for a cup of tea, nothing more. Perhaps just a kiss, akin to what transpired in the bar. Tension enveloped her, and Chen Ergou felt no less anxious. His palms were already slick with perspiration. This was far more than a mere encounter with a beautiful woman. It was a genuine contest of passion. He surmised that anyone who dared obstruct his path tonight would face dire consequences. Chen Ergou was not a romantic figure who wandered through a garden of flowers without a single petal touching him. He lacked any semblance of romantic flair. To him, the ultimate relationship between men and women was merely a roll on a bed, a notion deemed banal, yet profoundly true. Xiao Yao lowered her head as she led Chen Ergou into the community, guiding him to the apartment, and then into the elevator. Upon entering, he swiftly lifted her in his arms and kicked the door shut, asking only, "Where's the bed?" Xiao Yao pointed towards her room. Once she was placed on the bed and her garments were slowly removed one by one, she gazed into his wild eyes and felt an unexpected sense of shame dissolve into a thrilling realization. She was not embarrassed by her own body, but rather felt a surge of accomplishment in conquering this man. In that moment, she understood that she was utterly lost to him. As she closed her eyes, she felt his warm, calloused hands, the stubble on his face slightly prickly, yet oddly enticing. Previously, she had never comprehended why women engaged in such unrefined acts with men, but now, she instinctively pressed her hand against his head as he playfully explored her chest, while her other delicate hand clutched the sheets in a show of helplessness. The battle between man and woman on the bed rarely favored the latter. Yet tonight, this somewhat rugged, yet not unpleasant man was hers. The first time was painful, yet Xiao Yao had never anticipated such intensity. The room was dimly lit by a bedside lamp, and as she opened her eyes, tears glistened at the corners. She meticulously scrutinized the man moving above her for the very first time. She harbored a profound affection for him. akin to the fervent obsession she had for Go during her childhood. As for him, did he cherish her essence more than her physical form? Xiao Yao smiled softly, aware that most men possessed such inclinations. She recognized her own self-awareness, understanding that she was merely an ordinary woman, with a visage slightly more exquisite than others, a temperament that stood out, and eyes that sparkled with a clarity unlike those of most infatuated girls. Intertwined with Chen Ergou's fingers, she gazed upon his face, convinced that surrendering herself to him was far preferable to yielding to the insincere charms of dapper philanderers. It would be ideal if this man could become her future husband. If not, she felt no remorse towards the man who would one day exchange rings with her. If blame were to be assigned, it would be directed at the man who should have arrived sooner to procure her wedding dress. One thing she was certain of was that her pride would prevent her from succumbing to the same childish infatuation with her future partner as she had with this man. As Chen Ergou exhaled a sigh of relief, embracing Xiao Yao, the flames of desire within him gradually subsided. The softness of her body, warm like mutton fat jade, brought him comfort as he gently wiped away the tears from her eyes, murmuring, "Is it my fault?" Xiao Yao nodded, feeling that this moment had arrived much too swiftly. She had not been mentally prepared. To say she bore no resentment would be a falsehood, yet she held no hatred toward him. The bear Chen Ergou chuckled softly, retrieving a cigarette and lighter from his clothes before stepping to the window. He drew back the curtains to gaze upon the nightscape from their apartment on the 18th floor. Surprisingly, he did not suffer from acrophobia as he lit a cigarette and contemplated the distant horizon. In this moment, Xiao Yao was astonished to discover that this seemingly slender man possessed a remarkably stunning physique. Having studied painting and even attempted to enroll in the China Academy of Art, she narrowly missed the opportunity. Even without specialized knowledge, she recognized that his proportions were breathtakingly harmonious. Each muscle was not of the type seen on mere gym enthusiasts. Notable, yet ultimately impractical, but rather possessed a subtlety that belied its explosive power. It was no wonder he could effortlessly kick Huang Yuqing across the room. Stealthily switching on the light, the somewhat flirtatious Xiao Yao intended to better appreciate Chen Ergou's form. However, she was suddenly taken aback, covering her mouth in shock. Before her lay an image more striking than anything she had ever encountered in her life. The man's back was a canvas of scars, a chaotic tapestry of 9 distinct marks that seemed to mock the world. Xiao Yao had always dismissed the melancholic depictions of lonely men in trivial romantic novels as mere exaggerations, for she had never witnessed a back imbued with such depth of experience. She pressed her mouth shut, her life having been perpetually sunlit, akin to flowers thriving in a greenhouse. She could not fathom what kind of existence could etch a man of 25 or 26 with such a multitude of scars. Was this truly the testament of a man's battles? Enveloped in her sheets, Xiao Yao gazed at that totemic back, her heart tightening as she realized that if she were to miss this man in her life, she would be condemned to never again behold this poignant tableau. This, she concluded, was the finest tattoo a man could possess. Chapter 037. Peeping before 8 o'clock in the evening of the 2nd chapter and midnight of the 3rd chapter. A new round of rankings commences. For women, staying up late is the greatest adversary to their complexion and figure. Zhang Sisi, who indulges in youth as if it were a feast, is far from careless. She is determined not to become a haggard woman before reaching 30. Each day, she dedicates more time to her skincare routine than to her studies. Coupled with her sporadic yoga sessions, spa visits, and outdoor activities, she has managed to maintain a figure that elicits envy from women and desire from men, despite the toll that nightlife takes on her. Thus, at home, she dresses in a manner that is both comfortable and caters to a modicum of feminine vanity, ensuring that her physique does not pale in comparison to Xiao Yao's. Clad merely in a nightgown, which, upon removal, leaves her completely bare, she returns to her apartment after a long night, takes a shower, and, as per her habit, goes to cover Xiao Yao, who has a penchant for kicking off the covers in her sleep. However, upon opening the door, she stands frozen for a full minute, before instinctively letting out a piercing scream, a cacophony of hysteria akin to that of a madwoman. Zhang Sisi's gaze falls upon the bed, where, in addition to the alluring Xiao Yao, there lies a male figure of modest build, audaciously nestled against Xiao Yao's bosom, an intimacy she herself finds tantalizing. Zhang Sisi's immediate impulse is to conclude that this is none other than Chen Ergou, and her thoughts turn to retrieving a kitchen knife to exact a most gruesome revenge on the interloper. Chen Ergou poked his head out, and to Zhang Sisi's astonishment, There was not a trace of murkiness in his gaze. The man merely cast a fleeting glance her way before abruptly sitting up, clad only in a pair of loose shorts, and stumbling out of bed. The flustered Xiao Yao, caught in a web of embarrassment, dared not meet Zhang Cixi's furious countenance, and simply inquired of Chen Ergou, "Are you leaving? Have some water." Chen Ergou replied softly, proceeding directly out of the room, leaving Zhang Cixi, who looked as if she wished to slay him with her glare, at the door, unless absolutely necessary. Chen Ergou had no desire to engage in a dispute with a woman. As Fu Guo had advised, arguing with a fool was a guaranteed defeat, and squabbling with a woman meant losing half the battle from the outset, for humanity's inherent sympathy often led to siding with the weaker party, especially when that party was a strikingly beautiful woman. Thus, Fu Guo suggested that Chen Ergou would do best to remain silent. Once Chen Ergou exited the room, Zhang Cixi swiftly shut the door and locked it, placing her hands on her hips as she stood at the foot of the bed, exasperatedly interrogating Xiao Yao. "Xiao Yao, even if you have feelings for him, you cannot act so recklessly. I know you are unlike me, unwilling to view your body as a commodity for investment. I cannot argue with you, nor do I wish to. But this time, you are truly in the wrong." Xiao Yao, wrapped in her sheets, her curves accentuated, blinked her luminous eyes without retorting. Zhang Cixi's tone grew vehement, as if lamenting her misfortune while chastising her for her indifference. "Xiao Yao, consider this. Your encounter was not in a Go Hall, nor at a Zhang Daqian art exhibition, nor even in a class on the I Ching and life. It occurred in SD Bar. What was the setting of their first meeting? You stand at the entrance of the bar, and regardless of your true nature, at that moment, you are no different from the other flamboyant girls lurking in wait for prey. To be frank, you resemble the disheveled women found outside shabby salons. I remain uncertain about the essence of men. Moreover, do you even know his surname, where he hails from, or what his future aspirations entail? In short, do you envision a future together? You have often mocked me for being materialistic in matters of the heart. Yet when you encounter hardship, you will realize that the world harbors no idyllic, fairy tale romances. Once reality intrudes with the mundane concerns of daily life, it is akin to a bitten apple left in the open air, destined to decay. Xiao Yao sighed gently and smiled. How philosophical. It is no wonder you are a child of the humanities. Zhang Cixi, nearly brought to tears from frustration, gritted her teeth and replied, "You still find it amusing? How can you laugh? I cannot claim to have encountered countless men, but I have interacted with a diverse array. The moment I laid eyes on that man, something felt amiss. Since you have fallen completely, I shall speak candidly today. I fear not if you choose someone without wealth or lacking in looks. But I dread the prospect of you becoming involved with a brute solely intent on conquering your body. That man, the one who just lay in your bed, I would wager my life that he does not love you, and perhaps does not even harbor genuine affection. Tell me, is that not foolish?" Xiao Yao leaned against the headboard softly, replying, "We have barely met. Love is not so trivial. Am I not gambling on the hope that he might like me?" Zhang Cixi shook her head with a bitter smile. "The world has changed. People have gone mad. I cannot discern if you are naive, or if I have simply fallen behind the times." Xiao Yao rose from her slumber, a slight frown gracing her brow. The events of the previous night, particularly Chen Ergou's unexpected resurgence, had left her somewhat overwhelmed. Donning a modest nightgown, she remarked, "I am not foolish. Rather, you, as an outsider, fail to grasp a crucial truth. Some men, when faced with adversity, must be seized upon, for later attempts to draw near them may prove futile. You, she, doubt him solely because you perceive him as lacking, even if he were to acquire something in the future. It would never rival the affluent suitors pursuing me now. Yet, I believe this is not necessarily the case. If you are indeed correct, I shall concede." Zhang Cixi let out a heavy sigh, refraining from further persuasion. At this juncture, what more could she articulate? There was a measure of solace in the realization that Xiao Yao had not succumbed entirely to impulsive desires in her liaison with that scoundrel. However, how long could this precious rationality endure? Zhang Cixi pondered, her thoughts drifting to her own bittersweet first love. She shook her head, recognizing that surrendering oneself in such a manner constituted a true rite of passage for a woman. Noticing Xiao Yao preparing to step out, clutching a garment, she inquired with curiosity, "What are you up to?" Xiao Yao blinked her left eye, responding enigmatically, "I shan't allow you to behold my man's physique." Zhang Cixi laughed, chiding her playfully, "How petty of you. Is it not too soon for you to reveal your shallow inclinations? Besides, with his meager, lean muscles, Does he truly believe he could captivate a lady of my stature? Dream on, Xiaoyao. I shall not engage you further on this matter. It is best for my eyes to remain untainted by his form. I shall retire to rest. You need not attend class today. Once I rise, I shall prepare a nourishing concoction to rejuvenate and restore your vitality. In the kitchen, Xiaoyao discovered Chen Ergou, who was indulging in his second bottle of mineral water after already downing the first. With a rosy complexion, she tenderly draped a garment over him and embraced him from behind, radiating warmth. After finishing the second bottle, Chen Ergou remarked, I am a rural man from northeast China, facing the black soil and turning my back to the heavens. My encounters with wild creatures in the mountains have been no less frequent than my interactions with people. I have never read any romantic novels. Prior to my arrival in Shanghai, my only extracurricular reading consisted of a few dog-eared Jin Yong martial arts novels. I once harbored feelings for a girl, yet we never embarked on a romantic relationship. She deemed me unworthy, convinced that I was a hopeless case, and my command of language was insufficient for composing love letters. Although I could hold my own in an argument like a shrew, I struggled to articulate sweet nothings. Coupled with my impoverished background and unrealistic aspirations, it was entirely predictable that she would end up with another man, both of them gaining admission to a prestigious university in Beijing. Thus, I begrudgingly remained a virgin for 25 years. I felt it was my fate, even though many nights spent on the Kong left me grappling with feelings of inadequacy and regret. Yet, much like a cockroach, I managed to live my life with a strange zest that often left me in a state of bemusement. Perhaps the most significant distinction between myself and the villagers lies in my years of education, which have imparted upon me the understanding that poverty is not an inevitability, an insight often dismissed as trivial by the rural folk. I have come to realize that the world beyond our village is both enchanting and perilous, akin to the depths of the mountains. Once more, I have arrived in Shanghai, sacrificing the entirety of someone else's life in the process. Here, I am met with towering skyscrapers, throngs of people, and extravagant automobiles. But what captivates me most are the beautiful women. Among the scars left upon me by the wilderness, 3 women have marked my existence. You are neither the first nor the deepest, yet you are the only one who has expressed genuine concern for my well-being. We, the mountain dwellers, may not embody nobility, and perhaps we seem lacking in civic virtue and refinement to you city dwellers. Yet, there is a principle my mother has reiterated throughout her life. One need not harbor grudges, but when someone shows you kindness, it is essential to reciprocate, and even to do so abundantly. Xiaoyao remained silent. The back she embraced ultimately became a shadow fading away from the grand city of Shanghai, whether it resembled the mundane silhouette of an ordinary office worker or the imposing, brash figure of someone standing high above. She could not ascertain. What she was certain of, however, was her lack of regret in surrendering herself to this man, who harbors gratitude in his heart rather than merely expressing it with words. Chen Ergou turned around and gently stroked Xiaoyao's head, saying, as a countryman, I am unaccustomed to the world. When I encounter something precious, I instinctively wish to seize it, fearful of losing it. To be frank, a girl as radiant as you deserves not to be tarnished by someone like me. Yet, I am no virtuous man. I am consumed by the desire to possess. Those driven to desperation often behave thus. My swift claim upon your body does not signify indifference towards you. In truth, I am usually quite patient. It is not mere boastfulness. Once in the mountains, I can endure more than any beast. Rest assured, you met me during my lowest ebb. I am not a heartless wolf. I know what must be done moving forward. Xiaoyao raised her head, her delicate fingers playfully tracing his stubble. She smiled and asked, what must be done? Chen Ergou replied without hesitation, live well. Xiaoyao, seemingly captivated by his chin, continued her playful probing. How well? At the kitchen door, a figure suddenly withdrew their head, leaning against the wall, and stealthily retreated into the room. Zhang Sisi, startled nearly to death, cursed under her breath. Damn the scoundrel. What a sinister gaze. I am not your prey, nor do I harbor any deep-seated grudge against you. Why must you look at me like that? I wonder how you could ever compare to Guju. Humph. Let us see if you can make him look up at you. Chapter 038. A Night of Reckoning. The truly captivating women are not those who initially strike one as breathtakingly beautiful, but rather those who, upon removing their makeup, reveal a charm that grows ever more pleasing. It is this kind of woman that one should cherish. This sentiment is not merely a whimsical thought of Chen Ergou, but a conclusion drawn by Wang Husheng, who prides himself on being a connoisseur of intimacy. Initially, Chen Ergou felt indifferent, yet upon encountering Xiao Yao, he experienced an epiphany, as if the ancestral graves had finally exhaled fresh smoke, leading him to discover a delight that never wanes. In the early morning, as he washed his face and brushed his teeth while enjoying breakfast, Chen Ergou reveled in the presence of his cherished one, longing to enclose her within his own garden to savor her essence at leisure, an impure thought that indeed aligns with his rustic inclinations. Today, Xiao Yao had donned an outfit that radiated purity, solely for Chen Ergou's delight. Though initially shy, she gradually found comfort in the moment, occasionally exchanging glances that conveyed a silent understanding, igniting a longing in Chen Ergou that made him wish to claim her on the spot. Zhang Shengli was correct. Once the door to intimacy is opened, it is a slippery slope. Perhaps Xiao Yao herself held no fervent interest in such matters. Yet the presence of the man who had kept her awake half the night stirred her emotions, leaving her in a state of ambivalence. At the Yonghe soy milk shop, Chen Ergou hastily finished his breakfast, a mischievous grin on his face as he remarked, "I still have half an hour before work. Shall we return to your apartment?" The flustered Xiao Yao, taken aback, replied shyly, "Zhang Cici is asleep. Her sleep is quite light. Aren't you afraid she might come after you with a fruit knife in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other?" Chen Ergou laughed heartily, saying, "I'm just joking. I wouldn't dare to be late for work. The boss's wife is exceedingly strict, and the clock in the restaurant always runs a few minutes ahead of Beijing time. If I'm late, my wages are severely docked." He relished the disdainful and envious gazes cast upon him by the surrounding masculine figures. What of cow dung? What of a toad? I am but a pile of cow dung adorned with fresh flowers. I am still a toad that has feasted on swan meat, driving you all to envy. Xiao Yao could roughly discern the thoughts of this fellow. Thus she playfully adopted a demure demeanor, inciting the nearby females who would rather hurl Chen Ergou into a filthy ditch. Beautiful women may lack intelligence, a notion that is not necessarily accurate. At least Xiao Yao believed that her close friends were quite astute. For instance, Zhang Cici appeared to be easily taken advantage of. Yet this gullible spendthrift was also handsome and sharp-witted. In essence, Xiao Yao felt that Zhang Cici was skillfully toying with men, and to portray the role of a mere vase to perfection required considerable skill and wisdom. Not wishing to take a taxi, Xiao Yao had taken the initiative to research the bus routes online for Chen Ergou that morning. She watched him squeeze onto the bus at the station, and only after the bus had disappeared from sight did she slowly make her way back to the apartment. Undoubtedly, if Chen Ergou claimed to be no adept in the realm of romance and fleeting passions, Xiao Yao chuckled softly, suddenly struck by an impulse to cohabit with him. Finding joy in washing his clothes and preparing meals each day, to have someone waiting, regardless of the outcome, was at least more comforting than aimlessly staring into the vast emptiness of the future. In his world, various women would undoubtedly continue to appear. In response to this, Xiao Yao raised her fist and declared fiercely, "Bring one, and I'll slay one. Bring two, and I'll slay both. Bring three, and I'll eradicate them all." A few elderly joggers by the roadside were startled by the spirited words of this lively child and hastened their pace. Xiao Yao retracted her fist and playfully stuck out her tongue before dashing back to her apartment, eager to proclaim to the world, "I am a woman." Xiao Yao's presence significantly disrupted Chen Ergou's original plan. When Wang Hushing arrived at Ame restaurant with a relative who purportedly worked as a security guard in the Tangqian Yiping Villa area, Chen Ergou decided to resign from Ame. He intended for this individual to take over. At first glance, there was no way to associate Wang Hushing's relative with him by blood. Wang Hushing was shockingly disheveled and lewd, while this newcomer could nearly be described as a gallant and handsome figure. Wang Hushing, with his lascivious gaze fixated on women's figures, had a tendency to turn any straightforward conversation into something indecent, a quintessential antagonist. Yet, this man seemed naturally suited for the role of a hero. Upon repeated observation, he maintained an unwaveringly righteous demeanor. Taller and more robust than Chen Ergou, he was not particularly loquacious, standing in stark contrast to Wang Hushing. Upon meeting Chen Ergou, he simply introduced himself. "Wang Jiefeng. I am Wang Hushing's cousin, so I call him brother." Had it not been for Wang Hushing's audacity, Chen Ergou would have found it hard to believe that this fellow would dare to concoct a plan to steal the antique collection from the villa of Tang Chenipin. Initially, the proprietress was quite reluctant to accept Chen Ergou's resignation. However, upon noticing Wang Jiefeng's robust physique, particularly his impressive pectorals and his pleasing countenance, She quickly changed her mind. At noon, Chen Ergou treated everyone to a lavish meal, looking at the nearly mute Wang Jiefeng, and said, "During the day, you and Hushing are busy at the restaurant. The pay is modest, yet it suffices for your rent and sustenance. In the evenings, you can alternate shifts at the SD bar as security. While it may not yield a fortune, saving 1 or 2,000 a month should pose no challenge. Is that acceptable?" Wang Jiefeng, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Wang Hushing, who appeared to be seething with frustration, slapped him on the head and scolded, "You're offered 2 jobs, and yet you can't even express gratitude? Such a lack of upbringing. Never mention to anyone that you are my brother. It embarrasses me." To everyone's surprise, Wang Jiefeng, who had just been reprimanded by Wang Hushing, did not take offense. Instead, he earnestly turned to Chen Ergou and said, "Thank you, brother dog." Chen Ergou shook his head and replied, "There's no need for thanks. We are all from the Northeast. If we can help, we shall. Old man, you lack manners, which explains your unremarkable life. Brother dog isn't even eating. What is your rush? Are you eager to be reborn?" As Wang Jiefeng was about to pick up his chopsticks to serve himself some dishes, he was abruptly struck on the head by Wang Hushing's heavy hand, nearly causing his entire head to crash into the plate of food. The patrons of Ame restaurant stared in astonishment. Previously, no one had noticed that Wang Hushing possessed such a remarkable masculine demeanor. Furthermore, this man named Wang Jiefeng was certainly not the sort to be easily bullied. Why was he so subdued in the presence of Wang Hushing? Even Chen Ergou found it perplexing. This man showed no signs of embarrassment, calmly setting down his chopsticks without uttering a word. Chen Ergou's mind immediately drifted to Fuguai, and he soon smiled in understanding. Wang Jiefeng, who appeared to have considerable depth, was entirely different from Fuguai. His restraint seemed solely directed toward Wang Hushing. Even when faced with Chen Ergou, who had generously provided him with 2 bowls of food, he remained indifferent, lacking the endearing foolishness that Fuguai embodied. However, having dealt with the beasts of the mountains extensively, Chen Ergou's instincts warned him that this individual was potentially dangerous, perhaps akin to a solitary, red-eyed, black-bellied wasp lurking in the deep woods, capable of delivering a lethal sting. For the second time, Chen Ergou regarded Wang Hushing with newfound respect. To subdue such a person could not solely rely on the inconsequential lineage that was deemed worthless in the beggar village. After finishing their meal, Chen Ergou and Wang Hushing habitually smoked beneath the parasol tree. Given Wang Hushing's dexterity, it would not be surprising if he could steal a living person from the SD, let alone a few packs of fine cigarettes. He and Chen Ergou reveled in the privileges of the affluent, indulging daily in either Zhonghua or Furong Wang cigarettes. Today, according to Wang Hushing, this particular pack was the Su Yin, long designated by the Jiangsu government for hospitality purposes. Wang Jiefeng stood behind them, as immovable as a wooden post, while Wang Hushing barely spared him a glance, engrossed in exhaling clouds of smoke alongside Chen Ergou. "Have you quit your job to focus solely on the bar scene?" he inquired. Chen Ergou chuckled in response, "Not quite. I plan to spend the coming days wandering through various universities in Shanghai, attending practical courses as an auditor. I've read a hodgepodge of books lately, but it all felt rather inconsequential without a structured outline and focus, yielding little results for the effort invested. Eventually, I aim to obtain a few certifications to sustain myself. I refuse to drift aimlessly through life. As it stands, I'm not worried about starving or freezing. I wish to explore. A woman once told me that a man must stand tall to see far. Being from the mountains, I comprehend this principle quite well." Indeed, Wang Hushing nodded, then turned to cast a sidelong glance at Wang Jiefeng, seemingly incensed by his mere presence. It was unclear whether he was envious of Wang Jiefeng's handsome appearance or resentful over some unpaid debt. He erupted in a tirade. "Did you hear that? One must use their intellect to earn a living. Do you know what the brain is? Stop acting like a fool." Unable to tolerate the crude remarks of the obnoxious Chen Ergou, Wang Hushing delivered a sharp slap to the latter's head. Fortunately, the copious amount of hair gel he used preserved the meticulous hairstyle he spent over half an hour perfecting each morning. In front of his cousin, Wang Hushing presented himself as a fierce tiger, but in the presence of Chen Ergou, he resembled a timid kitten, fretting over his hairstyle. He muttered, "That fellow won't learn without a scolding. We northeastern men are rough. A few harsh words won't faze him. Does he dare to harm me or cut me? If he does, I would indeed acknowledge him as my relative. By the way, don't forget about the hawk-catching business. Once the season passes, it becomes challenging." Chen Ergou reminded, "Rest assured, with liberation now, I won't let you down on significant matters. Back in my hometown, I often engaged in activities such as raiding hawk nests or setting nets for them. It's not difficult to catch a few small creatures like pine martens or soaring hawks. When I was involved in dubious dealings, he would only dabble in trivial matters. While he may not achieve great things, he manages well enough with the little tasks. Henceforth, Ergou, if you need him, don't hesitate to call on me. If he fails, I shall assist you in breaking his hands and feet, Wang Husheng pledged. Upon hearing this backhanded compliment, which was hardly a compliment at all, Wang Jiefeng, who stood like a javelin beneath the sycamore tree, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, seemingly pleased. Suddenly, Wang Husheng lowered his voice and asked with a sly grin, "Did you indulge last night?" Chen Ergou nodded, squinting as he exhaled a smoke ring, as if savoring the memory. Chapter 39. The slaughter upon learning of Chen Ergou's resignation. Li Sheng clamored to join him in the underworld, eager to wield a watermelon knife and lead a band of ruffians to incapacitate those insufferable brats at school. However, he was swiftly dragged back to the second floor by the proprietress, who firmly grasped him by the ear. Throughout Chen Ergou's tutoring session with Li Wei, she remained silent, only uttering a mildly reproachful remark about ingratitude as he departed. Chen Ergou brushed it off, knowing it was unreasonable to expect a child of such age to grasp the hardships of life. The following day, as he took Li Sheng to school for the last time, the boy relentlessly pleaded to be Chen Ergou's devoted acolyte. Chen Ergou, disinterested in the child's fanciful notions, silenced him with a few chestnuts, ensuring his quietude. After dropping off Li Sheng, he ventured to a nearby bookstore, modest in size with only a ground floor, where he perused an array of legal and economic texts. It was there that he encountered Li Sheng's homeroom teacher. Wang Husheng incessantly whispered in his ear, extolling the allure of women at this age, claiming their charm in bed was most enticing. Chen Ergou did not delve deeply into such thoughts, lacking the imagination to do so. Having recently lost his virginity, he had gained some familiarity with the female form, and his perspective shifted accordingly. A mere glance at the woman's face was enough to stir a new awareness within him. Guan Shijing, a lady of respectable upbringing, was ill-prepared for the provocative gaze Chen Ergou cast upon her. After a cursory nod of acknowledgement, she prepared to exit the bookstore. Li Sheng is indeed a remarkably intelligent child. He simply has yet to encounter a teacher whom he can truly admire. If the school were to have such a nurturing figure, I dare say it would be quite effortless for him to achieve first place in his entire grade, if not merely in his class, remarked Chen Ergou with a serious demeanor, tempering his previously reckless gaze. Every teacher is devotedly committed to the education of their students. Guan Shijing furrowed her brow, feeling dissatisfaction with the underlying implications of Chen Ergou's words. In her view, teachers are also human. She abhors the tendency of some to vilify the profession out of rebelliousness, as well as the deliberate glorification of it by others. Chen Ergou shifted his attention back to her face, harboring a natural envy for those who wear glasses, particularly someone as refined as Guan Shijing. He perceived them as possessing an air of culture and refinement, at least superficially resembling individuals of good breeding and education. He refrained from attempting to explain or counter her perspective, allowing her to turn away and leave him with a graceful silhouette. Her professional attire, a fitted suit skirt, accentuated her curves impeccably. Chen Ergou smiled to himself as he resumed his search for an introductory English textbook, contemplating that once he achieved success, he must endeavor to engage with such seemingly sacred and untouchable women, curious to see if they truly embody the dichotomy described by Wang Husheng. Should the esteemed teacher Guan Shijing learn of his innermost thoughts, she would undoubtedly be incensed enough to bestow upon him a high-heeled shoe, delivering a gracefully executed kick. That evening, Chen Ergou did not make it to the SD bar, for at dusk, the voluptuous Lu Qingfu, accompanied by the alluring seductress Yanzi, drove to Ame restaurant, inviting him to dinner. Chen Ergou found it difficult to decline, and he was also eager to savor a complimentary meal. Having not indulged in exquisite delicacies since arriving in Shanghai over 6 months ago, he presumed that this corpulent man would not be overly stingy, lest it contradict his ample physique. Wang Husheng discreetly suggested that Chen Ergou bring along Wang Jiefeng. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Ergou, in tacit understanding, did not oppose this and informed the plump man that Wang Jiefeng was a relative newly arrived in Shanghai, lacking a place to stay. The rotund Lu Qingfu, squinting as he assessed Wang Jiefeng, was nudged by the sultry Yanzi, who, with a generous spirit, proposed they all dine together. She mentioned that if they were not averse, They could assist at the billiards room on the second floor of the SD bar. Thus, Wang Jiefeng's employment matter was settled with a few casual remarks. Yet he maintained a dispassionate demeanor, neither enthusiastic nor indifferent. Ultimately, it was Wang Husheng who, with an obsequious demeanor, expressed gratitude and humility to the corpulent Lu Qingfu. The enchanting Yinzi did not occupy the front seat. Instead, she settled in the rear, nestled between Chen Ergou and Wang Jiefeng. While the jovial Lu Qingfu remained silent at the wheel, Wang Jiefeng sat upright, his hands resting innocently on his knees, slightly averted his gaze, and fixated on the scenery outside. His once handsome visage, marred by an awkward stiffness, rendered him less appealing to women. Yinzi, having cast but a few glances his way, swiftly redirected her attention to Chen Ergou, whose senses were overwhelmed by the heady scent of her perfume, making it somewhat difficult for him to breathe. The fragrance was rather overpowering, yet it offered him a visual feast. The rotund Lu Qingfu chuckled. "Let us go to number 3 Bund in Shanghai. To a restaurant called Huangpu Club." Chen Ergou replied awkwardly. "Is it the so-called Western cuisine? I can barely wield a knife and fork. Please don't think less of me if I embarrass you." Lu laughed heartily. "It's not truly authentic Western fare. It's a restaurant with a decidedly Chinese twist. You can confidently use chopsticks. Besides, the venue isn't solely about the culinary offerings. The scenery is quite splendid. This establishment has been ranked among the most expensive restaurants by Forbes, and indeed, the prices are steep. If it weren't for treating you, I wouldn't typically dine there, but feel free to order. If a meal could render me bankrupt, that would be quite an achievement." As they settled into Huangpu Club, Chen Ergou had no intention of sparing Lu Qingfu any expense. He took the menu from the slightly astonished waiter and began selecting the most extravagant items: snow frog and silver fungus soup with bird's nest. What? Does this delicacy come in grades? Naturally, he opted for the finest. Abalone, cod, foie gras. He ordered them all without a hint of restraint, his hand gesturing grandly as he flipped through the menu at a pace that left the waiter bewildered. Fortunately, Lu Qingfu had mentally prepared himself for a lavish expenditure, his smile unwavering. Huangpu Club had much to commend it, though the space was somewhat limited. The gaps between the tables were narrow, and one might even hear a whisper from the neighboring table. Yet, emboldened by his stature, Lu Qingfu was unperturbed by the thought of Chen Ergou treating him like a plump pig ready for slaughter. Chen Ergou ordered a plethora of items he had never encountered or even heard of before, and he inquired about a few obscure terms from a disdainful waiter. In the end, the charming Yinzi merely opted for clam and lamb dumplings, while Lu Pengzi selected a bottle of wine from an unknown vineyard. This granted Chen Ergou the opportunity to leisurely savor the opulent decor of the restaurant, where the grand crystal chandelier at the entrance and the gilded dragon reliefs on the walls enveloped him in a wave of exquisite luxury, leaving him in awe. Meanwhile, Wang Jiefeng, who was as inconspicuous as a passerby, gazed out at the splendid view of the Bund, prompting Chen Ergou to marvel at the security guard emerging from the luxurious Thompson Riviera. Such composure and presence were indeed unmatched by the bill-paying Lu Pengzi. Lu Pengzi appeared quite pleased with the taciturn Wang Jiefeng, for a satisfied employer is a happy one, and at least the monthly salary of 1 or 2,000 yuan was well spent. As Chen Ergou surveyed his surroundings, he muttered, "Only a fool would pay to dine here." Suddenly lost in thought, he recalled Zhang Shishi's offhand remark about not knowing how to spend 10 million. Chen Ergou mulled over her words, bittersweetly murmuring, "If a villager from Zhangjiajie were to possess 10 million, they would likely breed a multitude of puppies. Then build the most beautiful house in the village, and then what? That would be it. Such is our lamentable reality." Chen Ergou originally attempted to transform his sorrow and indignation into an insatiable appetite for food. To his dismay, however, the numerous dishes he ordered not only arrived at a glacial pace, but were also, without exception, characterized by enormous plates containing minuscule portions, truly a case of being a drop in the ocean. Had it not been for Lu Pengzi and Yinzi holding him back, he would have long since sought an explanation. As a man raised in the countryside, Chen Ergou cared little for the aesthetics of color, aroma, or flavor. His sole desire was to satiate his hunger, with ample portions being of paramount importance. Upon learning that a bottle of wine cost several thousand yuan, he drank voraciously. Fearful of leaving a single drop behind, he was compelled to excuse himself to the restroom, and upon entering, he was taken aback. The lavatory resembled a relic from Shanghai's architectural glory of the 1930s and 40s, rendering Chen Ergou incapable of relieving himself. It was excessively clean and opulent. And after a prolonged struggle, he muttered in frustration, "What in the world is this? A toilet or a hotel? They only know how to indulge in extravagance." Next to him, a young man who had just finished urinating playfully adjusted his rather impressive endowment and cast a sidelong glance at Chen Ergou. A charming smile graced his otherwise unremarkable face, suddenly imbued with a mischievous allure that could easily ensnare the hearts of women. He zipped up his pants and advised, "My friend, imagine this place as the exquisite visage of the girl you most desire, and you shall find it much easier to relieve yourself. I assure you, it will work." Ultimately, Chen Ergou was able to complete his business. As for the identity of that enchanting girl, it remained a mystery to all. Feeling a sense of relief, he observed a young man next to him meticulously washing his hands with soap, dressed in a polished yet understated manner. He exuded an aura that was subtly captivating, evoking an indescribable quality that Chen Ergou recognized as depth of character. He remarked, "My friend, your method is indeed remarkable." The young man chuckled, shaking off the droplets of water from his hands, and remarked, "The bolder one is, the greater the yield of the earth. This embodies the pinnacle of the imagination of the older generation. My friend, this place is merely a trifle. Shanghai is brimming with fascinating locales and intriguing individuals. Once your pockets are lined with wealth, you shall witness it all. If you think my words are pretentious, allow me to impart this wisdom. In Shanghai, nothing is impossible. Just over 20 years ago, that scoundrel Zhou Jingyi was merely selling wontons. With courage and vision, one's fortunes can indeed change." Chen Ergou mimicked his gestures, washing his hands, and replied with a smile, "Your words are quite melodious, yet they hardly seem to resonate with someone clad in your attire." The young man appeared unhurried to depart, curiously inquiring, "My friend, given your attire, you hardly seem like someone here to spend." Chen Ergou adjusted his hairstyle in the mirror and said, "If someone wishes to play the fool, I would be remiss not to invite them to the table. Sparing them would be an affront to their character." Chapter 040. Young Master. Having completed this chapter, I find myself somewhat reflective. Indeed, friends and brothers are fundamentally different. Life is often filled with mundane encounters, and the occasional splash of excitement feels like a significant stroke of fate. Arriving in Shanghai, with aspirations of broadening his horizons, Chen Ergou perceives Sun Yaomian, the esteemed elder, as a remarkable figure. Furthermore, the young man he encountered in the restroom exudes an air of intrigue. Ever since learning to discern the depth and subtlety of character through Chao Jianjia, Chen Ergou has endeavored to adopt a fresh perspective on those around him. Wang Husheng, Lu Pengzi, the proprietress, and even Zhang Shengli have all undergone his scrutiny, rekindling the joy reminiscent of solving a challenging mathematical conundrum during his high school days. Upon returning to his seat, Chen Ergou surveyed the surroundings, but found no trace of the young man. This meal, which spanned nearly 2 hours, was drawing to a close. Wang Jiefeng neither devoured the sumptuous dishes like a country bumpkin nor hesitated timidly to pick up his chopsticks. His manner of eating reminded Chen Ergou of the meticulousness exhibited by Chao Jianjia. Ultimately, the jovial Lu Pengzi settled the bill, as it was charged to a card. Chen Ergou remained oblivious to the actual cost, though a conservative estimate suggested it was no less than 4,000 or 5,000 yuan. This extravagant display left Chen Ergou filled with envy, realizing that wealth indeed lends one a sense of confidence. By the time they returned Chen Ergou and Wang Jiefeng to Wame restaurant, the clock had already passed 9 in the evening. Lu Qingfu, the plump one, drove Yanzi back to the apartment in his Mercedes, weaving through the dazzling brilliance of this international metropolis at night. He inquired, "Did that Ergou make any inappropriate advances during the journey?" Seated in the passenger seat, Yanzi elegantly inhaled from a slender cigarette, exhaling a delicate smoke ring as she gazed out at the night scenery she had admired for over a decade. Chen Ergou possesses both the cunning and the audacity of a thief, yet he restrains himself from taking action. Do not be deceived by the seemingly more serious demeanor of Wang Jiefeng beside me. In contrast, the gluttonous Chen Ergou appears to yearn to devour me whole. Yet he remains utterly inert. How can a man, barely 6 months out of a rural mountain village, exhibit such composure? It is rather perplexing. Lu Pengzi shifted his corpulent frame and smirked. That thing is hardly unsavory. Millions of women in Shanghai indulge in it every night. It's indestructible. You always say a golden spear never falters. It's not like it's a flimsy wax tip, easily ruined. Besides, what haven tea I experienced? I surely know my limits. Yinzi smiled seductively as Lu Pongzi started the car and resumed their journey. Turning her head, she caught a glimpse of her reflection in the window, an expression rife with disdain and nausea, still beautiful, yet intertwined with resentment, contempt, and fury. In a voice only she could hear, she murmured, "Such a disparity between appearance and physique. Each time it takes me ages to locate that little pencil. And fearing damage? Would you sell me as a prostitute? I wouldn't even give you away for free." In the city, it seems that lovers sharing a bed are outnumbered by those who merely coexist under the same roof. Upon arriving at the Ami restaurant, Chen Ergou discerned that Wang Jiefang had not had his fill. Thus, he ordered a feast of late-night snacks. This time, Wang Jiefang indeed waited for Chen Ergou to pick up his chopsticks before he himself partook, consistently referring to Chen Ergou as brother dog. Following the incident with SD, the proprietor had made it a point to limit Li Sheng's interactions with Chen Ergou, which was quite understandable. Poor Li Sheng could only gaze longingly from the second floor at Chen Ergou, who was incessantly clinking glasses with Wang Jiefang. The boy's mind was filled with thoughts that were utterly incongruous with a harmonious society, and encountering Chen Ergou seemed to him a fateful encounter with a beacon guiding him down a misguided path. During this quiet hour, the restaurant was nearly vacant. Whether it was due to some clandestine affair, the owner and his wife had vanished, leaving only Chen Ergou and Wang Jiefang on the first floor. "What prompted you to become a security guard at the Tangshan Ipin?" Chen Ergou inquired casually. "Scouting," Wang Jiefang replied, momentarily taken aback, uttering a term that astonished Chen Ergou. If memory served him right, Wang Huixing had mentioned that this fellow had worked as a security guard at Tangshan Ipin for 3 years, demonstrating an uncommon level of patience. Chen Ergou had initially assumed that Wang Jiefang's intentions arose merely from a casual glimpse of some valuable antique within a villa, but the truth appeared to be far from ordinary from the outset. "Brother dog, since you are regarded as a brother by my cousin, I shall not feign ignorance or play trivial games with you. I shall share everything, as long as you wish to hear it," Wang Jiefang said. Glancing around to ensure their privacy before continuing in a hushed tone, "There was a time, roughly 3 years, when I followed my cousin across the north, engaging in the nefarious activities of grave robbing and tomb raiding, which are deeds that diminish one's virtue and shorten one's lifespan. When conducting transactions with trustworthy buyers, they often wait attentively beside the grave, clutching a sack filled with money, each stack amounting to 10,000. During one such occasion in Hebei, a significant treasure was unearthed, specifically, a tomb from the Ming Dynasty belonging to a third-rank official, filled with valuable artifacts. My cousin, who is affectionately referred to as Little Master, initially intended to caution them against hastily removing the decayed corpse from the coffin and the grave. However, the affluent buyers disregarded his advice. Shortly after the body was placed in the trunk, it began to decompose, resulting in a deluge of bodily fluids. In the ensuing chaos, one arrogant buyer, emboldened by his wealth, insulted Little Master, who, despite his considerable temper, chose not to retaliate. Yet, I harbor a more calculating disposition and intend to settle that score. Chen Ergou listened with rapt attention. Although he found the act of disturbing ancestral graves unsettling, he was not filled with rage. After all, no matter how rampant grave robbing might be, it is unlikely that anyone would take an interest in his grandfather's modest burial mound. Given its poor feng shui and the family's humble means, it is reasonable to assume that aside from the Chen family members who honor their ancestors, no one else would spare it a glance. Wang Jiefang, having surveyed the area for a week, took a sip of beer and continued. "I discreetly noted the license plate of that car. Subsequently, that batch of cultural relics was smuggled to Hong Kong using the method known as cultural relics transportation, yielding him a fortune several times over. I traced my way to Shanghai, where I discovered he had a wife and 2 mistresses, one in Beijing and the other in Hong Kong. His wife and daughter had settled in Shanghai. Ultimately, I pinpointed his nominal residence, the luxurious Tangshan Ipin Villa. Over 3 years, I meticulously gathered all the necessary information, leaving only the need for a supporting hand. When the young master arrived in Shanghai, he learned of the plan. He neither scolded nor struck, merely offering to introduce someone to me. In the end, the endeavor fell through, and the young master advised me against pursuing it, instead suggesting I come to you for sustenance. The young master asserted, "When I face east, I never take a step westward." Chen Ergou sighed. 3 years. It's impressive that you possess such patience." Wang Jiefang's face, typically rigid and monotonous, revealed an unusual smile as he bit into a scallion. He calmly stated, "I engaged with that bastard's wife and daughter simultaneously. Life was far from dull. They remained oblivious to my resignation. Otherwise, at least one of those women would have insisted on eloping with me." Roaring with laughter, Chen Ergou gave a thumbs up and remarked, "Your prowess surpasses that of your cousin by far." Wang Jiefeng shook his head and replied, "Those were all despicable tactics. The young master had long made it clear to me that my life would be confined to such unscrupulous deeds, traversing the path of the underprivileged. Otherwise, I would not last long." Chen Ergou was indifferent to Wang Hu's tricks of fortune-telling and feng shui, finding them untrustworthy. Instead, he harbored a considerable fascination for the clandestine realm of grave robbing. Wang Jiefeng, not a fool, quickly discerned Chen Ergou's intentions. Recognizing the adage that one becomes soft when accepting favors, he surmised that after spending some time together, he found Chen Ergou to be a decent fellow. He thus elucidated, "My young lord has stated that the variables of a living person's residence in China are vast and intricate. Dull-witted individuals may never even cross the threshold. However, the principles governing the selection of a deceased person's resting place have remained unchanged since the inception of the I Ching, passed down through generations. Therefore, locating a tomb is not particularly arduous, as genuine feng shui sites typically boast significant burial sites, which are often laden with treasures. My young lord is astute. After studying under his master for several years, he devised his own method of observation, inquiry, and diagnosis. The observation aspect is straightforward, essentially the practice of examining feng shui. He frequently mentions the notion that it takes 3 years to locate a vein and 10 years to pinpoint a burial site, embodying the essence of the craft. The inquiry aspect, however, is more profound. It is not mere boasting when he claims he can distinguish the subtle differences in soil aromas from 2 neighboring dynasties. Should you doubt him, you might request a demonstration when the opportunity arises. As for the inquiry itself, the approach is not overly complex. It merely involves establishing rapport with local elders to ascertain whether the area has produced high-ranking officials or nobility, which is the true essence of site assessment. Oh, the depth of knowledge is truly profound. The reason why my esteemed companion is referred to as Little Master or second to none among his peers in the underworld is his uncanny ability to pinpoint the most precise locations for excavating graves, penetrating directly to the coffin with remarkable efficiency. As for the type of explosives to employ, the necessary force, and the exact quantity, he meticulously provides instructions in advance. Furthermore, when it comes to the practice known as blind groping, he advises against gazing directly into the eyes of any high-ranking mummies one might encounter. Instead, one must feel along the body with closed eyes, starting from the head, proceeding through the mouth, and finally down to the feet, leaving no area untouched. In our line of work, it is customary to open a bottle of white liquor and sprinkle it around the grave site before commencing excavation. While most rough individuals in this trade treat the ritual with a lack of reverence, casually tossing about a bottle of liquor, Little Master is distinct. He first examines the soil to ascertain the era of the burial, and based on his findings, he selects a specific type of white liquor. Thus, he prepares an array of vintage spirits, including Fingio, Gujingong, and Zweiking Matai, among a dozen or more others. He asserts that grave robbing brings harm to both the living and the dead. If those resting within the grave are offered a suitable vintage, their resentment may diminish. Chen Ergou reflects with a sense of wonder, truly astonished that Wang Hu possesses such remarkable expertise. Indeed, one should never judge a person by their appearance. Wang Jiefeng downed a bottle of liquor in one go, wiped his mouth, and said, "Brother dog, today we are celebrating. So I shall share with you some heartfelt words that I have kept bottled up for a lifetime. I have traveled across 5 or 6 provinces alongside my cousin, whom we all refer to as Little Master. In all my dealings, I have yet to encounter a person of integrity. I have witnessed every kind of danger and villainy imaginable. In our line of work, it is essential that one person descends to retrieve the goods while another stands guard above. This task demands a partner with whom one shares a deep bond. Otherwise, the pursuit of wealth can easily lead to peril and betrayal. Once the goods are hoisted up, the earth is poured back over and buried, and those treasures become yours alone. Do not be deceived. Even a friend or a brother might commit such an unscrupulous act upon seeing valuables worth hundreds of thousands. I have followed my cousin, who indeed looks down upon me and resents my calling him cousin. Yet every time we unearthed a grave, it was he who descended while I was left to hoist the items. He has entrusted his life to me. What does it matter if he belittles me with a few harsh words or kicks? If I were to frown even once, I would not believe Wang. Chen Ergou remained silent, emptying another bottle in one breath. In his mind lingered the image of that resolute man, forever sporting a middle-parted hairstyle reminiscent of a trader, eternally burdened by a sack of urea fertilizer, clad in a pair of poorly imitated, worn-out Nike shoes, revealing a grin marred by yellowed teeth from excessive smoking, cheerfully declaring, "I am General Wang Hushing." Chapter 041. The ducks with a flushed face, Wang Jiefeng, inebriated, gnawed on green onions, indulging in copious amounts of liquor and meat. One foot propped up on a chair, he exuded the boisterous demeanor of a true northeastern man. After finishing an entire crate of beer, Chen Ergou ventured out to procure a bottle of Beijing Erguo too. Perhaps it was due to Wang Jiefeng downing nearly half the bottle in one go that, shedding his usual cautious demeanor, he boisterously declared, "In our line of work, it is commonplace to be cursed with sons born without anuses. After all, we are desecrating ancestral graves. Is there anything more immoral or deserving of divine retribution? Everyone fears their first time, yet when one considers that a single bronze artifact can fetch 10,000, a large jade piece around 5 to 6,000, and even small ornaments around 200, the prospect of wealth drives them to madness, reckless abandon. I lack the magnanimity of our benefactor, who takes nothing for himself, bestowing everything upon us, seeking merely peace of mind. We, however, are driven by greed, leading to disputes over spoils, infighting, and even violent confrontations. Our sole aspiration is to live a life of opulence. Our benefactor, with foresight of the afterlife, contemplates whether he shall be reborn as a man or a beast. While I am acutely aware that he finds humor in our plight, you might find it amusing as well, our ragtag band of fearless rogues, who, despite fearing neither heaven nor hell, trembles at the thought of incurring our benefactor's wrath. When he chastises us, it brings a sense of relief more profound than consuming half a gin of liquor. Subsequently, due to the tumult, everyone dispersed, each pursuing their own paths. Those who were destined to perish have met their fates, and those deserving of retribution have suffered their due consequences. Few have truly managed to lead a good life. I consider myself fortunate, for before the incident, my benefactor had provided me with protection, allowing me to cling to this wretched existence until today. I remain ever grateful to him, willing to serve him faithfully without shame. With a single shovel, I unearthed soil, laden with sand, likely from a Qing Dynasty tomb. If it bore lime, it would be from the Ming Dynasty, while earth compacted in a variegated manner would indicate a warring state's burial. In Beijing, cypress wood coffins are prevalent, many of which remain intact, while in some locales, one encounters blue bricks. A collision with a large brick signifies a significant undertaking. Perhaps a prince or consort lies within. Alas, to speak of such matters, as my benefactor would say, this line of work is mere nonsense. Brother dog, I have come to perceive that, in essence, people are indistinguishable in value from the moment they are conceived. It is merely the place of rebirth that one must not err upon. My benefactor simply chose the wrong life. Had he been born in the city, he would undoubtedly be far better off than some of the unworthy souls residing in luxury today. That night, Wang Jiefeng rambled on incessantly, and by the end, he perhaps no longer even realized what he was saying. This man, who could not elicit a sound from 100 blows, seemed to wish to express a lifetime of thoughts in one breath. Fortunately, business was unusually slow that evening. By the time Wang Hu returned from the bar with a cigarette in his mouth, the restaurant had no patrons. Otherwise, Chen Ergou would have truly hesitated to allow this grave digger, who had disturbed dozens of tombs, to speak his mind freely. However, this conversation allowed Chen Ergou to gain a general understanding of his relative Wang Husheng. It cannot be said to be thorough, as it had only been half a day, yet this man, who dared to travel from the north to Shanghai for a single remark and sleep with a mother and daughter, was indeed worth befriending. Although they had not reached the depths of heartfelt connection, establishing a friendship was certainly feasible. That night, Chen Ergou offered his humble bedding to the inebriated Wang Jiefeng, while he himself occupied a dim streetlight, engrossed in a tattered copy of macroeconomics until dawn. When Wang Jiefeng arose to work at a maize restaurant, Chen Ergou finally returned to his slumber. He slept until noon, hastily consumed a meager lunch, and then embarked on a quest to find Xiao Yao's apartment, inquiring along the way. He had two intentions: to borrow a complete set of foundational university textbooks and to ascertain Xiao Yao's true name. having even climbed onto her bed. He still did not know the girl's name, which unsettled him. Although his birth name was seldom used, Chen Ergou had followed him like a shadow from Zhangjiajie to bustling Shanghai. The presence of the word dog in his name did not imply that one should conduct oneself in a canine manner. Upon locating the residential community, I found myself at a loss amidst the numerous buildings, uncertain of which one housed the apartment of the enchanting Xiao Yao. Thus, I took to waiting patiently at the entrance, akin to a hunter awaiting his prey. The hours passed, stretching from midday to dusk, during which I meticulously perused a copy of Southern Weekend, reading it no less than 3 times, word for word. Finally, my patience bore fruit as Xiao Yao returned from her classes, her surprise and delight evident. In a moment that nearly crossed into the realm of impropriety, she embraced me. Chen Ergou, unabashedly in public. Xiao Yao led me to the community park, where we settled onto a swing, swaying gently. Her face radiated an unadulterated joy as she inquired, "Have you missed me?" My response, whether earnest or feigned, was, "I wish to borrow some university textbooks. There are many at Shanghai University. My greatest regret in life is not having been admitted to college. The villagers have not hesitated to remind me of this shortcoming. My mother has never reprimanded me for it, yet I sense her lingering disappointment. I aspire to self-study and obtain a certificate to present to her. This might be the most joyous news she could receive, aside from my eventual marriage. Her health is frail, and I have no desire to drift aimlessly through life in Shanghai." Initially, Xiao Yao pouted in reluctance. However, upon hearing the latter part of my plea, she nodded obediently and remarked, "Zhang Cici has a complete set, and I assure you, not a single page has been turned, pristine enough to be resold as new. You may take them." Though her words may have been somewhat brusque, her generosity shone through. Having become friends, she was now far more accommodating. As Chen Ergou gently swung little Yao on the swing, he unexpectedly embraced her from behind, inhaling the delightful fragrance that enveloped her. He found this delicate aroma far more soothing than the overpowering scent of the mature Yanzi. Perhaps it was due to his abrupt intrusion into her world with a brazen demeanor that made her appear increasingly innocent. Little Yao had invested over 700 yuan to straighten her naturally wavy hair and had styled it into a refined cut. She traded her elegant heels for white canvas shoes and her cool skirt for a pair of denim jeans. Chen Ergou, with his meticulous attention to detail, keenly noticed these changes, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. While he could not articulate any overly sentimental words, his heart was undeniably stirred. He gently held her and asked, "Little Yao, what is your real name?" "It is indeed Little Yao," she replied, shaking her head lightly. She affectionately brushed her fingers against Chen Ergou's slightly unshaven, pallid face, her actions endearing and charming. With a smile, she said, "My surname is Mu, and my name is Little Yao. I shall not change my name nor my family name. Ergou, let me clarify. Do not conflate me with the other girls at the bar. Both my parents are esteemed educators, as were my grandparents. I am genuinely a well-bred girl and must not be taken lightly. Were it not for my desire to self-fund my trip to Denmark, I would not be working at the bar." Chen Ergou grunted softly. His hands, true to his nature, began to misbehave. Having not touched this young lady for several days, his restless heart felt a sense of suffocation. Now, upon encountering her enchanting figure, which would undoubtedly leave the farmers of Zhangjiajie in a state of longing, he proposed, "Tomorrow, take me to your school as an auditing student. Let's see how it goes. If the experience is satisfactory, I shall continue attending." Xiao Yao gently replied, "Our school is not suitable. The faculty quality is lacking. If you truly wish to audit classes, you would need to venture to the university town. Shanghai University has many esteemed institutions, such as Fudan University and Shanghai Jiaotong University, both of which are nationally renowned. Following them are Tongji University, East China Normal University, Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, and East China University of Political Science and Law, all of which are commendable. You should visit our school first to experience the atmosphere of university life. This week, I will help you compile a list of strong programs and schedules from the top universities in Shanghai online, allowing you to maximize your efforts. With your intelligence, self-study will surely yield fruitful results. With a stroke of luck, you might even gain admission to Fudan." Chen Ergou shook his head, stating, "I do not dare to aspire to Fudan. I will strive to gain admission to a university on the 211 project list." He inquired, "How is your English?" "My weakest subject is indeed English," he confessed. "My foundation is quite poor, and my spoken English is even more dreadful, utterly unbearable to the ears." Xiao Yao blinked playfully and chuckled. I can only boast about my English. I scored 127 in the college entrance examination. Other subjects are not worth mentioning. Ever since childhood, I dreamed of traveling the world, which inspired me to study English diligently. Chen Ergou remained silent, yet Xiao Yao tilted her head and remarked, Ergou, once you find yourself at Fudan or other prestigious institutions, be wary of encountering any campus beauties or charming girls along the way. You must resolutely refrain from picking them. Do you hear? Even if those enchanting flowers offer themselves to you, you must embody the virtue of Lu Xiahui, remaining steadfast in your resolve. Do you understand? Chen Ergou chuckled and nodded, saying, They rather avoid me. Do you think they're all so foolish? Xiao Yao remained noncommittal, her youthful face adorned with a childlike pride, as if Chen Ergou were the most precious treasure in her eyes, wishing for others to overlook his worth. The age-old adage poverty breeds ambition, and hardship spurs theft rings true. Currently, Chen Ergou finds himself quite comfortable, embracing a little beauty who already belongs to him. What transpires next is all too evident. In the elevator, Xiao Yao was nearly overwhelmed by his advances. Flustered, with her cheeks flushed, she hurriedly fumbled for her keys to unlock the door, scarcely concerned about whether Zhang Cici was present in the apartment. It remains unclear whether Chen Ergou is self-taught or has gleaned wisdom from the likes of Wang, Hu Sheng, and Zhang Shengli. But he has embarked on the art of foreplay and flirtation. His inherently suppressed wildness compensates for his lack of finesse, allowing Xiao Yao, who herself possesses scant experience, to feel a sensation starkly different from their first night. On that occasion, Chen Ergou's approach was one of oppressive conquest, leaving Xiao Yao with no choice but to submit passively. Today, however, is a different story. As Chen Ergou, feeling quite satisfied, donned a pair of shorts and descended from his bed, Xiao Yao was utterly exhausted, her rosy cheeks nearly reigniting Chen Ergou's fervor upon a fleeting glance. Had it not been for Xiao Yao hastily wrapping herself in the bedsheet, he might have been tempted to indulge once more. While stepping out for a drink of water, Chen Ergou encountered Zhang Cici, who was seated on the living room sofa, indulging in potato chips while watching television. The woman, adorned with an exquisitely alluring visage, turned her head towards him and remarked with a teasing tone, TSK, impressive, an hour and 20 minutes. Truly remarkable, Ergou. If you were to pursue a career as a gigolo, you would undoubtedly achieve great success. Chapter 042. A change of place deeply wounded in her pride. Zhang Cici sprang to her feet, exclaiming in a fit of rage, If you truly wish to pursue such a profession, I shall adorn myself with a whip, candles, and ropes, and should I not leave you incapacitated, I will forsake my name. She continued, Do not presume that merely wallowing for a couple of hours is a mark of prowess. A wretch like you has only ensnared the naive little Yao in your deceitful web. Chen Ergou, sensing the escalating tension, and aware that he would soon need to seek the favor of this haughty young lady regarding the textbook matter, chose to silence himself and retreated to the kitchen. After expressing her frustrations, Zhang Cici, feeling somewhat liberated, paid no heed to Chen Ergou and turned back to her program, Animal World. As she observed the brutal scene of a leopard tearing apart an antelope, a sight she usually relished, she inexplicably recalled the vile manner in which that scoundrel had tormented little Yao, and a pang of unease gripped her heart. Zhang Cici instinctively cast a sidelong glance towards the kitchen, seemingly fearful that this beast might, like the leopard on television, suddenly spring forth and pin her down on the sofa, subsequently enacting a grim spectacle of forceful coercion. With lingering trepidation, Zhang Cici's imagination wandered to the times when Xiao Yao boasted of his ferocity in brawls, measuring her own meager self-defense skills, akin to a mere decorative pillow. She contemplated retreating to her room for a brief respite. However, a sudden command to halt nearly sent her into a panic. Turning around, she was met with the sight of Xiao Yao, whose face resembled a peach blossom, gritting her teeth and exclaiming, You insufferable Xiao Yao! Are you attempting to scare me to death so you can frolic with your paramour like a pair of cheerful lovebirds? Draped in a robe, Xiao Yao leaned against the doorframe, exuding a languid demeanor. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly remarked, I wonder who possesses the audacity to watch the ring alone in the dead of night, maintaining a composed demeanor even when the phone rings. If I could scare you to death, that would indeed be curious. Noticing that Chen Ergou had yet to emerge from the kitchen, Zhang Cici felt a slight sense of relief and replied, Xiao Yao, in the future, do keep it down during those activities. I always consider your delicate sensibilities and know well that you prefer to book a room discreetly. Yet, you, on the other hand, are reluctant to close the door tightly. I am a person who has traversed the realms of countless experiences. Your trivial squabbles are hardly worthy of my attention. Should you disturb me again, there will be consequences. Xiao Yao seemed to have had a sudden realization. Without engaging in banter with Zhang Sisi, she hurried back to her room to find a piece of clothing for Chen Ergou, rushing into the kitchen to drape it over him. This action only deepened Zhang Sisi's sense of frustration. She felt she had not sunk so low as to find herself admiring the pitiful sight of that small, half-clad scoundrel. While lamenting that Chen Ergou was indeed a disgrace for so swiftly corrupting the innocent Xiao Yao, she stealthily slipped into the room, wondering if that beast, capable of enduring for nearly an hour and a half, would once again succumb to desire, even leaving her feeling utterly drained. That evening, Chen Ergou accompanied Xiao Yao to the SD bar, with Zhang Sisi, who owned a BMW 120i, driving them there. Although she longed to see Chen Ergou meet a cruel fate, she could not deny her loyalty to Xiao Yao. After much coaxing from Xiao Yao, she finally tossed a stack of brand-new books at Chen Ergou, each one bearing the marks of her grudging nature, having torn out several pages from each. Upon delivering them to the bar, Zhang Sisi proceeded to meet her boyfriend Guju, who was already at Maoming South Road, followed by plans to visit the residences in Xintiandi and Fuxing Park. For this beautiful girl, unconcerned with matters of sustenance or attire, a diploma was merely a worthless piece of paper. Why should she squander her youthful exuberance waiting to be someone else's wife before indulging in a carefree life? Sisi exuded an aura of being difficult to approach, yet I understood she was merely a mischievous child, stubborn and willful, hiding within a tough exterior like a snail in its shell, with a heart that was, in truth, quite tender. After Xiao Yao alighted from the car, she sighed. Are you suggesting she is the epitome of a sharp tongue, yet a soft heart? Chen Ergou jested. Xiao Yao, do not mislead me. I suspect she has long harbored thoughts of dismembering me and feeding my remains to the dogs. Xiao Yao, who had a low threshold for humor, chuckled softly and took Chen Ergou's hand as they entered the bar. Hearing the girls call out dog brother with a tone of mixed emotions, Xiao Yao, maintaining a stoic facade, felt a surge of accomplishment within, yearning to announce to everyone that this is my man, belonging solely to Xiao Yao. However, her youthful modesty prevailed, and she soon busied herself with work upon entering the establishment. Meanwhile, Chen Ergou and Wang Husheng leaned over the railing on the second floor, engaging in casual conversation. Had it not been for Wang Jiefeng's heartfelt words, Chen Ergou would have never realized that this seemingly increasingly disheveled and diminutive man possessed a story of his own. Chen Ergou, having only dealt with wild boars in his life, was astonished to learn that Wang Husheng had long been acquainted with the deceased. Do not regard me with such lecherous eyes. My handsome visage is not intended for your gaze, but rather for the appreciation of Li Wei and the charming yet messy Gugu. Wang Husheng grinned, a cigarette pilfered from someone else's possession hanging from his lips. The proximity of Shanghai and Jiangsu has led many from Suzhou or Nanjing to flock to Shanghai on weekends, where Suyin cigarettes have gained popularity. Although this brand is expensive and holds a certain prestige, it is not widely embraced by the younger generation. Appreciation? They do not even cast a glance in your direction. Chen Ergou, coughing from the smoke, could not help but laugh and chide. Husheng, can't you stay on the straight path and earnestly allow women to see you without their tinted glasses? In this world, there are few women endowed with discernment, and even if they exist, it is unlikely that ordinary folk like us would encounter them. Should we chance upon one, it may merely be a fleeting brush. You persist in pursuing unorthodox paths that garner little favor. Fear not. Even if you have managed to reach a minor attainment, I suspect you are nearing a significant transformation, provided you do not become a mere spirit and attain the status of an earthly immortal. Ascending on a dragon or a crane matters little. Wang Husheng jested in a rather pretentious and somewhat sardonic manner. Setting aside frivolities, let me address a serious matter. I have the opportunity to take you to my hometown. You possess the ability to read feng shui, do you not? I require your expertise to identify a site of auspicious nature, as I wish to relocate someone. Chen Ergou squinted thoughtfully, seemingly contemplating a return to glory. Would you be willing, and would that individual consent? Wang Husheng posed a question laden with profound implications, his visage now devoid of any frivolous demeanor. Chen Ergou fell into a contemplative silence, as if weighing how to respond to Wang Husheng's piercing inquiry. The efforts of the older generation must not be squandered. To speak the unvarnished truth, I dare not assist you in this matter, as it would be detrimental to my longevity. I have engaged in too many nefarious deeds throughout my life and wish to accumulate some merit. I cannot afford immediate retribution in this life or risk being reborn as a swine or a dog in the next. At that moment, Wang Husheng appeared as an otherworldly sage, exuding an air of commanding authority. Yet the sight of his twisted features and traitorous visage rendered it difficult to associate him with such grandeur. Chen Ergou sighed, uncertain whether he had dismissed the notion that even someone like Wang Husheng could find it daunting. He remarked, "Let us not dwell on this matter. What of Wang Jiefang? How skilled is he? It suffices. Bringing down 4 or 5 robust men poses no challenge, as they are merely second-rate and unrefined. Alas, my blind master possesses only a limited reservoir of knowledge, and as his apprentice, I am even less equipped to impart any genuine skills. However, once I attain wealth, I aspire to provide him with further education. His raw potential is commendable, and he adapts quickly. The vigorous martial arts, such as Chongquan and Bajiquan, would suit him well. As for Ergo, despite his appearance reminiscent of a lowly worker, his musculature surpasses yours significantly. Such individuals possess unparalleled resilience. They are exceptional fighters. In a confrontation devoid of weapons, any ordinary person would find themselves in pain after facing him." Wang Husheng chuckled, albeit he seldom displayed any warmth toward Wang Jiefang. He was generous with his praise in Chen Ergou's company. After all, Wang Jiefang, this burly man, traveled a great distance to Shanghai to settle matters on behalf of his cousin, even going so far as to involve the unfortunate man's wife and daughter in his unscrupulous schemes, which were indeed reprehensible. Wang Husheng lit a second cigarette and offered one to Chen Ergou. "You should focus on your studies moving forward. The matter of the eagle will be handled by Jiefang and myself. For someone of his hunter's lineage, raising an eagle is child's play. In fact, species like the Lin Diao are quite suitable, as they acclimatize well to the southern climate and are far more formidable than trivial creatures like pine nuts. Otherwise, one might find themselves the subject of ridicule should they be blinded by a magpie during play. Then I shall entrust it to him." Chen Ergou felt relieved at the prospect of assistance in this matter. "What will become of Xiao Yao in the future?" Wang Husheng suddenly inquired, gazing down at the industrious Xiao Yao below. "Taking each step as it comes, at least for today. Bringing her to Zhangjiazhuang as a bride seems to be quite a remarkable affair. Is this not a matter of familial pride?" Chen Ergou chuckled to himself. "Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao." Wang Husheng swayed his head and laughed. "If the blind man did not deceive me, in terms of lineage, I am still an outer disciple of the Heavenly Master sect. Many venerable Taoist priests in the Chinese Taoist Association would have to address me as junior brother. However, I have no interest in Xiao Yao. I am too lazy to subdue her, and frankly, I doubt I could. To me, a girl with a fuller figure is far more appealing, pleasant to the touch, and capable of bearing strong offspring. I reckon the girls you indulge in will be numerous, yet the ones you truly care for will be few. Nevertheless, do not easily give up on Xiao Yao. She possesses a prosperous aura, believe it or not." Chen Ergou smiled, pondering the uncertainties of the future. Suddenly, Wang Husheng's grin turned lecherous as he said, "In truth, that Zhang Cici is someone I can only admire from a distance. There's little chance of engaging with her. If you have the ability, do me a favor and make it happen. Consider it a debt of gratitude. Upon your return, simply recount the details of the encounter." Seeing Xiao Yao's alluring demeanor, "I can tell you possess considerable skills in that regard. When will you take Zhang Cici by force? I'll call you master then." Chapter 43. Summoning reinforcements during the subsequent week. Xiao Yao assisted Chen Ergou in compiling a list of the strengths of various universities in Shanghai during the evenings, while during the day, she accompanied him to classes. From the tedious realm of calculus to the English version of macroeconomics, and then to the dry recitation of theoretical principles, as well as the university English course conducted in a heavy Hunan dialect by their professor, Chen Ergou sampled an array of courses, each with its own delightful anecdotes. One memorable incident occurred in the logic class, where a bespectacled gentleman assumed the role of an erudite debater, eloquently captivating the attention of his peers. For 30 minutes of the 45-minute session, he held the floor with remarkable oratory skills and an abundance of references, rendering even the middle-aged female instructor hesitant to interject. His commanding presence exuded a heroic spirit, as if he were destined to guide the course of discussion. Chen Ergou, Encountering terms such as the law of excluded middle and the principle of substitution for the first time, was left in a state of awe, while the nearly 100 students in the large classroom were equally taken aback. Yet, amidst the intellectual fervor, the bespectacled gentleman's efforts to impress Xiao Yao fell flat, as she was preoccupied with exchanging flirtatious glances with Chen Ergou. This left Chen Ergou feeling a twinge of embarrassment for the bespectacled man, who, after class, likely downed an entire bottle of mineral water in frustration, cursing his misfortune. Moreover, Chen Ergou and Xiao Yao found themselves queuing at the school cafeteria, where they fortuitously encountered Huang Yuqing, who rarely dined at the school. Instead of displaying any indignation, this fellow immediately latched onto Chen Ergou, affectionately calling him brother, while addressing Xiao Yao as sister-in-law. This unexpected display astonished several onlookers, who had previously cast disdainful glances at Chen Ergou. Meanwhile, a group of rascals, frequent patrons of the SD bar, hurried over to Chen Ergou, cheerfully calling him brother dog and eagerly offering to pay for his meal. At that moment, the hundreds of patrons in the cafeteria regarded the seemingly rustic Chen Ergou with newfound respect, realizing that this farmer was, in fact, a master of the art of concealing his true prowess beneath a facade of humility. As for Xiao Yao, her heart fluttered at being referred to as sister-in-law by Huang Yuqing. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she tightly clung to Chen Ergou's arm. It was evident to any discerning observer that she had completely succumbed to her affections. In this phase, should a young lady fixate on something, it would take a veritable herd of oxen to divert her. Upon learning that 4 grown men were crammed into a modest room of less than 15 square meters, Xiao Yao strongly hinted that Chen Ergou should move out to live with her. While Chen Ergou possessed a thick skin, it had not yet thickened to the point where he would share an apartment with 2 charming young women. Moreover, he felt uneasy residing in such a splendid abode, constantly worrying about the heaps of old newspapers and books cluttering Xiao Yao's room. Even if she did not mind, he found it visually jarring, as her space was exquisitely refined and elegant, adorned with exquisite Sichuan brocade or a magnificent glazed statue of Guanyin from the glass workshop. Each time Chen Ergou lured the young lady into their indecent escapades, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame for his own commonplace existence. Every time Chen Ergou observed the rows of students slumped over their desks, either asleep or engrossed in magazines, he could not help but chuckle. Regardless of whether this institution was merely an obscure and unprestigious university in Shanghai, it was evident that any aimless individual dragged to Zhangjia's Wang would instantly attract the most enchanting maidens of the village. The term university student had increasingly lost its sanctity for Chen Ergou. He eagerly anticipated his visit to Fudan and several other esteemed universities next week, yearning to immerse himself in the aura of distinguished academia. His sole desire was to pursue knowledge diligently, establish a solid foundation, and obtain a genuine certificate to present to his mother and the affluent. That evening, Xiao Yao requested a leave of absence from SD Bar, for it was Zhang Xixi's birthday, and a grand celebration was to be held at a prominent bar in the city. Initially, Xiao Yao insisted on bringing Chen Ergou along. However, Zhang Xixi made it clear that should she dare to invite that detestable scoundrel, she would sever all ties with her. Reluctantly, Xiao Yao had to proceed alone. Uninterested in joining the festivities, Chen Ergou made his way to the billiard room on the 2nd floor, where Wang Jiefang was employed. Donning his uniform, Wang exuded an air of nonchalant elegance, combining the robust physique and masculine demeanor of a northeastern man with the subtle grace of a southerner. Despite his seemingly taciturn nature, he had a murky past, having engaged in dubious activities and trifles that were far from innocent. Beneath his harmless facade lay the remnants of countless transgressions. Upon Chen Ergou's arrival at the billiard room, he found Wang Jiefang instructing a rather attractive girl in the art of snooker. Rumor had it that since Wang began working here, the number of female players had surged exponentially, and indeed, several lovely young women were eagerly awaiting their turn to practice with him. Wang Jiefang harbored no reverence for Chen Ergou, a sentiment both parties were well aware of. Upon encountering this esteemed northeastern compatriot, who was particularly favored by his younger cousin, Wang Jiefang displayed minimal enthusiasm. However, he did extend a cigarette to Chen Ergou, which represented the utmost extent of his amiable demeanor. The billiards room's manager, a confidant of Kai Huangmao, was likely acquainted with the ruthless and formidable reputation of Chen Ergou, diligently engaging in flattery. Bored, Chen Ergou requested this subordinate, named Gao Xiang, to instruct him in the art of billiards. opting to first play 9-ball before eventually delving into snooker. On the 5th floor of Honglong Plaza, at M2 Bar, Mu Xiaoyao absent-mindedly sipped her dark beer. Having followed Chen Ergou, she had relinquished her once boisterous spirit, and even on her close friend Zhang Cici's birthday, she refrained from indulging in a single sip of wine, merely holding a small bottle of dark beer and tasting it delicately. The M2 Bar, owned by the renowned Hong Kong star Carina Lau, boasts a sunlit terrace that captivates Xiaoyao. The lofty, transparent windows, though partially obscured, promise a more enchanting ambience. Observing Zhang Cici, who is enthusiastically indulging in red wine amidst a lively crowd, Xiaoyao notes her friend's exuberance tonight. She seems utterly unperturbed by Guju, casting flirtatious glances without restraint. Despite a minor commotion over parking upon their arrival at Hanglong Plaza, it has not dampened the group's spirits. Indeed, alcohol proves to be a delightful companion. Among the group of 7 men and 9 women, affectionate gestures such as cheek kisses and embraces are inevitable. However, Xiaoyao remains impervious to such antics, allowing the males to indulge in their pretenses of innocence. She resolutely stays seated, even as the vivacious Zhang Cici, the evening's most cherished companion, cannot persuade her to join the revelry. I am a married woman, Xiaoyao reflects, aware that her husband would deny her the comfort of their bed should he catch a whiff of alcohol on her. In response, Zhang Cici defiantly raises her middle finger and exclaims, Mu Xiaoyao, you are something else. In the corner, Xiaoyao sat in a state of disconnection, observing a group of over a dozen men and women indulging in exuberant revelry. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon a nearby table where 4 young men were paired with 4 strikingly beautiful women, each embodying various forms of allure, some voluptuous, others slender, with a captivating blend of seductive and innocent traits, yet all undeniably exquisite. While such women are not uncommon in M2, the sheer assembly of 4 together exuded an impressive aura. Her interest in this group was piqued due to a recent altercation over a parking space that nearly escalated into a brawl. As Xiaoyao pondered an intriguing mathematical conundrum, she recalled that her party consisted of 6 vehicles. Zhang Cici drove a petite BMW 120i, valued at under 300,000, while Guju piloted a Z4 convertible, a favored choice among affluent young men. The remaining 4 cars were Audis or Lexuses, each priced between 5 and 600,000, totaling just over 3 million. In contrast, the 4 unfamiliar couples arrived in a Cadillac, 2 Porsches, and an Audi Q7, collectively estimated to exceed 6 million. This stark comparison revealed the financial disparity between the 2 groups, highlighting the practicality of Shanghai's social dynamics. Lost in thought, Xiaoyao began to envision the future of Chen Ergou and ultimately arrived at a satisfying conclusion. A tranquil life suited her best, making Chen Ergou's role as a 9-to-5 office worker wholly sufficient. With a discreet gesture of triumph, Xiaoyao savored the sensation of victory, finishing off nearly half a bottle of dark beer in one go. Suddenly, Guju's rather disheveled friend stumbled back from the restroom, his face battered and bruised. Contorting in rage as he exclaimed, I just ran into that long-haired scoundrel in the restroom parking lot, and we had a brawl. He even threatened to take on our women. If my brothers are with me, let us charge at them. I refuse to believe we can't take down that bunch of rascals. In the throes of inebriation, rationality was a distant notion. Moreover, with 8 or 9 charming young ladies wide-eyed in their seats, these pampered scions, who were accustomed to wielding their influence, yearned for a display of masculinity. Without a second thought, they followed the beleaguered fellow into the fray, while the ever-exuberant Zhang Cici dashed forth, eager for the spectacle. Xiaoyao lingered at the rear, her brow furrowed. Having spent ample time in bars and witnessed her fair share of scuffles, she noted that while Guju and his companions appeared delicate and refined, they were surprisingly fierce in their actions. Yet, one could not tread the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. Xiaoyao harbored a nagging suspicion that these young men were not like the rest. Indeed, the anticipated melee dissipated before it could commence. The seemingly carefree young man with flowing hair merely uttered, "We are all patrons of this bar. Let us maintain some decorum and not embarrass ourselves. Step outside to find a suitable space. I will take you all on. Whether you choose to approach me one by one or all at once is entirely up to you." The 2 groups retreated to a relatively quiet corner outside the bar. True to her intent of observing the unfolding drama, Zhang Cici had not forgotten to bring along a snack. Like all the girls, she initially regarded the scene with a discerning eye, followed by disbelief, then sheer astonishment, culminating in a profound sense of awe. The sequence of events unfolded with a strikingly handsome young man, adorned with long hair and a single earring, who first dispatched a towering adversary of 6 feet tall with a single hand. He then effortlessly subdued 2 skilled fighters, including Gu Ju, before launching into a vigorous assault on the remaining opponents. Zhang Sisi could only watch in astonishment as this seemingly delicate young man took on an entire group. His strikes precise and fluid, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. It was as though he were a bodyguard from Zongnanhai. Behind him stood 3 equally imposing companions, their sinister smiles adding to Zhang Sisi's bewilderment. At that moment, the young man, with a grin, taunted, "Feel free to call for reinforcements. I will handle as many as you bring. It's rare for me to have a breather, and I truly hope you lot don't provoke me. Let me make it clear. If no one can best me tonight, you shall not leave. Each of you will bow 3 times, and every lady will play a tune for me. Rest assured, I am renowned for my stamina, 7 times a night, and you have 8, no, 9 ladies. Don't worry, I can manage just fine. I've been pinned up for half a year, and my vigor is immense. 9 will be no trouble at all." Guju attempted to resist, but was met with a boot to his face from the self-proclaimed 7 times a night warrior, who spat disdainfully. "I was considering your group, thinking you might have some backbone. Go on, make your calls. I shall see if help can truly come to your aid. However, if you lack the spirit, 3 bows will not suffice to settle this." One by one, Guju and his companions drew out their phones to call for assistance. Mu Xiaoyao stealthily slipped out, and the man with long hair furrowed his brow, gazing at Xiaoyao's retreating figure as he contemplated speaking. Behind him, a composed beauty calmly remarked, "Xiongzi, let her go. The child appears quite innocent, unlike these others. Do not trouble her." Unwavering in her determination to rescue Zhang Sisi, Mu Xiaoyao promptly hailed a taxi to SD Bar. In the billiard room, she found Chen Ergou playing pool with Wang Hushing. The moment the resolute young girl laid eyes on the warm smile that belonged solely to her Ergou, she was on the brink of tears. Her voice trembling as she said, "Someone is after Sisi and the others. Why are you crying, foolish child? Do you need my assistance?" Chen Ergou set aside his cue and gently wiped her tears. The fact that she thought of him first in a moment of crisis warmed his heart. Although he had no desire to become entangled with Zhang Sisi's troublesome group, he found it hard to refuse when faced with Xiaoyao's pitiful expression. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Wang Hushing and inquired, "What do you suggest?" "Let's fight," Wang Hushing shrugged. Suddenly, Xiaoyao changed her mind, exclaiming, "Absolutely not. Are you afraid I can't hold my own? That I might be knocked down?" Chen Ergou chuckled, pinching her delicate nose. "I have never lost a fight. Rest assured, with Jiefeng around, Ergou 1T suffers significant losses." Wang Hushing's expression turned serious. Though Jiefeng may seem weak, he has taken lives. If it comes to a fight, he is no less capable than anyone else. To ensure Ergou emerges with scars, he must first be utterly defeated. Wang Hushing added gravely, "Moreover, he has killed more than one person." Welcome, esteemed readers, to indulge in the latest, swiftest, and most popular serialized works available. Chapter 044, The Clumsy Giant Hailing a Taxi. Mu Xiaoyao hurriedly transported Chen Ergou and the taciturn Wang Jiefeng towards Honglong Plaza. Throughout the journey, Mu Xiaoyao meticulously conveyed the situation to Chen Ergou, refraining from embellishments or concealing military intelligence, striving to present him with an authentic account. Wang Jiefeng requested that Xiaoyao demonstrate the techniques employed by the formidable opponent, ultimately deducing, "Brother dog, it appears reminiscent of Wing Chun. The strikes are direct and exhibit remarkable explosive power, capable of toppling an individual weighing around 160 to 70 pounds with a single hand. The short-range force within 2 inches is rather terrifying. This individual is indeed a formidable adversary. It is said that this woman's boxing technique, upon reaching a certain level, renders her nearly invincible in close combat." Xiaoyao's complexion grew pale, as she increasingly regretted involving Chen Ergou in this tumultuous affair. Upon reaching Honglong Plaza, Chen Ergou instructed Xiaoyao to wait on the first floor of the plaza while he and Wang Jiefeng made their way to M2 Bar. The first sight that met their eyes was the trembling and helpless silhouette of Zhang Sisi, her back turned towards them, surrounded by a group of fallen companions, including her boyfriend, Gu Ju. This group, despite their shortcomings, displayed some integrity by not summoning their fathers to resolve the chaos. However, akin to the adage that like attracts like, these second-generation rich kids, who typically looked down upon the ruffians, were largely unfamiliar with true fighters. The reinforcements they summoned merely served to warm up the handsome young man with long hair. Had they charged in unison, Guju's side would not have suffered such a devastating defeat. Yet, pride and dignity prevailed. No one wished to face the embarrassment of a group assault on a man who resembled a woman. In the M2 bar, many patrons were eager to gather and witness the commotion. However, a loud shout from a young man with long hair, accompanied by an assertive young woman, sent them scurrying back in compliance. After a prolonged exchange of blows, the young man stood alone in the corridor, embodying an indomitable spirit. Although Zhang Sisi, the girl nearby, was terrified by the one-sided confrontation, she couldn't help but feel a distorted admiration for the man who had seemingly conquered the night. In this brutal realm of survival of the fittest, it was often men who gazed at the stars, while women chose to kneel at their feet. On the side of Guju, there were more than 20 individuals gathered, yet the majority of them had already been subdued by the young powerhouse. Zhang Sisi struggled to envision anyone from her circle of nightlife enthusiasts who could possibly challenge this formidable presence. Suddenly, she caught sight of Chen Ergou, who was standing in the far corner. She paused for a moment, lowered her voice, and furrowed her brow, saying, "What are you doing here? Do you not feel ashamed enough? This isn't a group of petty thugs like Kai Huangmao. That man is a skilled fighter. You should return and look after Xiaoyao. Your involvement is unnecessary and may only draw her into trouble." "I just want to observe," Chen Ergou replied with a smile, having no intention of recklessly charging into the fray like a fool. "I've had my fill of this. It seems you have only these few capable individuals at your disposal, so I shan't waste any more time with you. The men should bow 3 times in submission, and if anyone considers themselves a ladyboy, they should leave immediately, and I promise not to lay a hand on you," the boastful man declared with a laugh. In a fit of exasperation, Guju, despite enduring excruciating pain, struggled to his feet and took a few hurried steps before delivering a kick towards his audacious opponent, whose fighting prowess exceeded Guju's wildest imagination. However, the opponent effortlessly deflected Guju's leg with a swift motion, then seized the collar of Guju's shirt, yanking him back with such force that their heads collided with a resounding thud. Poor Guju's vision blurred, and he crumpled to the ground, likely suffering a mild concussion. This sight sent Zhang Sisi into a panic, her heart breaking as she rushed to Guju's side, weeping inconsolably while cradling his body. Meanwhile, the instigator remained indifferent, cruelly remarking, "This girl isn't bad, why not start with her?" Zhang Sisi spat in defiance, her eyes ablaze with fury as she glared at the young man, cursing him without restraint. "You uncouth scoundrel, you monster." The moment those words escaped her lips, Guju's loyal friends shuddered in dread. The sadistic young man, whose handsome visage would typically inspire envy among women, now wore a sinister grin, while the 3 men and 4 women behind him regarded Zhang Sisi with the chilling gaze reserved for the condemned. The young man, scorned and labeled as a freak, bent down and grasped Zhang Sisi's hair, intending to pull her up. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Instinctively, he raised his left arm to block, nearly losing his balance. Releasing the clawing Zhang Sisi, he confronted the unfamiliar intruder, a rustic fellow clad in cheap attire, of average build, standing at approximately 175 centimeters. Slightly stooped, the young man redirected his fury from Zhang Sisi to this inconsiderate individual, shaking his arm, his fists clenched and cracking ominously. With a cold smirk, he challenged, "If you dare to ambush me, watch how I will annihilate you." Having finally regained her composure, Zhang Sisi tilted her head to glance at the man who had come to her aid. Chen Ergou, a rural man she held in disdain, someone she believed could never rise above his humble origins in Shanghai. Previously, she had only acknowledged his narrow-mindedness and lack of sophistication. Yet, in this moment, she found an inexplicable sense of security in his pale, gaunt visage. She pondered why Guju and his arrogant companions could not evoke such a feeling. Chen Ergou uttered no boastful words and offered no explanations. He merely bowed slightly, focusing on the adversary threatening to harm him. In that instant, Zhang Sisi realized how astonishing the eruption of an unassuming, mediocre man could be at pivotal moments. However, Chen Ergou did not exhibit the ruthless ferocity often depicted in certain gangster films. Instead, he found himself beleaguered by the relentless onslaught of his adversary. The imposing figure, after parrying one of Chen Ergou's punches with the sharp edge of his left wrist, unleashed a devastating blow with his right hand almost simultaneously, delivering a powerful strike to Chen Ergou's chest that left him gasping for breath. devoid of any opportunity to regain his footing. The relentless opponent, emboldened by his momentum, surged forward in a straight line, aiming a fierce right punch directly at Chen Ergou's head. Instinctively, Chen Ergou attempted to evade by shaking his head and was about to retaliate with a strike to his opponent's neck when, unexpectedly, the assailant did not counter with a punch, but rather unleashed his palm like a blade, delivering a swift and forceful blow to Chen Ergou's neck, sending him sprawling away and nearly toppling to the ground. Before the echoes of the initial assault had subsided, the adversary closed in again, his movements as rapid as lightning, landing a strike to Chen Ergou's ribs. Stumbling from the impact, Chen Ergou soon realized that this tenacious foe had latched onto his hastily thrown fist. He sensed that the opponent's arm seemed to lack any need for preparation, displaying a remarkable dexterity that denied him any opportunity to target his joints. Retreating repeatedly, Chen Ergou ultimately found himself slammed against the corridor wall by a forceful punch, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. He was inherently unskilled in one-on-one combat and had no formal training, relying instead on sheer instinct. Faced with this adept fighter, whose strikes were fierce and footwork unwavering, he found himself utterly defenseless. Zhang Sisi observed that there was not the slightest hint of despondency or defeat on Chen Ergou's face. On the contrary, he remained slightly hunched, an oddly peculiar posture. Chen Ergou had not even wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes resembled those of a wounded wolf. Zhang Sisi contemplated that Chen Ergou appeared to be the only individual capable of standing upright after enduring several severe blows. In the distance, the elegant beauty behind the long-haired youth donned a modified, exquisite qipao adorned with vibrant patterns of birds flocking towards a phoenix, which accentuated her innate, aloof elegance, resembling a classical lady untouched by the mundane world. She seemed momentarily taken aback, perhaps surprised that someone could withstand the onslaught of her companion's knife hand and fist without significant harm. Unlike Zhang Sisi and her peers, who had only ever indulged in frivolities and squandered their youth, she was well aware of Xiongzi's true nature, understanding his explosive power and aggression in combat. While Xiongzi might only be considered exceptional in his realm, he was far from being the pinnacle of prowess. Nonetheless, dispatching a dozen ordinary men would not place him in a state of utter exhaustion. From the outset, she found the entire affair rather tedious, devoid of suspense, akin to an adult playfully engaging with a kindergarten child. Shall we continue? The provocatively named handsome man, known as Xiongzi, beckoned to Chen Ergou with a flick of his finger. Chen Ergou spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, and his body, which had been bent like a bow, suddenly sprang open with astonishing speed. He refrained from launching punches or kicks, seemingly intent on engaging in close combat with an opponent adept at hand-to-hand fighting. Predictably, he was swiftly struck in the chest by his adversary's powerful blow, akin to a cannonball infused with tremendous force, causing him to fall backward like a kite severed from its string. Just as his opponent believed victory was at hand, Chen Ergou, propelled backward, suddenly kicked out with both legs, landing a swift strike to his opponent's abdomen. The two combatants collapsed almost simultaneously, embodying a reckless strategy that resulted in mutual destruction. This time, however, Chen Ergou could not rise again, while his opponent merely rubbed his belly and leaned against the wall to regain his footing. Clearly, the disparity between them was significant, prompting the latter to curse. "I've capsized in a ditch," as he prepared to deal with the man who had caused him such embarrassment. The unassuming Wang Jiefeng calmly stepped in front of Chen Ergou. The once self-assured youth, now acutely aware of a looming sense of crisis, hesitated momentarily, intrigued by Wang Jiefeng. At that moment, Chen Ergou managed to stand, but a sharp pain surged through him with his first deep breath. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Without riches, I took the hit head-on. It seems I truly cannot gain any advantage against such tough opponents. I fear this time, I am destined to fall." In the eyes of the proud inhabitants of Shanghai, whether one hails from Beijing or Guangdong, they are merely provincial folk. These Shanghai denizens, unabashedly exuding their sense of superiority, often regard outsiders with a condescending gaze. The only individuals capable of commanding their respect seem to be those from other provinces who perch atop the power hierarchy or affluent magnates who wield significant influence in this bustling metropolis. Anyone else is likely to be dismissed and marginalized by the Shanghainese. One evening, a young man disembarked from a train that had traversed the distance from Heilongjiang to Shanghai, attracting a throng of curious glances and murmurs. Towering at nearly 2 meters, his imposing physique made him stand out incongruously in any crowd. Even clad in a pair of outdated, heavy cloth shoes and tattered garments faded from wear, he would have naturally instilled a sense of intimidation among those who could only gaze up at him. However, the unpretentious grin that lit up his face, devoid of any guile, utterly undermined the innate authority and grandeur he possessed. This juxtaposition elicited a mixture of pity and relief among onlookers, many of whom subsequently wore expressions tinged with disdain for this simple giant. What could such a foolish laborer contribute to society besides squandering the nation's resources? Clutching a crumpled piece of paper with a hastily scribbled address, this perceived simpleton spent nearly half an hour poring over a map of Shanghai within the train station. No one believed he could decipher its contents, nor did anyone dare approach him. After all, the thought of being crushed by such an imposing figure, who appeared to possess a touch of eccentricity, was a prospect that no one wished to entertain. After a long journey, during which he changed buses 3 times, he finally arrived at the Ame restaurant. If Zhang Shengli were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished that this clumsy giant spent nearly half the time on the road compared to him, with fewer transfers and a shorter distance. This would surely leave Zhang Shengli, who had been navigating the streets of Shanghai for several years, utterly bewildered. As he entered the restaurant, awkwardly carrying a large burlap sack, the proprietress remained speechless, while the owner craned his neck to get a better look at him before retreating into the kitchen. Zhang Shengli, who had been dozing in a corner, stared at this giant for a full half-minute before finally exclaiming, "Silly Fugui, what brings you here? Didn't they sell you off? What a damn strange thing. I thought I was seeing things." Looking for Ergou, the giant replied with a broad grin. Zhang Shengli then led him to the SD bar, where they coincidentally encountered Wang Husheng, who was leaning against the bar entrance, smoking a cigarette. Upon hearing that they were searching for Chen Ergou, and that he was the latter's biological brother, Wang Husheng immediately sprang up on his tiptoes to gaze up at this towering figure. His face flushed as he said, "Big guy, can you fight? I reckon Ergou might be in a bit of trouble. He's currently busy engaging in a brawl, and if we don't hurry, it will be too late." Chen Fugui nodded with a smile, oblivious to any hidden implications, while Wang Husheng felt an unsettling chill from the seemingly simple and naive smile. Chapter 045. As Wang Husheng settled into the taxi, he wisely opted for the front passenger seat, leaving the entire back row for Chen Fugui. This choice illustrated the impressive stature of the man, as the taxi driver discreetly stole glances at Chen Fugui through the rearview mirror. Such a towering figure was indeed rare in Shanghai. The two men, both from the northeast and sporting thick accents, hardly resembled affluent shoppers who would frequent the upscale Hunglong Plaza. Perhaps out of a genuine apprehension towards the imposing figure, the driver refrained from any underhanded tactics and headed straight for their destination. Upon arriving at the ground floor of the plaza, Wang Husheng and Chen Fugui encountered Xiao Yao. Wang instructed her to lead them to the M2 bar. As Xiao Yao walked beside Chen Fugui, she appeared even more petite and delicate, resembling a child next to him. When they reached the corridor just outside the bar, the farce was nearing its conclusion. Although Wang Jiefeng displayed remarkable prowess in one-on-one combat, having only gleaned a smattering of northern boxing techniques from Wang Husheng, he still struggled to subdue the imposing figure known as the Bear. Had it not been for his exceptional resilience, he would have sustained internal injuries from the bear's blows. Onlookers like Zhang Sisi merely enjoyed the spectacle, while true connoisseurs recognized that the bear's Wing Chun mastery, lacking a solid foundation of over 10 years, could not possibly exhibit such fluidity and control. Although his nimble strategies and fuhu techniques were not perfected, they were far from mere showmanship. Embodying the essence of being still as a maiden yet swift as a hare, Wang Jiefeng, regardless of the intensity of the onslaught, remained steadfast, resolutely guarding Chen Ergou as if to say that any attempt to harm him would have to pass over his lifeless body first. "Enough, Jiefeng, don't court death." Leaning against the wall, Chen Ergou bellowed, "By my uncle, this Wing Chun's after effect is truly formidable, rivaling the years-old Erguo Tu." Wang Jiefeng, no matter how resilient, could scarcely endure such prolonged torment. He was reluctant to haul a corpse back to Wang Hu. The man beside the qipao-clad beauty, seemingly around 30, exuded an air of remarkable composure, hardly paying heed to his companion's scuffle. Previously engrossed in perusing stock market trends on his mobile device, he finally stowed it away and raised his gaze towards the youth known as Xiongzi, saying, "Xiongzi, it's about time to call it a day. If you yearn for a true challenge, In a few days, I shall arrange for a few adept experts from the armed police brigade to spar with you." Upon hearing the man's words, the handsome youth, though wearing a reluctant expression, obediently retreated, casting a casual glance at the distant Chen Ergou. With a mocking sneer, he remarked, "Kid, consider yourself fortunate today. Don't take it to heart. Breaking your dog leg would be a trivial task. On the military arena, it's rare to find an opponent who isn't carried out on a stretcher." The Qipao beauty chuckled softly, seemingly exasperated by her companion's indiscreet remarks. The man beside her furrowed his brow and interjected, "Enough of this chatter. Whose leg are we breaking?" A slightly discordant yet rich voice emerged, neither sharp nor harsh, as if merely inquiring whether dinner had been consumed, accompanied by an air of inexplicable amusement. All eyes involuntarily converged upon the unexpected intruder who uttered those words. To Zhang Sisi and her companions, this seemed an exceedingly foolish and self-inflicted predicament, while those behind Xiongzi found it somewhat lacking in subtlety. However, upon observing the man's imposing physique, standing at 2 meters tall and weighing 200 pounds, they could not help but express genuine astonishment. Positioned in the aisle, he exuded an aura that dared anyone to challenge him. Yet, the clean and simple sincerity of his broad smile left them perplexed. They felt that he was not issuing a provocation, but rather extending a greeting. Chen Ergou was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for the presence of this most unexpected individual. A wave of warmth, long forgotten, coursed through his heart. Even the most obstinate of ruffians possess a tender side within. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he broke into a grin and softly remarked, "Fugaway, big fool, do you wish to fight me?" Unfazed, Xiongzi dismissed the significance of this silly giant. He had encountered larger opponents before and had easily toppled them. "You intend to break his legs?" Chen Fugaway, still wearing his perennial goofy grin, seemed concerned that the man did not grasp the situation, and he pointedly indicated Chen Ergou while stating, "Break our Ergou's legs?" The woman in the Qipao smiled gently, causing her companions to be amused by Chen Fugaway's superfluous antics. The very name Ergou, so rustic, seemed laughable. Not only in Shanghai, but even in the most secluded villages along the coastal provinces, one would rarely encounter such a name. To her group, Chen Ergou was merely a somewhat audacious commoner. His name, current endeavors, and future prospects held little interest for them. The most exaggerated reaction came from a girl with a rather loud voice. Despite possessing the countenance of a refined lady, she preferred to adopt a petulant expression. At that moment, she pointed at Chen Ergou and Chen Fugaway, laughing uproariously as if there were no funnier jest in the world. Observing the brazen demeanor of the girl, Chen Fugaway nodded in agreement, his smile growing even more radiant. He thrived on the perception that others viewed him as a fool to be trampled upon. The more they saw him as a naive simpleton, the more he found amusement in their derision, creating an intriguing cycle. Wang, who remained in a secluded corner, his brow furrowed, suddenly reminded of a saying, "Dark clouds press upon the city, threatening to destroy it." Chen Fugaway stepped forward without any plan, causing Zhang Sisi and Gu Zhu's group to feel a surge of trepidation. Though his physique was imposing, having witnessed the methods of Xiongzi, they harbored no illusions. Their minds began to conjure the dismal image of such a giant toppled to the ground. Squeak! A sudden, piercing sound shattered the air, yet Chen Fugaway remained utterly motionless. As the crowd looked on in bewilderment, a man beside the Qipao-clad beauty abruptly shouted, "Xiongzi, be careful." This individual sensed the impending danger, and Chen Ergou, familiar with Fugaway, understood the ominous implication of that sound. Meanwhile, Wang Hasheng, a seasoned traveler, instinctively grasped the truth. The noise emanated from Chen Fugaway's cloth shoes scraping against the ground. His heart raced, and his eyelids fluttered. He realized that if the ground beneath the giant's feet had been dirt, it would likely have yielded 2 deep impressions from the forceful twist of his heels. Wang Hasheng grimaced, knowing that the answer would soon be revealed. Before Xiongzi could react, Chen Fugaway, harnessing the immense power from his feet, shot forth like an arrow, charging directly at his opponent. Xiongzi, seasoned by the battlefield, his face shifting with alarm, braced himself with all his might, attempting to intercept this explosive advance. As Chen Fugaway allowed Xiongzi to strike his chest head-on, he unexpectedly delivered a low, cunning kick that struck Xiongzi's calf. To everyone's astonishment, the formidable warrior was sent reeling forward, momentarily suspended in the air. With a swift motion, Chen Fugaway swept his arm and sent the nearly 6-foot-tall man crashing against the wall. In a seamless step, Chen Fugui's hand moved like lightning, seizing Xiongzi by the throat, pinning the once mighty warrior firmly against the wall. Chen Fugui seized the throat of the man who threatened to break Chen Ergou's leg, lifting him effortlessly into the air with a strength beyond human comprehension. The unfortunate fellow's feet hovered nearly 10 centimeters off the ground, his face transitioning from crimson to a ghastly shade of blue. The contrast between the man's delicate features and Chen Fugui's rugged visage, akin to a colossal bow made of bullhorn, painted an absurd picture rarely witnessed in modern society. To break Ergou's leg? Chen Fugui's profile remained devoid of any murderous intent, with an unmistakable hint of a carefree smile gracing his lips. A man with such a clean, innocent profile and a foolish grin should indeed possess a pair of bewildered and vacant eyes, rather than the fleeting glimmer of mockery that barely concealed his true feelings. Resembling a darkly humorous scene steeped in cold tones, the elegantly poised woman in a qipao wore an expression of sheer astonishment. Even she, the most composed and cunning among them, was taken aback. The others needed no further prompting. The once boisterous girl, who had anticipated the spectacle of the clumsy giant being ridiculed, now widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Wasn't the childhood companion, Xiongzi, known for his prowess in fights? Hadn't their forebears anticipated his future in the elite special forces of the Nanjing military region? The steady man beside the qipao-clad woman squinted, cautioning, "Buddy, if you don't let go, this could end in tragedy. Let us all take a step back today. The world is vast." "All right." Chen Fugui opened his mouth, revealing a set of white teeth, polished by the waters of the Aguna River and the melt of snow, and laughed. "Life is precious. However, since he dares to take one of Ergou's legs, I shall demand one in return. Just one, nothing more." He reminded everyone that he still had a free hand, which he raised. At that moment, all present could finally discern the bulging muscles beneath his thin clothing, as it seemed he truly intended to cripple this brute's leg. Unable to contain himself any longer, a mature man sprang forward. If this seemingly deranged giant were to incapacitate the bear of a man, it would surely lead to grave consequences. He could not allow such a calamity to unfold before his very eyes. Chen Fugui turned to regard the advancing man, dismissing the nearly defeated opponent with a flick of his hand, the ground once more resonating with the harsh sound of his shoes scraping against it as his formidable body surged towards his adversary. Upon nearing his foe, Chen Fugui disregarded the opponent's fierce assault, twisting at the waist, his body resembling a massive bow-drawn taut. With the force akin to splitting bamboo, his shoulder crashed into the man. Baji Quan, Taishan Cao. The power is like a bowstring snapping, the impact akin to thunder. These succinct phrases, however, were lost on Zhang Shiji, a girl who scoffed at Chinese martial arts. To her, such practices were nothing more than the flashy displays seen on televised competitions, lacking in substance and reliability. Even the worldly wise Wang Husheng could not fully comprehend the situation. Although he was not as ignorant as someone like Zhang Sisi, he had never encountered a madman like the imposing figure before him, who had relentlessly relied on trees, posts, and walls for 2 decades, unknowingly damaging countless sturdy white birch trees. Only those directly involved could truly grasp the fierce and domineering nature of this reliance. The figure was hurled backward, crashing against the wall and collapsing to the ground, a man of strength who desperately tried to rise, but to no avail. A metallic taste of blood surged in his throat as he fought to suppress the nausea and the piercing pain in his chest. He gazed at the colossal man standing defiantly in the middle of the aisle, and for the first time, a pure and primal fear welled up within him. A stylishly dressed and willful girl covered her mouth, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. The woman in the qipao gazed at the formidable giant, who stood still like a proud eagle, his eyes devoid of mockery and his face free of triumph, quietly smiling as if to convey that he could shoulder the weight of the world, even if it were to collapse. Chen Fugui turned, approaching the once arrogant, yet now ashen-faced young man who sat in despair. Looking down at him, he grinned foolishly and said, "Why disrupt anyone else? Why specifically target Ergou's leg? It could have been mine instead. My grandfather used to say, 'What you do is seen by heaven.' You cannot escape the consequences of your own actions. Even a fool like me understands this." Chapter 046. Mother, do not laugh. Chen Ergou instinctively shouted, his ire ignited upon seeing Fugui's beaming face. He rubbed his neck, struck by a swift-winged chun chop from Xiongzi. Indeed, this martial art, perceived in the North as a playful dance of femininity, possessed an extraordinary sharpness. The term Wing Chun had been introduced to him long ago by a mad old man resting beneath a tombstone. And just like the Bajiquan that he had practiced for over 20 years with Fuguwei, every mention from the elder was accompanied by an array of obscure and complex terminologies. He recalled, at 4 or 5 years of age, occasionally witnessing the old man sip a bit of strong liquor before performing a few routines at dawn. At that tender age, he felt no particular impression, merely perceiving it as a form of acrobatics. The only notable sensation was the dull thud of feet striking the ground. It was only after numerous brawls in his youth that he realized that sound heralded a fierce wind. Fuguwei had once remarked that Bajiquan emphasized the art of swaying shoulders and stomping feet, echoing across the land. And to reach the level of mastery that came after his grandfather was afflicted by alcohol, one would need to practice for another decade or two. Fuguwei indeed refrained from laughter, yet he had no intention of sparing Xiongzi. The youth, nearly choked to death by Fuguwei's powerful grip, kicked out in desperation, but was swiftly caught by Chen Fuguwei's left hand at the ankle. With a sudden yank, it was as if Chen Ergou had devised a trap to hoist his prey. With his right fist clenched, he prepared to deliver a devastating blow to Xiongzi's knee, a strike that would surely cripple a leg. Among the group, led by Xiongzi, only he and the man, who sustained internal injuries from a blow by Chen Fuguwei, possess any fighting ability. The rest, both men and women, are akin to Gu Ju's group, merely individuals blessed with a slightly greater inheritance or a modicum of power. The hysterical and spoiled women wail inconsolably, their eyes shut tight, shrieking in a manner that misleads onlookers into believing Chen Fuguwei is assaulting them. Just before the impending tragedy unfolds, Chen Ergou, in a fit of rage, exclaims, "You scoundrel! Do you think the weapon in your hand is a mere trinket? If you possess a knife, then wield it with the intent to skin and dismember. This is Shanghai, not Zhangjiazi. If you maim someone, you shall face imprisonment. Should you dare step out of Zhangjiazi, you will find yourself languishing in prison. Curse your future wife's ancestors for generations." Ultimately, Chen Fuguwei chose to spare Xiongzi, allowing him to evade disaster. In many respects, he exhibits a far greater breadth of perspective than Chen Ergou. However, in certain matters, he becomes more obstinate than Chen Ergou. He is a fool, ensnared in a trivial game where he derives predictable, base amusement for others, and his indifference to worldly affairs leads him to forego petty advantages, perpetually suffering minor losses. Yet, there remains a peculiar incident that the villagers from the 6 or 7 settlements near Zhangjiazi dare only to ponder in silence. Approximately 8 or 9 years ago, a group of outsiders arrived in Zhangjiazi to procure commodities such as tiger bones, deer hides, and wild ginseng. Among them, several individuals, emboldened by their wealth, attempted to harass Ergou's mother. However, the following day, after this group of 6 or 7 men ventured into the mountains, they were never seen again. Their remains entirely missing, leaving no trace behind. The sole clue was that on that fateful day, Chen Fuguwei was not seen grinning foolishly while holding a bowl atop a tree stump. The villagers of Zhangjiazi deemed this simpleton genuinely foolish. If he were indeed responsible for their disappearance, he would surely descend into the depths of hell, suffering a fate worse than death. Even a minor slip-up would warrant a punishment too severe for a single lifetime. Wang Hu, leaning against the wall, discovered that he was drenched in sweat. With a heavy exhale, he lamented, "Old blind man, you have never encountered a good person in your life, nor met the esteemed individuals you so admire. I consider myself fortunate, for I have finally laid eyes upon a celestial being, even if today is not that day. With 2 or 3 decades of cultivation, one could undoubtedly become a formidable giant in their own right." While Wang Jiefeng was working as a security guard at the Tangcheng Golf Villa, he encountered a colleague proficient in northern boxing styles, including the 8 Extremes fist. Although this individual was not a disciple of a renowned master, his movements and postures were quite impressive. However, upon witnessing Chen Fuguwei's prowess, Wang Jiefeng immediately recognized he had encountered a true expert. In this world, no one can genuinely defy gravity and traverse walls effortlessly. Yet, Wang Jiefeng had indeed witnessed someone leap over walls taller than 2 men without the aid of any external support, whether it be the 8 Extremes fist or Wing Chun. Reaching the pinnacle of mastery might not enable one to take on 100 adversaries simultaneously, but it certainly isn't far-fetched to claim that one could incapacitate a dozen or 20 formidable opponents in a single breath. The once cowed Zhang Sisi and her entourage of second-rate young lords now gazed upon Chen Ergou with a reverence akin to that of deities. Who exactly was this towering figure that had emerged so suddenly? Zhang Sisi instinctively glanced at Chen Ergou, who was twisting and turning to alleviate his discomfort, sensing a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. After much contemplation, he finally managed to utter a statement that provoked derision from the women present, including the qipao-clad lady and Zhang Sisi herself, while simultaneously sending a chill down their spines. Ergou, don't break his legs. At least show a little mercy, after all. A bruised face doesn't warrant imprisonment. Xiongzi inwardly cursed Chen Ergou, the despicable wretch, with fervent disdain, abandoning all semblance of composure as he rose to evade Chen Ergou's awkward pursuit. Chen Ergou, however, harbored no intentions of mercilessly attacking a drowning rat. Instead, he merely chuckled foolishly at Chen Ergou, seemingly deriving great satisfaction from the devious request that had so aptly resonated with his cunning nature. In past altercations between the villages, it was customary for the beleaguered Chen Ergou to adopt a sarcastic tone, compelling Ergou to take action against his adversaries. Ergou would assert, "Ergou will do it." This is how the Chun brothers are perceived in Zhangjiazi. The villagers of Zhangjiazi had always believed that whatever Ergou proposed, Ergou, the simpleton, would undertake without hesitation, even if it meant traversing treacherous paths. Despite being perceived as dim-witted, Ergou had, over the years, made numerous perilous journeys into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs for Ergou's health, often returning narrowly from encounters that seasoned herbalists would shun. His unwavering devotion to his brother was, without question, commendable. Xiongzi assisted the gravely injured man, resembling a cobra as he regarded Chen Ergou, and inquired, "My friend, would you dare grant me the opportunity to seek your guidance in the future?" Chen Ergou, adopting a fearless demeanor, seemingly without a shred of thought, blurted out an address, brazenly challenging, "Feel free to come." Zhang Sisi and Gu Zhu simultaneously derided him as a fool, while only Xiao Yao and Wang Hu, among the few who understood Chen Ergou's true nature, recognized that the address was nothing but a ruse. Should one heed Ergou's directions, the location could indeed be found. Yet the living Chen Ergou would certainly be nowhere to be seen. Uncertain whether it was due to her own intelligence or the inadequacies of Chen Ergou's acting, the alluring woman in the qipao displayed a bemused expression, as if she had seen through Chen Ergou's petty tricks. Her indifference towards her companion's injury was unsettling, and her gaze oscillated between Chen Ergou and Chen Ergou, murmuring, "The eagle of the north, the falcon of the south, truly akin at their core." Chen Ergou approached Chen Ergou, his weathered hands, rough and calloused, expertly pressing on the neck and lower ribs where Chen Ergou had been struck. Assessing a few acupoints before chuckling, no serious harm. Upon hearing this, the qipao-clad woman and her companions instinctively exhaled in relief, as it was evident that if the individual named Chen Ergou had truly been in peril, the day's events would have spiraled into chaos. In her eyes, there was not a trace of resentment. Rather, there was an unmistakable admiration. The imposing figure from the north had effortlessly subdued the formidable Xiongzi, who was regarded as a skilled fighter within the garrison, and even sent flying Wu Huang, who had spent 6 or 7 years in one of the top reconnaissance units of the Nanjing military region. This indicated that unless the authorities were compelled to intervene forcibly, any attempts to seek assistance in the short term would be futile. However, even if the Shanghai garrison or the armed police force were stirred into action, she believed that the towering figure had likely overpowered them all beforehand. Such a scenario would lead to a disastrous outcome for both sides. A negative non-zero-sum game that she detested, even to the extent of loathing it. The beauty in a qipao gently wiped the tears of the defiant girl who had lost her voice and softly chuckled, "Little Kama, you always clamor around us, yearning to encounter grand heroes and malevolent villains. Now that you have, do you not find it rather dull? Do not be misled into thinking that having witnessed a few skirmishes grants you an understanding of the world. The realm of Jianghu is one that even our fathers and grandfathers could not fathom. We tread cautiously, ever fearful that a moment's negligence may lead to our downfall. You are but a child. Life is not a martial arts novel, and you are not its heroine. There are no chivalrous figures to rescue you. For the true heroes of this world have either fallen victim to treachery or been corrupted by malice. Heed my words, and, as your mother advises, pursue your studies in Canada with diligence, understood?" The girl, nicknamed Little Kama, wiped her tears and nodded, her voice choked with emotion. She harbored a profound loathing for the terrifying Chen Ergou, but her disdain was even greater for the brash individual named Ergou, who, despite his lack of true ability, boasted a menacing arrogance. He was a scoundrel who delighted in kicking others when they were down, flaunting his authority and posturing like a small-time bully. If only she could bite him without facing the wrath of that affable giant who smiled so warmly. She would have relished the chance to tear a piece from Chen Ergou. As the farce finally drew to a close, the woman in the qipao cast a final glance at the towering figure. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Ergou audaciously directed his gaze toward her bosom. Reminding herself of the long road ahead, she turned to leave, yet it felt as though her silhouette, ensconced within the fabric of her qipao, was laid bare before those prying eyes. Zhang Sisi and her companions dispersed, not daring to utter a word of thanks to Chen Ergou. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather an overwhelming fear that gripped their hearts. Xiao Yao rushed to Chen Ergou's side, her face etched with concern as she tightly grasped the man's hand, resolutely stifling her tears, her stubbornness rendering her pitifully delicate. Chen Ergou exhaled deeply, patting Wang Jiefeng's shoulder, and called out to Wang Hu, "Quickly take Jiefeng to the hospital for a checkup. Such internal injuries cannot be ignored and must be thoroughly treated, or he will suffer greatly in the latter half of his life." As they exited the Honglong Plaza building, just as Chen Ergou was about to descend the steps, the lingering words he had hesitated to voice earlier dissipated, replaced by a solemnity that erased any trace of his previous foolish grin. "Ergou, I have something to say." Chen Ergou's body tensed, his hand trembling as he extracted a cigarette, struggling to light it. "Mother has passed away," Chen Ergou said, his eyes reddening. The towering figure of 2 meters stood at the entrance of the opulent building, no longer exuding the grandeur of a champion outside the bar, but instead embodying a profound desolation. Uttering those 3 brief words seemed more arduous than a crushing blow. Chen Ergou remained silent, turning his back to everyone as he crouched on the steps, finally igniting the cigarette, but not smoking it, instead gazing blankly at the ceaseless flow of the road ahead. As those affluent men and women adorned in resplendent attire, shopping or indulging in leisure at Honglong Plaza, beheld the poignant scene, they witnessed a young man, clad in worn-out canvas shoes, crouching on the steps, his head buried in his knees. He held a cigarette between 2 fingers without ever taking a puff. His shoulders heaved, stifled sobs escaping him, devoid of heart-wrenching cries or tears streaming down his face. He merely concealed his visage, refusing to allow anyone a glimpse of his sorrow. The falcon chooses to soar in a sky broader than that of the eagle, yet this choice inevitably leads to greater solitude. Chen Ergou squatted beside him, gazing upward, seemingly striving to prevent something from spilling forth from his eyes. In a trembling voice, he recounted, "Before she departed, my mother told me, 'Ergou, this child is frail. In the frigid north, I do not regret sending him to the south. In the future, bring your wife and hold your son. Come visit my grave. Each of you should offer a cup of wine to me, and on the journey of reincarnation, you shall tread with ease. What I fear most is that in the next life, I may not be able to be Ergou's mother again." Chapter 047. Wealth. This chapter may well be the briefest in the entire book, yet it feels complete as it stands. Any additional words would be superfluous. I confess, without fear of ridicule, that while composing this chapter, my eyes were misty for quite some time. If one does not first move oneself, it is unlikely to evoke emotions in others. This, aside from the completion of the book, is my utmost responsibility to you. Wang Husheng pulled Wang Jiefeng into the car bound for the hospital. Xiao Yao, initially wishing to stay behind, was also ushered along by Wang Husheng. A pair of brothers, who had toiled for over a decade in the remote mountains, sat on the stone steps outside Honglong Plaza. Chen Ergou's cigarette had long since burned out, and Chen Ergou chose to sit on the steps, refraining from disturbing Chen Ergou, who had buried his head deep in his knees. Since their childhood, the Chen family had consisted of only 4 members. When their grandfather passed away, Chen Ergou was still quite young. The burial signified little more than the absence of a beloved yet eccentric old man who delighted in singing Peking opera. The loss of that irksome elder, who was a source of disdain for the entire Zhangjiazi, did not pierce Chen Ergou's heart in the least. Yet this time was different. Ergou understood the profound guilt and gratitude that Ergou felt towards their mother after growing up. She was small and delicate, hardly resembling a northern woman. Standing at less than 1.60 meters, she had toiled and suffered her entire life, caring for 2 sons cruelly abandoned by their father, and in those early years, She also had to tend to a husband whose addiction to alcohol consumed him. The only photograph preserved within the frame captured her as a young woman, unremarkable yet possessing a gentle elegance. However, the most enduring impression left on the people of Zhangjiazhuang was of her frail silhouette, stooped and serene, waiting at the door under the dim yellow light for her 2 sons to return home. This once most enchanting woman of Zhangjiazhuang had been harshly transformed by a life filled with hardship into a withering birch leaf that fell too soon. Chen Ergou had failed to gain admission to university, yet their mother held no resentment. Nevertheless, Ergou could not dispel the sense of guilt that the villagers secretly harbored against him. Their mother had a penchant for favoring and indulging Ergou, something Fugaway had been aware of since childhood, but he did not perceive it as favoritism. Ergou fiercely protected their mother, himself, and the fragile Chen family. Having snatched a life back from the clutches of death, Ergou did not cower behind his mother, but instead behaved like a rabid dog, ready to bite anyone who dared to challenge him. This unwavering determination was evident to Fugaway, stirring both admiration and pain within him. Thus, their mother departed peacefully, unafraid that her stubbornly cherished youngest son would be harmed by the monstrous city. She believed only that the South was warm and conducive to health. And even if she never saw him one last time, she held no blame against him, merely worrying about him and fearing that his clothing might not be warm enough. Chen Ergou lifted his gaze towards the bustling traffic of Nanjing West Road and softly inquired, "Fugaway, where is mother buried?" Grandfather had long selected a suitable resting place for mother. I arrived in Shanghai only after completing all the arrangements for her farewell. That location possesses auspicious feng shui. In her next life, mother will undoubtedly not suffer as she did in this one, Chen Fugaway lamented. Fugaway, do you think mother must have owed us something in her past life? Why must she endure such hardship, leaving us without a chance to see her grandchildren? Without witnessing my accomplishments? Chen Ergou said, trembling as he lit a cigarette, tilting his head back as he choked back tears. Mother never committed any wrongs or acted with malice throughout her life, except for this one matter. I harbor resentment towards her. I shall resent her for eternity. Fugaway, whenever I think of mother, I detest that wretched creature in the photograph, the scoundrel who fled back to the city alone. Why was it not enough for him to ruin mother's happiness for a lifetime? He also brought forth a frail wretch like me to suffer further misfortune. Grandfather often said, man acts, and heaven observes. It is not that heaven is blind. Even it has moments of slumber. Chen Fugaway gently patted Chen Ergou's head and sighed. Ergou, whether one can attain a position of great prominence in the future depends on one's depth of character, skillfulness, vision, and perhaps a touch of fate. In a vast country like China, only a select few can truly wield power and influence. Some individuals, in their bewilderment and stumbling, inadvertently leap over the dragon gate, appearing absurd yet following a discernible path. Much like yourself, you have always perceived yourself as inferior to me, for you are the one immersed in the situation while I stand as an observer. Thus, I comprehend that grandfather's indulgence and esteem for you are not without reason. Indeed, you have not gained admission to a prestigious university, your appearance is unremarkable, and the cunning you possess may seem superficial to the powerful in the metropolis. To them, you may merely appear as a somewhat shrewd and somewhat fierce peasant. However, grandfather foresaw your potential long ago, asserting that while you may not possess innate talent, through diligent study, you will surely acquire skill. Do not forget, at the tender age of 4, you bested me, a 6-year-old, flawlessly transcribing the intricate Hanlong Jing, whereas I faltered, making 2 mistakes. The adage that one can discern a person's future at 3 holds true. Grandfather's affection for you is not without cause, as he has placed the hopes of the Chen family upon your shoulders. Grandfather seldom spoke of his past, and even on his gravestone, there are only the 7 characters inscribing grandfather Chen Fuxing's tomb. Yet, it is evident that he was not merely a drunken old fool. Can you truly believe that a man who discarded his own name and the accolades and misfortunes of his life would value you solely because you are his grandson? Chen Ergou smiled bitterly, saying, even if I succeed, mother will never see it. Is that so? Chen Fugaway gestured toward the heavens, then the earth, and finally pointed to his own heart, stating, the deceased, the buried, and the living are all watching. Ergou, you have never lived for yourself. Haven't you grown weary? Now that mother has departed, I no longer require your care. From this point forward, live for yourself. Regardless of whether you are perceived as an ungrateful scoundrel or a compassionate savior, all I desire is for you to live well, The lives of others, myself, Chen Fuguwei, your brother, have never concerned me. Chen Ergou took a deep drag of his cigarette, the acrid smoke stinging his lungs, prompting a loud cough. Chen Fuguwei then donned his signature smile and remarked, "Grandfather named you Floating Life, while I am Fuguwei, Chen Fuguwei. It may sound foolish, but it is derived from the saying gaining wealth and status through injustice is to me as ephemeral as floating clouds. The splendor of wealth holds no greater significance for me than the meager existence in the mountains. However, should I amass substantial wealth to repair Mother S and Grandfather S graves, I would not confine myself in Zhangjiazi, gazing at the minuscule expanse of sky. Without you and Mother, Zhangjiazi has become a prison to me, where I fear that any movement may disturb those resting in their graves." Chapter 048. The Guardian Dog. Temporary notice. Only one chapter today. A woman clad in a cheongsam, regardless of her demeanor that may seem aloof, invariably evokes an illusion of seductive charm. Those with less than desirable figures often shy away from wearing it, while those of modest background likely cannot afford it. Thus, a woman who dares to don a cheongsam is certainly not one untouched by the mundane world. Tianxin, upon donning her custom-made cheongsam, never anticipated the ensuing turmoil. One individual lay nearly lifeless on a hospital bed, while another, with a bruised neck, resembled a fool bereft of spirit, refusing to utter a word. Accompanied by the sorrowful little Douhao, she exited the chilling confines of the Nanjing Military Region Hospital, embarking on her incongruous Q7, with the despondent girl beside her, her once pretty face now marred by tears. Tianxin patted Douhao's head and smiled. "Douhao, doesn't this feel like a scene from a gangster film? Do not be afraid. Such incidents are unlikely to occur again in your lifetime. It is hardly surprising that others can be so ruthless. Having witnessed Xiongzi's earlier contempt towards others, I found it intolerable. This situation is inherently unjust. Douhao, upon your return to JS, refrain from mentioning this matter to your father, as he is overly protective, and one can only imagine the chaos that might ensue. He resembles a soldier from the Liberation War era, exuding an incongruous aura of banditry. Otherwise, how could he still hold 2 bars and 4 stars? He should have long since exchanged 2 bars for golden pine branches. My grandfather remarked that my father, with his stubborn temperament, has long since realized he would never don a general's uniform, with the rank of colonel being the pinnacle of his achievements. Had it not been for that, my grandfather would not have entrusted my mother to him. My mother is so enchanting. If my grandfather did not find my father's demeanor appealing, how could he have chosen the most inconspicuous one among a throng of suitors? Xiao Di sighed softly and said, "Sister, do you think Wu Huang is of any significance?" Tan Xian smiled and replied, "His health is robust. He is unlikely to face any grave issues, though he cannot escape lying in a hospital bed for a month or 2. Wu Huang is composed. Despite suffering a significant loss, he is not likely to act rashly. My concern lies with Xiongzi, who, relying on his local influence in SH, might insist on confronting those 2 outsiders head-on. Please help me persuade him. He is rather stubborn and may refuse to yield. We do not belong to a family with the power to sway both local and central authorities at will, at most. We hold a modicum of influence within a single province. Moreover, Wu Huang's foundations are in Subei, and his family has grievances with many in SH. Xiongzi's reckless grandfather has stepped back for several years. Even the fiercest tiger loses its teeth after 4 or 5 years, and now insignificant juniors dare to act domineeringly. If trouble arises, my family is opportunistic and fickle, easily swayed. They may cheer from a distance, but when it comes to lending a hand, they would not." The weary Xiao Di nodded obediently, saying, "Sister, I will heed your advice. Are you frightened?" In a candid conversation, it is acknowledged that while there may indeed be a fair number of arrogant and brash offspring emerging from families steeped in red traditions, the majority do not embody the reckless spirit of youth. On the contrary, under the family influence, they often possess a certain shrewdness and broader perspective compared to their peers. They understand the adage that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Individuals like Wu Huang and Xiao Douhao exemplify this trait, particularly Wu Huang, whose familial influence may be confined to northern Jiangsu, yet he embodies the demeanor of a true gentleman far more than many second-generation elites from Beijing. His family is akin to local emperors, yet throughout his education, from primary school to university, and even into military service, no one was aware of his privileged background. He presented himself as an ordinary child, exhibiting low-key behavior, kindness towards others, and a tendency to be taciturn. During his student years, he did not leverage his status to woo women, nor did he utilize his family name while serving in the military. His experiences on public transport far outnumbered those spent in government-issued vehicles. It was only after his discharge that he acquired a Cadillac, a purchase made possible because a friend, caught in the stock market snares and in urgent need of cash, sold him the car just days after acquiring it. This seemingly mild-mannered individual is, in truth, a figure of genuine pride. As for Xiao Douhao, whose real name is Douhao, coincidentally resembling the sound of a comma, he too grew up in a military compound. His demeanor is marked by a carefree and boisterous attitude, lacking in guile or scheming. While his intentions are genuinely good, he possesses a somewhat tempestuous temperament. Learning from his experiences, after a lengthy silence, Douhao, his face pale, inquired, "Sister, do you really think that tall fellow is human?" To which Tan Xin could not help but chuckle, replying, "If he is not human, then is he some sort of deity or monster?" In my mind, there arises an indelible image of that honest, rugged visage, adorned with a smile as pristine as freshly fallen snow, untainted and luminous, alongside a physique as imposing as a deity. Yet, following this recollection, there lingers an elusive specter that flits through my thoughts like a fleeting shadow. This individual, perpetually hunched, harbors an aversion to exposing his back to others, his gaze fixated upon those around him with the intensity reserved for prey. I recall, from my childhood, my venerable great-grandfather, over 80 years of age, recounting tales of a breed of dog known as the Shou Mountain Dog, native to the Chongbai Mountains in northeast China. A creature so formidable that even the northeast tiger dared not provoke it. In a whisper, I mused, a dog is but a dog, incapable of altering its nature, and I refused to believe it could vanquish a tiger. Wang Husheng had no intention of allowing Wang Jiefang to recuperate in the hospital. Despite the hospital's fervent insistence post-examination for him to remain under their care, Wang Husheng remained resolute. He made a visit to the traditional medicine shop, procuring a plethora of herbal ingredients, and upon returning home, he began to prepare the concoction for Wang Jiefang. His faith lay not in Western medicine nor in the so-called advancements of modern technology. Rather, he trusted in the ancestral wisdom passed down through millennia. Though he was merely a self-taught practitioner, lacking formal credentials, and having learned under the tutelage of an old blind man, Wang Jiefang placed his complete trust in this young man and did not perceive his life as a mere jest. Squatting by the door, Wang Jiefang observed Wang Husheng as he tended to the medicinal concoction over the coal stove, mastering the art of heat regulation. The aromatic essence of the herbs permeated the entire building. "Useless coward," Wang Husheng muttered softly, without turning to face Wang Jiefang. Wang Jiefang's countenance darkened, for the truth lay bare before him. Had it not been for the towering figure's intervention, he and Chen Ergou might well have been beaten to a pulp. "I understand your reluctance to abandon the sordid affair at Tangshan Gulf. You harbor a sense of indignation at the thought of demeaning yourself by working security at a modest eatery. I have no desire to elaborate, for I typically refrain from engaging in discourse with those who carry a pig's brain upon their shoulders. However, given the unfolding of today's events, I shall offer you a word of caution." Wang Husheng squinted at the coal stove, his tone stiff as he remarked, "If you wish to continue being my subordinate without dragging me down, lift your gaze to observe others and lower it to attend to your tasks. The one you ought to look up to is Chen Ergou, while the duties assigned to you are those that Chen Ergou either cannot or does not wish to undertake. Regardless, your hands have long been tarnished, so what does it matter if you engage in a few more unscrupulous deeds?" With a grave expression, Wang Jiefang intoned, "Cousin, I shall only ask this once. Does Chen Ergou truly merit such consideration from you?" Wang Husheng paused momentarily before responding. "If we are to speak of reasons and lofty principles, I cannot provide you with an answer. In any case, consider it mere fate. Furthermore, should you call me brother in the presence of others, I will not hesitate to slap you. Once you have ascended to prominence, I might reconsider, but for now, the thought of a person who cannot even determine what they shall do tomorrow addressing me as brother unsettles me to my core." Behind Wang Husheng, a man whose life had nearly been forfeited to protect Chen Ergou chuckled softly and scratched his head. Upon returning to her apartment in a daze, Xiao Yao sat on her bed, lost in thought for 2 long hours. When Zhang Sisi returned after escorting Gu Ju to the hospital and attending to matters there, she found Xiao Yao motionless, resembling a statue. Concerned, Zhang Sisi inquired, "Xiao Yao, are you all right?" The tall one assured us that Ergo is fine. Besides, I believe someone as wicked as he is hardly destined for a short life. You needn't fret over it. Xiao Yao turned to Zhang Sisi and managed a pale smile, saying, I truly am fine. My worries do not stem from the fight. Zhang Sisi, skeptical, asked, Are you really okay? Stretching lazily, Xiao Yao replied, Indeed. If you don't believe me, check the bottle of sleeping pills in your drawer. Not a single one has gone missing. Zhang Sisi was taken aback. Xiao Yao leapt off the bed and suddenly fixed Zhang Sisi with a sorrowful gaze, causing the latter to feel a pang of anxiety. A child wishes to care for their parent, yet the parent has already departed. My mother has passed away, and I couldn't even catch a final glimpse of her. Sisi, why must someone like Ergou endure such suffering? Initially, I thought that rural folk merely lived in poverty, facing disdain and neglect in the city. Yet why is it that for Ergou, life is fraught with violence and hardship? Zhang Sisi responded candidly, I do not know. Please do not ask me, nor look at me with such eyes. I am quite superficial. It is only after today's upheaval that I begin to understand why you have treated that beast so harshly. Chapter 049. No Laughter. The proprietress, Mei, is a true native of Shanghai, possessing a pride that allows her to look down upon even the wealthiest of the upper crust. No one knows why she was initially drawn to the frail and timid owner, nor why she bore him 2 children, bestowing upon him the privilege of Shanghai residency, transforming this peasant from the northeastern corner of the country into a local citizen. Perhaps she was momentarily deranged or simply made an ill-fated choice. Outsiders remain oblivious. Yet she understands that a true man is not merely one who fights fiercely or feigns loyalty. She harbors no desire to live as a widow or to endure life with a man who prioritizes his brothers over his wife. Thus, she finds the owner, who lacks courage by day yet exhibits vitality in the bedroom at night, quite appealing. Perhaps it is love for the home that prompts her to take a liking to Chen Ergou, the well-meaning but simple-minded northeastern farmer. She unabashedly flirts with this young lad, untroubled by the prospect of repulsing him. Though new to Shanghai and still a Navi youth, he possesses a roving eye, often stealing glances at beautiful women while serving tea and dishes. As winter sets in, he eagerly anticipates the arrival of summer, daring to harbor a modicum of interest in her daughter. Nonetheless, Mei resolves to appoint him as a tutor for her child, Xiao Wei. This decision not only saves her the expense of hiring a teacher, but also alleviates her fears of any nefarious intentions from this young man. A boy who is willing to brew medicinal liquor for the elder son is inherently good, and even if he possesses some flaws, they are unlikely to run deep. She is also curious about who might eventually become this boy's bride. Xiao Wei, unlikely, for she is too innocent, and at present, Ergou may not even find her appealing. In the future, they will be worlds apart, much like the difference between the heavens and the earth. As for Wang Hu, with his inability to articulate anything of substance, he is hardly a contender. The proprietress had never encountered the girl, yet she felt instinctively that the young woman was merely a catalyst, leading Ergou into the vast expanse of Shanghai. The weight of her presence was not to be underestimated, albeit not overwhelmingly significant. As for Chao Jinjia, the proprietress, Mei, shook her head. That woman was remarkable. In truth, Shanghai is not as vast as it seems. Even if Mei had never tasted pork, she had witnessed myriad peculiarities wandering the streets of Shanghai. Yet, Chao Jinjia was indeed exceptional. This was the proprietress's intuition. For Ergou to win her over, he would need to exert considerable effort and perhaps rely on a stroke of luck. At this moment, Chen Ergou, Chen Fugui, Wang Husheng, and Wang Jiefeng were seated at a table, ordering a plethora of northeastern dishes. Upon seeing these 4 men, the proprietress realized that Ergou was no longer the naive youth who had first set foot in Mei's restaurant. Trembling at the sight of 600 or 700 yuan bills standing behind the counter, she sighed with nostalgia. The 4 men were engrossed in their meal, speaking little. Chen Fugui abstained from alcohol, and Wang Jiefeng, having sustained an injury, also refrained from drinking, opting solely for the food. Their feast was a gratifying affair. Wang Husheng tossed a cigarette to Chen Ergou, and the 2 men across from each other soon began to smoke leisurely. Wang Jiefeng fixed his gaze intently on Chen Fugui, anxious not to miss any detail, while Fugui chuckled merrily. These 4 men formed an unusual and intriguing assembly. The enigmatic Wang Husheng, the steadfast Wang Jiefeng, the capable Fugui, and the cunning Chen Ergou. A brawl involving 20 or 30 individuals would be mere trifles for them. Brother Fugui, Wang Jiefeng exclaimed, unable to restrain himself, as he extended his thumb in admiration. Chen Ergou remained silent, diligently surveying his surroundings, exhibiting the guileless and simple demeanor characteristic of a rural man, akin to all those who first venture into the city. The proprietress, having never witnessed his demeanor outside the M2 bar at Hunglong Plaza, was not particularly impressed. Merely noting the man's considerable stature, Wang Husheng marveled sincerely, admiring Chen Ergou's physique. Even merely sitting beside him evoked an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Wang Husheng had heard the old blind man recount tales of Baji Quan, a martial art he had explored throughout much of China in search of various masters, one of whom was a legendary figure akin to the forefather of Baji Quan. According to the old blind man, reaching the pinnacle of Baji Quan would not render one impervious to blades and bullets, as those exaggerated claims often suggest, yet one could endure the harshest winter, bare-chested, feeling as warm as in June. In the mountains, trees were abundant and of little value. If one were to account for those that had been damaged, the number was not substantial, merely 16. Chen Ergou chuckled. 17. Chen Ergou replied with a sheepish grin. Chen Ergou opened his mouth, falling into a profound silence, leaving Wang Husheng and Wang Jiefeng bewildered. These 17 trees were personally selected by my grandfather alongside his brother many years ago, with a specific order established, ranging from slender to robust. Each tree was mandated to be felled within a year. It seemed the elder had once remarked that once these 17 trees were downed, fortune would allow one to emerge from the mountains. Thus, he refrained from assisting in the selection any further, having fulfilled his role as a wise old man. He imparted the importance of mutual support between the two brothers, emphasizing that in this lifetime, their bond stemmed from a profound destiny that allowed them to emerge as brothers from the same womb. The girth of the 17th tree was unfathomable to Wang Husheng and Wang Jiefeng, yet within merely half a year, it was felled. Chen Ergou could even envision the poignant scene of fortune alone in the deep mountains, felling trees after his mother had departed. Overcome with emotion, he urged Wang Husheng to procure a bottle of Erguo too, pouring a glass and raising it in a toast, downing it in one swift motion. Prior to arriving in Shanghai, while Chen Ergou indulged in alcohol, he did so sparingly, unable to afford it and disinclined to spend. Moreover, having witnessed the drunken rants of deranged elders, he had developed an innate aversion to alcohol. However, upon reaching Shanghai, he discovered that this drink was indeed a delightful companion. Previously, during Chinese literature classes, he would scoff at poetic allusions to wine, yet in retrospect, he realized there was truth in those verses. With a glass in hand, he poured a second and raised it toward Wang Jiefeng, saying, "Liberation, this glass is for you. I am uncertain if my demeanor is overly modest or excessively brazen, for I detest uttering thank you and I am sorry. Yet, I shall remember today's events. Your body bears wounds, so do not feel obliged to join me in this toast. Let your cousin drink in your stead." Chen Ergou and Wang Hu drained their drinks in a manner reminiscent of a spirited revelry that would culminate in a sleep lasting 3,000 days. Intoxicated by a sense of abandon, Chen Ergou's once pallid visage took on an unhealthy flush, while Chen Ergou hesitated, caught between words, ultimately failing to deter him from his fervent drinking. Li Sheng crouched at the staircase on the second floor, her wide eyes observing the towering figure of Chen Ergou. In the meantime, Li Wei, who had been engrossed in her studies, slipped out and was taken aback upon seeing Chen Ergou. Upon noticing the oblivious Chen Ergou, this increasingly perplexing young man, she felt the weight of the age gap, 15 years old, still in the throes of incomplete development, separated by a decade from Chen Ergou. The divide between their worlds, one urban and the other rural, loomed like an insurmountable chasm. Although she could not comprehend his reality, she sensed his growing distance. Regrettably, she was merely a girl accustomed to the romantic tales of fleeting love, overwhelmed by the heavy, obscure tome of the Black Bag Sutra placed before her. Likely retreating from it, she resembled the first girl who brushed past Chen Ergou, destined to a life of indulging in the delicate verses of Ruan Dachin's Swallow's Note and similar works. Their emotions could not withstand the tempest of profound sorrow and joy. This was beyond right or wrong. The young Li Wei turned back to her studies, her uncomplicated mind still preoccupied with the upcoming episode of Hunan TV's Happy Camp. "Ergou, what do you wish to do next?" Chen Ergou poured a third glass of baijiu. "I shall follow your lead," Ergou replied with a smile. "Very well, then let us join the army." Chen Ergou downed a glass of 56-degree liquor in one go. Damn it, it was truly authentic, undiluted. The fiery burn scorched his throat as he sprang to his feet and dashed outside, wasting not a moment. He intended to make a phone call. Having already owed her so many favors, what was one more? Chen Ergou ran swiftly, for he felt that he had squandered over 20 years of opportunity, and he could not afford to delay even a minute longer. On the other end of the line, Chao Jianjia remained silent. Although she was pleased with Chen Fugui's enlistment, her enthusiasm was notably subdued, as if she had already surmised the passing of Chen Ergou's mother. Eventually, she remarked, "Tomorrow I will have someone take Fugui directly to the Shanghai garrison. He will fly straight to the Shenyang military district on a military aircraft. Rest assured, once Fugui is in the army, if he cannot become one of China's finest soldiers, the Chao family will no longer bear the surname Chao." Once again, Chen Ergou refrained from uttering the words of thanks, for the woman on the other end was not one who required his gratitude. Originally, that evening, Zhang Xingli and Wang Hushing had discussed the idea of retreating to a small inn to vacate the space for Chen Fugui. However, Chen Ergou, in an unprecedented turn of events, called for a taxi and headed towards the vicinity of Jinmao Tower with Chen Fugui. They strolled along the banks of the Huangpu River, and throughout that night, he consumed an entire pack of cigarettes, fueled by the intoxication of the moment, weeping by the riverside until his voice became hoarse, unable to utter another sound. Chen Fugui remained silent, merely observing the solitary figure of Chen Ergou, who had felt alone in Zhangjiazi, at school, and in Shanghai. The departure of his mother had cast a shadow over Ergou's aspirations of providing her with a better life. Yet, upon arriving in Shanghai, it seemed he had discovered a purpose for his existence. Fugui gazed at the river and the tower, igniting within himself the first flicker of ambition after leaving the mountains. The following morning, as the Ame restaurant opened its doors, a rugged vehicle bearing the license plate of the Shanghai garrison drove up. From it emerged a formidable man clad in military uniform, adorned with 2 bars and 2 stars, an authentic middle-ranking colonel. Upon spotting Chen Fugui, the soldier's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he lamented, "What a fine specimen. It's a pity he is not in our military district. It's truly a loss for us to the Shenyang military district." Early riser Wang Hushing observed the 2 brothers, pondering what kind of grandfather could raise such exceptional grandsons, and what sort of man could nurture such sons. "Fugui," Chen Ergou rasped, "once you are in the army, and I am not there to watch over you. Don't let others take advantage of you. It pains me to see you suffer losses." Chen Fugui nodded with a smile. "You possess greater intellect and physical prowess than I, and you have thrived in the military. Once you emerge, should I fail to repay the immense kindness bestowed upon us by that woman, do not forget the goodwill she extended to our family. Mother is unwilling to owe anyone a debt of gratitude. Before her departure, we did not afford her a life of comfort, and I cannot allow her to leave this world in disquiet." Grandfather spoke wisely. The Chen family must not become ingrates. Chen Ergou spoke solemnly, adjusting Chen Fugui's attire. "With both grandfather and mother now resting in their graves, watching over me, I must ensure their spirits find peace. Live well, and await my return, dear brother." Chen Fugui, burdened with a sack, extended his massive hand, one that had overturned wild boars and drawn back the enormous bough, gently caressing the head of his younger brother, who stood a head shorter than him. The simple smile faded as he declared, "Ergou, when I return, should anyone dare to bully you, I shall annihilate them and their entire family." "Big fellow, one must not resort to violence after leaving the army," remarked an officer, mistaking Chen Fugui's words for jest. Fugui squinted, his form instinctively bending forward. The seasoned warrior, well-versed in countless battles, took a step back, realizing the gravity of the situation. This towering figure was not jesting. As they settled into the vehicle, Chen Fugui, seated in the rear, gazed intently through the window at Chen Ergou, his grin wide and foolish, entirely uncharacteristic of one who threatens to wreak havoc upon others. Chen Ergou, unable to raise his voice due to a damaged throat, could not suppress the laughter that bubbled forth. Yet upon seeing his brother's mouth open, Fugui instantly stifled his grin, turning away to present his younger sibling with a noble silhouette reminiscent of Changbai Mountain. Chapter 050, Bamboo Leaf Green. Rouge-red Chen Ergou returned once more to the SD bar, only to discover Guju and a group of familiar faces gathered at Honglong Plaza, waiting for him. They claimed it was to express their gratitude. In his heart, Chen Ergou mused that if they truly wished to thank him, they ought to simply hand him a stack of cash. Yet, he wore a beaming smile, exchanging pleasantries with them. Even Gu Zhu and his companions could discern the insincerity in his demeanor. It was evident that Chen Ergou harbored no intentions of forging alliances or seeking their favor. This realization relieved Gu Zhu, who had not brought Zhang Sisi to the bar, for he feared that Chen Ergou might exploit the situation to demand exorbitant favors. His presence at the bar was merely an occasion for a few fervent young men, steeped in feudal thinking, to pay homage to a figure of esteem, culminating in a lavish feast charged to Xiaoyao's tab before they dispersed. The few second-generation rich kids, who idolized the imposing figure of Fugui, lost interest upon learning of his enlistment. The girls, after engaging in conversation, found themselves unable to uncover any extraordinary qualities in Chen Ergou, thus extinguishing any desire to pursue a connection with him. After all, Chen Ergou was not the kind of charismatic individual known for his eloquence. Otherwise, capitalizing on the aftershocks of the M2 bar to entice one or two affluent and attractive young women like Zhang Sisi would not have posed a challenge. In the end, a young man returned to the bar, specifically seeking out Chen Ergou. Chen Ergou remembered him from the Honglong Plaza bar, where Wang Jiefang had been unceremoniously toppled by a formidable figure known as Xiongzi, sent sprawling quite a distance. Gu Zhu and his entourage stood frozen, none daring to extend a hand to assist, save for this young man who stepped forward to help Wang Jiefang back to his feet. He had been the most audacious during their drinking bout. His name was Gao Xiang, and he bore an inexplicable nickname, somewhat effeminate, known as Xiaomei. Upon seeing Gao Xiang, Chen Ergou refrained from mercilessly attacking him like he had with Gu Zhu and his ilk. Instead, he treated him to a bottle of beer. "Brother dog, I am different from them. I understand that they look down on you, and deep down, you look down on them as well," Gao Xiang declared with conviction, clearly delineating his stance from Gu Zhu's crowd. "It is true they disdain me, yet I do not share their contempt. I find myself envious of their extravagant lifestyle, spending money as if it were water, thousands of yuan flowing without a second thought, surrounded by beautiful women. To hold such a life in disdain would be overly pretentious." Chen Ergou replied, "Xiaomei, I recognize you are not quite like them, but please do not elevate my status too high," he added, offering Gao Xiang a cigarette. Finally uttering a few words of sincerity. "Brother dog, would you mind if I associate with you?" Xiaomei asked nervously, as it was hard to fathom a second-tier Shanghai wealthy youth like Gu Zhu humbling himself to converse with Chen Ergou. Gu Zhu and Zhang Sisi would surely be astounded by such a turn of events. "Are you seeking to mix with the affluent?" Chen Ergou inquired with a laugh, his words direct and unambiguous, devoid of any circumlocution. "Rich Gui, I shall follow your lead, there is no doubt in that. This is what I call grasping the crux of the matter." Gao Xiang chuckled. His visage, while lacking the striking handsomeness of Gu Zhu, exuded a certain sincerity. Chen Ergou gazed upon that face, momentarily lost in thought. In his youth, he had regarded the offspring of village and town leaders with a sense of admiration, believing them to be shrewd and cunning. Engaging with such individuals had always left him feeling that every utterance was laden with hidden meanings. However, upon arriving in Shanghai, having endured a series of absurdities and interacted with a myriad of extraordinary women, as well as encountered various young masters and second-generation heirs, Chen Ergou found himself imbued with a newfound confidence to speak uprightly. Why should one stoop and expose their back to others? The mad old man had long warned that once you enter the mountains, you step into the domain of beasts, especially when confronting a formidable creature. Do not hastily turn your back. That is tantamount to suicide. You must remain poised, ready to act. Though this may seem the tactic of a weakling, survival outweighs dignity. A wretched existence is better than a noble death. Chen Ergou murmured the old man's oft-repeated adage. The inexplicably bemused Gao Xiang found no words, allowing Chen Ergou to dwell in contemplation. It was not until a burn from the smoke between his fingers jolted him back to reality that he smiled and said, "Now, tell me about yourself. Since you intend to accompany me, I ought to have a general understanding of you." "Me?" It seems that Gao Xiang, who has never truly reflected upon himself, momentarily paused, then ordered another bottle of beer. After taking a sip, he remarked, "I am from Beijing, and dog go. Your accent reveals it. My family possesses a modest background. In terms of official rank, the elders of Guozhu's gang would still have to address my family as superiors. However, in Beijing, high-ranking officials at the department and bureau levels are as numerous as cattle, and most occupy nominal positions, wasting time in bureaucratic limbo. There are many high-ranking officials who are merely ornamental, and their offspring and relatives are even more prevalent. Unfortunately, my family, along with our relatives and friends, belongs to this category. I often encounter the son-in-law of some office head or the child of a certain department leader on various bus routes. In truth, I have never encountered a genuine high-ranking official in my 20-plus years of life. Beijing is vast, and the circles above are impenetrable. Our forebears have strived and bled to gain entry, yet to no avail. The saying holds true: dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, while rats merely create burrows. Our generation harbors even less hope. Occasionally, when I see reports of high-ranking officials' offspring recklessly causing accidents, I cannot help but think, rather unambitiously, that if I could indulge in decadence and revelry alongside this new breed of scoundrels, scorned by the old guard, I would certainly partake. After experiencing a series of minor setbacks, I finally came to understand my true position in the world. Subsequently, I moved to Shanghai to pursue my university education, where I mingled with a group led by Guju. My role was limited to adding embellishments, as providing substantial aid in times of need was entirely out of the question. There was a person among us, once quite familiar, whose father fell from grace, burdened by insurmountable debts, ultimately leading to his tragic demise. This individual sought to borrow 4,000 yuan from us, yet not a single person was willing to lend him the money. To be fair, 4,000 is a paltry sum. Had his father not faltered, 40,000 would not have been an issue at all. Honestly speaking, I too did not lend him the money, as I lacked the spare funds and had no desire to do so. In this society, who has the luxury to share burdens with others? Loyalty is a rare commodity, especially in my line of work. Chen Ergou chuckled, responding in a nonchalant manner. Brother, the era of sacrificing oneself for a friend is long gone. Not stabbing your brother in the back is already considered commendable. The camaraderie portrayed in gangster films is pure nonsense. I refuse to believe anyone would willingly serve a 20 or 30-year prison sentence for their leader. Nor do I think anyone would entrust their entire family's safety to another. Nowadays, the underworld is overtly focused on money and interests. The division of spoils resembles a transaction in a marketplace. At least, this has been my experience. Although Gao Xiang's words may be harsh, they are undeniably sincere. Xiao Mei, you are a benevolent deity, but I cannot accommodate you in my humble abode. I am unworthy of being your elder brother. Since you are willing to speak candidly with me, I too shall share an honest truth. I am devoid of financial resources, and this place can be deemed a complete backwater, devoid of any influential support. In the event of a crisis, I would truly need to rely on the scant few allies I possess. If you falter in your resolve and flee, I would bear animosity towards you. Yet should you choose to confront the challenge, a misstep could lead to dire consequences, and I would feel remorse for your parents. Therefore, do not hastily pledge your loyalty to me. You may frequent the SD bar, allowing your mind to cool before contemplating this matter further. Chen Ergou spoke softly. Having been in Shanghai for only a short while, yet he had encountered experiences that one could never meet in Zhangjiazi throughout a lifetime. He was like a sponge, striving to absorb the unique essence of this city. Although somewhat reluctant, Xiao Mei finally nodded in agreement. After over a decade of education and having mingled with officials for more than 20 years, she possessed a modicum of patience. With Wang Husheng looking after Xiao Yao, Chen Ergou felt no fear of her being bullied. Hearing that Xiao Mei possessed commendable skills in snooker, he eagerly took her to the billiard room on the second floor. Perhaps it was his adept hands, honed from dissecting the agile roe deer, that allowed him to excel swiftly at billiards. When Xiao Yao finished her shift, she joined Wang Husheng and Wang Jiefang to indulge in a late-night feast at a bustling food stall near her apartment. Afterwards, Chen Ergou meandered alone to Amei restaurant, where he sat for a while, engaging in light-hearted banter with the owner. The proprietor, a rather reserved man, often found himself overshadowed by his wife, and his greatest joy over the past 6 months had been these chats with Ergou. Now, with Chen Ergou having resigned, a palpable sense of loneliness permeated the restaurant. Thus, upon seeing Ergou, the owner beamed with delight, personally preparing a few dishes. Their conversation stretched for 2 hours until the owner's wife, with her formidable demeanor, called him upstairs to attend to her. This seemingly inconsequential man, viewed as lacking ambition by others, derived his modest pride from running Amei restaurant, from 2 children who had turned out well, and from that which he carried beneath. No wonder some say that the reason the proprietress became involved with the boss was due to a drunken episode in his youth. In a shadowy alleyway, the intoxicated boss, in a fit of primal instinct, mistook her figure and visage, and like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, engaged in such indiscretions, and not just once. Eventually, it became a situation where the proprietress took the lead over the lanky boss. Chen Ergou pondered this, recognizing that even if the two bosses combined their strength, they might not overpower her. Who could tell who preyed upon whom that fateful night? With a mischievous grin, Chen Ergou approached grandfather Sun's residence. Although Chao Jinjia did not reside there, he would still make regular visits to tidy up and recline in the purple bamboo rattan chair, savoring the aura of an esteemed individual. The door was ajar, which startled Chen Ergou. Instinctively, he feared a burglary and hastily pushed the door open. However, he was met with an inexplicable chill, an omen not born of mere imagination. After being targeted by beasts in the mountains, one develops an uncanny sense of foreboding. Having faced perilous situations numerous times, an individual inevitably cultivates extraordinary instincts. Upon entering, Chen Ergou instinctively recoiled but was abruptly seized by a surprisingly powerful arm that gripped his collar. With a sudden pull, a knee struck his abdomen, leaving him no time to double over in pain. He was then pinned against the wall by a robust arm, rendered speechless, only able to gaze at the dimly lit face before him. A man, bald, devoid of eyebrows, with serpent-like eyes that exuded menace, embodying the very essence of a villainous figure. The glow of the street lamp filtered through the window, casting a gentle light upon the swaying rattan chair. Chen Ergou could barely glimpse a hand, a delicate, fair hand, exquisite as if sculpted from ivory. A red string was tied around the wrist, one end attached to an ancient gourd wine flask, the color reminiscent of a deep azure, akin to a cloak worn by a swordsman. The azure flask dangled a few inches above the alabaster wrist, swaying in the air. A voice, cool and elegant, hummed a tune that Grandpa Sun had once cherished. 3 Springs Bamboo Leaf Wine, a melody of the kunku strings. It was a feminine voice, a true celestial sound. Chen Ergou suddenly recalled a legendary woman from Shanghai, whom men regarded with a blend of fear and resentment, referring to her as Zweiking, only knowing her surname was Huangfu. The woman reclining in the rattan chair suddenly leaned forward, offering Chen Ergou a radiant smile. He found it peculiar that he had overlooked her face, fixated instead on the striking crimson of her lips, as enchanting as the finest rouge, vivid as blood. I have come here merely to retrieve a diary lost by a child. The woman, holding a flask of wine, gazed at Chen Ergou with an icy demeanor and softly remarked, "If you continue to stare, your eyes shall surely be blinded." Zweiking, the hue of her lips reminiscent of the rouge, mirrored the red thread upon Chen Ergou's own hand. April 1st, 1985, torrential rain. Beijing today marks my 3rd birthday. Father gifted me a notebook, stating that a gentleman reflects upon himself thrice daily, yet for those of us who are lesser, a daily reflection suffices. Thus, he encouraged me to commence journaling, recording the mistakes I make each day. I am unaware of what a gentleman truly embodies, but I comprehend the essence of being a lesser individual. Father possesses a fondness for braised pork, yet he cannot afford it. Even when he can, he hesitates to indulge. He often gazes at me as I eat, though I have not disclosed my aversion to meat. I must feign enjoyment, though I cannot articulate the reasons. I remain but a child, naive and uncomprehending. Father, was I born from your womb? Why is it that other children have mothers? June 1st, 1987, sunny, Tianjin. Father. Today once again, someone referred to me as an unwanted wild child, calling me a bastard. I dread attending kindergarten, for I find the children there rather foolish. They require assistance even for using the restroom. Few can count from 1 to 100 in Arabic numerals. While I am capable of doing so in both English and French, I fail to grasp the significance of those little red flowers. You once said that an object must possess either value or price. That which holds neither is deemed worthless. I believe those little red flowers belong to that category. However, Father, I wish to understand. Am I, devoid of a mother, akin to those little red flowers, worthless? February 25th, 1988. Heavy snow in Suzhou. Awakened at 5 a.m. to accompany Father on a morning run. At 6:30, we had breakfast. After practicing the guzheng for 2 hours and the piano for another 2, I had lunch at 11:30. I then spent an hour practicing calligraphy. My father, uttering a phrase I could not comprehend, the balance of rigidity and flexibility, took me outside to build snowmen. As he watched me create one large and one small snowman, he gently patted my head and inquired why I had only made 2. I replied that in my world, having my father was sufficient. I did not require a third party, such as a mother. This made my father weep, and I was at a loss as to why, questioning if I had erred in some way. It was the first time I had witnessed my father in such profound sorrow. Though I understood that men seldom shed tears, I realized that a man who does cry is still a man. Thus, I wiped his tears away and reassured him not to cry. In that moment, I felt the urge to weep myself, yet I restrained it. I was a foolish child, unwilling to appear weak, as that would only burden my father further. On a rainy day in Suzhou, July 12, 1989, I recalled my last birthday when my father gifted me a pair of little white rabbits, which I cherished. They were nearing the time to welcome their offspring. That evening, my father handed me a pair of scissors and instructed me to slit their throats. I was bewildered and deeply saddened, yearning to cry, feeling an urge to rebel against my father's will. However, he, inhaling his cigarette, proclaimed that a person who cannot discard trivialities within 30 seconds is destined to be cast aside by life. This reminded me of the other day when I helped him pluck his gray hairs, only to notice their increasing number. Consequently, I took it upon myself to end the lives of Hui Hui and Yu Yu. Once again, I did not shed a tear, for in comparison to my father, they were indeed expendable. I quietly interred them in the hills behind, harboring no intention of returning to visit them. On March 2, 1990, the sun shone brightly over Nanjing. Today, I followed my father's curriculum and read the language of moans. One particular phrase captivated me. When compassion reaches its zenith, there exists no sin in the world. Among the myriad deities and bodhisattvas, my favorite is K. Itagarbha, and perhaps this phrase elucidates why this bodhisattva, who vows not to attain Buddhahood until hell is empty, willingly resides in such a realm. Upon witnessing my calligraphy of this line, my father remarked that feigning tolerance towards others often signifies one's own impotence. The inability to inflict harm upon others is merely a timid and pallid guise for forgiveness. I wished to elucidate my thoughts, yet found myself at a loss for words. Perhaps my father is indeed correct. On September 1, 1990, a torrential rain poured over Nanjing. Today marked the beginning of the school year. A rather mundane affair in the first grade. My father, who had gone to Dadu Cave for tea with friends, instructed me to attend school alone, uttering but a single phrase, "Be an ordinary child." As I pondered, I contemplated what it truly means to be ordinary. Should I conceal from my peers that I am already capable of conversing in English, French, and German? Should I keep from my teachers the knowledge that I have already delved into works such as a history of Christianity and a brief history of literature? I failed to comprehend why the children in my class gaze upon the teacher and gardener with such idolization. A moral framework that merely seeks personal gratification cannot be deemed true morality. For instance, if one rescues another solely to cultivate a sense of moral superiority, that act lacks genuine virtue. It is but a veiled pursuit of fame and fortune. I have forgotten who articulated this notion, yet I find it profoundly insightful, which is why I have yet to encounter a person of true morality. Upon returning home, my father unexpectedly produced a plastic anatomical model, intricately adorned with veins and arteries. He instructed me to memorize all the acupoints and the distribution of bones, leaving me perplexed about the purpose behind such an endeavor. Subsequently, he handed me a blade-like object, asserting that it was essential for me to carry it at all times. Alongside this, he presented me with a copy of the Huangdi Neijing, and as I held the book and the small knife, I felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. My father then earnestly advised me that, for a woman, the most fundamental and primal disparity in the contest against men lies within the body, rather than in intellect or emotional intelligence. To be formidable, one must learn to safeguard one's own body. April 1, 1991, drizzly Nanjing. For reasons unknown, it seems that my birthday is perpetually accompanied by rain. In truth, I am not a child prone to tears. If there ever comes a day when I shed tears in front of someone, I would simply state, just water in my eye. March 12, 1992, transitioning from gloomy to sentimental in Hangzhou. I cannot fathom why, but I sense a change in my father. Despite all the hardships he has endured over the years and the obscure, somber life philosophies he has imparted to me, my father has always been inherently optimistic. Yet now, every time he steps out, a wave of concern washes over me. I have never feared much in life, save for the anxiety of waiting. During those moments of anticipation for my father's return, my mind whimsically conjures various calamities and disasters, a feeling I find quite distressing, now more than ever. Moreover, I have come to notice that my father appears to have acquired some wealth. as he has pledged to save a substantial amount of money for me each year from this point onward. I find this situation displeasing. My cheerful father seems to be gambling, and the stakes appear to be something he cannot afford to lose. What could it be? I do not comprehend, for I am still but a child, not yet truly grown. Thus, I must inquire about the purpose of saving money. My father chuckles heartily, claiming it is for my dowry, laughing like a child himself. I remain silent. My future husband? Either deceased or yet to be born, I suppose. On June 20th, 1993, under the bright sun in Hangzhou, I took a life again. 2 lives, to be precise. This is not the first time, nor will it be the last. Father, do not fret for me. Engaging in this is akin to when I learned the piano, gouging, and calligraphy in my youth. I shall adapt swiftly. On April 1st, 1994, amidst the persistent rain in Hangzhou, I reflect on my mother's death, which stemmed from giving me life. Some individuals are simply mistakes from the moment they are born. I am one of them. On December 23rd, 1996, in the dim light of Shanghai, my father took me to an elderly man's residence. A man seemingly named Sun Mianyao. Father uttered little, yet I sensed that he was in trouble, serious trouble. I am aware that death awaits us all, my father, myself, and that mother who perished in childbirth. However, I do not wish for my father to abandon me as my mother did. Yet, I know that once he departs, he shall not return. I dare not weep, fearing it might compel him to leave with uncertainty, thinking of me as still a child. I am soon to turn 16. On my birthday this year, you gifted me a box of rouge, instructing me to apply it carefully when I encounter a man worthy of being your son-in-law. I sensed something amiss. In the future, should I wish to take a life, I could simply dab a bit on. Rouge and blood, in truth, bear a striking resemblance. Today marks the final entry in my diary. It is time for me to embrace adulthood. Farewell, Father. Chapter 051. Farewell in the stillness of midnight, a once naive villager, who had long harbored a yearning for the delicacies of the world, found himself accustomed to the humble fare of pickled vegetables and tofu. One fateful day, he tasted the exquisite delicacies of bird's nest and shark fin, leading him to a hubristic conviction that he would no longer revere any culinary marvels. However, upon encountering the exorbitant abalone, he was jolted into the stark realization of the vast chasm that lay between himself and such opulence. This sentiment echoed the current state of Chen Ergou, who, upon beholding a woman adorned with a jade-green gourd wine flask at her wrist, felt an unsettling trepidation, despite having acclimated to Chao Jinjia's presence. As he found himself pinned against the wall by a burly man with a shaved head, Chen Ergou experienced little panic. In the early days of his time at Ame's restaurant, driven by a base desire to assert himself as a countryman, he had entertained the thought of disrobing a city girl named Li Wei. That notion had since dissipated, yet today, upon glancing at the vivid crimson of her rouge, an inexplicable urge surged within him, stronger than before. This mental tumult conjured images of the spiritual polar bear. Scientifically, its chances of mating with a wolf were negligible. Yet the polar bear never consorted with the rural mutts, preferring instead to venture into the mountains, disturbing wolf packs, and occasionally coexisting amicably with unfamiliar wolves. Wealthy individuals might assert that the polar bear would perish sooner than the black jackal, a statement that would ultimately prove prophetic. The woman, indifferent to the thoughts of a lowly figure, interpreted Chen Ergou's reverie as a challenge to her authority. Reclining in her purple rattan chair, she languidly commanded, "Blind him in one eye." The bald man, towering at nearly 2 meters with a robust physique, did not hesitate to raise his right hand and strike Chen Ergou's left eye upon receiving a woman's command, despite being dragged against the wall without any fierce resistance. Chen Ergou unexpectedly erupted with a fierce determination, shedding his prior image of weakness. Just before the fist could blind his left eye, he delivered a cunning knee strike to his opponent. Seizing the moment of his opponent's stagger, Chen Ergou advanced close, employing a technique reminiscent of the 8 Extremes fist. Though he did not topple the man with his shoulder charge, he managed to create a small space for breathing, rubbing his neck as he glared at his opponent, who surprisingly remained unfazed and merely observed him with a bemused expression. This scrutiny irked the already stubborn Chen Ergou, as it felt akin to a white bear and a black jackal encircling a wild chicken, yet refraining from capturing it. At that moment, Chen Ergou noticed an intricate design etched onto the bald man's head. While most adorned their arms or backs with tattoos, or at most in some concealed areas, this man had opted for a completely shaved head as a canvas. What was even more bewildering was that such a brawny figure had not chosen to ink fierce beast totems or symbols befitting his stature. Instead, his scalp was adorned with countless red lotus flowers, radiating outward from a grand central blossom that covered his crown. There were no less than 20 or 30 petals, layered and vibrant, creating a surreal and captivating spectacle. Chen Ergou, who held beliefs in the supernatural, could not help but connect this bizarre imagery with the enchanting yet otherworldly visage of the woman, leading him to ponder whether he had inadvertently crossed paths with the supernatural. The woman seemed taken aback by Chen Ergou's unexpected counterattack and inquired with curiosity, "Meng Chong, is this young man a practitioner of martial arts?" "Moderately skilled. I was careless just now," replied the bald man nonchalantly. To further astonishment, his voice was neither hoarse nor rough. One might mistakenly believe that the speaker was a 15 or 16-year-old girl, for his words flowed like the delicate tones of Suzhou Pingtan. His apparent confidence, if not merely a display, stemmed from his formidable strength. The bald man stepped forward, assured that if this cunning individual turned to flee, he could shatter his spine with ease. However, he had no intention of delivering a fatal blow. He couldn't bring himself to extinguish the life of someone who had painstakingly cultivated a facade of weakness only to strike when the opportunity arose. "Do we have a grudge?" Chen Ergou posed a question that he himself found rather awkward, yet it lingered uncomfortably on his tongue. Meng Chong's lips curled into an elegant arc, still as exquisite as a lotus blossom, every nuance of his expression reflecting meticulous thought. The stark contrast between his rugged physique and delicate features was undeniable. "No." The woman gently swayed her snow-white, slender wrist, causing the simple wine flask tethered by a red cord to dance in the air, tracing a mesmerizing path. "Based on your accent, you must be from northeast China. If you are indeed a rural dweller from some remote corner who has wandered into Shanghai, I wonder if you have ever encountered a 2 to 3 meter long brown-black python. Do you think it consumes wild chickens and jumps over mountains merely to satiate its hunger? It is for the purpose of survival and procreation." Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ergou declared that as a rural man, his primary responsibility, akin to that of livestock, was to perpetuate the lineage. This line of thought inevitably reduced the existence of animals to mere instinctual reproduction. Clearly, this perspective diverged significantly from the woman's intentions. It would indeed be peculiar if they shared a common language, as the woman, who had intruded into this household with a perplexing diary, rose from the wicker chair, turning her back to the window as she gazed at Chen Ergou. In terms of appearance, she possessed a face that could be described as merely enchanting. Not quite stunning enough to turn heads, yet there existed a certain type of woman whose strength rendered Chen Ergou oblivious to mere physical beauty, allowing him to remember only her presence. The first was his mother, the second was Chao Jianjia, and the third was this unfamiliar woman, who held a wine flask and wore a pair of beautiful cloth shoes adorned with red peonies. She cast a glance at Chen Ergou, but seemed to find nothing in him worthy of a second look, turning instead to observe the street outside. "It is indeed true that I could blind you," she remarked, "but that was merely 2 minutes ago. You are Chen Ergou, I know that. Sun Yi taught you chess, and like you, I was guided into the fold by that old man himself. However, I suspect that in this lifetime, you shall never win against me. Sun Yi truly has a peculiar taste in choosing disciples, and I wonder why he chose you. By the way, have you encountered Sun Mangong? I doubt you have. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would have long since reduced you to pieces." "I have met him," Chen Ergou replied with a smile, his expression reminiscent of a petty individual reveling in fleeting triumph, wholly imitating Zhang Sheng Li's naive grin. It seems that for someone like him, whom she regards as utterly insignificant, the mere sight of Sun Mangong is a matter of immense honor. This facade of feigned madness and foolishness has been cultivated through years of skillful engagement with both fate and humanity. Chao Jinjiao once jested that if this fellow were to audition for the Central Academy of Drama or Beijing Film Academy, he would undoubtedly pass the interview stage. The laughter, a blend of sincerity and mockery, echoed. The woman, with unflinching directness, did not turn away, as if she could sense the insidious cunning hidden within Chen Ergou's smile. She pinched the wine jug with 2 fingers and removed its lid, instantly releasing an alluring fragrance that was unmistakably far beyond what could be purchased with mere coin in the marketplace. Her approach to drinking was not one of mere sips, but rather of a deep gulp that filled her throat, cascading downwards, allowing the warmth of the spirit to ignite within her. She replaced the lid on the jug and exhaled softly, the remnants of alcohol lingering in the air, and said, "Upon reflection, a man like you is both pitiable and admirable. The moment I see you, I am reminded of someone. Thinking of him stirs a restlessness within me. This yearning for release compels me to dabble in cosmetics, and eventually, I find myself contemplating violence. In truth, I am a person of faith, and that is a rare and candid admission. However, rest assured, as a disciple of Grandmaster Sun, should I dare to recklessly inflict harm, Sun Mangong would not let me off lightly. With a northeast tiger's gaze upon me, I would surely be plagued by insomnia. In fact, are you not also rather pitiable and admirable?" Chen Ergou leaned against the wall, harboring no intention of fleeing. Perhaps it was due to the decades of history that Grandpa Sun had spent in this place that he felt emboldened to voice his innermost thoughts. It is undoubtedly a formidable challenge for a woman to ascend to your position. One must render a return for any gain, a truth as simple as it is profound. Thus, I dared to speak candidly, not to mock you, but to express my sympathy. I hail from a humble village in northeast China, a small hamlet of merely 100 souls, where disputes at the village entrance are heard clearly at the other end. Eating while walking, one could traverse the entire village before finishing a bowl of rice. My exposure to the broader world was limited, but upon arriving in Shanghai, encountering a few formidable individuals made me acutely aware of the vastness beyond my previous experiences. Having grown accustomed to winning brawls between villages, I had foolishly believed myself to be significant, only to realize my true insignificance. I digress. Forgive my rambling, a consequence of my poor articulation. I possess no knowledge of Grandpa Sun's background, nor of his noble deeds or grave transgressions, and I confess, I am not particularly interested. What I do know is that he was my first guide in this vast metropolis, and even though his room has been rented out to others, I would not dare to disturb it. Of course, I recognize your formidable prowess. It is evident in your speech, and your subordinates are indeed skilled, true masters in their own right. However, in a moment of audacity, I must declare that should you wish to undertake any egregious actions regarding this property today, I would stake my life on opposing you." The woman was not angered. Instead, she jested, "Meng Chong, he has discerned your expertise." Meng Chong smiled and replied, "I have always been so. It is common knowledge throughout Shanghai." Chen Ergou sighed and remarked, "In truth, the moment I uttered those words, I regretted it." The woman leaned against the window, swaying the wine jug in her hand, and with a cold smile remarked, "Who cannot play the hero? Even a toddler just learning to walk can utter a few presumptuous words, adopting a nauseatingly brave facade, and truly believe themselves to be an unrepentant man of integrity." Chen Ergou, my leniency today is not because you are merely an insignificant ant at my feet, nor because your hollow bravado has swayed me, but solely because you have played a few games of chess with that old fellow Sun Mianyao. Nothing more. Chen Ergou's smile was strained. Unless one attained the serene state of an unperturbed sage, it was inconceivable to maintain equanimity when subjected to such a piercing admonition from a woman, delivered without a single profane word. She exited the room accompanied by a man named Meng Chong, leaving without a trace of nostalgia. Chen Ergou approached the bamboo chair but did not recline. Instead, he squatted down and lit a cigarette. The smoke curled around him, mingling with the fragrant aroma of fine Zweiking wine. Just as the woman, reminiscent of a serpent, stepped out of the room, she instinctively turned her head, catching sight of that silhouette, her grip tightening around the wine jug. 12 years ago, a steadfast man had also squatted beside the bamboo chair, smoking in solitude, enveloped in loneliness and helplessness. Now, 12 years later, she whispered to the figure before her, "This time, I will watch you walk on, and do so well." Chapter 052. The intellectual Chen Ergou remained oblivious to the significance of his silhouette, crouched beside the purple bamboo chair, silently smoking. He merely felt a tinge of fatigue. And the chair perhaps still bore the warmth of that woman, akin to the exquisite green of a bamboo leaf, which he was reluctant to disturb for fear of invoking taboos, much like the adage of not sitting on a tree stump when entering the mountains. Thus, he crouched down to indulge in a soothing smoke, an instinctual act for him. As he inhaled the cigarette obtained freely from the SD bar, his mind was flooded with visions of that crimson blush, as vivid as blood, and the glaring lotus atop the bald man's head. Chen Ergou took deep puffs, a vestige of his old habit of smoking dry tobacco. The fine cigarettes available in this city were often mild, difficult to choke on even after prolonged indulgence. Although superior tobacco is healthier, Chen Ergou, with his fondness for the acrid smoke reminiscent of toads, ultimately felt the lack of the exhilarating burn that warmed his core. After squatting for a considerable time and consuming 3 cigarettes, his calves grew slightly numb. He stood up and leaned against the window, having already spotted the woman and the bald man. If Chao Jinjia, who was relatively approachable to Chen Ergou, remained distant in matters of affection, then the woman wielding a flask of bamboo leaf liquor looked down upon life entirely, trampling Chen Ergou beneath her heel. Yet, he did not feel his pride wounded. The disparity was evident to even the blind. He simply pondered while smoking, imagining a day when he would strip this woman bare, wondering if, in the intimacy of the bed, she would still carry that air of superiority. The woman who has been despoiled in the depths of her heart by Chen Ergou indeed bears the surname Huangfu, and she is certainly one of the most intriguing figures in the underground world of SH, known by the moniker Bamboo Leaf Green. Of course, some prefer to label her the Black Widow, for it is rumored that on the eve of her ascension, a man's lifeless body can invariably be found sprawled across her grand bed. The exact details remain shrouded in mystery, known only through whispers. The Black Tiger, who fell to Chen Ergou during a ruckus at the Ame restaurant, is but a tale of hearsay, and Kai Huangmao, a mere small-time hoodlum in SH, lacks the connections to discern the intricate truths behind such tales. Her personal bodyguard, a bald man named Meng Chong, is colloquially referred to as Meng Chong, but only those formidable figures who command respect in the SH underworld dare to address him as such, regardless of their feelings, be it disdain or resentment, when confronted with him. Even the most prominent leaders must show deference and refer to him as Brother Meng. In terms of seniority, Meng Chong may not be considered a peer among the greats, yet his livelihood is bestowed upon him by Bamboo Leaf Green. Thus it is only fitting that he acknowledges his master. Meng Chong is not foolish. He is acutely aware that even the most unremarkable of dogs, when found in the company of significant figures, can be perceived as prized Tibetan mastiffs in the eyes of many. Therefore, he remains ever grateful for his master's favor, diligently performing his duties and navigating life with caution, all the while embodying a unique character. As he starts the Hummer parked at the corner of this dilapidated street, he glances through the rearview mirror at his master, who is resting with closed eyes, and softly inquires, "Shall I keep an eye on that young man? I have a decent rapport with a few big shots from the Northeast and JX in this area." "Keep an eye?" The woman gently massaged her temples and remarked nonchalantly, "A man needs the care of a woman. There is no shame in that. Besides, I am not a benevolent deity, and since we are not related, I might as well seek the company of a handsome young man. It is quite absurd for a man from the countryside, seeking fortune in the bustling city, to expect to blend in seamlessly without enduring hardships, much like a courtesan relying solely on her allure to appease discontent." Meng Chong, ever perceptive, chose to remain silent. She was a woman who spoke sparingly, and when she articulated a passage of 50 words, it signified that others could not alter her intentions. She shook the flask and, for reasons unknown, smiled faintly, saying, "Meng Chong, he oddly reminds me of someone. Whenever I see him, I am inexplicably compelled to express grievances and reflections, to the point that I lose the desire to drink. If you do not delve into Buddhist texts, you may be unaware of the concepts of karma and inner demons." At that moment, I truly felt an impulse to eliminate him to sever the threads of my troubles. However, this is a sentiment I can only share with you. Should I voice it to others, I would surely earn a new nickname, alongside Bamboo Leaf Green and Black Widow, perhaps Midwoman. Meng Chong replied softly, his Suzhou accent lending an air of illusion. "This is what we call a state of being. Unlike you, we are merely ordinary folk, seeking sustenance and warmth from the grains of the earth, wholly unversed in lofty ideals or philosophical musings. In truth, that young man is quite decent. His little cunning and determination are common in our circle, but I can discern his genuine feelings for Master Sunday. The current generation of youngsters seems increasingly ungrateful, as if they would gladly etch the word despicable upon their faces. The modicum of reverence I once observed when I first embarked on my journey, along with the intrinsic humility that once permeated their essence, has all but vanished. It is indeed lamentable. Times have changed, trees may be relocated, yet the living must adapt. The old ways no longer hold sway in the present. One should not presume that others will share the same virtues as oneself. Such a mindset is utterly myopic. The woman tilted her head back and savored a sip of wine, languidly declaring, "As for that fellow, Let him thrive or perish on his own accord. Should he aspire to greatness, I shall not impede him. If he is destined to be reduced to mere pulp for the hounds, I will, out of a faint sense of loyalty to Sun, retrieve his remains. It seems unlikely that our paths will ever cross again in this lifetime. Should he ever manage to speak to me face to face, I propose a wager. If he succeeds, I shall plunge into the Huangpu River. If he fails, you shall take the leap. What do you say, Meng Chong? The ever-enthusiastic Meng Chong chuckled heartily, albeit with a voice that lacked the robust timbre of a northeastern hero. I have leaped before, being chased from HB to GD, and ultimately jumping into the Huangpu River was merely a trifle. After following you for several years, I have yet to witness any indiscretions on your part. I shall take this bet. After all, the stakes are not too steep, and should fortune favor me, I would relish the spectacle of a grand event in SH. Perhaps it was the most alluring yet treacherous vixen of SH, her lips curling into a subtle, bewitching smile, as she savored the lingering notes of the wine, remarking, "He is climbing. Shall I not ascend as well? Even if he were to miraculously catch up with me. You are already quite advanced in years, perhaps even a grandfather. I would relish the sight of your frail old bones attempting to leap into the Huangpu River in the dead of winter." The speechless insect stood frozen in place. The most venomous is not the bamboo leaf green, but the heart of a woman, a saying that rings profoundly true. Unlike the aimless, mundane existence of Zhang Shengli, it seems one could secure a monthly income of 5,000 or 6,000 yuan by merely managing a bar or ingratiating oneself with the likes of young Master Xiao Mei, who possesses scant useful connections. Engaging in nightly escapades with the enchanting Xiao, who idolizes the Zhang family, appears to suffice in completing one's tasks. However, Chen Ergou understood that his modest aspirations could not remain stagnant. Thus, he fervently delved into books, absorbing every morsel of knowledge possible. In this era of information explosion, lacking a structured framework would render one akin to a headless fly. Consequently, he contemplated attending a prestigious university as an auditor. While he increasingly dismissed the significance of university students, he held a genuine reverence for renowned institutions like Fudan or SH Jiaodong University. After a 2-hour bus ride with Xiao, upon arriving at Fudan, he observed the elegantly poised young men and women bustling about and remarked, with a hint of nostalgia, "Back in my high school days." It was rumored that a junior high diploma could be purchased for a mere few dozen yuan from street vendors. The principal wished he could adorn our shabby school badge with gold. Yet here at Fudan University, the grandeur is palpable. Even a mere entrance exudes such captivating elegance. Xiao Yao observed these young individuals, each adorned with spectacles, resembling scholars, embodying intelligence. Your university classmates, in stark contrast, appear to be nothing more than societal drifters, lacking any semblance of decorum. Ergo, this indeed is the main entrance of Fudan University. Xiao Yao expressed her discontent as the passers-by, affected by Chen Ergou's remarks, erupted into a fit of suppressed laughter, their smiles devoid of excessive mockery. "Is this truly the main entrance?" Chen Ergou exclaimed in astonishment, bending his body to peer left and right, seemingly hoping to discern some unique aspect from that modest door. In his memory, the lairs of celestial beings or formidable demons depicted in Journey to the West were all exceedingly captivating. Even the entrance of the third-rate university Xiao Yao attended appeared more striking. Xiao Yao nodded vigorously, rising on her toes to whisper in Chen Ergou's ear, "Zhang Cici's brother is pursuing his master's degree here at Fudan. He once jested about being cautious of trains and cars on campus. If you happen to encounter a bus, try not to react too dramatically, lest others perceive you as an extraterrestrial. The school is indeed vast, the number of students is considerable, yet the beautiful girls are few and far between. And finding a classroom is quite the challenge." This is the sentiment expressed by Chen Ergou after stealthily entering a classroom at Fudan University for the first time. The class is titled Translation and Reflection, and the professor's surname is He. Fortunately, Xiao Yao's proficiency in English listening and speaking is commendable, allowing her to navigate any uncertainties without feeling utterly lost. After 2 lessons, Chen Ergou, seated in a corner, diligently took notes. It was the first time Xiao Yao noticed the remarkable elegance in his handwriting. When the instructor taught at a leisurely pace, he would employ regular script, with each character possessing distinct edges and a neat, expansive form, exuding both delicacy and vigor. Conversely, when the professor's discourse was more engaging, Chen Ergou would switch to running script, showcasing his adeptness at fluid strokes and graceful flourishes, which left Xiao Yao, who had practiced calligraphy for years under her family's guidance, deeply impressed. Upon encountering the occasional segments of his cursive that appeared erratic, Xiao Yao recognized it as broken cursive, which astonished her. She asserted that such a style could not be casually achieved by an ordinary student. Unlike his peers Zhang Sisi and her group of friends, Chen Ergou was unafraid of being perceived as unique or exceptional. He confided in her that he had not received a university acceptance letter. She had assumed that a child from such humble beginnings would possess handwriting as poor as his English skills, but the reality was quite the opposite. "Ergou, for my next birthday, would you write me a love letter as a gift?" Xiao Yao whispered. "That seems too shabby. Even I would feel embarrassed to present it." Chen Ergou replied with a smile as he accompanied Xiao Yao out of the classroom. Xiao Yao did not disclose her reasons, insisting that Chen Ergou comply. With no alternative, Chen Ergou reluctantly made a promise. In truth, composing a few hundred or even 1,000 words posed no challenge for him, as he had been compelled by a mad old man to transcribe entire ancient texts since childhood, thus becoming accustomed to such laborious tasks. However, the art of writing a love letter was an insurmountable dilemma. In the afternoon, they were to attend a lecture on integrated marketing communication. Initially, Xiao Yao had suggested they explore Kant's critique of pure reason, yet Chen Ergou declined. He felt that attending translation and speculation was already pushing his limits. Anything more abstract seemed to him a mere waste of time, which would warrant severe criticism. At present, he was eager to engage with practical subjects, such as financial practices or operations management. Additionally, he harbored a budding interest in the I Ching and the aesthetics of Chinese culture, but that opportunity had slipped by, with the next chance coming only the following week. Chen Ergou had heard that Fudan University boasted the finest journalism department, and he pondered when he might experience life there. Seated on a long bench in a secluded spot beneath the shade of trees during lunch, he munched on the provisions Xiao Yao had brought. With a hint of sentiment, Chen Ergou mused, "I aspire to be a cultured individual." Xiao Yao chuckled and asked, "What purpose does that serve?" Chen Ergou smiled and replied, "First, I wish to pen a love letter to you. More importantly, I aim to write a lengthy novel about my mother, one that I can share with her grandchildren in the future. I want them to know that their grandmother was a good person, though she may not be able to prepare the most delectable braised pork with vermicelli for them. She is certainly watching over them." Chapter 053. The infatuation of duopoly. Duopoly refers to a market structure characterized by the presence of only two sellers. The Cournot model pertains to duopoly. Angle curve. The angle curve illustrates the relationship between the equilibrium quantity of a commodity purchased and the consumer's income level. It is named after the 19th century German statistician Ernst Engel. Cross-elasticity of demand. Although the term is lengthy and not easily memorized, the concept remains clear. Cross-elasticity of demand denotes the percentage change in the quantity demanded of good X resulting from a one change in the price of good Y. The English term for this concept is cross-elasticity of demand, which must be committed to memory. This is not a scene from a university economics lecture where the instructor quizzes students on economic concepts. Rather, it takes place on a bus where Xiao Yao must rigorously assess Chen Ergou's daily academic tasks. Xiao Yao diligently flips through the English versions of macroeconomics and microeconomics, presenting a concept for Chen Ergou to elucidate with precision. Given that the bus ride to the university town takes approximately 2 hours, Chen Ergou has no inclination to squander time. Consequently, he requests Xiao Yao to conduct random quizzes on him. Initially, after 2 hours, he could only answer correctly 30 questions. 2 weeks later, that number rose to around 80, and now he surpasses 120, averaging 1 term per minute. The most challenging aspect for Chen Ergou is not the Chinese concepts, but the memorization of English vocabulary, which proves far more daunting than evading traps set for mountain hares or skinning a roe deer. Near the Ame restaurant, in a doghouse, lie 2 worn-out Chinese economics textbooks that Chen Ergou has thoroughly perused. The English versions were procured by Xiao Yao specifically for him, along with a copy of New Oriental English Vocabulary for the CET-4, which is also on the verge of disintegration. Over the course of nearly a month, Xiao Yao has come to realize that while Chen Ergou possesses commendable memory skills, they do not border on the abnormal. He excels in mathematics and exhibits considerable talent, akin to a top student who, by focusing solely on mathematics in the college entrance examination, might gain admission to prestigious institutions like Peking University or Tsinghua University. Had he been educated in an urban environment and participated in math Olympiad training. He might have even won awards, thus making his study of microeconomics and calculus remarkably efficient. Once, during a calculus class led by an elderly professor, he seemed to take a particular interest in the attentive Chen Ergou. He invited him to the blackboard to tackle a particularly obscure problem that left even the brightest students from prestigious universities utterly perplexed. Chen Ergou filled nearly half of the blackboard, yet ultimately failed to arrive at a solution, standing awkwardly beside the professor, unsure of what to do. The professor, with arms crossed, gazed at the blackboard for 2 or 3 minutes, then revised a few steps in the analysis. Finally, he set down the chalk, patted Chen Ergou on the shoulder, and kindly said, "Don't be disheartened. This is a challenging problem from my unpublished paper, The Second Mathematical Crisis. Even a few of my esteemed students now teaching mathematics abroad were once at your level. I have been observing you for some time and even checked the roster, discovering that you are an auditor. Quite commendable. Which department are you from? I shall speak to your advisor and, should you wish, you may learn mathematics from me when time permits." However, Chen Ergou did not intend to delve into esoteric knowledge within the ivory tower. He politely deflected, his mind set on engaging with courses that would tangibly connect him to the realm of finance. The elderly professor, having traversed more bridges than the roads Chen Ergou had walked, could easily discern the underlying motives, yet he did not press the matter further, quietly lamenting the lost opportunity. Although Chen Ergou may not be regarded as a traditional mathematical prodigy endowed with exceptional talent, he possesses a diligent and earnest disposition. Such individuals, who dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to their scholarly pursuits, often achieve success, as they can withstand the temptations of the mundane world. Perhaps, by immersing themselves in their studies with an unwavering focus, they may aspire to attain the Fields Medal, often referred to as the Nobel Prize of Mathematics. However, Chen Ergou was naturally unwilling to wager over a decade of his youth in pursuit of an accolade he had never even heard of, especially since this honor is conferred only upon mathematicians under the age of 40. Such a gamble seemed far too perilous. For an auditor, the most crucial attribute is not cleverness or the ability to adapt, but rather a thick skin. For instance, on one occasion, while attending a lecture on economic crime countermeasures delivered by a middle-aged female instructor at East China University of Political Science and Law, Chen Ergou was called upon to expound on a particular concept. As it was his first encounter with this field, he began to meander in his responses, showering the instructor with flattery, proclaiming her to be a highly esteemed mentor at the university, and stating that he had come from another discipline to seek enlightenment. Observing him from the side, Xiaoyao couldn't help but stifle her laughter at his grandiose stance. She thought to herself that after attending classes for over half a month, his eloquence had certainly improved, transforming him into quite the seasoned veteran. In the end, the instructor, feeling a sense of accomplishment, graciously excused Chen Ergou and even offered him abundant encouragement. Throughout the class, she occasionally cast warm and benevolent glances in his direction, which sent a shiver down Chen Ergou's spine, invoking unsettling thoughts of the portly girl, Wang Yuyan, and leaving him with goosebumps. For nearly a month, Xiaoyao scarcely attended classes at her university, instead accompanying Chen Ergou as he meandered through Fudan, Jiaodong, and East China University of Political Science and Law. The commute alone consumed over 4 hours. If a particular university offered a course that piqued Chen Ergou's interest in the evening, Xiaoyao would accompany him to stake out the venue. Fudan hosted numerous lectures by distinguished figures, and Chen Ergou was particularly enamored with the wisdom imparted by such successful individuals. Standing amidst the throngs of people, Xiaoyao could distinctly perceive the fervor in his eyes, a raw and unadulterated yearning for wealth and power. Initially, when she first encountered this brother, he appeared to be a man of simple gaze and resolute stature, harboring no intricate thoughts. His only desires were to secure a meal, indulge in cigarettes and alcohol, and behold the allure of women. However, the Chen Ergou of today was no longer content. He voraciously sought to extract the very essence of Shanghai, immersing himself in its frenetic pace, relentlessly striving forward, and employing every means possible to ascend. Xiaoyao neither refuted nor resisted anything. Much like her lack of aversion during their intimate moments, she merely stood by his side, gazing at his sleeping visage as she often did post-coitus. Together, they would await the bus, share breakfast, and she would assist him in assessing his vocabulary retention, occasionally quizzing him on conceptual terminology. Each day, she endured nearly 5 hours on the bus, dutifully conforming to the life of a diligent university student, listening to subjects that held not the slightest interest for her. Her greatest delight lay in observing the profile of his face as he took notes, admiring the elegance of his handwriting, sometimes neat and orderly, other times flowing with a graceful flourish. She found contentment in accompanying him as he navigated various universities in Shanghai, often pausing on a quiet bench to rest. Chen Ergou was a man relentlessly striving forward, while Xiao Yao, in Zhang Cici's words, was merely a delicate flower content with a modest existence, regrettably entangled with Chen Ergou, having met the wrong person at the wrong time and place. To this, Xiao Yao merely smiled dismissively, for she discerned the unspoken ambition within Chen Ergou. The most significant distinction between him and the average young man lay in his capacity to transform that ambition into action, meticulously pursuing his goals step by step, undeterred by setbacks. With a penchant for detail, perhaps attributable to his mathematical prowess, he possessed an uncanny ability to quantify every objective with meticulous precision. Consequently, after a month of accompanying Chen Ergou, the previously carefree Xiao Yao found her biological clock attuned to awaken her promptly at 5:30 each morning, rendering an alarm clock unnecessary. In the evenings, she no longer indulged in aimless web browsing or gossip, nor did she concern herself with the latest trends in cosmetics, fashion, or footwear. Instead, she exerted every effort to bridge the gap with Chen Ergou, distancing herself from her friends, including Zhang Cici and her circle of close companions. Each time Zhang Cici encountered the weary Xiao Yao, she would erupt in a frenzy, cursing Chen Ergou and wishing him ill, even going so far as to deliberately adjust the clocks to hinder Xiao Yao's punctuality. Yet, the following day, Xiao Yao would invariably arrive at the bus stop with breakfast in hand, perfectly on time to meet Chen Ergou. Finally, after 2 months of observation, Chen Ergou urged Xiao Yao to refrain from accompanying him any longer. That day, after sharing laughter on the bus, Xiao Yao disembarked, waiting until Chen Ergou had walked away. Before her nose twitched, her eyes moistened, and she ultimately pouted and sank to the ground, weeping inconsolably. She recalled a book that suggested a woman ought to experience infatuation with a man at least once in her lifetime, preferably with her first love, during that time. She could afford to be a bit foolish, reserving her shrewdness and wisdom for marriage. Little Yao pondered deeply, realizing that she might never again feel such infatuation for another man. When she lifted her gaze, she found a warm-eyed man crouching in front of her, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, unlit. He gently ruffled her hair and carefully extracted a densely written letter from his copy of Logic. He said, "Here, this is for you. It's your birthday today. I know you've been busy and may have forgotten, but I certainly haven't tea. It took me a whole week to draft this letter, and I stayed up all night under the streetlight to finish it. There are 2 typos, but I left them untouched, fearing that corrections might disrupt its neatness." Cradling the love letter in her hands, little Yao laughed and cried simultaneously, looking as endearing as a child.